Once traversing through realms, one embarks upon the path of immortality. Fang emerges from the mortal world, discovering profound truths in the mundane, forging his Tao heart amidst the turbulence of life. He seeks not celestial favor nor craves fortuitous opportunities. He merely treads step by step, inquiring into the essence of longevity. When he gazes back one day, he will find that beneath the clouds, the journey has been laid bare. Chapter 1. The Selection of Celestial Destiny. The morning light is crisp and tinged with solitude. It cannot suppress the throng of people surging from the foot of the mountain. Today marks the decennial selection for celestial destiny, a path for the multitude to alter their fates. However, this path is not for everyone. Only those endowed with celestial tokens may step onto the road to ascension. Winding along the steep and rugged ascent to immortality is a silent, serpentine line, and within it stands Fang, his coarse hemp robe soaked with sweat clinging to his frail form. With each upward step, his limbs ache with fatigue, and a burning pain sears his chest. Yet, he remains composed. After years of illness in his past life, this pain is but a trivial hardship. Clutched tightly in his embrace is a dark-hued token, rising and falling with his movements. It is a relic left by the old beggar who raised him. In his final moments, the elder's eyes did not reflect despair, but rather burned with a flame that stirred both of Fang souls. It was a fierce unwillingness to yield. "My child," the elder's voice was but a whisper, yet each word struck deep within Fang. "I have guarded it for 60 years, touched it, held it, worshipped it. If it does not shine, then it simply will not shine." After a bout of violent coughing, the fire in the elder's gaze intensified, fixated on Fang. "They say the fated shall possess it. Is my fate merely to guard it, watching it remain dim for a lifetime? I refuse to accept this. Take it, go forth, let it shine just once so that I may close my eyes in peace." Eventually, through a twist of fate, Fang realized that this token was the celestial destiny token, granting him the opportunity to enter the celestial gates. Such tokens are elusive. They may be found in ancient caves, bestowed by wandering practitioners, or even chosen by fate itself, guiding the destined to their rightful path. Fang gazed upward at the towering peaks that disappeared into the clouds, surrounded by swirling purple mist, his expression a tapestry of emotions. During his bedridden days in his past life, he had immersed himself in the texts of Laozi and Zhuangzi, the realms described within being the only worlds he could wander in spirit. His primordial yearning for transcendence and immortality had long been etched deep within his soul. He once thought it merely a fantasy to solace his struggles. Now, the celestial mountains lay before him. An indescribable thrill surged quietly from within his heart. The selection by the Qingqing sect is notoriously rigorous and merciless. The ascent to immortality is merely the first trial, and the simplest of them all. Yet, the pristine white marble square before him, along with the hundreds of spirit-testing stone tablets at its center, serves as the true barrier separating the celestial from the mundane. The path to immortality is elusive. Only those with spiritual roots may determine their fate. Without such roots, one is destined to remain mortal. Those possessing spiritual roots may glimpse a thread of heavenly insight, with hopes of transcending the mortal realm and inquiring into longevity. 100 practitioners clad in moon-white robes stood solemnly before the tablets, their expressions impassive. The middle-aged practitioner at the forefront bore a stern visage, and as his gaze swept across the crowd, an oppressive aura surged forth like a tidal wave. "Step forward in turn and place your hand upon the tablet." His voice was cold and unyielding. "Those without spiritual roots shall have their destinies severed, their memories wiped, and be sent back down the mountain." The bell tolled clearly, resonating through the clouds. The spirit test begins. Fang stood before the 10th tablet, its towering ancient form obscured by an inscrutable aura. A peasant boy trembled as he pressed his hand upon the tablet surface. It glimmered faintly before emanating 4 dim halos that struggled to rise half a foot. 4 spiritual roots, inferior grade, assigned as labors, wait on the left side, the inspecting practitioner declared with a blank expression. The boy, however, seemed to hear celestial music, collapsing to the ground in a daze, then bursting into tears of joy, clutching his celestial destiny token tightly. "Father, mother, your child can become immortal." No one in the crowd mocked him. Instead, envy adorned their faces. Next, the practitioner shook his head impassively. Inferior 4 spiritual roots are but the lowliest of ants in the cultivation world, far from the path of greatness. A young man in splendid attire stepped forward, inhaling deeply as he pressed his palm down. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The spirit-testing tablet remained inert, as ordinary as any stone. The youth's face turned pale as a sheet, his form swaying. He gazed upward in confusion, as if seeking confirmation that this was not an illusion. Suddenly, he pressed both hands down with all his strength, his knuckles whitening. The spirit-testing tablet responded, "Not in spiritual roots." The inspecting practitioner stated indifferently. Before the boy could react further, A disciple stepped forward and lightly tapped his brow. The boy's eyes turned hollow as he was led aside, joining others who shared the same bewilderment. They would return to the mundane world, continuing their ordinary lives. Fang Che watched silently, his right hand clenched tightly that he seemed to see, decades ago, the old beggar standing before a tablet much like this one, despairing as his memories were erased, returning to the dilapidated temple in a daze. Celestial and mortal are worlds apart. The laws of heaven are unfeeling. The presence or absence of spiritual roots. The heights of talent are starkly distinct. Absence is absence, and inability is inability. Above the clouds, 9 ethereal figures gazed down. An elder clad in purple lightning robes snorted coldly, the sound reverberating ominously. The selection of celestial destiny is like sifting sand for pebbles. Hardly 1 in 10 survives. These mortal remnants are of little use. Spiritual roots are elusive and difficult to gauge, yet they subtly follow the bloodline. The true seedlings of immortality have already been selected from the families of cultivators. Beside him, the swordsman in azure robes, Qing Xiao Junren, shook his head slightly. Brothers Allay, one should not speak too definitively. The celestial destiny token possesses its own mysteries, and its selection may not solely hinge on talent. The white-haired elder in the center cast his gaze over the anxious youths below and spoke slowly. The ways of heaven are unpredictable. There may be overlooked gems. As the foremost sect of the East Continent, we shall allow for this variability of fate, granting the masses a thread of destiny. Zile Zhenren ceased further argument, yet the indifference in his gaze remained unchanged. In the crowd, Fang Che felt a stirring. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly lifted his eyes to the lofty, ethereal palace, nearly concealed within the clouds. It was as if a gaze pierced through the vast sea of clouds, resting upon him. Yet, in the next moment, that sensation dissipated without a trace. Was it merely an illusion? Fang Che furrowed his brow. Above the clouds, a figure clad in simple white robes, with an elegant countenance. Yunlan Jinren suddenly exclaimed softly, her gaze narrowing as she directed her attention to a certain place below. This subtle gesture drew the attention of the other 8 figures. Did Sister Yunlan discover something? Inquired the elder clad in black robes, his voice gentle. Yunlan Jinren did not respond, merely raising her delicate hand to point lightly towards the spot where Fang Che stood. The scene zoomed in suddenly, revealing the youth's youthful yet puzzled face, clearly visible to all. This child's spirit is remarkably distinct from others. He can even sense our presence, Qing Xiaozhen remarked, astonished. Zilazhen scoffed, sense? A mere mortal boy without any cultivation. How could he perceive our existence? It must be coincidence or a figment of his agitated mind. On the far right, the elder in black robes stroked his beard, the heaviness in his eyes dissipating slightly as he said, Sister Yunlan has always been observant and perceptive. Her pointing out this occurrence is surely not without reason. The other true immortals exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Chapter 2. Spiritual Roots. As the morning breeze gradually ceased and the sun ascended to its zenith, the procession continued to move forward at a languid pace, seemingly endless. The assessment of spiritual roots, though merely a matter of moments, was prolonged by the sheer number of individuals present. No spiritual root. The cold voice of Oyen echoed yet again, as he stood beside the stone tablet, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed the somber atmosphere of the crowd. The selection for celestial destiny had always been ruthless. He had witnessed such scenes countless times. Initially, there may have been a sense of reflection, but now only indifference remained. To him, this was merely another routine task. Ahead, only a youth with a face as pale as jade remained. The boy took a deep breath, adjusted his garments, and stepped forward with a somewhat tense gait. For a brief moment, the spirit-testing stone stood silent. Suddenly, a surge of green light erupted forth, akin to the first tender shoots breaking through the earth in early spring, brimming with vitality. The green light ascended steadily, surpassing the realms of inferior and lower grades, maintaining its momentum as it climbed toward the top of the tablet. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Oyuen's otherwise impassive visage. As the green light approached the apex of the stone, it gradually solidified, and amidst the swirling radiance, ethereal shadows of flora briefly flickered. Single spiritual root. What attribute? Pure spiritual essence, brimming with vitality, potentially of superior quality. Oyuen's voice rose sharply, tinged with uncontainable exhilaration. A wave of astonishment swept through the square. Countless envious gazes were directed toward the youth, even if they did not comprehend the implications of a superior single spiritual root. The sudden change in the inspector's demeanor was enough to indicate the boy's extraordinary potential. Congratulations, junior brother. With such qualifications, direct transmission is within reach. Lin Jie, a fellow disciple from the same peak, suppressed the bitterness within and offered his congratulations with a clasped fist. A superior, single, spiritual root signified that, provided he did not perish prematurely, he was assured at least a stable foundation with the possibility of attaining the golden core stage, and even a glimpse into the path of the nascent soul. Such an exceptional talent. How was it that it did not emerge from his own line? Yuan's demeanor softened considerably as he nodded toward the boy, saying, "Junior brother, please step aside and await further arrangements from the sect." The discovery of such a prodigy would undoubtedly yield substantial contribution points upon their return to the sect. High above in the clouds, the central figure, Master Xianming, stroked his long beard, a ripple of intrigue appearing in his eyes. Hailing from humble origins, to possess such a pure with spiritual root was remarkable, even among the scions of noble families. "Ha, Brother Zilei," Master Qingxiao smirked, glancing at Master Zilei. "What could be said now?" Merely trivial." Master Zilei grunted through his nose, though his gaze lingered involuntarily upon the boy for a fleeting moment. Master Qingxiao shook his head with a light chuckle, choosing not to elaborate further. A superior celestial spiritual root was sufficient to rank among the upper echelon of seedlings within the Upper Clear sect. It is essential to understand that the classification of spiritual seedlings is stringent. The highest tier is first class, followed by upper class, middle class, lower class, and finally, inferior class. Only those possessing superior celestial spiritual roots or exceptional earth spiritual roots may ascend to the upper tier. Among spiritual roots, a single spiritual root is termed a celestial root, a double spiritual root is referred to as an earth root, a triple spiritual root is known as a true root, a quadruple root is classified as a mixed root, and a quintuple root is often regarded as a pseudo-root. Furthermore, spiritual roots are categorized into 5 grades: inferior, lower, middle, upper, and exceptional. In the grand tapestry of existence, among the multitude of beings, those devoid of spiritual roots constitute a staggering 50%. Inferior celestial seedlings account for approximately 20%. Lower-grade celestial seedlings comprise 10%. Middle-grade celestial seedlings barely make up 5%. And the upper-grade celestial seedlings are insufficient to reach even half of that. As for the first-grade celestial seedlings, they are as elusive as a single drop in an ocean of millions. The last occurrence of an upper-grade celestial seedling during the bidecennial celestial affinity selection of the Shangqing sect was several centuries ago. To attract an upper-grade celestial seedling would undoubtedly bring Yuan immense satisfaction, prompting him to cast a somewhat gentler gaze towards Fang Che. Fang is loli excited. He approached the spirit-testing stone amidst the crowd's watchful eyes. Yuan reined in his smile and nodded in acknowledgement to Fang Che. Raising his hand, Fang Che pressed his palm against the cold surface of the stone. At first, there was no reaction from the stone, eliciting a murmur of disappointment from the crowd. Just as Yuan was about to make an announcement, 5 faint halos of light suddenly radiated from the base of the stone, shimmering in gold, azure, blue, crimson, and yellow, their colors intertwining in a dim and indistinct manner, akin to 5 spiritual roots of chaotic nature, almost indistinguishable from the absence of spiritual roots. Such a qualification, worse than the inferior 4 spiritual roots, would render one's path of cultivation nearly impossible, verging on a dead end. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected change occurred. The 5 weak halos, seemingly influenced by some invisible force, abruptly separated. The 5 colors of light, in an instant, grew purer and more robust, clearly defined, yet appearing as one. They transcended the confines of the stone's base, racing along the intricate patterns of the stone, ascending rapidly, their speed far exceeding that of the earlier heavenly root youth. What is this? Yuan could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes widening in disbelief. In all the previous celestial affinity gatherings, such a sight had never been witnessed. The presence of all 5 elements was already rare. But to witness them achieving such purity and ascending simultaneously was unprecedented. Under the gaze of countless astonished onlookers, 5 radiant beams of light ultimately stabilized at the pinnacle of the stone. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements shone in harmonious brilliance, enveloping the entire spirit-testing stone and the surrounding area in a magnificent, ethereal glow. The square fell into a profound silence. 5 elemental spiritual roots. Yuan's throat went dry, his voice hoarse and dreamlike, all of them of superior quality. How could this be possible? The 5 spiritual roots are often deemed inferior due to their complexity, relegated to the status of waste roots. However, if the 5 elements are of uniform quality, they transcend chaos to achieve completeness, representing a delicate balance of the cosmic 5 elements, thus embodying true 5-element spiritual roots. Superior 5-element spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Their potential vast and their path expansive, far beyond the measure of ordinary superior heavenly roots. Buzz. High above the clouds, several revered figures, who had remained steadfast as mountains, trembled simultaneously, their spiritual energy uncontrollably dissipating. Master Xuanming's hand, which had been stroking his beard, froze mid-air, his eyes ablaze with brilliance, as if seeking to pierce the clouds and discern the youth below. Master Qingxiao's previously languid smile vanished, replaced by bewilderment. Even the typically obstinate Master Zilei rose abruptly, fixated on the 5-colored light swirling around the spirit-testing stone below. After a brief moment, Master Zilei managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. This child should enter under my tutelage. Master Zilei, do not be hasty. The elder in a dark robe interjected calmly. This child possesses an extraordinary spiritual root and remarkable consciousness. Perhaps we share a fateful connection. Why the urgency, dear brothers? Master Yanlan, with a graceful motion of her hand to adjust her cloud-sleeved robe, smiled slightly, her tone remarkably composed. It seems I was the first to notice this young one. And so what if you were? The younger sister retorted. Let us not forget that the cultivation world always emphasizes fate and causality. The gazes of the 3 masters silently interlocked in the air. The clouds above became momentarily still. An invisible yet unsettling spiritual pressure surged and circulated high in the sky. Chapter 3. The elusive path to immortality.When regained his composure and cleared his throat. His expression warm as he said, Dear disciple, please wait by my side for a moment. A superior grade 5-element spiritual root is far rarer than an ordinary superior grade celestial spiritual root. Once this news reaches the sect, it will undoubtedly stir waves. I am truly on the verge of a great fortune. Lin Jie stood by, dumbfounded, and, after a long pause, he closed his mouth. His eyes filled with envy as he gazed at Yerwin. First, a superior grade celestial spiritual root, and now another superior grade 5-element spiritual root. Surely, such luck is extraordinary. Following instructions. Fang Che stepped beside Yerwin, countless envious gazes now fixed upon him. High above the clouds, after a brief silence, Master Xianming spoke solemnly. Dear disciples, while a celestial seed is indeed precious, it remains an unrefined gem at this stage. It is premature to debate ownership at this moment. Everything shall await the disciple selection ceremony, where they will choose for themselves, and we shall see how fate unfolds. Unlike the grand competition of celestial fates, the selection ceremony is a filtering process. Those who ascend to the ceremony are outstanding individuals who have emerged from tens of thousands of celestial seeds. Their talents are self-evident. Traditionally, this disciple selection ceremony should have concluded several days ago, but due to the Decadal Celestial Fate Conference, it has been postponed until now. Master Xianming paused slightly, his gaze falling upon the 2 particularly striking figures below, and continued. Moreover, while a superior grade 5-element spiritual root is indeed rare, it also signifies that the path ahead is fraught with peril beyond the ordinary. Achieving balance among the 5 elements is no simple task. A slight misstep could lead to conflicting spiritual roots and a shattered foundation. Whether this individual is a prodigious talent or a fleeting moment of brilliance remains to be seen. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the masters became solemn, and they nodded slightly, their previous eagerness somewhat tempered. The path to immortality is fraught with challenges. Talent may serve as a key to the door, but it is not a guarantee of passage. Throughout history, many brilliant talents have fallen midway, while those of modest gifts have risen to prominence. This is precisely why the Qing sect is willing to offer opportunities to the mundane. Anyone who can obtain a celestial fate decree signifies exceptional potential. As long as one possesses a spiritual root, the Qing sect will willingly accept them. Better to mistakenly accept than to miss an opportunity. Through such accumulation, many fine seedlings have emerged in the celestial fate selection. Your words hold truth. Let us defer all discussions until the conclusion of the disciple selection ceremony. Master Chingu, who had remained silent until now, added softly. In the square, the assessments continued. But the earlier spectacle had already captivated the majority's attention. Subsequent disciples approached in order, with occasional spiritual lights illuminating, yet most revealed inferior or mixed spiritual roots. And many were even false spiritual roots, failing to evoke any further excitement. The gaze of the crowd inevitably drifts towards the two figures standing aside. Fang Che can distinctly sense those glances, curious, probing, envious, and even tinged with a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. He observes with a tranquil demeanor, silently reciting passages from Zhuangzi. In his past life, when Fang Che was bedridden and weighed down by turmoil, he could only find solace in the carefree realm described in Zhuangzi. The words that had long since seeped into his very being seemed etched upon his heart. In the North Sea, there is a fish. The young man beside him, possessing a heavenly root, slightly tilted his head and whispered, "My name is Su Ling Fang Che." He replied with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further. Su Ling, too, appeared to be a man of few words. Upon noticing Fang Che's subdued reaction, he turned his attention elsewhere. As time passed slowly, the sun began to set, and the thousands of disciples in the square finally completed their assessments. Aside from Fang Che and Su Ling, a remarkable girl with an exceptional earthly root emerged, along with 3 others possessing mid-tier heavenly roots and 7 with high-tier earthly roots. The esteemed Golden Core Master, Huangdong, stepped forward, his voice resonating like a great bell. The Celestial Destiny Conference has reached its conclusion. You, who possess spiritual roots, are destined for the immortal path. From this day forth, you shall all be disciples of the Qing Shun sect. I trust you will adhere to the sect's regulations, diligently cultivate, and honor the blessings bestowed upon you. With that, his gaze fell upon the 3 individuals at the forefront. You 3, come with me. With a flourish of his sleeve, a flash of brilliance enveloped the 3, who soared like shooting stars into the depths of the clouds towards the towering main peak. Below in the square, the throngs of newly initiated servants and outer disciples gazed upward. Their expressions varied, for the sights and sounds of this day would undoubtedly become an indelible memory throughout their lives. The welcome Immortal Pavilion, nestled in a tranquil valley beside the main peak, exuded an ethereal mist, its eaves soaring like wings, embodying a purity untouched by the mundane world. Huangdong, having retracted his radiant presence, led the 3 into the courtyard before the pavilion, then turned to regard them with a calm gaze. This is the welcome Immortal Pavilion, a temporary abode for prospective disciples. Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony for accepting disciples, and you must remain serene and avoid any disturbances. With that, he slightly swayed and vanished from sight. Many curious eyes peered from behind windows and corridors, scrutinizing the newcomers. After exchanging brief farewells with Su Ling and Lu Qing, Fang Che stepped into his assigned room. The interior was simply yet elegantly furnished, with a wooden bed, square table, and mat, all impeccably clean. On the bed lay a neatly folded set of moon-white robes adorned with cloud patterns, and beside it was a basin of steaming water. On the table rested a smooth, lustrous jade slip and a small jade vial inscribed with the words "fasting pill." Fang Che removed his coarse garments and immersed himself in the water, feeling warmth spread over his shoulders as the tension and dust of recent days seemed to wash away. He exhaled deeply, cleansing himself of worldly concerns. After drying off and donning the moon-white robes, he noticed the subtle cloud patterns on the fabric undulating gently with his breath. The material, cool and soft against his skin, enveloped his slender 9-year-old frame, imparting an air of refinement and otherworldliness. He resembled a young pine tree, newly placed within the suitable embrace of mist, its grace already evident despite its tender age. Fang Che slightly lowered his head, his fingertips brushing against the delicate cloud patterns on his sleeves. An ethereal yet vivid awareness gradually seeped into his heart, accompanied by the subtle spirit emanating from his garments. From this moment onward, his path would lead him into the vast realms of immortality, with no turning back. He stood in silence for a moment, his gaze falling upon the jade vial containing the pilgrimage pill. As he uncorked the vial, a faint herbal fragrance wafted forth, revealing several jade-like pills, each the size of a longan. This was the pilgrimage pill, commonly used by disciples of the celestial sect to substitute for food and cleanse the mundane impurities. Fang Che took one pill and placed it in his mouth. It melted instantly, releasing a gentle warmth that coursed through his limbs, dispelling the fatigue and thirst accumulated over the past few days. The methods of the celestial beings were indeed wondrous. After a moment of reflection, Fang Che picked up the jade tablet lying quietly beside him and pressed it to his forehead. A cool breath seeped in from his brow, transforming into a crystalline consciousness that flowed like a spring into his heart. The Shanqing sect was established 57 million years ago, embracing the quest for truth and enlightenment, aligning with the path of celestial purity, renowned for its clarity of heart and inclusiveness of all things. The sect was divided into 3 halls and 9 peaks. The 3 halls formed the core of the sect: the Hall of Affairs, which oversaw internal and external matters, task assignments and resource allocation; the Hall of Transmission, which managed the imparting of techniques, answered queries regarding cultivation, and held regular teachings; and the Hall of Discipline, which upheld the sect's laws and monitored the disciples' conduct. The 9 peaks served as locations for cultivation and transmission, with the principal peak, Tai-Ching Peak, serving as the central hub for the sect's leaders and elders' ascetic practices. The remaining 8 peaks each excelled in specific disciplines, such as Xianshui Peak's mastery of water, Balian Peak's expertise in alchemical tools, and Tianyan Peak's proficiency in talisman formations. After the grand initiation ceremony, new disciples would be selected by the various peaks based on their aptitude, temperament, and performance in assessments. The sect's regulations consisted of 3 fundamental precepts, from which others were derived. One must not harm fellow disciples. Life and death duels must be requested at the debate platform. One must not betray the sect or ally with enemies. And one must not exploit their skills to harm the mundane. Violators would face disciplinary action proportional to the severity of their offenses, ranging from the forfeiture of cultivation to severe punitive measures. At the end of the jade tablet, there was an inscription: "The path of immortality is long. Let your heart be your vessel. Cultivate both internally and externally. Do not forget your origins. Reflect the path with your heart and affirm the truth through your actions." Chapter 4. Tai-Ching pulled the messages within the jade tablet flowed through his mind like a gentle stream, when he encountered the staggering figure of 57 million years. Fang Che's breath momentarily faltered. In his previous life of 20 years, he had only known a history of civilization spanning a mere few thousand years. Yet this number effortlessly shattered his understanding. The path he was about to embark upon had existed long before his imagination could fathom, and it would persist into a future beyond his comprehension. The term Celestial Gate now bore a weight in Fang Che's heart that was palpably profound. The room was enveloped in silence, and outside, the ethereal mist swirled as usual. Fang Che, guided by an inexplicable intuition, sat cross-legged upon the couch. Although the jade tablet did not contain records of cultivation techniques, the serene and harmonious aura felt like a crystal-clear spring, lingering in his heart and subtly guiding him towards the simplest practice of breathing. With each breath, the subtle spirit surrounding him, intertwined with the omnipresent ethereal mist, resonated gently. He sat in this state, losing track of time. With a resonant and distant chime, The sound of the bell unexpectedly pierced through the mist, echoing throughout the valley. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and lucid, devoid of any trace of fatigue. Although he had remained awake throughout the night in quiet meditation, he felt no weariness. Instead, he experienced a newfound clarity of mind. Almost simultaneously with the fading echoes of the bell, sounds emerged from outside the door. Light and hurried footsteps, the rustle of garments, and hushed yet excited conversations converged into a symphony of agitation. Fang Che brushed away non-existent wrinkles from his Taoist robe and stepped outside. In the corridor, numerous youths clad in moon-white robes, like himself, began to emerge. A slight turn of his gaze revealed Su Ling and Lu Qing, who had arrived with him the previous day. Their eyes briefly met in mutual acknowledgement before they instinctively turned towards the same direction. Atop the main peak, an invisible force gradually parted the myriad clouds, revealing a series of vibrant rainbow bridges winding forth from the depths of the sea of clouds, spanning the horizon and connecting the various peaks. The distant and melodious cry of cranes echoed from the heavens, as several ethereal birds, with wings spread like clouds, led streams of light in their celestial procession. The appointed hour had arrived, and the newly initiated disciples, guided by the rainbow bridges, made their way to the Tai-Ching pool. A warm and harmonious voice resonated, seemingly rippling through the hearts of all present. The waiting disciples, who had long anticipated this moment, were the first to step forward, confidently treading upon the seemingly illusory yet solid rainbow bridge. Like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, their presence sent ripples expanding outward as figures in moon-white robes followed suit. Fang Che joined the flow of people, his silhouette seamlessly blending into the throng. The rainbow bridge beneath his feet exuded a sense of stability and weightiness, with every step releasing faint luminous ripples that melded into the vibrant hues of the bridge. The clouds surged on either side, occasionally revealing streams of light emerging from the depths as the bridge extended forward, seemingly without end, ultimately converging towards an even more vast expanse deep within the sea of clouds. As the final segment of the rainbow bridge vanished beneath his feet, Fang Che was met with a breathtaking view. Before him lay an expansive platform, seemingly suspended in the firmament, its edges shrouded in swirling mist, appearing boundless. At its center rested a vast pool of water, extraordinarily clear yet unfathomably deep. This was the Tai-Ching pool. Several elders from the law enforcement hall, their auras profound, awaited by the pool's edge. Clad in dark robes, their expressions were solemn as their penetrating gazes scrutinized each newly arrived disciple. The waters of the Tai-Ching pool were no ordinary waters. They were the convergence of the essence of heaven and earth, the manifestation of the sect's fortune. An elder, his face resembling ancient jade and with a long beard cascading to his chest, spoke in a low voice, clear enough to be heard by all. Upon your entrance into the immortal realm, your spiritual roots are nascent, and your worldly hearts remain unrefined. Today here is not for cultivation, but for the cleansing of your worldly burdens. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the nearly 100 disciples present. Though his look bore no oppression, it compelled everyone to hold their breath in rapt attention. The pool's waters, too, were imbued with ethereal depths, reflecting one's true nature. Those who have unlawfully usurped another's form shall now step forth. Doing so may preserve your lives. However, should you harbor any delusions seeking to deceive, once your soul clashes with the waters, you will be reduced to ashes, your true essence obliterated. With these words, the atmosphere by the pool shifted abruptly, as many disciples' expressions fluctuated with uncertainty. Fang Che felt a sudden chill in his heart. He was not a mere soul reborn through possession, but rather a reincarnated being who had only recently regained his past memories. He wondered what kind of extraordinary phenomena might manifest before the enigmatic Tai-Ching pool. A flicker of hesitation arose within him, but was swiftly suppressed. In his previous life, he had languished in bed, barely clinging to existence. Now, in this new life, he was determined to embark on the path of immortality. Despite the myriad of challenges that lay ahead, he resolved to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Fang Che quelled the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him and directed his gaze toward the tranquil depths of the Taiching pool. At that moment, he noticed a young man with a delicate countenance to his right, whose pallor suggested distress. He was breathing rapidly, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. The elder with the long beard seemed to sense something, his gaze falling upon the youth, yet he did not urge him on, choosing instead to wait in silence. Suddenly, the young man lifted his head, his voice hoarse. I wish to withdraw." As his words echoed, numerous eyes turned toward him in unison. The elder regarded him solemnly and nodded slowly. "Very well, step aside." The boy appeared as if granted a reprieve, stumbling to the edge of the platform, bowing deeply, and refraining from meeting anyone's gaze. As if a dam had been breached, another slightly plump disciple stood forth, his complexion equally pale. "I too, I wish to withdraw." "Me as well," a frail female voice chimed in, her eyes filled with struggle and fear. In a matter of moments, 7 individuals had stepped forward, voluntarily relinquishing their claims. Fang Che observed this scene in silence, realizing that among these 7, there might indeed be those who had experienced soul possession in their previous lives. Yet there were likely others who simply lacked resolve and retreated in the face of difficulty. Once no one else stepped forward, the elder scanned the remaining crowd. His voice still calm. "Is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw?" A profound silence enveloped the area. With that, the elder waved his sleeve and moved forward, taking his seat upon the lotus platform. The newly initiated disciples, upon hearing this, began to step into the pool in succession. The moment Fang Che entered the water, a refreshing sensation surged from his feet, rapidly spreading throughout his body. The pool remained still, and after a few breaths, the coolness transformed into a warm, spiritual energy that silently nourished his meridians. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he recalled the tranquil and harmonious aura from the jade slip the previous night, subtly drawing upon the spiritual essence hidden within the waters of the Taiching pool. The others in the pool gradually found their rhythm, a faint azure glow enveloping them, harmonizing beautifully with the water. However, in less than the span of a single incense stick, an unexpected change occurred. About 10 paces away from Fang Che, a seemingly ordinary male disciple found the water surrounding him suddenly boiling, dark bubbles rising ominously. "No!" he screamed, his face contorting in agony, his color draining as he struggled to rise. Yet, the lotus platform beneath him radiated with a brilliant light, transforming into an invisible shackle that firmly bound his feet. In the next moment, the clear waters of the pool erupted in dazzling brilliance, and the disciple, along with his moon-white robe, disintegrated into nothingness like smoke, leaving not a trace behind. All of this transpired in mere seconds. Some disciples gasped in shock, their faces turning pale, while others looked on with fervent reverence, murmuring softly, "The authority of the Qing sect cannot tolerate even the slightest impurity." The Shanqing sect, a monumental entity with a legacy spanning 57 million years, cannot permit individuals of dubious origin to infiltrate its ranks. The resplendent celestial might is undeniably manifest. Fang Che gradually opened his eyes, gazing towards the spot where the disciple had vanished. His expression appeared tranquil, yet he alone was aware that his back had already been drenched in cold sweat during that fleeting moment. Fortunately, the nearly transparent ripples surrounding him continued to resonate harmoniously with the pond, unaffected in the slightest. Following this incident, the pond exhibited no further anomalies. After an indeterminate passage of time, the pond's clear radiance began to fade, replaced by a gentle sheen. The voice of the long-bearded elder resonated in the ears of the assembly. "The ceremony is complete. Exit the pond." The crowd rose in accordance with his words. Stepping out of the water, feeling their minds and bodies rejuvenated, light and unburdened, their sensitivity to the ethereal energies of the universe significantly heightened. More importantly, through the reflection of the pond's waters, an intangible recognition was imprinted upon their hearts, granting them a profound sense of identity as disciples of the Shanqing sect. The rainbow bridge reappeared to guide the disciples. Fang Che turned to glance back. The Taiching pond now shrouded in the vast mist, leaving behind only a vague and grand silhouette. He turned back, his moon-white Taoist robe billowing in the flowing light, as he gazed towards the distant celestial towers with a calm and resolute expression. The path to enlightenment is long, and it is only just beginning. Chapter 5. The Discipleship Ceremony at the End of the Rainbow Bridge. Amidst the surging clouds, the outline of a magnificent hall gradually emerged from the ethereal mist. The Xianqing Hall. The three characters hung silently above. Fang Che lifted his gaze. The entire structure seemed sculpted from ancient, seamless azure stone, devoid of intricate carvings, adorned only by the natural marks etched by time and the essence of the Tao, ancient and weighty, standing majestically still. The vast and desolate aura pressed upon him, making it difficult to breathe. The assembly followed the long-bearded elder onto the jade platform, where clear light flowed. The elder halted before the hall's entrance, turning with solemnity to declare, "The interior is the heart of our sect. The Taoist master and the peak lords have awaited you for some time. Once inside, observe in silence and refrain from speaking unless questioned." The heavy doors of the hall opened soundlessly, releasing a breath of crisp, spring-like air, mingled with a faint scent of sandalwood. "Enter." Fang Che stepped inside, and the scene before him unfolded dramatically, in stark contrast to the ancient exterior. The interior space was exceptionally lofty and expansive, as if it existed in a realm of its own. Dozens of colossal pillars soared skyward, seemingly arranged without order, yet subtly resonating with a profound rhythm. The pillars were entwined with enigmatic patterns that resembled dragons and clouds, glowing softly. Fang Che gazed for a moment, feeling dizzy and disoriented, and promptly lowered his gaze to center himself, afraid to look further. Deep within the hall, several imposing figures loomed, the distance rendering them slightly indistinct, yet their aura, akin to mountains and deep seas, permeated silently. Upon the high platform, 10 figures occupied their respective positions, each possessing a distinct demeanor, yet all profoundly inscrutable. The central figure, clad in a simple azure robe, with hair as white as snow and a countenance serene, bore eyes that seemed to contain an infinite sea of stars. He was Dao Heng, the esteemed leader of the Shangqing sect. Merely by sitting in stillness, an invisible essence of the Tao flowed around him, as though he were one with the grand hall, the sea of clouds, and this entire realm. The assembly approached the platform, bowing in reverence, none daring to stir. The venerable elder with a long beard entered the hall, respectfully bowing toward Dao Heng, the celestial master above, and the peak masters on either side. "I report to the esteemed leader and the honored peak masters that the 81 newly advanced disciples have arrived at the hall." A serene and gentle voice resonated clearly among the assembly. With just a single word, it swiftly quelled the turbulent spiritual energy within all disciples, stirred by the oppressive aura. To the left of Dao Heng, an elderly man with a youthful countenance and a jade whisk spoke with a smile. His voice, though soft, echoed throughout every corner of the hall. "I am the master of Tianyin Peak, with the Tao name Zhanxian. Now that you have entered this hall, you are all disciples of the Shangqing sect." With a graceful flick of his whisk, ethereal shadows of 9 distinct celestial mountains emerged before the crowd. "These are the foundational pillars of our Shangqing sect, with the 9 peaks standing in unison, each inheriting a lineage of the Tao." Master Zhanxian pointed to the illusions in succession, speaking softly. "Taiqing Peak, the axis of the Tao, wields authority as the main peak. Rui Jin Peak, condensing the essence of metal, masters the golden arts. Qing Mu Peak, controlling the essence of wood, excels in the wood arts. Xianshui Peak, guiding true water, comprehends the subtlety of water arts. Fenji Peak, presiding over fire, refines true flames, masters the fire arts. Hotu Peak, embodying the essence of earth, solidifies the foundation. Practices the earth arts. By Lian Peak, blending myriad crafts, governs creation, excels in alchemy and artifact refinement. Xianling Peak, nurturing spirits and beasts, specializes in cultivation and harmony. Finally, Master Zhanxian gestured toward a mountain shrouded in mist, elusive and ethereal. Tianyin Peak, interpreting celestial mechanisms, discerning destiny. An adept in the art of talisman crafting and formations. As he withdrew his whisk, the illusions of the 9 peaks gradually faded. His gaze swept over nearly 100 youthful faces, brimming with anticipation, and he spoke slowly. The Tao of the 9 peaks knows no hierarchy, only the alignment with one's path. Your presence here today pertains not only to your own journeys, but also to the legacies of each peak. As Master Zhen Xian's words faded, a profound silence enveloped the Grand Hall. At the center of the platform, Dao Heng's warm gaze traversed the assembly before settling on one individual in the forefront. A refined youth, tall and upright as a pine, exuding tranquility and composure. Even under the prior oppressive aura, the youth's expression remained unperturbed. Among the newly initiated disciples, he was undoubtedly the foremost in talent, foundation, and background. Yin Yao, Dao Heng began, your foundation is flawless, and your endowment is exceptional. Do you wish to join Tai Ching Peak and cultivate under my guidance? Yin Yao stepped forward, bowing deeply with fluid grace. Disciple Yin Yao is immensely honored to receive the esteemed leader's favor and shall obey without hesitation. His tone, though respectful, carried an air of calm assurance. Congratulations, Master, on finding an excellent disciple. Several peak masters chimed in, expressing their congratulations to Dao Heng. Indeed, Dao Heng replied with a slight nod. I shall only accept Yin Yao this time. If any of you have favored disciples, feel free to choose. All eyes in the hall converged on Yin Yao, filled with admiration, reverence, and a sense of self-awareness. The position of the esteemed leader's direct disciple was now secured, and the paths of the remaining disciples would unfold among the other 8 peaks. To the right of Dao Heng, a slightly plump, good-natured man could no longer contain himself, chuckling as he clasped his hands. Since my esteemed brother has acquired an excellent disciple, I shall not be modest. His gaze was piercing as he directly addressed the audience below, saying, Zhu, Lu Qing, you 2 little ones, why don't you come forward to pay your respects to your master? Please, Brother Thick Earth, hold on. Before he could finish his sentence, from the other side, a woman clad in a flowing green robe, exuding a gentle yet vibrant aura, gracefully rose to her feet. The master of Xianling Peak, with bright and clear eyes, fixed her gaze on a somewhat reserved girl among the disciples below, who was subtly enveloped in a natural, refreshing energy. Her voice was gentle, yet her tone left no room for doubt. Lu Qing possesses exceptional dual roots of earth and wood, and her natural affinity is evident. This girl should join my Xianling Peak to cultivate the path of nurturing, so as not to squander such innate talent. If she were to join your thick Earth Peak, it would be akin to casting a pearl before swine, thereby burying her rare potential. The master of thick Earth furrowed his brow, a hint of urgency appearing on his honest face. Sister, your words are misguided. While Lu Qing indeed has dual roots, she possesses an Earth spirit body, making her an excellent choice to inherit the foundational teachings of our thick Earth lineage. The implication of concession was woven into his words. The master of Xianling smiled slightly, yet remained steadfast. The selection of disciples is naturally your prerogative, brother. However, Lu Qing's talents align perfectly with my lineage, and I would not wish to miss out on such a promising prodigy. Pausing briefly, she turned her gaze toward the slightly flustered girl below, speaking with even more warmth. Lu Qing, choosing a path is akin to selecting a road. One must listen to their inner calling. My Xianling Peak is surrounded by spirit plants, celestial flowers, and exotic beasts. While it may seem intricate, the ebb and flow of every blade of grass and every creature's spirit are the most vivid manifestations of the great Tao. The joy and fulfillment found therein cannot be compared to solitary, closed-door cultivation. The voice of the master of thick Earth inadvertently rose, tinged with helplessness and frustration. Your words imply that my thick Earth Peak consists solely of those who are insular and obstinate. The Earth supports and nurtures all living things. Our foundational teachings encompass all life, albeit with a greater emphasis on stability. Lu Qing, do not be swayed by your master's exaggerations. The trivial tasks of tending to flowers and managing beast gardens cannot compare to comprehending the essence of the earth and aligning oneself with the grand path of mountains and rivers. The emphasis on tending to flowers and managing beast gardens was pronounced, resonating clearly in the stillness of the hall. The gentle demeanor of the master of Xianling abruptly solidified, her previously refreshing aura shifting instantly. "Brother, are you insinuating that the teachings of my Xianling peak are superficial?" The master of thick earth's expression stiffened slightly, and his portly figure subtly recoiled. "Ahem, I misspoke, sister. Please do not take offense." He cleared his throat, quickly shifting his gaze to the girl below and hastening his tone. "In that case, whether you join my thick earth peak or the Xianling peak, Lu Qing, the choice is yours." The weight of the decision fell entirely upon Lu Qing's shoulders. Taking a deep breath, she briefly paused her gaze between the two masters, then resolutely stepped forward, bowing deeply toward the master of Xianling. "I, disciple Lu Qing, wish to join Xianling Peak to study the path of nurturing nature." The dense aura surrounding the master of Xianling dissipated in an instant. Her lips curved into a gentle smile as she nodded lightly at Lu Qing. "Excellent. Come stand beside me." The master of thick earth watched as Lu Qing positioned herself next to the master of Xianling, opened his mouth, but ultimately shook his head, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face as he absently rubbed his nose. With a sudden bellow directed at the audience below, he exclaimed, "Zhu Zhu, you simpleton! Why are you still standing there in a daze? Come forth and pay your respects to your master." Under the gaze of many, the earnest young man named Zhu Zhu recoiled slightly, scratching his head innocently, before obediently standing before the master of the thick earth peak and bowing deeply. Above, the esteemed Dao Hong observed everything with an unwavering gaze, his eyes warm, yet devoid of any discernible emotion. The expressions of the other peak masters varied, their attention already shifting towards other distinguished disciples. Chapter 6. The bet outside the grand white jade plaza. The elders of various peaks appeared to stand leisurely, yet their eyes subtly darted towards the tightly shut azure hall doors. Each of them had likely settled on favored disciples in their hearts, awaiting the peak masters within to make their selections before proceeding with theirs. "I wonder if the little girl I have my eye on will be chosen by the master of the burning tranquility peak," murmured a female elder from the 100 Refinements Peak to her companion, a hint of worry flitting across her brow. "The master has an extraordinary vision. His choices are bound to be exceptional. Do not fret, junior sister," her companion reassured her gently. Meanwhile, on one side of the crowd, several distinguished elders, though composed in demeanor, had already cast their thoughts towards the hall doors. Could it be that everyone is interested in that little fellow with the superior five-element spiritual roots? Inquired Xian Ming, gently stroking his long beard, his voice echoing in the minds of his peers. Senior brother remarked just the other day that the path for those with five-element roots is fraught with challenges. "What brings you here today?" retorted Qing Xiao, his stature tall and bearing sharp as a drawn sword, playfully teasing. "Have you taken a liking to that little one as well?" Upon hearing this, Xian Ming cleared his throat twice and replied, "It is precisely because his path is so arduous that ordinary guiding methods are insufficient. I fear my esteemed junior brothers may lack the insight to seize the key points, thus misjudging the talent before them." His words were veiled, yet the other esteemed individuals present, all possessing profound cultivation, silently regarded him with disdain. "As we await our esteemed senior brothers here," Qing Xiao continued, his smile unwavering, yet his tone shifting slightly, "are you not concerned that the little one has already caught the eye of a master within the hall?" At that moment, the previously silent Zi Lei let out a cold snort, the sound rumbling like distant thunder in their minds. Though superior five-element spiritual roots are rare, their advantages and disadvantages are glaringly apparent. Moreover, the hall is filled with this generation's prodigies, including several with top-tier spiritual roots. He may not stand out among them. Standing quietly beside them, Yin Lan, dressed in flowing white robes that danced lightly in the wind, raised a delicate brow, her gaze sweeping lightly over Xian Ming and Zi Lei. With a gentle smile, she suggested, since both esteemed brothers are so determined, why not place a wager? Zilei's eyes flickered with lightning, his voice resonating like a muffled drum. What kind of wager do you propose? Let us wager on who can take this young man as their disciple. If none of us succeeds, it shall be a draw, and the wager ends there. However, should one of us succeed, the others shall each present a Tai Ching pill. The Tai Ching pill, a treasured concoction passed down in the Qing sect, is crafted from several millennium-old spiritual herbs combined with secret methods, capable of aiding a nascent soul master in purifying their magical power and refining their supernatural abilities. One pill could save decades of arduous cultivation, an exceptionally rare treasure even for those of their caliber. Xianming halted his hand from stroking his beard, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Junior sister, are you so certain? Have you already devised a strategy? Just setting a playful scheme, adding a touch of amusement. She replied lightly. The demeanor of Master Yunlan was casual as she glanced to the side at her junior brother Qing Xiao and senior brother Guchen, asking if they wished to place a bet together. I shall refrain from joining this excitement, Qing Xiao replied, waving his hand. He was well aware that his senior sister, though appearing ethereal and composed, possessed a cunning mind, and at this moment, she was undoubtedly orchestrating something beneath the surface. Furthermore, he held no interest in Fang Che. Master Chenggu shook his head in refusal. He too had no inclination towards the 5 elemental roots. Master Yunlan nodded and turned her gaze towards Xianming and Zilei, softly inquiring about their thoughts on the matter. If they were not inclined, she would not insist. The two exchanged glances, sensing that there might be something unusual at play. Yet the allure of the Tai Ching elixir was undeniably potent, and they also held confidence in their abilities. Let us engage in this wager. Zilei's voice resonated like thunder. I shall accompany you. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xianming nodded in agreement. At the instant they consented to the bet, they were oblivious to the fact that within Master Yunlan's sleeve, her delicate fingers lightly traced an invisible sigil, which silently took form. This sigil effortlessly pierced through the space and drifted into the Xianqing Hall. Inside, Fang Che stood quietly at the back, his gaze focused inward. Since entering the hall, most of the attention from the peak masters had gravitated towards those with exquisite spiritual roots or those possessing unique physical traits. Although his 5 elemental roots had once caused a stir, the evident advantages and disadvantages rendered him unremarkable in their eyes. Those with 5 elemental roots, if they achieved mastery, could rotate the 5 elements within, creating their own celestial cycle, thereby becoming extraordinary. However, their cultivation progress had always been notably slower than that of their peers, consuming resources exponentially more than ordinary cultivators. Achieving success in their cultivation was no simple feat. Historically, those who fully realized their 5 elemental roots were exceedingly rare. Upon the high platform, the master of Xian Shui sat like a sculpture of white jade, her moon-white robe cascading like a gentle light, dark hair flowing down her waist. Her beauty was transcendent, evoking feelings of inadequacy in those who beheld her, leaving no room for any impure thoughts. She favored tranquility and had not taken a disciple in a millennium, seemingly indifferent to the commotion within the hall. Suddenly, the master of Xian Shui's long lashes fluttered imperceptibly, as a familiar voice echoed in her ear, infused with affection and innocence. Sister, you are the best. There's a little fellow named Fang Che in the hall, possessing exceptional 5 elemental roots, and he resonates deeply with my temperament. Dear sister, would you kindly accept him on my behalf? I implore you, for the next 100 years. No, for 1,000 years, I shall personally brew your favorite 9-essence tranquility dew tea every day, and I will not go back on my word. Please, do not let it be taken by others. A barely perceptible smile graced the lips of the master of Xian Shui. Her countenance, usually cold and detached, softened for a fleeting moment. Her sister, the seemingly ethereal and astute Master Yunlan, revealed a more playful side only in her presence. However, Yunlan had always held lofty standards, and her decision to employ secretive methods to communicate within the hall was unprecedented. Without a flicker of her gaze, Master Xian Shui's consciousness flowed like formless water, silently sweeping across the disciples below, quickly honing in on a slender youth standing slightly further back. The boy bore a youthful countenance, yet his expression was serene, his eyes radiating clarity and warmth. Standing still, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his aura was exceedingly restrained. His calm demeanor and innate spiritual resonance undoubtedly explained his sister's admiration. A flicker of interest stirred within the master of Xian Shui. At this moment, the master of the Burning Silence Peak had chosen an exceptional young man with a fire spirit root, while the master of the Sharp Gold Peak had selected a remarkable young woman with a gold spirit root. The master of the Heavenly Shift Peak cast several fleeting glances towards the direction of Fang Che, as if sensing something, and momentarily fell into contemplation. Just as he was about to speak, the master of the Mystic Water Peak, who had remained silent and was nearly regarded as a mere backdrop by the others, suddenly lifted her gaze. Her eyes, cold and clear, were directed towards the back of the platform, and her voice, though soft, resonated powerfully, eclipsing all other subtle sounds within the hall and clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Fang Ke, Fang Ke, engrossed in his thoughts and analyzing the characteristics of each peak, was taken aback by her words, feeling somewhat surprised. He quickly composed himself, stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and replied with a steady voice, "Disciple is present. Are you willing to join my Mystic Water Peak for cultivation?" The master of the Mystic Water Peak spoke in a calm tone, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance. Fang Che's heart jolted, and he looked up in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this most ethereal master would take him as her disciple. A swift array of thoughts about the Mystic Water Peak flashed through his mind. The highest virtue resembles water. Water benefits all things without contention. Water is both soft and firm. It is humble, yet can contain all. It nourishes all beings, cleanses impurities, adapts to shapes and circumstances, yet penetrates all things. With his possession of the 5 elements spirit root, which required balance and inclusiveness, the Mystic Water Peak might indeed be the most suitable for him. Moreover, he had little choice. The Peak Master had spoken directly, leaving no room for refusal. In the brief span of a breath, myriad thoughts whirled in Fang Che's mind. "I am willing," he declared, taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within his heart. The master of the Mystic Water Peak gave a slight nod, saying nothing further. A stream of clear light emerged, gently enveloping Fang Che and bringing him to her side. This act signified that his allegiance had been firmly established. A profound silence enveloped the hall as the master of the thick earth peak stroked his chin in contemplation, while the other peak masters and even the esteemed Taoist Hung cast several glances at Fang Che, each lost in their own thoughts. The revered master of the Mystic Water Peak, serene as the moon, had chosen a young man with merely a top-tier 5 elements spirit root. What extraordinary qualities did he possess to warrant such an exception? Outside the hall, Taoist Yunlan, having received a response, wore a deeper smile in her eyes. Chapter 7. The initial experience of the flying sword. The hall doors slowly opened, and the moonlight poured in like a tide, washing over the jade steps. As Fang Che stepped half a pace behind the master of the Mystic Water Peak, he could distinctly feel several gazes converging upon him from outside the hall. His expression remained composed as he followed the tranquil figure ahead into the moonlight. The master of the Mystic Water Peak did not linger, proceeding northward, while Fang Che followed closely, distancing himself from the subtle murmurings that began to rise behind him. Taoist Zile glared at Taoist Yunlan, with faint flashes of lightning flickering around him, his breath becoming noticeably heavier. At this point, he could no longer deny that he had been outmaneuvered by this seemingly harmless junior sister from beginning to end. Taoist Xueming shook his head with a wry smile. "Indeed, she possesses an astute mind." "Much appreciated," Taoist Yunlan responded, meeting the intense gazes of her 2 senior brothers with a playful smile, revealing a hint of her tiger-like teeth. The 2 figures vanished into a corridor by the water, where the sound of the stream flowed gently, especially clear in the stillness of the night. Earlier in the hall, there were a few words I needed to clarify with you. The cool voice suddenly resonated. Fang Che looked up to see that the master of the mystic water peak had halted and turned around. She stood at the edge of the corridor, beside a shallow stream that meandered along the mountainside. The moonlight shattered upon the water's surface, transforming into countless silver scales, cascading softly onto her moon-white robe. In that moment, she appeared not merely as a figure by the water's edge, but rather as a reflection of the moon emerged from the depths of the stream. "I am not your master." The Lord of Xianshui Peak paused, her eyes illuminated by the moonlight, reflecting the slightly dazed countenance of Fang Che. "Today I choose you, not for myself, but on behalf of my junior sister, Yunlan, who shall be your true master." The sound of the stream flowed gently, and the moonlight danced. "Do you feel any disappointment?" Fang Che understood. The Lord of Xianshui Peak, seemingly as cold as the moon, had unexpectedly chosen to accept him as a disciple, revealing the reason behind her decision. He collected his thoughts, bowed deeply, and with utmost sincerity expressed, "The Lord and my master have deemed me worthy of such consideration, which speaks volumes of their regard. I am deeply grateful and harbor no disappointment." The Lord of Xianshui Peak remained silent for a moment, her cool gaze shifting toward the babbling stream outside the corridor, her tone imbued with a barely perceptible warmth. "This is for you." She gracefully raised her delicate hand, and a finely crafted ice-blue jade vial floated before Fang Che. The vial, translucent and enshrouded in a chilling mist, seemed to invigorate the ethereal water spirit energy in the surrounding air. "This is the Xianshui Spirit Pill, crafted from millennium water essence found in the depths of the extreme North Xian ice, combined with dozens of auxiliary herbs, refined through the chilling essence of the Earth's veins. This pill will aid you in stabilizing the circulation of the 5 elements and mitigate the dangers of energy conflicts." Before her words could fully settle, she transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, merging seamlessly into the moonlit stream's melody, as if she had never existed. "Thank you, Lord, for the gift of the pill." Fang Che bowed solemnly to the emptiness. He had not anticipated that this moonlight-like, aloof figure would consider him so thoroughly, preparing such a fitting and precious elixir. As for changing masters, Fang Che paid it little mind, aside from his initial acquaintance with the Lord of Xianshui Peak. He surmised that the yet-to-be-met master, who had inspired such diligence from the Lord, must be quite extraordinary. "Little 13, a gentle voice called from behind. Fang Che turned to see a gracefully attired female cultivator smiling at him from the corridor, her demeanor elegant and refined. A slight stir of emotion welled within Fang Che. Surely, this was his yet unseen master, the real person Yunlan. With her crescent-shaped eyes and crescent smile, she was the antithesis of the Lord of Xianshui Peak's tranquil demeanor. Pretending to count on her fingers, she exclaimed, "You are my 13th disciple. Henceforth, I shall call you Little 13. Little 13, she called again, her voice like a gentle spring striking stone, imbued with mirth. "Come here, let me have a look." Fang Che complied, stepping forward respectfully. Disciple Fang Che pays respect to master. "Oh, there's no need for such formality." The real person Yunlan waved her hand dismissively, advancing a couple of steps. Her eyes sparkled with deeper delight. Very good, very good. Your foundation is solid, and your temperament is calm. More importantly," she paused, a hint of her tiger tooth visible by her lips. "You are quite handsome. Indeed, no wonder I chose you at first glance." "Your praise is too much, master." Fang Che lowered his gaze. Yet he sensed an unexpected contrast in his new master-esque character, which seemed at odds with her ethereal and refined exterior. "This is not mere flattery." The real person Yunlan replied with a gentle smile. She then elegantly raised her slender hand, and a flying sword, shimmering with a faint azure glow, hovered beside her. With a light step, she beckoned Fang Che closer. "Do you know, it took considerable effort for me to bring you here," the master said. Fang Che paused momentarily, casting a puzzled glance. The esteemed Yunlan chuckled with increasing delight, stating, "Thanks to you, I have 2 Tai Ching pills for my 2 senior brothers." As she spoke, she elegantly revealed a pill the size of a longan, radiating a faint glow and fragrant aroma, which she promptly placed into Fang Che's hand without further ado. "Here, this is for you." Consider it a modest gift for our meeting, while the formalities of apprenticeship remain pending." With that, her flying sword emitted a melodious chime, transforming suddenly into a stream of azure light, slicing through the clouds and plunging into the vast night sky. Fang Che, standing behind Yunlan, felt the night wind howling, causing his robes to billow. Experiencing such heights for the first time, riding the winds, the novelty and exhilaration of being airborne caused him to unconsciously slow his breath. "Steady now, little 13, Yunlan's voice, laced with mirth, floated back to him. "If you feel frightened, it is perfectly acceptable to hold on to your master." Fang Che pressed his lips together, stabilizing his form, his hands obediently at his sides, his voice muffled by the wind. "Disciple is not afraid." "Really?" Yunlan suddenly chuckled lightly, and without warning, her flying sword dipped slightly, then gracefully leaped upward like a fish, tracing a gentle arc. The momentary sensation of weightlessness caused Fang Che to wobble, but he quickly regained his balance. "Quite steady." Yunlan seemed amused, and the flying sword began to maneuver less smoothly, occasionally tilting and diving slightly. She discreetly observed Fang Che's every move, noting his determined efforts to maintain balance. His small face taut, lips pressed into a line, revealing a slight struggle, yet no sign of panic. Yunlan's eyes twinkled with mischief, and she playfully commanded the flying sword to soar sharply into a thick sea of clouds. Instantly, they were enveloped in a white haze, the chilly moisture enveloping Fang Che's hair and robes. "Master!" Fang Che could no longer contain himself, his voice fragmented by the wind. "Must we fly like this? Is it not enjoyable?" The sword continued to weave through the clouds, while Yunlan remained steadfast. Leaning closer, her eyes sparkled with playful cunning. "Do you see these clouds? Do they not resemble cotton candy from the mortal realm? Would you not like to touch them?" With that, she actually reached out, grasping a cool, damp wisp of cloud, gently brushing it against Fang Che's cheek. The icy, moist sensation against his skin prompted him to blink instinctively, and he gazed at Yunlan's exquisitely beautiful face, adorned with a teasing smile. A newfound understanding of her began to blossom within him, gradually dissolving the barriers of hesitation and restraint. His master, indeed, retained a childlike spirit, her demeanor exuberant. Fang Che felt somewhat exasperated and replied softly, "Master, I am 9 years old this year, not a mere child." Upon hearing this, Yunlan's eyes curved into crescent moons, and she deliberately elongated her tone. "Ah, so our little 13 is already 9 years old." She straightened up, nodding earnestly. "I previously thought you were 90. Otherwise, how could you be so mature?" Momentarily at a loss for words, Fang Che silently averted his gaze, looking down at the rolling sea of clouds beneath them. "Am I to inform you that the souls of 2 lifetimes have merged, and I have nearly reached my 30th year? In terms of age, perhaps I could be considered your equal." He subconsciously cast a glance at the profile of Master Yunlan, who appeared remarkably ethereal and exquisite under the moonlight. "Very well." Fang Che silently retracted his earlier comparison. In this realm of cultivation, those with profound skills enjoy extended lifespans. Master Yunlan, as a nascent soul practitioner, has likely surpassed several centuries in age. In his previous life, he would have undoubtedly been considered an ancestor. Chapter 8. Listening bamboo pavilion, the night breeze caressed his collar, imbued with the moisture and coolness of the clouds. The flying sword sliced through the final wisp of mist, revealing the outline of Xianshui Peak, which was not a steep, solitary crag, but rather a collection of several mountains encircling one another. At the summit of the main peak, instead of the familiar sight of glistening white snow from Fang Che's past life, lay a vast expanse of bamboo forest. As the night breeze swept through, the dark green waves surged in layers, the rustling sound akin to a gentle rain, harmonizing with the perennial murmurs of water flowing between the peaks. As Fang Che gazed into the distance, the voice of Master Yunlan emerged from ahead, leading him to the secluded place where Xiao Shisan would engage in future cultivation. The flying sword gently descended, and the two walked along the stream. With moonlight spilling onto the mountain path, casting dancing shadows of bamboo on either side. Fang Che's gaze fell upon the moist moss on the stone steps. Droplets hanging from the eaves, and the distant mountain gorge shrouded in a hazy mist under the moonlight. Water was omnipresent, yet not tumultuous. It silently nourished every bamboo leaf and stone. Even the breeze that brushed against his face carried a refreshing coolness. Xianshui Peak is perpetually enveloped in mist, thus imbuing the spiritual energy with a nurturing essence, greatly beneficial for cultivating the spirit and calming the mind. Master Yunlan moved with grace, her voice blending with the surrounding water's melody. As they ventured deeper into the bamboo grove, a tranquil courtyard came into view. A simple wooden plaque hung at the entrance, inscribed with the words "Listening Bamboo Pavilion." The characters slender and flowing, reminiscent of bamboo branches drooping gently. Master Yunlan stood before the courtyard, a smile dancing in her eyes. "We have arrived. This is the abode of Xiao Shi-san. Is it to your liking?" Fang Che looked up and beheld 3 quiet chambers nestled among the bamboo shadows, with a clear spring in the courtyard reflecting the moonlight, shimmering with glimmers. The serene ambience was delightful, and he felt immense joy as a disciple. She led Fang Che into the courtyard, gesturing towards the spring. This spring connects to a branch of the spiritual vein within the peak, its water pure and invigorating, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Master Yunlan produced a jade token. "Xiao Shi-san, this is your identity plaque." With a flick of her fingers, Fang Che felt a subtle chill at his brow as a faint trace of his spiritual essence was drawn forth and embedded within the jade. Before he could fully comprehend, he noticed a flicker of ethereal blue flame illuminating within the token. The rhythm of its flickering gradually began to resonate with the beat of his own heart, evoking an extraordinary sensation as if this jade plaque had become an extension of his being. "I have ignited a soul lamp for you. This lamp is guided by your spiritual essence and will also reflect within the peak." Master Yunlan gently placed the jade token into Fang Che's palm, her fingertips inadvertently grazing his wrist, leaving a fleeting, cool sensation. "Should you encounter peril, the flame will flicker, and all teachers within the peak will be able to sense it. With this token, you may come and go freely from the listening bamboo pavilion, controlling the prohibitions here. From this moment forth, this courtyard shall belong solely to you." As the conversation reached this point, Master Yunlan suddenly leaned forward, the moonlight reflecting a playful glimmer in her eyes, tinged with a hint of mischief. Little 13, having just arrived at this vast Tingzhu pavilion and residing here alone, do you not find it rather desolate? Shall I, perhaps, share with you tales of Xianshui Peak tonight? She lowered her voice deliberately and paused. For instance, the great serpent that slumbers in the cold pool of the rear mountain for 3 millennia, or the white silhouette that emerges in the depths of the bamboo sea every full moon. Grateful for the master's kindness, Fang Che stepped back slightly, bowing respectfully. "I appreciate your offer, master, but having just entered the mountain today, I wish to familiarize myself with my surroundings alone." Observing his youthful, earnest expression, Yunlan could not help but chuckle. "Very well, I underestimated your courage, little 13. Consider yourself spared for tonight." As she turned to leave the courtyard, her delicate figure poised to vanish into the swaying shadows of the bamboo, she glanced back with a light laugh. "However, do not think those stories were mere fabrications to frighten you. Should you find yourself afraid one night, feel free to seek me out." With those words, Master Yunlan's figure transformed into a wisp of breeze, melding into the boundless rustling of bamboo. Fang Che stood alone in the courtyard, exhaling softly after a while. He gazed at the smooth jade token in his hand, then directed his gaze towards the direction where Master Yunlan had disappeared, a wry smile gracing his lips. The sound of bamboo rustling like water filled the night, serenading him. Before dawn broke, Fang Che had risen, and as he opened the door, the crisp morning breeze enveloped him, carrying the lingering essence of the night's moisture. He inhaled deeply. The air of Xianshui Peak felt particularly refreshing, as if cleansing his very soul. With dawn approaching, he set about tidying the courtyard. He found a long broom made of bamboo twigs in a corner of his quiet room. It was light yet sturdy, and remarkably untainted, its origins unknown. The sound of the broom gliding across the stone slabs resonated distinctly in the tranquil morning. Fang Che swept meticulously, clearing away everything from beneath the eaves to the spring's edge, even the scattered bamboo leaves that had fallen between the stones the previous night. After tidying up the courtyard, he approached the spring, cupping his hands to gather the crisp, pure water. The water felt icy to the touch, rich with spiritual energy. After just a sip, Fang Che felt his mind clear. Just as he was savoring this clarity, the sound of measured footsteps approached from the bamboo path outside the courtyard. Pausing in his actions, he rose to look. Through the shadows of the bamboo, a tall figure gradually neared. The newcomer donned a plain blue robe and wore a jade token similar to his own at his waist, though it glimmered with a more subdued sheen. He appeared to be about 20 years of age, with a composed demeanor and serene features. As he walked, the fabric of his garments brushed against the grass, yet left no trace upon it, indicating his considerable cultivation. Stopping a few paces from the courtyard entrance, his gentle gaze fell upon Fang Che. "Are you perhaps the junior brother Fang Che?" His voice was clear, neither too high nor too low. "I am Shen Qingyan, the third disciple under Master Yunlan." Fang Che returned the courtesy. "Greetings, third senior brother." Shen Qingyan smiled and nodded, raising a hand in a gesture of modesty. "There is no need for such formalities, junior brother. As you are new here, I hope you're finding your way around." Although Tingzhu Pavilion seems secluded, the spiritual energy is pure and most conducive to tranquil cultivation. His sincerity was palpable, and Fang Che sensed a genuine concern beneath the surface of politeness, warming his heart. "In response to your inquiry, third senior brother, this place is indeed delightful," he replied. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Che voiced the questions that had been swirling in his mind throughout the night. The previous evening, his master had brought his junior disciple to this place, yet no discussion regarding the methods of cultivation had taken place. He pondered whether the technique for guiding qi and establishing a foundation was something his junior disciple needed to seek out in the scripture pavilion, or if his master had other arrangements in mind. Although the esteemed Yunlan had not imparted any cultivation methods to him, leaving him somewhat perplexed, he felt it must be contained within the confines of the room. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyan's face illuminated with a knowing smile. "It is commendable that you are diligent and inquisitive, junior brother. Since you have inquired, I shall share a few insights with you," he said in a soothing tone. "As cultivators, our path is long and arduous. Yet every grand edifice begins from the ground up. The initial three realms form the very foundation: qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. The qi refinement stage marks the beginning of our inquiry into the Tao, divided into 9 levels. This stage emphasizes the sensation of the heavenly and earthly spiritual energies, drawing them into the body, circulating through the meridians, and transforming external spiritual energy into personal magical power, akin to streams flowing into the ocean of qi in the Dantian. Once one has perfected the qi refinement stage, with the Dantian brimming with energy, one may attempt foundation establishment. Foundation establishment is the bedrock of the great Tao. It requires one to condense and compress the internal spiritual energy into liquid true essence, sinking it into the Dantian to construct a platform for the Tao. At this juncture, Shen Qingyan paused momentarily and candidly remarked, "To be honest, junior brother, I am also at this stage." His demeanor grew solemn as he gazed toward the heavens, exuding an air of gravity as he continued. "Once the foundation is successfully established, one may aspire toward the golden core pathway. The golden core represents the quintessence of life and cultivation, and those who reach this realm may extend their lifespan to 500 years. Only upon entering the golden core stage can one truly claim to have embarked on the righteous path of seeking immortality and glimpsing the laws of heaven and earth." Shen Qingyan turned his gentle gaze toward Fang Che and said, "As for the method of entry you inquired about, the sect has long made thorough considerations. New disciples, being youthful and with nascent spiritual roots, possess hearts akin to unrefined jade awaiting polishing. Thus, The sect has established a rule that all disciples must attend evening classes until they reach the late stages of qi refinement. From today onward, at the hour of the rooster, you must come to the Ta Ching Palace to study alongside the other newly admitted disciples. During these evening classes, there will be senior disciples imparting the Shang, Qing, Qi guiding technique and essential points of cultivation, as well as nurturing your character and discerning the path of the Tao. Only through this can disciples uphold the reputation of their masters and maintain the dignity of the sect. Now it is clear, Fang Che responded, his confusion dissipating as he bowed in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for illuminating my path. With just a few words, Shun Qingyan allowed Fang Che to glimpse a mere fraction of the grand celestial sect's grandeur. The philosophy behind nurturing the younger generation emphasizes both internal and external refinement, fostering a righteous and pure atmosphere. The rigorous and profound considerations in disciplining disciples are truly admirable, revealing why such a sect could endure for nearly 6 million years. Such is merely part of my duties. Shun Qingyan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard, where the stone steps were pristine and immaculate, evidently having been swept clean. His eyes gradually returned to Fang Che, taking in the sight of the young boy, merely 9 years of age, yet already exhibiting a graceful stature. His features were exquisitely defined, with dark hair simply tied up with a bamboo clasp, while a few strands danced lightly across his porcelain-like cheeks. Dressed in a moon-white robe, his slender form resembled that of a bamboo, standing quietly by the spring. Though still youthful, he exuded an ethereal grace, and despite his small stature, there was an unmistakable elegance and poise about him. This young man is diligent and disciplined, possessing an extraordinary spirit and a rare affinity for the 5 elemental roots. His exceptional talent is undeniable, which explains why the master, after a long period of not accepting disciples, would take him under his wing and personally arrange for him to reside in the listening bamboo pavilion. A sense of fondness blossomed within Shun Qingyan, and his eyes gleamed with approval as he softly praised, "Junior brother, your diligence and inner elegance, coupled with your commendable disposition, promise a bright future in the cultivation of the Tao." In Chapter 9, the third senior brother, Fang Che, felt his ears flush at such sincere commendation. He slightly bowed and replied, "Senior brother, you flatter me. As a newcomer, I can only diligently practice without respite to live up to the master's high expectations in this fortunate opportunity." Shun Qingyan's smile deepened. This young man's innate qualities and character were indeed exceptional, yet he remained humble and composed, a rare trait indeed. Indeed, Shun Qingyan nodded, then retrieved an object from his sleeve, a palm-sized, pristine white jade slip. This is a map of Xianshui Peak and some essential locations within the sect. As you are new here, this will save you considerable effort. Simply channel a small amount of spiritual energy into it to access the information. Once you learn the guidance method this evening, you will be able to use it. Thank you, senior brother. Fang Che accepted it with both hands, feeling its coolness and substantial weight. Though the listening bamboo pavilion is simple, it is well stocked with new and dust-free items in the cabinets for daily use, which you may freely utilize. Should you lack anything in the future or have any uncertainties regarding your cultivation, you may find me at the secluded residence on the eastern side of the Lin Hai. Having given his instructions, Shun Qingyan noticed Fang Che had secured the jade slip and glanced at the sky. He spoke gently, while cultivators do not place great importance on indulgence. The consumption of spiritual plants and nourishment greatly benefits both the body and the enhancement of spiritual energy. Though the fasting pill can stave off hunger, it is ultimately a temporary solution, containing minimal spiritual energy, merely sustaining life without aiding the nourishment of meridians or solidifying foundations. In our practice, we emphasize the consumption of celestial essences and the essence of the earth to nurture ourselves. Especially since you have yet to draw in energy, it is vital to solidify your foundations. Do not be tempted by convenience at the expense of substance. The timing is perfect today. Allow me to guide you to the dining hall, so you may familiarize yourself with the path for future visits. It is gracious of you to lead the way. Senior brother, Fang querido complied. Follow me, Shun Qingyan said with a slight smile, turning to lead the way. The two departed the listening bamboo pavilion, not taking the main path down the mountain, but instead veering onto a narrower stone path on the other side of the bamboo forest. This path, hidden within the bamboo sea, was particularly tranquil, with streams branching along the way, their gentle sounds harmonizing with the rustling of the bamboo. This was a shortcut to the dining hall of Xianshui Peak. Though a bit rugged, the scenery was splendid and free from disturbances. Shun Qingyan walked leisurely, explaining. The dining hall supplies dishes from all peaks, with ingredients sourced from the spiritual fields and medicinal gardens of each peak or the rear mountains. Managed and prepared by disciples specializing in this area. Our Xianshui Peak, blessed with abundant water spirits, is known for its unique offerings such as ethereal bamboo shoots, azure rice, and silver fish from the cold pond, all rich in spiritual energy and quite popular. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the bamboo thicket began to thin, and the terrain gradually sloped, revealing a broad, gentle hillside. Atop the slope stood several ancient, spacious wooden halls built against the mountainside. Though not as imposing as the Xianqing Hall, they exuded an aura of tranquility and elegance, with dried bundles of spiritual herbs hanging from the eaves, releasing a faint medicinal fragrance. At this moment, mealtime was upon them, and numerous disciples clad in simple white robes moved gracefully in and out, creating an atmosphere of tranquility devoid of any clamor. Shun Qingyan and Fang Che stepped into the dining hall at a leisurely pace. Though their entrance was subtle, it still captured considerable attention. As a direct disciple of Elder Yunlan, Shun Qingyan possessed remarkable cultivation and demeanor, standing out among the younger generation, and held significant esteem within Xianshui Peak and the sect at large. Noticing a rather unfamiliar youth accompanying him, dressed in the distinctive robes of a direct disciple, the onlookers quickly discerned that this must be Elder Yunlan's newly accepted apprentice. A few inner disciples nearby rose to pay their respects, greeting Shun Shixiao. After the formalities, their gazes naturally shifted towards Fang Che. A slightly older disciple hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Shun Shixiao, may I ask who this esteemed brother is? This is Fang Che, my junior brother, a recent addition to our master's fold. Shun Qingyan replied, clearly confirming their assumptions. The disciple promptly clasped his fists towards Fang Che, his demeanor earnest as he said, ah, so it is Shixiao Fang. Congratulations on joining Elder Yunlan's tutelage. I look forward to your guidance as we cultivate together at Xianshui Peak. The term Shixiao momentarily took Fang Che aback, at merely 9 years of age. He appeared significantly younger than the disciple addressing him, who was treating him with the respect typically reserved for seniority. This stood in stark contrast to the tales he had read in web novels during his previous life, where newcomers often faced ridicule and bullying. Observing this, Shun Qingyan's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly remarked, since you have entered our master's domain, among the peers at Xianshui Peak, you are indeed considered a Shixiao. It is customary. You shall soon grow accustomed to it. The disciple, with a kind tone, elaborated, as Shixiao is new here. It is understandable if you are still getting used to things. In our path of cultivation, time stretches infinitely, and we may seclude ourselves for decades. Among peers, we are addressed according to the order of our entry and lineage. As you are a disciple of Elder Yunlan, your status is indeed distinguished, and thus, you rightfully deserve this title of Shixiao. Upon hearing this, Fang Che felt a sudden clarity wash over him. He understood that this place transcended the mundane world. In the realm of cultivation, where lifespans are extended, one could not measure age through ordinary perceptions. Straightening his demeanor, although slightly awkward due to his youth, he spoke with composure and clarity. Esteemed Shixiaos, I appreciate your kindness. As I have just entered the sect, I remain somewhat naive regarding the various customs and protocols. Should I err in my conduct in the future, I hope you will not hesitate to offer your guidance. Another astute disciple chimed in with a smile. Guidance is unnecessary. Shixiao Fang, as you traverse the peak, feel free to approach us with any uncertainties. After the greetings had settled, Shun Qingyan seized the moment to interject. Since Shitty has just arrived, he still needs to familiarize himself with his surroundings, so I shall not delay your meal any further." The disciples, understanding the cue, dispersed, yet not without casting furtive glances at the new direct disciple. This Fang, though youthful, possessed a remarkable composure. After all, he was of elder Yunlan's lineage, appearing quite sensible. And perhaps in the future, they might find him approachable for counsel. The dining hall was spacious and bright, adorned with numerous wooden tables. On one side, a long wooden counter was set up, behind which wisps of smoke curled upward as several disciples busied themselves. Upon seeing Shun Qingyan leading Fang Che over, one disciple, evidently in charge of the affairs there, brightened up, his attitude respectful yet familiar. "Shun Xixiang, you have arrived." This must be the esteemed Fang, newly accepted by Elder Yunlan, correct? With that, he bowed to Fang Che, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Shun Qingyan nodded, then spoke to Fang Che. "The standard spiritual meals provided within the sect do not require the expenditure of contribution points or spirit stones. However, should you wish to indulge in rarer delicacies, ones that greatly benefit specific cultivation levels, you must exchange them for contribution points earned through completed tasks or spirit stones." Fang Che selected a few dishes of interest and found a quiet corner to sit with Shun Qingyan. He took a bite of the stir-fried jade bamboo shoots, savoring their crisp sweetness, with a subtle fragrance of the forest wafting through his palate. The taste bore resemblance to the bamboo shoots from his previous life, yet was entirely distinct, exuding an extraordinary clarity. What a marvelous flavor! Fang Che could not help but murmur in admiration. He then sampled the silver fish, feeling a gentle coolness glide down his throat, which soon transformed into a faint warmth spreading through his chest and abdomen. He pondered what differentiations the more precious spiritual meals might possess. Upon reflection, Shun Qingyan seemed to choose his words carefully. The ingredients of those spiritual meals may include older spiritual herbs or meat from beasts imbued with pure spiritual energy, often prepared using special techniques that lock in or even enhance the spiritual essence. The effects of a single meal may rival several days of arduous cultivation. His tone shifted slightly, becoming gentle yet serious, as he continued, "It is not that I am being stingy, but as you have yet to channel spiritual energy into your body and your meridians remain unrefined, such spiritual meals would not nourish you. Rather, they could be akin to a rampaging flood. For example, this soup is made from ordinary silver fish that have yet to awaken spiritual consciousness, merely tainted by the waters of a cold pond. Its spiritual essence is mild and sparse, suitable for nourishing your physique. However, if we were to substitute it with the mysterious scaled silver fish, which thrives in the depths of the cold pond and possesses some icy spiritual characteristics, the frigid energy within its flesh would not only be indigestible for you at this moment, but could also invade your meridians and damage your foundation." Upon hearing this, Fang Che understood and nodded, saying, "I shall heed your guidance, senior brother." The two then fell into a comfortable silence as the dining hall grew increasingly empty, with only a few disciples lingering to savor their meals or engage in soft conversations. On their way back, they opted for a more frequented stone path rather than the secluded route they had taken earlier. Occasionally, they encountered other disciples, exchanging nods of acknowledgement in a harmonious atmosphere. "By the way," Shun Qingyan said, walking at a leisurely pace and turning his head toward Fang Che at the 7/4 of the hour of the monkey today, "a disciple from the Hall of Deacons will come to guide you to evening lessons. Once you return, take some time to calm your mind and rest in preparation for the evening." After a moment, as if recalling something, he retrieved an object from the azure storage pouch hanging at his waist. It was a jade pendant, roughly the size of half palm, with a deep green hue bordering on black. This object was not a precious artifact, but wearing it was said to soothe the spirit and clear the mind, potentially alleviating some of your burdens. He looked at Fang Che with a serene gaze, saying, "Consider this a token of our first meeting, and please accept it." "Thank you, senior brother." Fang Che was momentarily taken aback, warmth surging within him. He did not decline, reaching out to accept the jade pendant, feeling its cool, calming touch against his skin. Seeing Fang Che accept the pendant, Shun Qingyin's smile deepened, radiating warmth as he said, "Let us conclude our meeting for today. Rest well, and when time permits, I shall come to speak with you again." With that, he gently flicked his sleeve and turned to step into the bamboo grove. "Farewell, senior brother." Upon returning to the listening bamboo pavilion, Fang Che seated himself at the desk, retrieving a plain white jade tablet from his bosom and placing it in the palm of his hand for scrutiny. His elder brother had mentioned that this object required spiritual energy to activate. Though he currently lacked such power, he could still discern the cool, tranquil texture beneath his fingertips, hinting at the universe's profundities. After observing it for a while, he carefully stowed the jade tablet away and proceeded to take out the deep green jade pendant gifted by his elder brother. In his grasp, the pendant exuded a gentle coolness that seeped into his skin, and within its dark azure depths, ripples seemed to flow, while the cloud-like patterns at its center appeared to shift slowly under his gaze, as if animated. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Fang Che, leading him to suspect that this pendant might hold significance beyond mere tranquility. Chapter 10. The Celestial Crane at the 7th watch of the Hour of the Monkey. A faint rustling sound suddenly wafted in from outside the window, akin to wings brushing against the bamboo treetops. Fang Che raised his eyes to behold an elegant white figure quietly poised upon the bluestone in the courtyard, a red-crowned crane. The crane slightly parted its long beak, and a melodic female voice resonated in his ear by the decree of the elder in charge. "I am here to escort the newly initiated disciple Fang Che to the Taichin Palace. Please follow me." A sense of solemnity washed over Fang Che, though he masked his astonishment, rising to adjust his robe and bowing respectfully to the crane. "I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder." In his previous life, whenever he perused ancient texts recounting tales of riding cranes through the void and the guiding of the azure wand, he was always filled with longing. Little did he expect to experience such a moment firsthand today. Just as he was lost in thought, the crane's beak darted forward with precision, grasping the collar of his garment at the nape of his neck. In the next instant, the world spun around him. Before he could gather his thoughts, he found himself lifted into the air, his feet dangling as he hung suspended amidst the sea of clouds. The crane soared gracefully, its demeanor serene, as though it were carrying not a living being, but a mere dried fish. "Esteemed elder?" Fang Che managed to utter, catching a glimpse of the swiftly diminishing bamboo grove below, the rushing wind howling into his mouth. "A bit faster, if you please." The crane's voice was calm, even imbued with a hint of leisure. Fang Che closed his mouth, striving to remain composed, attempting to relax his body as the crane glided him through the clouds. However, soon enough, astonishment was supplanted by another emotion. His vision expanded to unprecedented horizons. Mountains lay sprawled beneath him like slumbering beasts, and the wind rushed past his ears. Though his posture lacked elegance, a sense of exhilaration, akin to riding the wind and traversing the void, surged within him. Just as he acclimatized to this unique mode of transport, his peripheral vision caught sight of a scene to the side ahead. Several cranes were gracefully flying by, their movements fluid like flowing clouds. Upon each crane's back sat a youth clad in moon-white robes, presumably fellow newly initiated disciples of the same cohort. One crane flew closer, atop which stood a tall figure whose face bore an air of familiarity. It was Su Ling, the very one who had passed the selection alongside him. Su Ling seemed to sense the commotion, first blinking in confusion. Upon realizing that Fang Che was being carried by the crane, his expression shifted to one of shock. He then abruptly turned his head away, the corner of his mouth twitching suspiciously as if eager to distance himself. Fang Che could even faintly hear the suppressed laughter of two young maidens seated upon another crane nearby. At that very moment, a flock of celestial cranes approached, reminiscent of a disciplined procession from the Hall of Justice, their wings forming a seamless expanse. Upon each crane's back perched a disciple, each one standing tall, their expression solemn. As they passed in perfect synchronization beside Fang Che, the previously unwavering gazes turned in unison towards him. Fang Che felt a faint flush creep across his cheeks. akin to a fish lifted by a fishing rod. Senior, he couldn't help but speak again, his voice somewhat wavering in the breeze. Might we not consider an alternative approach? The crane paused momentarily, its voice calm and unperturbed. This method is the most efficient and secure. Where lies the security? And what defines its efficiency? He found himself at a loss for words, casting a glance towards the increasingly imposing Tai Palace below, along with the growing throng in the square before it, and ultimately surrendered to his fate. Fang Che could only console himself inwardly, deeming this experience uniquely remarkable, as he endeavored to fortify his mental state. The crane executed a graceful dive towards the white jade square before the Tai Palace. As the descent slowed and altitude diminished, the crane landed with steady feet and promptly released Fang Che from its beak. He stumbled slightly upon landing, momentarily disregarding his disheveled appearance, instinctively looking ahead. Before the majestic Tai Palace stood several distinguished figures resembling mentors, accompanied by numerous young disciples. At that moment, every gaze seemed to converge upon him, as if the air itself had solidified. Fang Che exhaled softly, suppressing his embarrassment, striving to restore his composure. He bowed deeply to the assembled crowd on the steps. "I am Fang Che, the newly initiated disciple, here by command." His voice was steady, as if nothing amiss had occurred. Yet, the faintly reddened tips of his ears betrayed his unease. The silence in the white jade square lasted but a brief instant. The elder in a purple robe, with a refined visage, momentarily narrowed his gaze upon Fang Che before sweeping his eyes over the seemingly indifferent crane grooming its feathers. A fleeting glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Silence," the purple-robed elder intoned, his voice resonating clearly across every corner of the square. "The new disciple has arrived. Each hall shall take its charge." No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged cultivator dressed in a black robe, his demeanor stern, stepped forward, holding an unknown jade scroll. He proclaimed loudly, "I shall now call forth the names. Those whose names are mentioned, follow me to the Lingyun Hall of Tai Palace, where the elder will impart the foundational teachings of the Tao." As the names were announced, those called forth were all young disciples clad in plain white robes embroidered with cloud patterns, each a newly initiated inner sect disciple. Soon, the remaining assembly, including Fang Che, numbered scarcely 100, all of whom had participated in the disciple recruitment ceremony at the Shinkong Hall. A female cultivator, donned in a moon-white flowing robe and exuding a warm, jade-like temperament, stepped forward gracefully. Without holding a scroll, she glanced gently over the remaining new disciples, nodded slightly, and spoke in a soft yet clear voice, "The rest of you, follow me to the Yunsling Hall of Tai Palace." However, just as Fang Che and the others prepared to follow the female cultivator, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Having just completed a delivery task, the ethereal crane, leisurely preening its feathers, suddenly sprang into action once more. With unerring precision, its long beak reached out and grasped the collar of Fang Che, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Fang Che's expression was one of bewilderment as he dangled in the air. The female cultivator in a moon-white robe, who was poised to lead the way, paused momentarily, her gaze flickering back in surprise. The old man in purple robes raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. All the core disciples stood frozen, their eyes collectively fixated on the crane and the hapless Fang Che it held. Even the inner disciples, who had reached the edge of the square, could not resist glancing back in astonishment. The crane seemed oblivious to the commotion, adjusting the angle of its beak to regard the moon-white robed female cultivator, its clear voice resonating once more. "I am tasked with escorting you to the Hall of Spirit Gathering." The tone was matter-of-fact, as though stating an undeniable truth. The female cultivator quickly regained her composure, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes, her lips curving into a subtle smile. "So, it is you, the guide of the white-feathered crane. In that case, all is well." She did not inquire further, but gracefully turned to proceed, saying, "Everyone, follow me. White Feather, you may accompany us." The crane, White Feather, nodded gently, continuing to carry Fang Che in its beak, striding elegantly behind the female cultivator. Thus, A rare sight unfolded along the long path from Taiching Palace to the Hall of Spirit Gathering. A celestial figure in a flowing robe leading the way. Nearly 100 remarkable youths trailing behind, and alongside them, a magnificent crane nonchalantly bearing a youth with an expression of resigned disbelief. Chapter 11. Drawing Qi. The group arrived before a hall. This hall, though not as towering as the main hall of the previous square, exuded an ancient tranquility. Seemingly constructed entirely of warm, spiritual jade, harmoniously blending with its surroundings. A faint, ethereal glow hung beneath the eaves, where three ancient characters, rich in meaning, could be discerned above the entrance, Hall of Spirit Gathering. Upon reaching this point, White Feather finally released Fang Che. He bowed respectfully to the crane, his tone imbued with complexity. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance." Regardless of the unusual manner of transport, this venerable crane had indeed brought him here. White Feather accepted his bow with grace, nodding slightly. "It was my duty." With that, it spread its wings, transforming into a streak of white light that ascended into the clouds, vanishing from sight. Entering the hall, the female cultivator in the moon-white robe stood beside the door. Her voice succinct yet soothing, imbued with a calming power. Inside the Hall of Spirit Gathering, the ambience mirrored the ancient tranquility of the exterior while expanding into a vast and profound space. The jade-paved floor gleamed like a mirror, and the high ceilings could comfortably accommodate hundreds. The guiding female cultivator now stepped gracefully to a slightly elevated jade platform before the grand hall. "From this day forth, you shall be the disciples of my Hall of Spirit Gathering," she announced, her voice gentle. "I am Ling Jing, the steward of the hall, responsible for imparting the methods of Qi cultivation. The Hall of Spirit Gathering gathers the essence of heaven and earth, serving as an ideal place for those embarking on the path to sense spiritual energy and draw it into their bodies." Upon the jade ground, a gentle azure glow emerged, transforming into hundreds of lustrous jade cushions, each adorned with flowing patterns that resonated subtly with the abundant spiritual energy within the hall. Today, we shall first impart the supreme clarity Qi induction technique. The voice of the tranquil sage echoed once more as everyone chose a cushion to sit upon, focusing their minds to listen intently. The assembly dared not to be negligent, promptly seeking the nearest cushion to sit cross-legged. As Fang Che settled down, a wave of soft, stabilizing energy surged from his tailbone, coursing directly through his spiritual platform, instantly dispelling distracting thoughts and inducing an involuntary tranquility within his spirit. Once all were seated, the tranquil sage gracefully raised her delicate hand, a point of warm, clear light blooming from her fingertips. With an ethereal gesture, ancient and enigmatic golden characters began to materialize, connecting seamlessly to form a complete scripture. Then, with a sweep of her sleeve, the golden text transformed into hundreds of radiant streams, precisely embedding themselves into the foreheads of each disciple. Fang Che felt a cool sensation at his brow, akin to a refreshing spring flowing in, followed by a complete and vivid script of techniques being indelibly imprinted upon the depths of his consciousness, impossible to forget. In the beginning there was the Tao, and from the Qi, the primordial chaos emerged. The pure represents heaven, while the turbid signifies earth. Following the essence of the technique were specific methods of practice, pathways through the cosmos, guidance for different elemental roots, and numerous visualizations for calming the mind, all remarkably detailed. This was far from a mere collection of incantations. It constituted a comprehensive cultivation system. The supreme clarity Qi induction technique is the foundation of our sect's path to enlightenment. The tranquil sage's voice resonated steadily, clearly reaching each ear. The initiation of Qi cultivation begins with perception and guidance. Perceive the locations of the world's spiritual energies, draw them into your body, and guide them through your meridians, returning to the elixir field. Her words flowed with a rhythmic quality, causing the previously tranquil energy in the hall to surge. At this moment, there was no need for overthinking. One simply needed to close their eyes, concentrate, slow their breathing, and immerse themselves in the circulation of spiritual energy around them. Following her guidance, Fang Che closed his eyes and dispelled distracting thoughts. As he sank into profound stillness, the world around him suddenly sharpened. The spiritual energy within the hall appeared to come alive, transforming into countless ethereal sprites of varying hues, playfully chasing and frolicking, intertwining into a vibrant sea of pulsating energy. He attempted to use his mind as a guide, harmonizing his breath with the energy to resonate together. Fang Che focused his spirit, cautiously experimenting, his breathing becoming gradually deeper and more tranquil, his thoughts gently extending outward, as if each inhalation and exhalation were a dance in unison with those ethereal sprites. Gradually, he descended into a marvelous rhythm. Some of the nearby energies seemed to sense this harmonious frequency, slowing their playful antics and cautiously approaching him one after another. A sharp golden energy flickered at his fingertips. A thread of verdant vitality coiled around his wrist, and a cool, watery essence brushed past his cheek. They tentatively reached out, touching him as if drawn by a gentle melody, akin to small creatures enchanted by a soft lullaby. Just as a successful connection was about to be established, joy surged within Fang Che, and a flicker of distraction arose. The gathered energy scattered like startled birds, severing the link abruptly. His heart leapt in surprise, and he quickly recalled the admonition from his consciousness about not letting the mind scatter and maintaining focus at the center. He once again reined in his thoughts, returning to a state of tranquility. Do not rush your heart, and do not let your thoughts stray. Spiritual energy is not lifeless. It possesses its own nature. Forcing it will cause it to disperse, while yielding will allow it to gather. At this moment, the voice of the esteemed master Ling Jing resonated, as if she had perceived the condition of all her disciples. The spiritual energy began to coalesce anew. Fang Che remained steadfast at his spiritual platform, neither surprised nor delighted, adhering strictly to the essence of the incantation, gently guiding with his divine intent. This process proved far more arduous than for the average person. The incantation of the sea of consciousness indicated that possessing the 5 elemental roots necessitated the simultaneous acceptance and balancing of 5 distinctly different attributes of spiritual energy. His mind needed to be as balanced as a scale, without the slightest inclination towards one side. Sweat trickled down from his brow as Fang Che focused intently, his thoughts delicate as threads, cautiously maneuvering the 5 strands of unique spiritual energy along the path delineated by the incantation, guiding them slowly. This required an extraordinary level of concentration and control. Any disruption would result in complete failure. Time quietly slipped away amidst his focus. Beads of sweat adorned Fang Che's forehead, yet his breath grew increasingly deep and steady. Around him, one by one, disciples began to emanate a soft glow, their energies refining, their faces alight with joy as they opened their eyes. Fang Che remained oblivious to the changes around him, wholly immersed in the subtle balance of his guidance. The 5 strands of spiritual energy, akin to 5 threads of varying temperament, gradually traversed through different meridians under his patient guidance, overcoming their natural tendencies of attraction and repulsion, laboriously yet steadily converging towards the dantian. Finally, after countless minute adjustments and unwavering perseverance, the 5 strands of spiritual energy arrived at the dantian almost simultaneously. A slight tremor occurred at the dantian, followed by a gentle warmth surging forth, manifesting as a faint yet stable vortex, with 5 colors of light swirling within. The initial stage of energy cultivation was complete. Warmth instantaneously spread through his limbs, washing away fatigue. Fang Che felt a heightened clarity of mind and perception of the surrounding spiritual energy. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and a flicker of spiritual light momentarily danced in his gaze. Within the grand hall, the majority of the meditation cushions lay vacant. As the successful disciples stood quietly to the side, some displaying joy while others bowed their heads in contemplation. Only a few remained with closed eyes, still attempting the energy induction and Fang Che was nearly the last to complete the process. Master Lingjing's gaze fell upon Fang Che, lingering for a moment. She was well aware of the unique challenges presented by the 5 elemental roots in inducing energy into the body, observing that although he took the longest, his aura was solid and grounded, the nascent energy harmoniously balanced without any sense of stagnation or conflict. A trace of imperceptible approval flickered in her eyes. With today marking the initial success of energy induction, it served as an entry point. Henceforth, diligent practice was imperative, and complacency must be avoided. The initial success in energy induction had already inscribed the incantation into their sea of consciousness, allowing for continual reference and practice henceforth. This marked the beginning of their foundational path, necessitating relentless cultivation and vigilance. Master Lingjing's gaze swept across all the disciples as her voice rang clear. Each present possessed exceptional bone structure and extraordinary talent. Under such guidance in this spiritual realm, their success in energy induction was entirely expected. As they had just entered the sect, the vastness of the sect rendered travel to and from this place rather inconvenient. As her words fell, she elegantly waved her broad sleeves towards the entrance of the hall. A melodious cry of cranes echoed from the depths of the clouds, initially a few calls, gradually swelling into a harmonious symphony reminiscent of celestial music. Hundreds of graceful cranes, their wings unfurled, soared above the Lingyun Hall, circling several times before gracefully folding their wings and descending onto the expansive bluestone platform before the hall. Each crane possesses a remarkably ethereal physique with a long, graceful neck and a crown of vivid crimson, their eyes bright and discerning, seemingly endowed with an innate understanding of human sentiment. These are the spiritual cranes nurtured by the sect, possessing an otherworldly awareness and an uncanny sense of direction. You are to select a crane, yet the white crane is particularly enigmatic. If the connection is lacking, it cannot be forced. Chapter 12. Spirited youth upon hearing the call. The eyes of the youth suddenly sparkled with excitement. Outside the hall, hundreds of spiritual cranes stood like a picturesque tableau, their feathers white as snow, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Despite their prodigious talents, they were still young and their dispositions unrefined. Each one struggled to contain their exhilaration, their feet already bounding toward the hall's exit. Fang Che lingered at the back of the throng, his expression appearing calm. Yet his fingertips had already begun to warm with anticipation. He took a quiet breath, suppressing the flutter of his emotions. In the plaza, the flock of cranes stood in tranquil stillness, and nearly all eyes converged upon the foremost of the group. There stood a solitary white crane, not the tallest among them, yet its feathers glistened like fresh snow, and its demeanor exuded an air of aloof elegance, distinctly setting it apart from the other graceful, spiritual cranes. The crane's ethereal presence ignited a fervent light in the eyes of the youth, who would not yearn to ride upon such an extraordinary creature. A figure clad in white stepped forward. Yun Yao moved with poise, his robes brushing the pristine jade steps as he approached the crane, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of inherent nobility and confidence. "You shall accompany me." At the utterance of these words, a hush fell over the surroundings. Yun Yao was the most gifted disciple of this generation, hailing from a prestigious lineage. During the spiritual assessment, he had summoned the melodious sounds of the heavens and was already regarded as a prodigy on the path to immortality. From childhood, his desires had seldom been thwarted. Reflecting on this, a faint smile of certainty graced Yun Yao's lips. The aloof white crane turned its head slowly at the sound of his voice, its glassy eyes silently reflecting Yun Yao's figure, perhaps merely a fleeting glance. Then, with an air of indifference, it returned to preening its feathers, seemingly unperturbed by his presence. Yun Yao froze, as though pinned in place by the crane's silent disregard, a faint hue of embarrassment creeping onto his ears. Amidst the crowd, suppressed murmurs broke forth. "Look quickly. I'm glad I didn't rush over. How embarrassing." As whispers fluttered, a sudden commotion arose. A previously slumbering, rotund white crane abruptly opened its eyes. It let out a joyful call and flapped its wings, darting toward Yun Yao. Caught off guard in his awkwardness, Yun Yao felt a soft, furry head gently nudged his arm. In his startled descent, he met the round, glistening eyes of the plump crane. "Wait, you." Yin Yao attempted to maintain his composure, hurriedly trying to fend off the weighty head, his nerves taut. Meanwhile, the ethereal white crane had already gracefully turned away, presenting its tail feathers and entirely severing its connection to the scene behind. The other white cranes seemed to share an unspoken understanding, flocking toward the youths in the arena, filling the air with crisp calls and soft laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Fang Che stood quietly to the side, casting a detached glance at the aloof white crane, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Yet that was all. He was acutely aware that the crane possessed a solitary disposition, unwilling to submit to the lesser ranks of existence. Every entity in the world has its own destined connection. To impose one's will upon it would only lead to a decline in status. While he pondered these thoughts, a solitary white crane approached him directly. Its plumage shimmered like the pure radiance of the moon, and its eyes shone with a gentle clarity, exuding an air of tranquility and composure. The white crane lowered its elongated neck before Fang Che, emitting a soft, melodious coo. Fang Che felt a stirring within, meeting the creature's gentle gaze, his lips curving into a slight smile as he reached out to caress the crane's smooth, soft feathers, murmuring, "I look forward to your guidance henceforth." The crane responded with a clearer, more resonant call, affectionately nudging his palm. As the bond between them was established, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly vibrant. Young men of spirited demeanor stood tall beside their agile cranes, radiating a dazzling brilliance, while graceful young women leaned against elegant white cranes, their smiles enchanting. The boys, newly matched with their ethereal companions, were filled with exuberance, conversing and laughing in clusters, their voices harmonizing with the calls of the cranes. Yet, Cloud Yao found himself firmly encircled by the plump crane that had chosen him, unable to escape its proximity. The refined and dignified demeanor he once possessed now lay in tatters. The plump crane, seemingly oblivious to his embarrassment, gazed up at him with its joyful, bean-like eyes, occasionally pecking at the cloud patterns on his sleeve, appearing quite endearing. The serene master cleared his throat, suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth, and solemnly stated, "The white crane possesses spirit and chooses its own master. Such is fate, it cannot be forced." Cloud Yao, bearing the unexpected addition of a crane-shaped scarf around his shoulders, could only feel a surge of frustration welling within him, unable to express or swallow it down. The plump crane seemed to sense his emotional turmoil, letting out a gentle sound and tilting its head to regard him with its pure, joyful eyes, giving a light peck at the fabric of his shoulder. With a long, resigned sigh, Cloud Yao lifted his hand, somewhat awkwardly, to gently stroke the warm head of the plump crane. He had never found himself in such a predicament before. Yet what of it? His grandfather had once said that only those who cannot yield are worthy of being called extraordinary. Steeling himself, Cloud Yao exhaled the pent-up frustration slowly. He adjusted his slightly disheveled clothing, instinctively raising his chin once more, allowing the innate nobility to return to his expression. The beauty of appearance is but superficial. When he spoke again, his voice had regained its customary clarity, even carrying a hint of deliberate nonchalance, as if the earlier awkwardness were but a fleeting moment. "Since you have chosen me, it is fate." The words floated lightly, akin to a soliloquy, yet also meant for the attentive ears that had begun to perk up around him. The path of Cloud Yao would not be obscured by the choice of a single crane. Since this plump crane had steadfastly chosen him, he would ensure that all would witness its extraordinary potential, even if it appeared clumsy. He would make it known what true excellence entailed. A glimmer of barely perceptible approval passed through the serene master's eyes as she nodded slightly. Truly, he was the prodigy nurtured by the Yun family, exhibiting a resilience of character beyond her expectations. Her gaze, warm and gentle, swept over the youths forging connections with their white cranes, and she spoke softly. "Let us conclude for today. Return to your quarters to settle in. Starting from tomorrow, you will gather at the Ling Yu Palace daily at the hour of you for your studies. Punctuality is essential. The disciple humbly adheres to the teachings of the master." The youths, upon hearing his words, responded in unison, their voices resonating softly across the square. Fang Che strolled toward the tranquil spot, where his white crane was gracefully preening its feathers. Upon his arrival, the crane paused its activity, its gentle gaze meeting his with a warmth that remained unchanged. "Let us return," Fang Che spoke softly, raising his hand to caress the crane's neck. The ethereal bird emitted a low coo in response, bending its long legs in a display of docility. With a majestic spread of its wings, the crane lifted Fang Che into the air, and he felt a gentle yet steady force supporting him as they ascended. The lights of the Ling Ling Hall and the figures of his fellow disciples gradually diminished, transforming into mere specks of light that ultimately merged into the vast twilight and the rising mist of the mountains. High above, the white crane extended its wings, the air currents beneath them producing a distinct sound as they sliced through the atmosphere. The night breeze suddenly intensified, pure and invigorating, carrying the unique chill of the mountain summit, sweeping away the stray locks of hair from his forehead. They soared higher, traversing the thin clouds, and the once distant, solitary stars seemed to draw near, within reach. The cool moonlight cascaded down without obstruction, enveloping both him and the crane in a shimmering veil of silver. The fierce wind filled his robes, causing them to billow and snap, and in that moment, Fang Che felt as if he too had sprouted wings, becoming a free entity within this boundless expanse. Riding the long winds, wandering through the vast void, he experienced a sense of carefree liberation that had long dwelled deep in his heart, a dream once deemed unattainable, now unfolding before him in all its reality. The wind was cold, stinging his face, yet within his chest surged a fervent energy almost bursting forth. The quintessential yearning of youth for the vastness of the world and the ultimate freedom could no longer be contained in the stillness of the night sky, accompanied only by the wind and moonlight. A long, resonant cry escaped his lips, embodying a sense of liberation from restraint and the fervor of wishes fulfilled, echoing through the heavens. The white crane beneath him seemed to resonate with his heart, sensing the tumultuous emotions within him, and let out a powerful, soaring call. Its wings beat with increasing strength, propelling the impassioned youth towards the deeper realms of the night sky. Chapter 13. Cultivation upon returning to the Tingzhu Pavilion. The night on Xianshui Peak was as thick as ink. The white crane delivered him to the courtyard, but did not accompany him inside. Instead, it elegantly paced beside the moonlit spiritual spring, sipping from the crystal-clear water before folding its wings and resting beneath a grove of fragrant bamboo. Its long neck slightly curved as it closed its eyes in repose. Fang Che gazed at the scene for a moment, still filled with curiosity. Suddenly, he recalled something important. What should the white crane eat? During the evening lesson, the master had only mentioned that the spirit crane served as a mount, capable of sensing the way, but had not elaborated on its nourishment. Surely it could not survive merely on the wind and dew. It seemed he would need to inquire with his third senior brother about this matter tomorrow. With this thought noted in his mind, Fang Che turned and quietly entered the meditation room. He did not rush into his cultivation. Instead, he sat at the desk, drawing upon the moonlight that flowed in like water, and retrieved the plain white jade slip gifted by Shinqingyan. Recalling the method of guiding energy imparted by the master during the evening lesson, Fang Che cautiously extracted a thread of weak spiritual energy from the nascent five-colored vortex in his dantian, gently channeling it into the jade slip. In the beginning, there was a certain awkwardness akin to a child grasping a brush, trembling and struggling to gain control. Fang Che held his breath, focusing intently as he made subtle adjustments. At last, his spiritual essence successfully penetrated. A gentle hum resonated within his consciousness, not one of discomfort, but rather a profound enlightenment. A vivid, multidimensional tableau of light and shadow unfolded gradually before his eyes as his thoughts stirred. Fang Che first beheld his surroundings in the listening bamboo pavilion. A minuscule beacon amidst the verdant bamboo sea, nestled against the mountainside and adjacent to the spiritual spring. A winding pathway extended from the courtyard, marking the shortcuts and main routes he had traversed that day to the dining hall, with other significant locations within the peak duly noted. His spirit followed the luminous threads representing these paths, gradually revealing the full grandeur of Xianshui Peak. The vast bamboo expanse, the undulating mountains, the cascading waterfalls, and the majestic Xianshui Hall, all vividly portrayed. This was the visage of the place he now called home. And as Fang Che gazed upon this mountain range sculpted from light and shadow, a peculiar sense of belonging and curiosity blossomed within him. With another shift of thought, his perspective expanded, and Xianshui Peak swiftly diminished in the image, becoming one of the 9 peaks encircling the central, grand display of light and shadow. At the core stood the Ta-Ching Peak, the principal peak of the Upper Clear sect, characterized by its myriad forms, tiered palaces, and celestial radiance. Even in mere outlines, one could perceive the overwhelming aura of supremacy and grandeur that defined the sect's heart. The remaining 8 peaks surrounded it like stars orbiting the moon, each exhibiting its own hues of light. Between the 9 peaks, ethereal rainbows connected them, and tumultuous seas of clouds filled the spaces, collectively forming a miniature yet magnificent landscape of celestial beauty. In the distance, the image grew hazy, indicating the likes of the Wanzong Cave Heaven, the Trial's secret realm, and the sect boundary monolith, alongside darker shadows representing perilous areas, clearly signifying their exceptional nature. Fang Che gradually withdrew his spirit, the light and shadow of the jade tablet dissipating within his consciousness. He held the slightly warm jade tablet, remaining silent for an extended period. Although he had previously understood the vastness of the sect, that understanding was abstract. Now, through this small jade tablet, the nearly 60 million years of heritage, the configuration of the 9 peaks standing tall, and the immense system of countless disciples practicing and living within it, were presented before him in an almost panoramic manner for the first time. The room was tranquil, with only the distant sounds of nature filtering through the window. After calming his emotions, Fang Che carefully stored the jade tablet and seated himself cross-legged before the meditation cushion. Rather than immediately channeling the celestial energies, he first closed his eyes, meticulously reviewing the complete sequence of the upper clear qi induction technique in his mind, cross-referencing it with the subtle details imparted by the spirit tranquility real person. This time, as he willingly descended into a state of cultivation, the sensations were markedly different from his initial trial in the spirit nourishing hall. While the elemental energies in the hall were balanced, this place was rich with pure water and with spiritual energy. The eye of the spiritual spring served as a small nexus, continuously drawing in and expelling pure water essence, while the surrounding bamboo forest radiated a gentle, continuous vitality of wood energy. Almost with a mere thought, the refined water and wood spiritual essences joyfully surged towards him, flowing through the corresponding meridians into his dantian, swiftly absorbed and transformed by the sections within the 5-color vortex. Simultaneously, he directed a significant portion of his focus to the relatively sparse energies of metal, earth, and fire present in this locale. Though the 3 types of spiritual energies are scarce, their introduction requires greater mental guidance and harmony to prevent being scattered by the overpowering water and wood energies. Fang Che diligently maintains the essential balance, employing the nascent 5-colored vortex as a grinding wheel, ensuring that the energies of the 5 elements remain in a state of harmonious interdependence as they are drawn into his dantian. While water and wood energies are abundant, they do not overwhelm. Conversely, the lesser gold, fire, and earth energies are indispensable, each occupying its rightful place and fulfilling its role. Before long, Fang Che sensed a subtle difference. The trajectory of the Shangqing Qi induction technique seemed to resonate with a profound harmony with the 5-colored vortex within him. His absorption of the 5 elemental energies flowed much more smoothly than during his initial attempts in the evening class, alleviating much of the previous stagnation. Although still requiring divided attention, his efficiency appeared to have subtly improved. Gradually, he entered a state of deep meditation, transcending the rigid act of absorbing spiritual energy. It felt as though he had become an integral part of the energy circulation in the Tingzhu Pavilion, inhaling and exhaling in unison with the rustling bamboo and the murmuring spring. The five-color vortex in Fang Che's dantian, albeit slowly, solidified and expanded at a remarkably steady pace. Its rotational path increasingly harmonious and fluid. As night deepened and the moon traversed the zenith, a faint, almost imperceptible halo of five colors enveloped him, merging with the moonlight streaming through the window. His breath became long and profound, his heartbeat seemingly synchronizing with the natural rhythm of the courtyard. After an indeterminate period, Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant, momentarily flashing with the brilliance of five colors. Although he did not experience a notable breakthrough in realm, he could distinctly feel that the vortex in his dantian had solidified by approximately half, and the flow of spiritual energy had become more seamless, with his perception and control of the surrounding elemental energies noticeably refined. The Shangqing Qi induction technique states that those endowed with exceptional spiritual roots possess pure attributes and exhibit a remarkably high efficiency in sensing and absorbing corresponding elemental energies, often advancing with the force of a tidal wave during the initial stages of cultivation. The transition from energy induction to complete qi cultivation can take as little as a decade, or as much as 20 years, marking them as the favored offspring of heaven. Conversely, those with five elemental roots, while capable of absorbing a significant amount of spiritual energy, face challenges in maintaining focus and harmony, resulting in a slower progression. The qi cultivation period is divided into 9 layers, with each breakthrough requiring a far greater accumulation of energy and refinement of mindset than that of ordinary cultivators. Establishing a stable foundation from energy induction to the first layer can take several years. Reaching the mid-stage often demands over a decade, and achieving breakthroughs in the later stages to completion can require 30 to 40 years. The journey is fraught with obstacles, and many become permanently ensnared in the qi cultivation phase due to imbalances among the 5 elements. Fang Che carefully contemplated the solid growth of spiritual energy within his dantian, a thread of astonishment rising within him. The results of this night's cultivation seemed to surpass his expectations. He had mentally prepared himself for an exceedingly slow progress. Yet the speed at which the vortex solidified appeared far from the despairingly sluggish pace rumored. While he could not yet compare to those with single or dual spiritual roots, his progress this night, when juxtaposed with the ordinary 5-element root cultivators described in texts, was not only swift but could even be deemed extraordinary. Was it due to the exceptional compatibility of the Shangqing Qi induction technique with his own abilities? Is it true that the quality of one's 5 elemental roots is superior to that of the ordinary? Chapter 14. By you his thoughts surged within him. Fang Che suppressed each one, recognizing that the scant evidence from just one night was insufficient to draw any conclusions. Just as he was gathering his focus and preparing to rise, the sound of measured footsteps approached along the bamboo-lined path outside the courtyard. A flicker of interest stirred within Fang Che as he straightened his somewhat wrinkled robe and moved toward the door. Almost simultaneously, a gentle knocking resonated at the entrance, accompanied by Shun Qingyin's clear voice. "Junior brother, are you awake? Please enter, senior brother." Fang Che opened the courtyard door. In the soft morning light, Shun Qingyin stood amidst the swaying bamboo, clad in a pale moon-white robe, exuding an aura of warmth and tranquility. A habitual, gentle smile played upon his lips, ready to exchange pleasantries. However, the moment his gaze fell upon Fang Che, that smile faltered slightly, and a flicker of undeniable astonishment crossed his eyes. As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, Shun Qingyin possessed an exceptionally keen perception. When he first encountered this junior brother the previous day, Fang Che had yet to draw energy into his body. Yet now, after just one night, he had not only stepped into the first layer of qi refinement, but had also cultivated a serene aura. The nascent fluctuations of spiritual energy within him were evidently rich and solid, entirely unlike those of one merely entering the qi refinement stage. How could this be possible? Shun Qingyan understood that cultivating with 5 elemental roots was notoriously arduous. Practitioners of such roots typically required years of diligent effort to stabilize even a faint spiral of energy after drawing it into their bodies, thereby entering the true qi refinement stage. The slow pace of progress was often measured in years, and he had mentally prepared himself for the arduous journey of his exceptional junior brother during the early stages of cultivation, even formulating numerous words of encouragement. Yet the scene before him utterly shattered his expectations. The evident surge in spiritual energy within a single night was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 5-element root practitioner. Even those with superior single-element roots would find such remarkable advancement unlikely, even in an energy-rich abode. He sensed again, confirming that it was not an illusion, before slowly speaking, his tone imbued with surprise and admiration. Little 13, your progress in just one night of cultivation is indeed astonishing. Fang Ge, understanding that his transformation had not escaped this skilled senior brother's notice, replied with composure. I found my cultivation here last night to be unusually smooth. Perhaps it is due to the harmonious environment. I too did not anticipate such advancement. The harmonious environment is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Shun Qingyan stepped into the courtyard, placing the items he carried onto the stone table. With a tone of satisfaction, he remarked, it seems this listening bamboo pavilion is truly destined for you. However, on the path of cultivation, one must balance diligence and ease. While initial progress is commendable, one must remain vigilant and solidify the foundation. Junior brother will heed senior brother's teachings. Fang Che responded respectfully. Nodding, Shun Qingyan shifted the focus away from the pace of advancement to the purpose of his visit. He pointed to the deep green pouch on the stone table. This is a low-grade storage bag. It can be activated with a drop of your blood. It contains a space of 3 feet square, sufficient for your first year's necessities as a newcomer. Inside, you will find 100 superior spirit stones, which is the monthly allowance for direct disciples. Additionally, there are 10 bottles each of qi gathering pills, qi recovery pills, and nourishing pills. Furthermore, there exists a jade slip containing the regulations of the sect and the brief chronicle of Dongzhou. At last, Shun Qingyan's gaze settled upon a delicately placed jade box, his expression turning slightly solemn as he opened the lid. 10 golden, plump, and vibrant elixirs came into view. This was the Huangjidan, crafted primarily from hundreds of years of Huangjing as the main ingredient. Its medicinal properties are balanced and harmonious, making it most suitable for disciples in the early stages of qi cultivation to solidify their foundations. One must take only 1 pill per month, ensuring a gradual refinement. Greed and haste are to be avoided at all costs. Fang Che committed each word to memory, his eyes sweeping over these provisions, feeling both grateful for the sect and his elder brother's thoroughness, while also understanding the expectations and rules embedded within. Thank you, senior brother. I shall certainly make good use of these resources and not disappoint your expectations. Indeed, Shun Qingyan nodded. Then, as though recalling something, his gaze shifted to the white crane by the spring, his tone softening. By the way, you received a spirit crane yesterday. Have you been contemplating how to care for it? Fang Che, having the same query, immediately replied, exactly, I would appreciate your guidance, senior brother. Shun Qingyan smiled gently. The sect's spirit cranes possess awakened intelligence. They are not ordinary birds. They will typically forage for food among the peaks, water, and forests on their own, favoring spirit-infused fresh fish, shrimp, crabs, aquatic grasses, and specific tender shoots of spiritual fruits. The periphery of the coal pond in the back mountain and downstream of the spirit creek are common haunts for them, so generally, disciples need not provide special feeding. Fang Che's worries dissipated. I see. After Shun Qingyan meticulously explained the storage bag and the various provisions, he did not take his leave immediately. He gently closed the jade box on the stone table and looked at Fang Che with warmth, saying, now that the provisions have been delivered, as per custom, once the new disciple is settled, a propitious day should be chosen to pay respects to the master and fellow disciples. Today, the master is present at the peak, and many of the senior brothers and sisters have expressed curiosity and concern upon hearing of your entry. Would it not be better to accompany me for a visit? Upon hearing this, Fang Che felt a stir in his heart. Paying respects to Master Yunlan was certainly appropriate, and the chance to meet fellow disciples early on would greatly benefit his future practice and life at Xianshui Peak. He promptly nodded. "I will follow your arrangements, senior brother." "Then let us be on our way." Shun Qingyan smiled slightly, leading the way as they exited the Tingzhu Pavilion. As they walked, Shun Qingyan casually mentioned, "By the way, little 13, do you still remember the celestial crane that guided you to Taiqing Palace yesterday?" Instantly, Fang Che recalled the unique experience of being carried by its beak across the entire Taiqing Palace square, his ears flushing with warmth as he nodded. "I certainly do." The manner of guidance by Senior Baiyu was quite impressive. A knowing smile flickered in Shun Qingyan's eyes as he spoke in a calm tone. Senior Baiyu is not an ordinary guiding crane raised by the Hall of Servants. It is a spirit pet of our master, having accompanied her since youth. Possessing high intelligence and exceptional cultivation, even an ordinary golden core cultivator may not stand a chance against it. Fang Che paused for a moment, astonished, and looked up. Senior Baiyu is actually the Master's spirit pet? Indeed. Shun Qingyan nodded, glancing at Fang Che with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Our Master's temperament is rather carefree and whimsical. At times, when the mood strikes her, the disciples under her wing often find themselves drawn into her harmless amusements. Baiyu has been by her side for years, easily influenced, and particularly enjoys participating in her little antics. With these words, Fang Che could no longer feign ignorance. The thought of the sly smile that might grace the ethereal countenance of Master Yunlan, coupled with Baiyu's seemingly calm, yet secretly delighted gaze, filled him with a blend of helplessness and amusement. His master was indeed a character of singular charm. So that is the case, Fang Che chuckled softly, grateful for his senior's insights. Noticing Fang Che's demeanor, which bore no hint of resentment, but rather a sense of openness, Shun Qingyan spoke gently. Though Master appears to be jesting, there lies a deeper significance. Baiyu's personal guidance, albeit unconventional, serves as an invisible proclamation and protection, making it clear to all within the sect that you are a direct disciple of the Yunlan lineage, under the watchful eye of your elders. Fang Che pondered this, nodding in understanding. His master, while whimsical in nature, seemed to genuinely care for the disciples under her tutelage. As they conversed, they arrived before a tranquil courtyard embraced by ancient, verdant pines. The layout of the courtyard appeared simple, yet harmonized beautifully with the surrounding mountains and streams. The door stood slightly ajar, adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words Xianyun Residence in an elegant, flowing script, markedly different from the slender brushwork of the Tingzhu Pavilion, and resonating with the carefree spirit of Master Yunlan. Before Shun Qingyan could knock, a melodious and cheerful female voice echoed from within the courtyard. "Is it Qingyan bringing little 13? Come in." It was indeed the voice of Master Yunlan. Shun Qingyan pushed open the door, stepping aside to allow Fang Che to enter first. "Junior brother, please," he invited. Fang Che adjusted his robe, inhaling deeply before stepping into the Xianyun residence. Chapter 15. The sect. The interior unfolded into a spacious and natural expanse, a stark contrast to the refined tranquility of the Tingzhu Pavilion. Beneath a grand ancient pine stood a stone table with benches, beside which a gentle stream meandered, and in the distance, vibrant patches of spiritual herb fields flourished. At this moment, several figures had gathered around the stone table. At the head, Master Yunlan, clad in a simple yet elegant Taoist robe, rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Fang Che with an expression brimming with mischief and curiosity, as if anticipating his reaction. Beside her stood 5 other practitioners, each exuding a distinct aura. One young man, tall and robust in fitted attire, crossed his arms and scrutinized Fang Che with keen intensity. A serene female cultivator, dressed in a flowing aquamarine gown, held a jade scroll and smiled gently in acknowledgement. Another young man, handsome yet aloof, emanated a subtle, sword energy, casting only a fleeting glance. A modestly dressed youth, with soil-stained sleeves, appeared absorbed in contemplation over a particular alchemical formula. Lastly, the youngest among them, a curious girl of about 15 or 16, stood on her toes, Eagerly peering around, Fang Che stepped forward a few paces, and amidst the collective gaze, he respectfully bowed to Master Yunlan. Disciple Fang Che pays his respects to Master. He then turned to the other 5, inclining his body. Fang Che greets all esteemed seniors. Master Yunlan waved her hand dismissively, her tone casual rise. There's no need for excessive formalities among us. Her gaze softened with a smile as she inquired, Little 13, was by you's guidance yesterday smooth? Were you frightened? Fang Che straightened his posture, his gaze clear and composed as he replied, Esteemed Master, the guidance of Senior by you was both swift and secure, allowing me to catch my first glimpse of the grandeur of our sect, leaving me with nothing but awe and gratitude. However, he paused, a hint of helplessness creeping into his tone. The manner in which Senior by you guided me was rather unique and unexpected. Now that I have learned that he is, in fact, your spiritual companion, I understand that this was a distinctive initiation gift arranged by you for me, for which I am truly grateful. At this, the gentle and serene woman in the water blue dress was the first to chuckle softly. The tall youth, arms crossed, let out a hearty laugh. Haha, our little junior brother is quite amusing. The most vivacious girl chimed in eagerly. Little junior brother, I am your 12th senior sister, Lin Wan. I heard yesterday that Uncle by you went to fetch new disciples, and I never expected it would be you. Do tell us, what was it like being carried over the Taixing Palace Square? Was it particularly eye-catching? Realizing he had been revealed by Fang Che, Yunlan Jinren felt no embarrassment. Instead, she smiled brightly, revealing her small tiger tooth. It seems our little 13 not only has a solid foundation, but also possesses a quick wit. Indeed, it was I who asked by you to go. Firstly, to let him recognize people, and secondly, to test our little 13's courage and composure. The performance is acceptable. There were no tears, nor was there any panic. Consider it a pass. She then waved her hand, proceeding to introduce Fang Che to his fellow disciples one by one. This is your 3rd senior brother, Shun Qingyan, whom you have already met. He is at the late stage of foundation establishment and handles many affairs within the peak with great care. Shun Qingyan nodded with a smile. And this is your 4th senior brother, Zhao Gang, a body cultivator with a straightforward personality. You may seek his assistance in your physical training. The tall youth, Zhao Gang, grinned widely, his voice booming. Hello, little junior brother. This is your 5th senior sister, Su Qingru, who excels in formations and talismans, known for her gentle and patient demeanor. The woman in the water blue dress, Su Qingru, smiled tenderly. Your 6th senior brother, Long Qianfeng, is a sword cultivator. The aloof young man only nodded slightly, acknowledging the introduction. Your 7th senior brother, Zhou Mo, is an alchemist, often lost in concocting elixirs or pondering formulas. He may seem a bit slow at times, but he is truly kind. Zhou Mo, with his sleeves stained with medicinal residue, smiled shyly at the remark. Your 1st senior sister and 2nd senior brother are currently traveling and have yet to return, so we shall not mention them for now. Your 8th senior sister and 9th senior brother are serving as stewards outside. Your 10th senior brother unfortunately perished 2 years ago. At this juncture, a trace of unnoticeable sorrow flickered in Yunlan Jinren's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. This is your 12th senior sister, Lin Wan, who is quite spirited and entered the sect 4 years before you, currently at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation. Lin Wan immediately raised her hand. Little junior brother, let us play together in the future. Finally, she turned her gaze back to Fang Che, her smile warm and inviting. You little 13, Fang Che. Now that you have joined our lineage, you are part of the Xianyan residence. The rules of our sect are, I believe, well explained by Qingyan. Here, I have but one decree for you. Honor your master and respect the teachings. Foster camaraderie among fellow disciples, and diligently pursue your cultivation without faltering, keeping your heart steadfast in the path. As for other matters, each cultivator's journey is unique. I shall not impose overly strict constraints upon you. Should you have any doubts, feel free to approach me or seek guidance from your senior brothers and sisters. Yes, disciples shall earnestly adhere to the teachings of the revered master and engrave them in my heart. Fang Che replied earnestly, bowing once more. He could sense that although Master Yunlan possessed a carefree and playful disposition, the sincerity he exhibited when discussing the sect's rules and fallen disciples, as well as the expectations and inclusiveness conveyed in his words at that moment, were entirely genuine. This was a master who appeared to be relaxed, but, in reality, harbored warmth and principles beneath the surface. After the introduction, Master Yunlan cleared his throat lightly, a smile dancing in his eyes, and said, "Now that you have been introduced, according to the customs of our idle cloud residents, it is customary for senior disciples to present tokens to new initiates." As his words faded, several senior disciples approached with cheerful expressions. The fourth senior brother, Zhao Gang, spoke first. He extended his large hand, resembling a fan, cradling a small, ancient bronze vial in his palm. "Little junior brother, this is bone-tempering ointment, essential for refining one's physique before foundation establishment. At the onset of your cultivation, applying this ointment to your major acupoints will facilitate smoother circulation of spiritual energy and strengthen your body." His voice was resonant and filled with concern. "Use it sparingly, just a bean-sized amount each time. Overuse may prove detrimental to your health." The fifth senior sister, Su Qingru, stepped forward gracefully, her delicate hand lifting to reveal a set of elegant scholarly tools that floated gently before Fang Che. In addition to a finely crafted talisman brush, there was an inkstone that shimmered with a hint of spiritual light, a stack of uniformly textured talisman paper, and a pale blue jade slip. She spoke softly. "Though this set of bamboo stationery may not be of great value, it served me well during my early studies in talismans. The jade slip contains an illustration of basic runes along with my personal insights, which may prove beneficial for you." The sixth senior brother, Lung Qianfeng, remained succinct, merely pointing a finger. A sharp yet restrained silver sword qi swiftly penetrated the deep blue jade pendant hanging at Fang Che's waist. The cloud-like pattern upon the pendant glimmered momentarily before returning to its original state. "This is a sword qi talisman," Lung Qianfeng stated blandly. "It can withstand a full force strike from a foundation establishment practitioner and may be used thrice." With that, he retreated, offering no further words. The seventh senior brother, Zhou Mo, appeared to snap back to reality, hastily rummaging through his sleeves to produce two identical jade vials, each marked with a test label. His face bore a hint of embarrassment and hope. "Little junior brother, this is my recently improved essence cultivation pill, possessing a gentler potency than those available in the market by about 30%. Its efficacy in nourishing spiritual energy should be slightly superior. Well, it might be somewhat similar. The other vial contains the original essence cultivation pill. You may wish to try the improved version first, but should you experience any discomfort, do not hesitate to seek me out." His tone was earnest, yet a glimmer of a researcher's enthusiasm sparkled in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Wan could no longer contain her excitement. Bouncing over to present Fang Che with a silk pouch embroidered with whimsical cloud patterns, her eyes squinting playfully as she whispered, "Little junior brother, this is my exclusive collection. Take your time to explore it, but don't let Master know." Her smile was radiant, exuding the unique mischief and warmth of youth. Finally, Master Yunlan lightly brushed his sleeve, and a gentle, luminous flow descended into Fang Che's hands, transforming into a token that was neither gold nor jade, yet warm to the touch. The front of the token was adorned with swirling cloud patterns, while the back bore an ancient seal character for cloud. "This is the idle cloud token," Master Yunlan said, his playful demeanor subdued, yet his tone remained gentle yet solemn. "With this token, you may freely enter and exit the idle cloud residence without being hindered by external restrictions. The token itself possesses calming properties and slightly gathers spiritual energy, serving as a symbol of our lineage. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Let this token accompany you. May you never forget the initial aspiration that brought you here today, and remember that this place will always be your sanctuary." Grateful to the esteemed master, Fang Che held the token in his hand, feeling the warmth and expectations it conveyed. A surge of warmth welled up within him as he bowed deeply. The revered Yunlan waved his hand, restoring his languid smile. "All right, The gift has been given, and the meeting has taken place. Little 13 has just arrived and has exerted himself in training last night. He must be weary. Qingyan, please take him back for a good rest. As for the rest of you, return to your tasks and refrain from lingering here. The crowd responded with smiles and dispersed accordingly. Before departing, Linwan did not forget to sneak a wink at Fang Che, forming the words with her lips. Let's play together another day. Fang Che felt a gentle warmth in his heart as he turned to follow Shun Qingyan's lead. The bamboo forest's refreshing breeze persisted, and within this Xian Shui peak, amidst the Yunlan lineage, he felt a genuine sense of belonging beginning to take root. Chapter 16. Magical Artifacts Since Parting from the Idle Cloud Abode. The sun had begun its descent in the west. Fang Che sat cross-legged on the meditation mat in the quiet room, retrieving the storage pouch gifted by his third senior brother, Shun Qingyan. With a subtle thought, his spiritual energy gently penetrated the pouch, revealing a 3-foot square space within his perception, where the items were meticulously arranged. Fang Che did not glance at the medicinal pills or jade slips. Instead, his gaze first fell upon a neatly stacked array of spirit stones, emanating a soft radiance. The spirit stones were a pale milky white, their texture crystalline and smooth, with a cloud-like luminescence swirling gently within. The purity of their spiritual energy far surpassing that of the worldly elements outside. Could these be high-grade spirit stones? Fang Che's heart quivered slightly. Although Shun Qingyan had mentioned them in a casual tone, he was not entirely oblivious. In the numerous novels and texts he had perused in his past life, the protagonists often struggled for mere low-grade spirit stones, while high-grade spirit stones typically emerged only in the later stages of a narrative as coveted resources. Now, these superior resources lay gleaming before Fang Che, available for his unrestrained use. With utmost caution, he extracted one from the pouch. The spirit stone felt cool to the touch, and a torrent of vast, pure spiritual energy surged into his meridians like an overflowing river. He quickly focused his mind and activated the Shangxing Qi guiding technique to channel this sudden influx of pure spiritual energy. The difference was immediately apparent. Normally, when absorbing the world's spiritual energy, Fang Che needed to operate his techniques to gradually draw it into his sea of energy. However, the energy from the high-grade spirit stone was so refined and concentrated that it flowed smoothly along the path of his technique, requiring little refinement. And the efficiency was more than tenfold faster. After merely circulating the energy for a small cycle, the faint vortex within his sea of energy visibly solidified. No wonder the competition for resources is an eternal theme in the realm of cultivation. Having such spirit stones to assist one's training is a stark contrast to relying solely on one's own absorption. To be able to cultivate with such resources right at the outset of his journey is an opportunity unimaginable for countless wandering cultivators and even ordinary inner disciples. Fang Che exhaled softly, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. He understood well that such resources were hard-won and should be utilized with diligence and care. Just as he prepared to continue his cultivation using the spirit stone for a while longer, a clear, melodious cry of a crane echoed from outside the window. It is the white crane that reminds him it is time for the evening class. Fang Che immediately concluded his practice, returning the slightly depleted high-grade spirit stone to his storage bag. Rising, he pushed open the door, allowing the fragrant, moist air, imbued with the scent of bamboo leaves, to surge into the quiet chamber, invigorating Fang Che's spirit. In the courtyard, the white crane stood silently by the spirit spring. Upon his emergence, it elegantly curved its neck and emitted a gentle call. "Thank you," Fang Che expressed as he approached the courtyard, gently stroking the crane's neck before mounting it. Once he had settled comfortably, the white crane unfurled its wings, letting out a clear cry before soaring gracefully toward the spirit gathering hall. As they neared Taiching Peak, the number of crane silhouettes in the sky increased, most carrying youths of similar age to him, their garments fluttering like petals in the wind, harmonizing with the calls of the cranes to create a vibrant tapestry of life. Occasionally, familiar faces would greet one another, laughter cascading like scattered blossoms in the clouds. This scene filled Fang Che with a profound sense of belonging to this vast celestial sect. The azure stone platform before the spirit gathering hall had already welcomed numerous spirit cranes as disciples gathered in small groups to enter the hall. Fang Che skillfully guided the white crane to land lightly, and just as he steadied himself, he heard a bright call. "Junior brother, over here." Looking up, he spotted his 12th senior sister, Lin Wan, standing not far from the entrance, on her tiptoes and waving at him. Fang Che hurried over. "Senior sister." Lin Wan's eyes curved into crescent moons, but then she scrunched her nose, adopting a mock serious expression as she lowered her voice to complain. "Here I am, already at the 6th level of chi refinement, yet I still have to be dragged into these basic evening classes every day. The exotic flowers and strange plants discussed in class make my head spin." She exaggeratedly shook her head and continued, "If it weren't for the deacon taking attendance, I wouldn't bother coming. But you, junior brother, are fortunate. Everything is new and exciting at the start." Fang Che couldn't help but smile at her spirited nature, which was indeed lively and bright. It was hardly surprising. She was merely a girl of 14 or 15, still a naive and carefree child by the standards of his previous life. After venting her frustrations, Lin Wan's gaze fell upon the quietly standing white crane behind him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Junior brother, your crane is truly magnificent. What is its name?" Fang Che was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had yet to name the white crane. He glanced back at it. It stood still, its long neck elegant, its feathers shimmering like snow in the twilight. Lin Wan tilted her head in thought. "Its feathers are like the clear light beneath the moon, and its temperament is serene. How about naming it Mingwe?" "Mingwe?" Fang Che repeated thoughtfully, finding it quite fitting. He nodded and smiled. "Very well. Thank you, senior sister, for the name." "You're welcome," Lin Wan said with a satisfied smile, then suddenly seemed to remember something. She tapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I've been chatting too long. I must hurry to the library hall. I'll be late if I don't. Elder Liu, who teaches there, is much stricter than Uncle Lingjing." With that, she waved goodbye to Fang Che and dashed away, her petite figure flitting through the crowd like a nimble butterfly. Fang Che watched her depart with a smile before turning to enter the spirit gathering hall. The scene inside mirrored that of the previous day. Jade tiles adorned the floor, and spiritual energy lingered in the air, with hundreds of glistening cushions neatly arranged, most already occupied by seated disciples. The serene presence of the Master Ling Jing has yet to arrive, and the hall is filled with the soft murmurs of conversation as the new disciples eagerly share their experiences of embarking on their journey of cultivation. Fang Che seeks refuge in a corner, settling onto a familiar cushion that emanates a comforting energy, allowing him to center his mind in quiet anticipation of the evening lesson. As the clock strikes the hour, the gentle sound of the chime resonates. Master Ling Jing appears silently upon the jade platform, draped in her tranquil, unadorned robe, eschewing superfluous words to delve directly into the subject at hand. Yesterday, we spoke of the essence of qi. Today, we shall discuss the instruments of our practice. The path of cultivation requires internal refinement of the elixir while wielding external implements. In the realm of qi cultivation, where spiritual power begins to awaken, one must choose their instruments with care, prioritizing the alignment of intent before seeking harmony in spiritual energy. The disciples below perk up, evidently captivated by this topic. Fang Che listens intently, as this is a domain he has yet to ponder deeply. The world is abundant with various instruments. Today, we shall discuss a few commonly favored choices. With a flick of her fingers, Master Ling Jing conjures ethereal images of diverse weapons. The first she highlights is a shimmering, illusory long sword. "Let us first speak of the sword," she states calmly, her gaze sweeping over the many eager eyes in the audience. The sword is the sovereign of all weapons, transcending the mundane, and many yearn for it. Among 10 nascent cultivators, it is likely that 9 aspire to wield a sword, believing that grasping a 3-foot azure blade imbues them with a semblance of the sword immortal's grace. She pauses slightly, an almost imperceptible hint of disdain in her tone. Yet, most are merely enamored with its name, envious of its form, lacking true substance. This statement serves as a wake-up call, tempering the fervor of many disciples. Fang Che's gaze remains fixed on the sword's image, unwavering in his resolve, riding the winds with a sword in hand, vanquishing demons across the realms. Having entered the celestial path in this life, wielding a 3-foot azure blade in pursuit of the supreme swordsmanship feels almost inevitable. Observing the audience's reactions, Master Ling Jing refrains from further elaboration and continues. Beyond the sword, we have the fierce might of the saber and the versatile reach of the spear. She then sequentially showcases the phantoms of other weapons, succinctly outlining their characteristics. Long-range implements such as bows, crossbows, flying needles, and daggers, which demand a unity of mind and intent, emphasizing precision and requiring strong spiritual awareness for effective use. As she speaks, a glimmer darts through the hall like an arrow. As for the treasures of the lost system, such as banners, flags, mirrors, and seals, these are often crafted from special materials, inscribed with runes and formations, activated by spiritual energy to produce various wondrous effects, defending oneself and ensnaring foes, necessitating a certain understanding of spiritual attributes and formations. With her words, an ethereal small shield and a spiraling thread of spiritual energy materialize in succession. Additionally, there exist numerous exotic implements, such as rings, fans, silks, and flutes, each possessing distinct characteristics, often requiring specific techniques to unleash their full potential. Master Lingjing pauses, allowing the disciples to digest this foundational information before continuing. The choice of weapon must be a comprehensive consideration of one's spiritual root attributes, spiritual energy characteristics, personal inclinations, and potential future specializations. Those with keen minds may experiment with long-range artifacts, while those with robust physiques might excel with close combat weapons. For those gifted in rune formations, exploring treasures of the lost system could lay a solid foundation early on. Remember, as you embark on this path, it is not essential to be fixated on the rank or power of the instruments. What matters most is finding what feels most intuitive. The esteemed disciples, upon their initial entry into the sect, are entitled to redeem a low-tier magical artifact at no cost. After the evening session concludes, you may proceed to the artifact hall to select a fitting item. Subsequently, Master Lingjing briefly elucidated the key points regarding the identification of common artifacts. Chapter 17. The selection of swords. The evening session drew to a close with Master Lingjing's final reminders. The disciples within the hall gradually rose, many bearing expressions of contemplation, evidently still resonating with the discourse on artifact selection. Some exhibited resolute gazes, as if having reached a decision. Others furrowed their brows, clearly still weighing their options. A majority engaged in hushed discussions with familiar companions as they made their way towards the hall's exit. Fang Che also rose with the crowd, preparing to leave, yet his gaze lingered momentarily near the entrance. He spotted Lin Wan leaning against a stone pillar on the inner side of the doorway, her presence striking under the luminous glow within the hall. She beckoned to Fang Che with a wave of her hand. Surprised, Fang Che wondered why the senior sister was not attending her class. He continued walking naturally with the flow of people towards the door. As he approached, Lin Wan glided to his side like a nimble fish, lowering her voice with a hint of pride. So, little junior brother, was the evening session about the selection of artifacts? Senior sister, how did you end up here? Fang Che glanced behind her, but saw no one else. Hee. Lin Wan's smile was mischievous and lively. I timed my visit to the Bowen Hall perfectly. After the attendance was taken, I slipped out through the back door. With so many disciples in the Bowen Hall, my absence is hardly noticeable. She waved her hand dismissively, then leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. By the way, little junior brother, have you decided what weapon you will use in the future? It's best to establish a direction early, so you can lay a solid foundation. A sword, Fang Che replied without a moment's hesitation. Lin Wan, upon hearing this, displayed no surprise. Instead, she wore an expression that suggested she expected as much. She propped her chin on one hand, appraising Fang Che from head to toe, nodding. Indeed, among practitioners, 7 or 8 out of 10 initially aspire to choose a sword. It's ethereal, it's elegant, just as the tales narrate. However, being a swordsman is quite arduous and demands exceptional talent. Yet, she circled around Fang Che, smiling. You appear cool and extraordinary, with an air of distinction, reminiscent of a sword immortal from the stories. But the path of a swordsman, while seemingly glamorous, harbors struggles known only to oneself. Fang Che sensed the concern and caution woven into his seemingly capricious senior sister's words, and he nodded. I appreciate your reminder, senior sister. Then what are we waiting for? Lin Wan clapped her hands. Let us go. I'll take you to the artifact hall right now. Right now? Fang Che glanced at the deepening night outside, surprised, as he believed such important halls should be closed after dark. Yes, right now, Lin Wan nodded matter-of-factly. Noticing Fang Che's look of confusion, she explained, as cultivators, we meditate, practice our qi, and comprehend the Tao. There is no distinction between day and night. It is common for someone to experience a flash of inspiration in the dead of night and wish to forge an artifact, or for another to attain sudden enlightenment at dawn and urgently require spiritual materials. She pointed towards the brightly lit areas deeper within Taiching Peak. See those places, the alchemy chambers, the artifact hall, the talisman pavilion. These important locations always have officials on duty. Fang Che was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had been constrained by his habitual thinking. In this realm of cultivation, the concept of time indeed diverged significantly from that of the mundane world. Then I shall trouble you, senior sister, he replied. Very well. Let us proceed. Lin Wan, upon hearing this, radiated with excitement and led Fang Che out of the Lingling Hall. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water, casting a gentle glow upon the azure stone platform. Lin Wan's vibrant, resplendent spirit crane awaited in serene companionship with the luminous moon. As they mounted their cranes, Lin Wan took the lead, guiding the way as the two ethereal birds gracefully soared into the night enveloping Taiching Peak. The evening breeze, fresh and crisp, carried the distinct essence of the mountains. Even from a distance, as they approached, Fang Che could sense the air thick with a palpable aura of sharpness. Soon, a grand architectural ensemble emerged before Fang Che's eyes. The two cranes alighted gracefully upon the expansive plaza before the hall. At this moment, the square was sparsely populated, with only a few disciples entering and exiting, lending an air of tranquility. Upon stepping through the entrance of the Hall of Instruments, a wave of warmth greeted them. The interior space was vast and lofty, with a floor paved from dark stone that gleamed like a mirror. A middle-aged cultivator dressed in a gray steward's robe sat at a wooden desk near the entrance, engrossed in a scroll. He merely glanced up briefly upon their arrival before returning his focus to the text, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. To the left lay the sword and weapons section. Lin Wan appeared quite familiar with the locale and led Fang Che directly to the left. Here, the majority of the items were standard low-tier magical tools crafted by the sect, primarily designed for disciples in the Qi refinement stage to acclimate themselves. Although the designs were relatively uniform, a closer inspection revealed a variety of materials and craftsmanship. Some swords were slender and elongated, shimmering with a verdant hue, faint whispers of wind echoing from them, seemingly infused with wind, attribute spiritual materials. Others had broad, sturdy blades of a deep yellow, exuding a sense of stability. Some were entirely silvery white, their edges shimmering with a cold light, radiating a sharp aura, while others bore natural wooden textures, brimming with vitality. Lin Wan approached a row of sword racks, casually selecting a long sword that glimmered in a pale blue, its blade flowing like rippling water. Infusing it with a touch of spiritual energy, the sword immediately emitted a melodious hum, causing the surrounding air to become slightly more humid. This is the flowing wave sword, suitable for those with water spiritual roots. It facilitates smooth energy conduction. Though its sharpness may be lacking, it possesses remarkable versatility, she explained. Then, she pointed to another long sword with a fiery red blade that radiated warmth. This is the flame feather sword, imbued with fire attributes, boasting formidable offensive capabilities. But it consumes spiritual energy rapidly. Thus, it requires careful handling. Since you have made up your mind, junior brother, why not try both and gauge your feelings? Lin Wan encouraged, returning the flowing wave sword to its place. Do not underestimate these first-tier magical tools. The differences in handling can be quite significant. The reactions upon infusing spiritual energy and the balance of the blade's weight must be felt keenly. Fang Duqian nodded, strolling along the sword racks as his gaze flitted over the numerous swords. The sheer variety was overwhelming, and he felt as if his eyes might be dazzled. Ultimately, his steps halted before a seemingly unadorned long sword. This blade measured approximately 3 feet, its surface an understated matte black, devoid of dazzling brilliance. Yet beneath the moonstone, it glinted with a subtle, restrained sheen. The design of the sword represents the most fundamental style of ancient craftsmanship, characterized by its sleek and flowing lines. The hilt is wrapped in aged black leather, appearing rather unremarkable at first glance, even somewhat antiquated. However, Fang Che perceives an extraordinary sense of compatibility within it. He extends his hand and grasps the hilt. The touch is cool, the weight is just right, and the balance perfectly rests in his palm. As he gives it a casual swing, he finds it remarkably fluid, devoid of any stiffness. He attempts to gently channel a faint thread of spiritual energy into the blade, which vibrates slightly, as if a glimmer of light flickered and vanished. The sword retains its ancient and muted appearance, yet feels increasingly comfortable in his grasp. Lin Wan leans in to examine a discreet insignia at the end of the hilt and remarks, "This is the Xianyuan sword, crafted from a blend of yuan magnetic black iron and various foundational elemental spiritual ores. Its essence lies in balance, possessing no remarkable attributes, yet lacking any significant shortcomings. Many dismiss it as too ordinary, its power unremarkable, hence few choose to wield it." She observes Fang Che, who seems to be savoring the feel of the sword, and adds with a smile, "However, if you find it comfortable, then it is indeed the right choice for you. This sword's stability aligns well with your disposition, and its broad compatibility with spiritual energy attributes might be just what you need." Fang Che repeatedly senses the smooth and steady flow of energy within the sword and has already made up his mind. It is the one. He gently sheathes the Xianyuan sword, and the accompanying scabbard is also an inconspicuous dark hue. Good. Lin Wan notes his decision and refrains from further comments, leading him back to the entrance's administrative office. The middle-aged steward verifies Fang Che's identity token, confirming his status as a direct disciple entitled to exchange privileges. He records the transaction in the ledger, marks out the sword's number, and gestures for them to proceed. The process is so succinct that it astonishes Fang Che. Such is the protocol of the weapon hall. If one finds a suitable item and their identity is validated, they simply register to take it away. Lin Wan explains then, with a shift in her gaze, adds, "Having acquired the sword is merely the first step. One cannot wield it without proper knowledge. Gulme, let me take you to another place." "Where are we going?" Fang Che inquires, cradling his newly acquired Xianyuan sword with curiosity. "To the scripture pavilion." "Though not the main hall," Lin Wan replies as she guides him outside. After a direct, disciple selects their weapon. They are entitled to receive a foundational cultivation technique corresponding to it at no cost. For sword practitioners, that would naturally be a basic sword technique. While these techniques may be rudimentary, there are several types to choose from, and one must select the most suitable. Once again, the two take flight on a crane, this time heading toward a tranquil building nestled at the southern foot of Taiching Peak, surrounded by cypress trees. Compared to the imposing weapon hall, this structure exudes a serene and ancient charm, with the eaves and brackets suggesting an ambience steeped in literary fragrance and the passage of time. At the entrance of the side hall, a steward is similarly stationed. Lin Wan gestures for Fang Che to step forward, explain their purpose, and present his identity token. After verifying the information, the steward hands Fang Che a small azure token, saying, "With this token, you may enter and select for 3 hours. All jade slips within the hall are under restriction. After making your selection, touch the desired slip with this token to acquire the technique. Do not be greedy. Only one can be chosen." Fang Che accepts the token, expresses his gratitude, and enters the side hall with Lin Wan. The scene within the hall caused Fang Che to momentarily pause. Before him lay not the anticipated rows of neatly arranged jade racks, but rather an expansive sea of luminous auras, stretching far beyond his sight. Countless jade slips did not merely float in stillness. They appeared to possess a vitality of their own, gently rising and falling in a mystical rhythm, maintaining an exquisite distance from one another. Lin Wan, already accustomed to this spectacle, guided Fang Che toward one side of the radiant sea. In the air above, several gigantic ancient characters formed from spiritual energy emerged, serving as the identifiers for the area. They approached the section marked for long swords. As they stepped into this realm, the surrounding glow quivered slightly, as if with sentience, parting to grant them passage. Gazing around, Fang Che beheld a staggering multitude of jade slips, far exceeding tens of thousands. They hung in the air like stars, each representing a fundamental sword technique available for selection. A cursory glance suggested there were indeed thousands. So many? Fang Che murmured, despite having anticipated this moment. How could one not speak of an unbroken legacy? Lin Wan replied, her tone tinged with a sense of rightful pride. This is merely the most basic and commonplace. The truly profound techniques are hidden within the deeper secret chambers. However, for us at this moment, this selection is ample. She extended her finger and gently pointed to the nearest pale, blue jade slip. Even without actual contact, the slip quivered slightly, and a few lines of clear and concise spiritual characters materialized above it. Sword technique name: Qing Feng sword technique, attribute inclination, wind, wood core essence. The sword moves with agility, as unpredictable as the wind, akin to willows swaying in the breeze. It emphasizes the harmony of body movement and sword speed, with fluid transitions between techniques. Training threshold, Qi refinement stage 1. Those with a solid foundation in body techniques find it easier to master. Remarks: entry is simple, yet mastery is challenging when perfected. The sword sings like the wind, and the body moves like drifting willows. The information was straightforward, yet pointedly incisive. Imitating Lin Wan, Fang Che touched several nearby jade slips, and immediately a cascade of succinct information appeared. Sword technique name: Hutu sword technique, attribute inclination, earth core essence. The sword's momentum is formidable, akin to a mountain standing firm. It emphasizes power accumulation and defensive counterattacks, requiring a profound infusion of spiritual energy. Training threshold, Qi refinement stage 2. A certain level of physical conditioning is necessary. Remarks: progress is steady, with a solid foundation. Adept in defense, explosive potential emerges after accumulation. Sword technique name: Luyan splitting flame sword, attribute inclination, fire core essence. The sword strikes like flames, splitting light and shadows. It focuses on instantaneous bursts, with techniques that are fierce and rapid. Training threshold, Qi refinement stage 3. Precise control of spiritual energy is essential. Remarks: the power is considerable, yet so is the consumption. Those who are anxious may find themselves adversely affected by the fiery energy. Wandering through this luminous galaxy of sword techniques, Fang Che was inundated with a tide of information regarding countless sword arts. The several thousand fundamental techniques encompassed nearly every common attribute, inclination, combat style, and cultivation philosophy, forming an intricate and rigorous training system that was truly awe-inspiring. This was the essence of an ancient sect, a terrifying depth cultivated over countless ages. Even at the most foundational level, it surpassed all imagination. Fang Che settled his mind, no longer in haste to comprehend all the sword techniques, but began to filter them according to his own circumstances. As a novice in the path of the sword, he ought not to pursue the flashy techniques of rapid mastery, but rather to solidify the foundation of his swordsmanship. Gradually, Fang Che noticed a category of sword techniques that were relatively rare, their information appearing rather unadorned. Most did not emphasize attributes of spiritual power. Their core principles often revolved around nurturing, sensing, and coordination. He paused before one particularly understated jade slip, and as his thoughts stirred, information emerged. Name of technique: nurturing sword technique, Attribute tendency. No specific inclination. Core principle. The moves are exceedingly simple. Progress akin to spring rain nourishing the earth. Suitable spiritual roots. No special requirements. Yet those with impatient or greedy dispositions are ill-suited. Training threshold. Requires only the first level of qi cultivation, emphasizing patience and focus. Remarks. This technique may appear clumsy at first glance. Yet it is indeed a means to temper the sword heart and consolidate the foundation of swordsmanship. However, due to its slow efficacy, few seek it out. Senior sister. Fang Che pointed to the gray-white jade slip. What do you think of this technique? Lin Wan leaned closer, an eyebrow raised. I know this sword technique. It is indeed quite fundamental, even somewhat clumsy. It does not teach sword moves, primarily instructing you to establish a connection with the sword. Initially, it may seem progress is slow and its power is not apparent. Many seniors who chose it remarked that practicing it feels like an old farmer tending to crops. One cannot rush. She paused, looking at Fang Che. Little junior brother, are you certain you wish to choose this? It is far more tedious than the other techniques. However, Fang Che felt an even greater resonance with her description and nodded, saying, since I am to accompany the sword, beginning with nurturing and understanding it seems quite fitting. He hesitated no longer, raised the azure token, and, following the steward's instructions, gently pressed it against the gray-white jade slip of the nurturing sword technique. The slip glimmered softly, and immediately, a delicate torrent of information flowed steadily through the token into the depths of Fang Che's consciousness. At the same time, the azure token dimmed, transforming into an ordinary azure stone fragment. Outside the hall, Lin Wan stretched, her slender waist appearing particularly prominent in the moonlight. All right, the sword is chosen, and the technique acquired. This escapade from class has been a resounding success. She turned and winked at Fang Che, a smile gracing her face. Thank you, senior sister, for your kind guidance. Fang Che, holding the Xianyuan sword, sincerely bowed to Lin Wan. Were it not for this lively and enthusiastic senior sister's guidance, he might not have so smoothly acquired the sword and technique. Fellow disciples need not be so courteous. Lin Wan waved her hand generously, then recalled something and cautioned. Though I have not practiced the nurturing sword technique, I have heard that the initial stages can be quite trying. Do not lose heart if you feel no progress in the first few days. Also, if during your training you sense excessive mental fatigue or sluggishness in the flow of spiritual power, stop immediately. Do not push yourself. She spoke with utmost seriousness. Junior brother will remember. Fang Che nodded in agreement. Let us conclude for today. I must hasten back to the Bowen Hall before someone notices. Lin Wan spoke as she summoned her spirited spirit crane, nimbly mounting it. Farewell, little junior brother. Come visit me at Jingwu Pavilion for tea another day. She waved her hand, and the crane flapped its wings, swiftly transforming into a graceful silhouette. After watching her depart, Fang Che ascended on the crane, returning to Xian Shui Peak. Chapter 19. Quiet cultivation. Upon returning to Tingzhu Pavilion, Fang Che did not immediately enter the quiet chamber. He stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the stars and moon in the night sky, then lowered his gaze to the ancient Xianyuan sword cradled in his arms. Before this evening, his understanding of sword cultivation stemmed primarily from the aspirations of his previous life and the depictions in books. Yet now, with a genuine sword in hand and a tangible technique in mind, he truly felt the weight of it all. Fang Che slowly unsheathed the Xianyuan sword. In the moonlight, the muted blade shimmered with a restrained, dark luster, lacking any aggressive sharpness, instead exuding an air of tranquility and antiquity. He recalled the initial verses of the sword nourishing technique, holding the sword in his right hand while extending his left fingers, gently gliding them along the cool spine of the blade with utmost delicacy and slowness. Simultaneously, Fang Che held his breath and focused his mind, allowing a thread of spiritual energy, as fine as a wisp of smoke, to flow from his fingertips, attempting to perceive the minuscule essence within the sword itself. At first, there was no extraordinary sensation. The sword remained merely a sword, cold and lifeless. However, Fang Che remained patient, calming his thoughts and dismissing all distractions, concentrating solely on the delicate sensation of the spiritual energy as it met the sword's surface. Gradually, as his focus deepened, he began to sense something different. It was as if a subtle connection formed between his right hand and the sword's hilt, transcending mere grip to evoke an indescribable sense of intimacy. A realization stirred within Fang Che. This was the preliminary effect of the sword-nourishing technique described in the text. He refrained from intensifying his spiritual energy or seeking a more profound sensation, choosing instead to maintain this gentle, peaceful contact, allowing his spirit to engage in a silent communion with the sword beneath the tranquil, moonlit bamboo grove. After what felt like the duration of a cup of tea, Fang Che sensed a slight weariness in his spirit and decisively halted the flow of energy, withdrawing his fingers from blade. The faint connection dissipated, and the Xianyuan sword reverted to its original ancient appearance. Rather than feeling disappointment, a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. The essence of the sword-nourishing technique perhaps lay in this daily, incremental effort akin to water eroding stone. He slowly sheathed the Xianyuan sword but did not rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, retrieved a high-quality spirit stone, and commenced the operation of the Tai Ching Qi induction technique, absorbing spiritual energy to further his gradual and solid accumulation. From that point onward, the days at Tingzhu Pavilion settled into a rhythm of regularity and fulfillment. As dawn's light gently broke, Fang Che often completed a night of energy accumulation, standing in the courtyard facing the rising sun or the ethereal morning mist, sword in hand. He did not practice any intricate techniques. Rather, he followed the teachings of the sword-nourishing technique, methodically repeating the most fundamental movements: thrusts, points, flicks, sweeps, and draws, each executed with utmost slowness and concentration, in harmony with the rhythm of his breath and the subtle flow of spiritual energy. He eschewed a relentless pursuit of power and speed, focusing instead on the precision of his movements and the acute awareness of every tremor in the sword. Each nuanced transmission of energy. During the afternoon hours, he would ride the moonlight, practicing swordplay amidst the expansive embrace of nature, attuning himself to the forces of wind, water, bamboo, and the mountains, endeavoring to merge the sword sense cultivated in solitude with the vitality of the external world. At times, Fang Che merely stood by the pond, sword in hand, eyes closed, allowing the mountain breeze and the moisture of the waters to grace the blade, his mind emptying into a state of serene clarity. Around the hour of Yu, he would dutifully take flight on a crane to attend the evening lessons at the Lingling Hall, under the guidance of the serene Master Ling Jing. The teachings gradually evolved from the selection of instruments to more intricate techniques of energy manipulation, foundational principles of spells, and methods for navigating common obstacles and mental adjustments encountered in cultivation. Fang Che would often listen intently, frequently experiencing moments of enlightenment. After the evening session, he would sometimes exchange a few words with fellow disciples, though most often he would return alone to the Tingzhu Pavilion, silently digesting the lessons learned. In the deep of night, he was unwavering in his practice of energy cultivation. Within the Tingzhu Pavilion, the abundant spiritual aura of water and what surrounded him. He practiced the Tai Ching Qi induction technique, utilizing a vortex of 5 colors as a fulcrum, steadily absorbing and gradually fortifying the spiritual energy in his dantian. Though the process remained slow, Fang Che could distinctly sense the vortex within him becoming increasingly solid each day. Occasionally, he would employ high-grade spiritual stones to aid his training, allowing the pure and powerful energy to surge in, significantly enhancing his efficiency. Yet, Fang Che remained mindful of Master Ling Jing's counsel, refraining from over-reliance on external aids, prioritizing the absorption of natural spiritual energy while using the stones as a supplement, progressing steadily. Thus, sword practice, evening lessons, and cultivation formed a continuous cycle, repeating itself in harmony. Time slipped by quietly in this focused state, and the feel of the Xianyuan sword in his grasp grew ever more fluid, as if it were an extension of his own arm. The vortex in his dantian steadily expanded, Though he was still some distance from breaking through to the second layer of qi cultivation, he could clearly perceive the solidity of his foundation. His perception and mastery of the 5 elemental energies, honed through the dual refinement of the Ta Ching Qi induction technique and the sword nurturing technique, became increasingly intricate. The bamboo leaves around the Tingzhu pavilion turned from yellow to green, and the mountain mists gathered and dispersed. Fang Che, in this tranquil and rhythmic practice, resembled a stone cast into a deep pond. Initially, the ripples were subtle, yet he gradually sank deeper into his own path. Time flowed like a stream, gently passing by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed since Fang Che had embarked on his journey. The Shangfei bamboo outside the Tingzhu pavilion, having undergone a cycle of decay and renewal, now unfurled fresh, vibrant leaves in the spring breeze. The spiritual spring continued to bubble, reflecting the light of the sky and the shadows of the clouds, mirroring the figure of the youth, tranquil as an ancient pond, day after day. During these 6 months, the cultivation of the new disciples began to reveal a divergence. Among his peers, those of exceptional talent, such as Yun Yao and Lu Qing, had already broken through to the second layer of qi cultivation 2 months prior. Their presence noticeably strengthened, and their execution of foundational spells became much more agile. Under such stimulus, other direct disciples also began to break through. Even among the inner disciples, several individuals of commendable aptitude successfully crossed that threshold. Within the Upper Clear sect, although competition was not actively encouraged, the nature of youth inevitably led to comparisons among them. The breakthrough artist exuded a refined aura of spiritual energy, with a discernible confidence that occasionally surfaced during conversations. The halls of the Instrument Palace, Alchemy Chamber, and Tas Pavilion began to witness the more vibrant presence of these newly ascended disciples at the second level of qi cultivation. Meanwhile, Fang Che remained at the first level, his aura calm and steady. Compared to 6 months prior, when he first began to draw energy into his body, the 5-colored vortex within his dantian had undeniably expanded several folds, showcasing significant advancements in both the quantity and purity of his spiritual energy. Yet, the seemingly thin barrier marking the ascent to the next realm remained unyielding. His daily practice followed a disciplined routine: sword training at dawn, contemplative swordplay in the afternoon mountains, unwavering evening classes at the hour of the rooster, and steadfast energy cultivation late into the night. Observers who took note of his progress could not help but speculate. This senior brother Fang, who had garnered considerable attention upon his entry, and was personally taught by the esteemed Yunlan Junren, had surprisingly lingered at the first level for half a year. Although it was known that he possessed a top-tier 5-element spiritual root, the scriptures warned of the arduous path to mastery, making progress elusive. They noted how he spent his days either attending evening classes or practicing swordplay alone, displaying remarkable patience. Yet, patience alone was insufficient. In the grand pursuit of the Tao, every misstep compounded the difficulty of the qi cultivation phase, leading to apprehensions about his future. Such murmurs occasionally drifted into Fang Che's ears, or were discerned through the unusual glances exchanged during encounters. He remained unperturbed, greeting others with his customary politeness, devoid of any signs of impatience or embarrassment. One afternoon, as was his routine, he practiced swordplay in the bamboo grove behind the listening bamboo pavilion. His movements were deliberate, each stance simple and unadorned. The Xian Yuan sword in his hand sliced through the air, producing a soft and steady whisper. As he reached a state of immersion, a subtle shift in his thoughts prompted a spontaneous movement. Without executing any formal techniques, he instinctively rotated his wrist, angling the sword's tip slightly upwards. There was no eruption of spiritual energy, no overwhelming sword intent. Yet, at the point where his sword pointed, an almost imperceptible sword energy seemed to momentarily coalesce under an unseen force, only to dissipate quietly moments later. Fang Che sheathed the sword and stood, gazing thoughtfully at the ancient Xian Yuan sword in his hand. The 6 months spent practicing the sword-nurturing technique had not only nourished the sword, but had also imperceptibly enhanced his mastery over it. Perhaps this was the unique quality that set the sword-nurturing technique apart. During the evening class, The serene Jinren spoke today about the subtle manipulation and restoration of spiritual energy. Her gaze lingered on Fang Che for a brief moment, her tone as calm as ever. The path of cultivation is akin to drinking water. One knows best whether it is cold or warm. Some advance swiftly, cutting through obstacles with ease, while others progress steadily. Their foundations as solid as rock. Rapid advancement brings its own glory, while slow cultivation reveals profound meaning. In the Qi cultivation phase, especially at the initial stage, solidifying every bit of spiritual energy and clarifying every aspect of control is far more crucial than blindly pursuing higher realms. A restless heart leads to a turbulent aura. A turbulent aura results in a shallow foundation. I urge you all to remain humble and patient, each following your own path. Fang Che listened quietly on his meditation cushion, his heart clear and tranquil. He understood that his journey diverged from that of others, requiring an accumulation far beyond the ordinary. The opinions of others and their progress are merely external matters. He need only lower his gaze to observe the path ahead, feel the breath of the sword in his hand, and guide the rotation of the inner energy vortex. In the twilight, Fang Che rides the crane back, the bright moon carrying him over familiar mountains and rivers. Upon returning to the listening bamboo pavilion, he, as usual, caresses his sword for a moment in the courtyard. Sensing the increasingly clear spiritual feedback of the Xian Yuan sword, before stepping into the quiet chamber and sitting cross-legged. In his palm lies a high-grade spirit stone, the pure spiritual energy flowing gently into his meridians. The opportunity for a breakthrough has yet to arrive, but Fang Che can sense that the barrier is not impenetrable. Outside the window, the chirping of insects ebbs and flows. Shadows of bamboo sway under the moonlight, marking yet another tranquil night of cultivation. Chapter 20. Thoughts the following morning. The thin mist over the listening bamboo pavilion had yet to disperse, with dewdrops clinging to the tips of bamboo leaves. Fang Che had just concluded his morning sword nurturing practice, holding the Xian Yuan sword, quietly attuning himself to the increasingly distinct pulsations of the sword after being nourished by spiritual power. Familiar footsteps approached from outside the courtyard, accompanied by the gentle voice of Shun Qingyan, little junior brother. Today, he wore a blue robe, a customary gentle smile gracing his lips as he stepped into the courtyard. Here are your cultivation resources for the month. After placing the spirit stones and elixirs on the table, Shun Qingyan's gaze fell upon Fang Che, and as he prepared to exchange pleasantries as usual, his smile momentarily faltered, almost imperceptibly. Little junior brother, you are still lingering at the first layer of Qi cultivation. Shun Qingyan understood within, a hint of regret rising within him. He had long known the arduous journey of cultivating the 5 elements spiritual root. Yet, witnessing his junior brother's unwavering diligence over the past 6 months, it was disheartening to see such slow progress. Little junior brother, Shun Qingyan's tone softened. Perseverance is key in cultivation. I observe your steady aura and pure spiritual energy. This past half year has not been in vain. The path of the 5 elements spiritual root is inherently different. Do not be swayed by the progress of others. He paused, looking sincerely at Fang Che, and continued. The master often says that the path is long and each has their own destiny. Your tranquil nature is a noble quality for a seeker of the way. As long as you maintain your original intent and move forward steadily, the clouds will part and the moon will be revealed in due time. A warmth filled Fang Che's heart as he smiled and replied, Thank you, senior brother, for your concern. Cultivation is akin to drinking water. One knows best whether it is warm or cold. I am not impatient. Shun Qingyan observed his expression closely, seeing no signs of forced composure, his eyes revealing admiration. Such steadiness and depth in a young man just beginning his journey, yet experiencing slow progress, is indeed rare. It is good that you think this way. He nodded with a smile, refraining from further comforting words, and instead took out 2 jade slips. This one, detailed explanation of low-level talismans continued, was entrusted to me by 5th junior sister. If you're interested, you may peruse it at your leisure. Feel free to ask her if you have any questions. The other slip was a brief description of common monsters and their habits. Though it may not be immediately useful, acquiring some knowledge is always beneficial for the future. Finally, he produced a jade box containing 12 neatly arranged green pills. These are the Qingmu pills newly refined by 7th Junior Brother. Although they are of the first tier, their effects are mild and can nourish the meridians. He specifically requested that you inform him of any subtle sensations, whether good or bad, after consumption. Thank you, 3rd Senior Brother, and please convey my gratitude to the senior brothers and sisters. Among fellow disciples, there is no need for formality. Shun Qingyan waved his hand, having completed all matters at hand and prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he glanced once more at Fang Che and gently said, Junior Brother, proceed at your own pace. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out or consult our esteemed master. Yes, Senior Brother, Fang Che replied. After bidding farewell to Shun Qingyan, the atmosphere in the listening bamboo pavilion returned to tranquility. Fang Che meticulously stored the resources away, his gaze lingering on the box of Qingmu Dan for a moment, but ultimately placed it alongside the Huangji Dan into his storage bag. He understood well that elixirs were merely supplementary. The true foundation of his path must be built brick by brick through his own efforts. Thus, throughout his cultivation, he had never consumed a single pill. After securing the spirit stones and elixirs, he unusually refrained from continuing his practice. Perhaps it was the genuine concern expressed by Shun Qingyan that stirred his emotions, or perhaps the tranquility of the past 6 months had allowed certain feelings, long buried, to find a crack through which to emerge. Suddenly, Fang Che yearned for a more expansive and serene place. With a slight shift in thought, the bright moon gracefully descended from the bamboo grove. He soared upon a crane, not heading towards the familiar valley of sword practice on the back mountain, but rather into the depths of Xianshui Peak, toward a secluded lake he had stumbled upon by chance. It was a place rarely trodden by human feet, where the waters remained perpetually cool and clear, reflecting the mountain light and cloud shadows, enveloped in profound tranquility. Before long, the moon folded its wings and quietly landed upon a moss-covered boulder. Fang Che sat quietly by the lakeshore, gazing at the deep and placid surface of the water. After 9 years of reincarnation, he had almost convinced himself that he had fully adapted, that the memories of his past life had dissipated like smoke. Yet at this moment, an unanticipated pang of longing pierced through his defenses. The recollections that surfaced were not of warm domesticity, but of the unyielding scent of disinfectant in the hospital. The pale ceiling he could only stare at while bedridden, and the frail body that lacked the strength even to turn over. What lingered most vividly in his memory, however, was not the pain itself, but the rough yet eternally warm hands of his mother, worn from years of toil, and the graying hair and slightly stooped back of his father. Day after day, they had guarded him, struggling desperately against the despair of a fate they could not alter. In the end, he could not endure, and amidst his parents' exhausted slumber, he closed his eyes and departed to this world, leaving behind their enduring pain and emptiness. A profound and unutterable solitude and sorrow welled up within him, akin to the cool waters of the lake, silently rising to the surface of his heart. Fang Che tightened his lips and absent-mindedly plucked a tender leaf, bringing it to his lips. Lacking technique, it produced no melody, only a fragmented, sob-like bamboo sound that drifted away with the gentle breeze. The sound of the bamboo leaves, choked with emotion, seemed to weep and narrate, intertwining with the murmuring water and rustling wind, adding an air of melancholy to the desolate lakeshore. Just as he immersed himself in this unknown sorrow, a cool, ethereal voice unexpectedly resonated behind him. Such mournful tones gnaw at the bones, and lingering thoughts ensnare the heart. With such sentiments, how can one cultivate? Startled, Fang Che turned to see the bamboo leaf fluttering down to the ground. The air appeared to solidify, rippling with a gentle radiance as faint as moonlight. A figure materialized quietly, as if she had been there all along. She was a woman clad in a robe shimmering like moonlight, her hair cascading like a waterfall, loosely held back by a translucent jade hairpin. She possessed a tall and slender figure, her waist delicately defined, with a robe that accentuated her ethereal silhouette. Standing there in serene stillness, she seemed to draw all surrounding colors toward her, becoming the sole focal point by the lakeside, exuding an air of cold solitude. Unlike any being of the mundane world, the master of the cold moon, the head of the Xian Shui Peak, was known for her affinity for tranquility. Residing year-round in the Ice Moon Cave, rarely revealing herself to the world, yet her beauty was famously recognized as the finest in the 9 provinces. Infang Ches Mind. There immediately surfaced a remark he had encountered not long ago, while learning about the elders of the Qing Tsung sect, found within a jade slip of introduction. Disciple Fang Che pays respects to the Peak Master. With a heart imbued with reverence, he rose to bow. Longing is a natural sentiment, and regret is not a sin. The Peak Master spoke, her voice still clear and melodious, yet strangely infused with a power that calmed Fang Che's heart. However, to indulge in such feelings, allowing them to gnaw at his resolve, would be tantamount to self-sabotage. The path of the 5 elements was arduous and long, demanding an unwavering will, steadfast as iron, rather than one prone to sentimentality and mired in the past. Naturally, the Peak Master remembered Fang Che. On that day, Yinlan had conveyed a request for her to take him as a disciple. It had been a mere casual remark on her part, yet she was aware that the master of Tian Yin Peak had also taken note of this young man. Had she remained silent, he might have entered the service of the Tian Yin Peak Master. Although she had never favored entangling herself in causal relationships, her acceptance of Yinlan as disciple was ultimately a consequence of her spoken word, thereby determining the young man's path of mentorship. Thus, she felt compelled to offer guidance on this occasion. The disciple will heed the Peak Master's teachings, Fang Che replied, bowing his head in acknowledgement. The Peak Master ceased her words, casting him one last glance, her gaze remaining tranquil and unperturbed. Then, her form flickered, akin to a reflection upon water, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into shimmering silver motes, silently dissipating into the ether. Fang Che bent down to pick up a bamboo leaf from the ground, gazing at it for a moment before gently tossing it into the lake, watching it drift away. He then turned it apart. Chapter 21. The second layer of qi cultivation upon returning to the Tingzhu Pavilion. Dusk had quietly descended, the final rays of light painting the bamboo tips with a golden hue before vanishing into the vastness. Today marked a day of respite from lessons. The sect permitted 2 days within the week for disciples to forego evening classes for self-reflection or personal matters, reminiscent of the school routines of his past life. Everything in the courtyard remained unchanged. The spiritual spring flowed gently, and the bamboo shadows danced, as if the unrecognized turmoil of the afternoon had never occurred. Yet, Fang Che understood that some things had shifted, not vanished, but rather placed in a deeper, quieter realm, akin to the bamboo leaf sinking into the heart of the lake. He did not immediately commence his evening cultivation, but first approached the spiritual spring, cupping his hands to wash his face with the refreshing water. The icy sensation permeated his skin, completely dispelling the lingering disorientation, and his eyes regained their clarity and tranquility. Fang Che retrieved the Xian Yuan sword and, shrouded in the deepening night, resumed his daily sword-nurturing practice, his fingertips gliding along the blade's spine, channeling a whisper of spiritual energy, his mind sinking into focus. Remarkably, perhaps due to the thorough emotional release of the day, his thoughts were now more pure and concentrated than ever before. Errant thoughts receded like a receding tide, leaving only the cool touch of his fingertips against the sword-esque body and the faint yet resilient response from within the blade as his spiritual energy flowed. After completing his sword practice, Fang Che rested the Xian Yuan sword across his knees, choosing not to sheath it, but instead sitting quietly on a stone bench in the courtyard for a moment of reflection. As he gazed upwards, the night sky appeared as if washed anew, the Milky Way gradually revealing itself. The emotions of past and present lives, love, regret, pain, and longing, flowed gently before his eyes. These feelings no longer stirred tumultuous waves, but existed eternally and distantly, akin to the stars and moon. In the ensuing days, Fang Che's rhythm of life seemed unchanged. He rose at dawn to nurture his sword, spent afternoons in quiet contemplation within the pavilion, or soared to the lakeside upon a crane to sit in tranquil repose. He no longer played the bamboo leaves, but instead observed the mountains and waters, allowing his heart to be purified amidst the vastness of nature. Evening lessons continued, and he practiced his breathing late into the night. However, if one were to observe closely, they might discern a subtle transformation in this disciple, who had remained at the initial stage of breathing exercises. His aura emanated a profound serenity. This was not a stagnation of the spirit, but rather an inner reserve of weightiness, reminiscent of the still waters of a deep pool, calm on the surface, yet silently accumulating depth below. Fang Che continued to hear whispers, both loud and soft, with looks of pity or confusion directed his way. Yet he conducted himself as usual, greeting others with composure and detachment. His clear, bottomless eyes reflected none of the world's disturbances. When Shun Xinyan returned to deliver the moon's customary offering, he keenly noticed this subtle change within Fang Che. It was not an elevation of realm, but rather a sublimation of his mindset. Surprised yet gratified, he swallowed the comforting words he had prepared and engaged in ordinary conversation, admiration growing in his gaze. Even the most spirited Lin Wan, upon visiting the bamboo pavilion to share the latest happenings of their sect, suddenly blinked and fixed her gaze on Fang Che for a considerable time, exclaiming, "Junior brother, why do I feel as though you are somewhat different now?" Fang Che merely smiled, offering her a cup of green bamboo tea brewed with spiritual spring water. On an otherwise ordinary deep night, Fang Che sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, cradling a high-quality spiritual stone in his palm while practicing the upper purity breathing technique. The spiritual energy flowed like a stream, repeatedly washing and nurturing his meridians, ultimately converging into a vortex that gradually grew stronger, a process he had repeated countless times. When the spiritual energy circulated to a certain cycle and Fang Che's mind sank into the deepest tranquility, he suddenly heard an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear sound. It was not from his ears, but emanated from the depths of his dantian, where the five-colored vortex, which had been steadily rotating, seemed to reach a certain fulcrum of fullness and harmony, producing a gentle chime. An invisible barrier quietly shattered. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no violent outpouring of spiritual energy, only a sense of clarity that permeated throughout his limbs and bones. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, and the room appeared to flicker with a soft light that quickly vanished. He extended his finger, a subtle thought stirring within him, and a thread of luminous five-colored spiritual energy manifested at his fingertip, far more refined and agile than before. He had entered the second layer of breathing exercises. After precisely 7 months since his initiation, Fang Che crossed this threshold in an almost unremarkable manner. He glanced at the Xian Yuan sword quietly standing against the wall, felt a sudden inspiration, rose, grasped the sword, and, without infusing much spiritual energy, simply waved it with the intent of his heart. A slender sword aura, clearer and more refined than ever before, sliced through the air, leaving a faint yet distinct white mark upon the wall of the quiet room. Although this sword energy dissipated after barely a foot from its source, it represented a qualitative leap. Fang Che sheathed his sword, finally revealing a gentle smile upon his face. Outside the window, the sky subtly glimmered with the first light of dawn, heralding a new day. He pushed open the door to the quiet room, and the morning breeze caressed him, rustling the bamboo leaves in a soft whisper of congratulations. Standing in the courtyard, Fang Che faced the east, where the dawn was about to burst forth, inhaling deeply the air infused with the sweetness of bamboo leaves and morning dew. As the morning light intensified, Fang Che collected his thoughts and commenced his daily practice anew. However, today's training was imbued with a fresh understanding due to his recent breakthrough in cultivation. He perceived a marked clarity in the harmonization and transformation of different attributes of spiritual energy within him, and his control felt notably smoother and more fluid. The rotation speed of the five-color vortex seemed slightly faster than, when he was at the first level of qi cultivation. And the efficiency of absorbing and refining spiritual energy had improved as well. Indeed, the elevation of one's realm forms the foundation of all progress. Fang Che pondered. Many once obscure aspects of his training, which he could only navigate by instinct, were now vividly illuminated. And the various theories learned during evening lessons had become much more tangible experiences. In the afternoon, Fang Che chose to remain in the Tingzhu Pavilion rather than venture out to practice his swordplay. Following his breakthrough, he needed time to solidify his realm, to deeply contemplate the differences between the second level of qi cultivation and his previous experience, and to strategize his future training priorities. The foremost task was the accumulation and refinement of spiritual power. Having advanced to the second level of qi cultivation, the capacity of his dantian had expanded, and his meridians widened, necessitating a substantial influx of spiritual energy for consolidation. With a considerable supply of high-grade spirit stones still available, and the potential use of elixirs now viable, the conducive environment of the Tingzhu Pavilion called for a more efficient training plan. Secondly, he contemplated the subsequent practice of the sword nurturing technique. After his breakthrough, the efficiency and perception of sword nurturing had transformed, perhaps allowing him to delve into more profound aspects of the sword techniques, such as the preliminary practice of using spiritual energy to manipulate the sword or achieving a more subtle resonance with the sword's essence. Lastly, he might consider cultivating some lower-tier spells. During his time at the first level of qi cultivation, Fang Che had entertained the idea of studying spells. Yet his meager amount of spiritual power had rendered even the simplest fireball technique nearly depleting. Moreover, its effects were weak and unstable, posing a risk of backlash against his meridians, compelling him to temporarily set aside that pursuit. Now, having ascended to the second level of qi cultivation, both the total volume and recovery speed of his spiritual power had significantly enhanced, and his control over it had become more refined. Fang Che finally possessed the preliminary conditions necessary for studying and casting fundamental spells. Methodically, Fang Che contemplated and clarified the trajectory of his subsequent training. His tranquil mindset ensured that even after his breakthrough, he felt no impatience or recklessness, choosing instead to emphasize the consolidation of his foundation and the pursuit of steady progress. Before the hour of Yu, Fang Che mounted his crane and journeyed to the Lingyu Palace. Chapter 22. Fishing upon arriving at the Lingyu Palace, Fang Che noticed a strikingly different atmosphere compared to usual. The disciples within the hall were not seated on their meditation cushions, but had gathered in small clusters near the entrance, whispering among themselves, their faces adorned with expressions of confusion and curiosity. Junior brother Fang, acquainted fellow disciple Sun Huan, approached him and whispered, "The evening class today is not held in the hall, but rather by the tranquil lake in the rear mountain, seemingly for some sort of assessment." Tranquil Lake? Assessment? A flicker of intrigue sparked within Fang Che, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Nestled within the secluded valley of the rear mountain, Tranquil Lake is modest in size. Its waters crystal clear and transparent, surrounded by towering ancient trees, creating a serene environment, often frequented by disciples who cherish solitude for meditation. However, upon arriving at the lakeside amidst the crowd, Fang Che was taken aback to find the area bustling with activity. In addition to their cohort of direct disciples, there were over 100 unfamiliar young cultivators present. These individuals donned the garb of direct disciples, their auras distinctly more refined and profound compared to theirs, currently gathered in small groups at a distance, observing with an air of scrutiny and amusement. "Look, the newcomers have arrived. Today promises to be entertaining. We were once put through quite the ordeal by Master Ling Jing. Shoo, keep your voice down. But honestly, I've been eagerly awaiting this. It's far more interesting than mere cultivation." The whispers floated through the air, though not amplified, yet all present were cultivators, sharp of hearing and sight. And the new disciples heard every word distinctly. Many involuntarily tensed, displaying signs of anxiety. Fang Che's gaze swept calmly across the crowd, recognizing a few familiar faces from previous encounters. Suddenly, His attention lingered on a somewhat vivacious figure, Linwan. She stood amidst several senior sisters, her eyes bright with amusement at the unfolding scene. Upon noticing Fang Che's gaze, she mischievously winked at him, a playful smile gracing her lips. Master Lingjing, seemingly oblivious to the spectators behind her, elegantly waved her slender hand, and dozens of bamboo fishing rods materialized before the assembly. This lake is named Tranquil Heart, home to the elusive silverline spirit fish, known for its agility and fondness for spiritual energy, particularly sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual power. Any discord will send them fleeing. You are to use this specially crafted spiritual thread as a line, with your own spiritual power as bait and hook to fish for the spirit fish. You will have a duration of 3 hours, and the one who catches the most spirit fish shall receive a vial of purified spirit elixir as a reward. Upon hearing this, the new disciples exchanged glances while the distant onlookers from previous years revealed expressions of nostalgia. Indeed, it was the same old routine. A disciple clad in green, arms crossed, chuckled softly. I remember spending an entire afternoon just to catch 3. I nearly drained my spiritual energy in the process. This is far more challenging than merely casting spells. One must maintain a steady output, execute subtle variations, and continuously sense the minute movements beneath the water, truly testing one's true skill. The game has begun. Let us wager on who will be the first to fall into the water this year. I bet it will be that tall fellow. He looks like a roughneck. I'm placing my bets on that little junior sister. Look at her, she's gone pale. Ha. Many new disciples displayed apprehension, having barely broken through to the second layer of chi training for just over a month. They were still in the phase of growing spiritual power, but lacking control. Maintaining a stable output was already challenging, let alone the precise manipulation required. Making the task seemed daunting. Not to mention the spirit fish sounded exceedingly troublesome. With a graceful wave of her hand, Master Lingjing sent the bamboo rods into their hands. Find your places and let the challenge commence. The disciples, bracing themselves, hurriedly sought the most promising fishing spots along the lake's edge, flustered as they began their attempts. Fang Che chose a slightly secluded lakeside, settling cross-legged beneath the shade of a tree. He delicately grasped the silver thread before him. Its supple texture was indeed extraordinary. Fang Che understood that this endeavor, which appeared to be mere fishing, was, in fact, a comprehensive assessment of one's heart, breath, and strength. The ethereal hook required a continuous infusion of spiritual energy to sustain it, while the ever-present silver thread served as a conduit for both the flow of spiritual energy and the perception of the elusive spiritual fish. Any fluctuation in spiritual energy would be magnified through this thread, potentially alarming the target and sending it fleeing. He took a moment to calm his mind and body, refraining from hastily casting the silver thread into the water, instead closing his eyes to regulate his breath. Look over there to the east. That spiritual energy line is quivering like a sieve. Tut. The one to the west is steady, but the spiritual energy is muddled and impure. It will likely dissipate into the water before it can achieve anything substantial, leaving only scraps to feed the fish. And who is that in the middle? Their spiritual energy is quite solid, but their technique is far too crude, stabbing straight down as if they were spearing fish. The critiques from the previous disciples rang out without reservation. Though they were not loud, the teasing tone made many of the new disciples flush with embarrassment, their movements becoming increasingly awkward, resulting in a string of failures. Just as most of the new disciples were still struggling with the elusive, capricious, silver-threaded fish, a sudden cheer erupted from the eastern lakeside. Ha, I've got one. The voice belonged to Zhu, who had recently become a disciple under the master of the Earth Peak during the disciple initiation ceremony. He was robust in stature and rather extroverted in nature. At this moment, his face was flushed, eyes sparkling with excitement as he tightly gripped the violently trembling bamboo rod. The tip of the rod bent under strain, the silver thread taut, while a shimmering silver shadow beneath the surface was thrashing vigorously, sending splashes of water flying. Zhu Shixiang is impressive. Nearby disciples who were familiar with him cast envious glances. Being the first to achieve a catch in front of so many was undoubtedly a matter of pride. Zhu Zhu felt a sense of glory swell within him, and he exerted even more effort to stabilize the bamboo rod, preparing to draw the spiritual fish to the surface. However, just as success seemed within grasp, a low chuckle rippled through the ranks of the older disciples, tinged with mischief. Hooked? Finally, someone has made a catch. Just look at his excitement. Get ready. This is going to be entertaining. Zhu Zhu, wholly focused, remained undistracted, carefully channeling his spiritual energy to guide the fish toward the shore. Just as the spiritual fish was pulled within 3 feet of the bank, its silvery body emerging clearly in the crystal waters, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The fish, which had initially seemed of ordinary size, suddenly unleashed a surge of power far beyond what its size suggested, violently surging back along the silver thread. Zhu Zhu was caught off guard. Feeling an irresistible force tugging at the bamboo rod, he exclaimed in surprise, instinctively bracing himself, his spiritual energy surging instinctively to counter the pull. With a tremendous splash, the sound of a body hitting the water echoed. To the astonishment of all, he was yanked off his feet, plunging head first into the lake. His startled cry was drowned by the water, leaving only a trail of bubbles and chaotic splashes in his wake. The slender bamboo fishing rod slipped from his grip, soaring through the air before landing upon the lake's surface not far away. The culprit, a silver-scaled spirit fish, had already vanished, a shimmer of silver disappearing into the depths of the tranquil waters. A brief moment of silence enveloped the lakeside. Soon after, the area where previous disciples had gathered erupted into a chorus of unabashed laughter. The posture with which this junior disciple entered the water bore a striking resemblance to my own from years past. Year after year, this day recurs. Every passing year brings its own present. Many new disciples stood in stunned silence, watching Zhu Zhu's floundering in the lake while glancing at the merriment of the seasoned disciples. Their emotions swirling in complexity. They began to understand why these individuals had gathered here to witness the spectacle. With a subtle shift of her gaze, the esteemed Master Ling Jing released a gentle azure aura from her sleeve, which gracefully enveloped Zhu Zhu's garments, lifting him effortlessly from the water and returning him to the shore. Her expression remained serene as she softly remarked, "The spirit fish are extraordinary creatures, acutely sensitive. The fluctuations in spiritual energy must remain constant, for any deviation will evoke their resistance, leading to failure." As Fang Che pondered the essence of Master Lingjing's words, a soft sigh broke the moment's stillness, drawing his attention to Sun Huan of the 100 Refinements Peak. Sun Huan possessed a striking appearance and was endowed with a rare high-quality gold spiritual root, which should have marked him as one of the brightest stars of this cohort. However, in the realm of cultivation, one must consider not only spiritual roots, but also comprehension and temperament. Sun Huan consistently lagged behind in his understanding of techniques and application of spiritual energy, rendering him the underachiever among his peers. Gazing at his motionless fishing rod, Sun Huan's face bore little trace of impatience. Instead, he wore an acceptance akin to resignation. He leaned slightly closer and murmured in a voice only audible to Fang Che, "It appears that this fish is not one we can easily catch." Upon finishing his words, Sun Huan's eyes flicked toward Fang Che's fishing rod resting beside him, and a sense of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he had Fang as his companion. Chapter 23. Slumber. The shock and laughter stemming from Zhu Zhu's dramatic plummet gradually subsided, yet the atmosphere along the lakeshore underwent a subtle transformation. The initial bewilderment and clumsiness of the new disciples, following Master Lingjing's guidance, shifted to expressions of contemplation. They no longer rushed toward immediate success, but instead settled into a focused mindset, earnestly striving to grasp the nuanced perception that Master Ling Jing had described. They restrained all unnecessary dispersions of spiritual energy, concentrating their minds more intently upon the delicate silver thread. At that moment, nearly all gazes were irresistibly drawn to a certain spot by the lakeshore. There sat Yun Yao, adorned in a flowing robe patterned with clouds, as still as a pine tree. Unlike the anxious or focused expressions of the other disciples, His refined and handsome visage radiated tranquility. The bamboo fishing rod in his hands stood steadfast, the silver thread submerged in the water, betraying no trace of spiritual energy. The onlookers observed as Yun Yao's wrist flickered with a gentle motion, and a spirit fish gracefully emerged from the water, landing precisely into his jade bowl, an action executed with the fluidity of flowing water. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish, silver flashes darted forth in a rhythm, each caught with impeccable timing, as if he had rehearsed the process 1,000 times. Such speed, the control of spiritual energy, is remarkable. Observe how concentrated the spiritual energy is, pure and untainted. Truly, he is the prodigy of the Yun family. The murmurs of past disciples once again arose. But this time they were replaced by astonishment, admiration, and a subtle hint of respect. Even those who had laughed the loudest before now tempered their expressions, attentively observing every movement of Yun Yao. The new disciples were utterly captivated, feeling both envy and reverence. Truly, senior brother Yun Yao is a rare talent in the realm of cultivation, emerging once in a millennium. Fang Che, seated under the shade of a tree, naturally noticed the commotion. He cast a glance at the almost flawless rhythm of spiritual energy surrounding Yun Yao and couldn't help but silently commend him. Such talent and mastery were indeed remarkable. However, the focus of all this attention, Yun Yao himself, seemed oblivious to the exclamations and praise from the outside world. His handsome visage bore a serene expression, with only the slightest upward curve at the corners of his lips, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. Yet within, Yun Yao's heart was anything but tranquil. Having stood out since childhood, with his family placing great hopes upon him, and having attracted much attention upon entering the sect, he had long grown accustomed to being in the spotlight and leading his peers. He even relished the sensation of astonishing others in silence. There was no need for ostentation. By merely excelling in his endeavors, accolades and attention would naturally follow, a stance he found far more aligned with the demeanor of a true strong man than the boisterous boasting of others. As Yun Yao's manipulation of spiritual power became increasingly effortless and graceful, the frequency with which he caught the spiritual fish seemed to quicken, as if he were silently responding to the admiration around him. The lake breeze rustled through his hair and the pristine fabric of his robes, painting a picture of an immortal fishing by the ancient trees and shimmering waters, causing many young female disciples to momentarily lose themselves in reverie. The gaze of the esteemed Master Ling Jing frequently fell upon Yun Yao, clearly revealing his appreciation. Among the past disciples, a round-faced senior sister standing beside Lin Wan could not resist gently nudging her elbow against Lin Wan's side, whispering in awe, "Junior sister Lin, look at junior brother Yun Yao. My heavens, did you see how decisively he lifted the rod? So elegant, so striking. He is undoubtedly the foremost among this year's new disciples." Lin Wan, arms crossed and her gaze wandering over the lake's surface, glanced over at Yun Yao upon hearing this, only to quickly redirect her attention back to the almost motionless figure in moon-white robes beneath the distant tree. Humph! She let out a soft huff through her nose, just loud enough for the round-faced senior sister to hear. The control of his spiritual energy is indeed refined, and his movements are quite flashy, resembling a painting. After a moment, Lin Wan dismissed it nonchalantly, "But don't you think it seems overly deliberate? Every ounce of strength appears meticulously calculated, every action imbued with that ethereal aura, as if he fears others might not recognize his prowess. Fishing is simply fishing. Why put on such a show for whom? Isn't it exhausting?" The round-faced senior sister was taken aback, not expecting Lin Wan's reaction, and replied incredulously, "Deliberate? Doesn't that indicate junior brother Yun's control is so profound that he has reached a realm of effortless mastery? How many disciples yearn for such precision, yet cannot attain it?" "That is where you only see the surface," Lin Wan replied, nodding towards Fang Che's direction. "Look at my little junior brother over there, beneath the tree." The round-faced senior sister followed the direction she pointed toward and found Fang Che still maintaining his original posture, so quiet that he seemed to blend into the shade of the trees. "Isn't that Fang Che, the one you often speak of?" she wondered. Why was he sitting there motionless, his eyes closed for nearly an hour? Upon closer inspection, she was somewhat astonished to add, His aura seems to have solidified compared to the previous days. Could it be that he has broken through to the second level of Qi training? Lin Wan had been engrossed in watching Yun Yao, occasionally glancing at Fang Che's composed fishing technique, secretly admiring her junior brother's remarkable demeanor. Hearing Li Yun's words, she abruptly turned her head, her gaze fixated on Fang Che. Indeed, as Li Yun had mentioned, he sat cross-legged under the tree's shade, his bamboo fishing rod casually resting on his knee, the silver line dipping into the shallow water, swaying gently with the ripples. His eyelids drooped, his breathing steady and elongated, his chest rising and falling slightly, resembling a peaceful nap. This starkly contrasted with the other disciples around him, who were all engrossed and flustered, making him conspicuously stand out. The small sense of pride and amusement on Lin Wan's face froze instantly, replaced by a surge of anger. Her delicate cheeks flushed, and her bright eyes seemed ready to emit flames. This Fang Che, whom she often praised in front of others, was now performing a display of napping at such a crucial moment. This was not merely hiding one's strength, it was outright negligence. Infuriated, she clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could rush over and tug at Fang Che's ears to give him a good scolding. Beside her, Li Yun noticed the fluctuations in her expression and assumed she felt embarrassed after being called out. She hurriedly consoled her, Lin Jr.'s sister, do not be too angry. Perhaps Fang Jr. brother has been practicing diligently before and suddenly relaxed, inadvertently dozing off. After all, he just broke through, and it is natural for his spirit to be exhausted. Even as she spoke these words, she lacked conviction. "Ha! I caught one too! I caught one too!" exclaimed Sun Huan excitedly nearby, his face flushed with joy as he carefully removed the wriggling spirit fish, cradling it like a treasure. This was the first fish he had caught since the assessment began. Though small, it held great significance, as it meant he was likely not to come in last. Sun Huan eagerly approached Fang Che to boast about his catch. "Fang Jr. brother, I caught," but his words abruptly halted as he froze in place. Is Fang Jr. brother sleeping? Blinking in surprise, he leaned in closer and tentatively called out, "Fang Jr. brother?" Upon confirming his suspicion, the astonishment on Sun Huan's face slowly transformed into profound sympathy. Sighing heavily to himself, he thought, Fang Jr. brother must be having a tough time. What a pitiful yet diligent junior brother, on the verge of embarrassment in this assessment. Gazing at Fang Che's peaceful sleeping face, his expression softened with affection. "Fang Jr. brother, you truly are a wonderful junior brother. Your timing for a nap is impeccable. No, I must ensure that Fang Jr. brother sleeps well and soundly. He must not be disturbed." Upon this realization, Sun Huan stealthily maneuvered to a position behind Fang Che and sat cross-legged. He cautiously summoned his rather limited spiritual energy to create a more comfortable environment for Fang Che. Sun Huan was utterly focused on his task, beads of sweat forming upon his forehead, which could easily mislead an observer into thinking he was performing some profound spell. Meanwhile, at the heart of this minor spectacle, within the depths of Fang Che's consciousness, a subtle ripple of spiritual energy gently spread across the vast surface of his mental lake. As time flowed quietly amidst the stable and efficient harvesting by Yun Yao and the careful efforts of the disciples, Sun Huan diligently safeguarded the process. The tranquil lake, once clear under the day's light, now mirrored the myriad stars and a crescent moon, its surface shimmering with a silvery sheen, adding an air of mystery and coolness. With the examination deadline approaching, the atmosphere by the lake became subtly charged. Most individuals, either joyful or anxious, were counting their catches, their sighs and laughter intertwining. Initially, no one paid attention to that corner where Fang Che sat, his form silent as stone, nearly merging with the shadows by the lake. It was not until a disciple, counting his spiritual fish, glanced up and noticed him, exclaiming softly, "Is Brother Fang perhaps asleep?" Several nearby disciples turned their gaze, curiosity and surprise flickering in their eyes. His fish basket was completely empty. It seemed entirely reasonable for Brother Fang to give up. considering he had only reached the first layer of qi cultivation and lacked spiritual energy. Although the whispers were soft, they resonated clearly in the stillness of the lakeside, drawing an increasing number of glances. Among the observing disciples from previous years, a few fixed their eyes on Fang Che, initially with a casual glance, which soon transformed into a more concentrated stare. Sleeping during the examination? This brother certainly had a carefree spirit. Rather than appearing asleep, he seemed to be in a meditative state, but surely one should not enter such a state during an assessment, right? Wasn't his bucket still empty? Not a single fish caught. Indeed, it was not just empty. The fishing line appeared to lack any spiritual energy, as if it had been severed. This must be a sign of surrender. Yet did Elder Ling Jing not intervene? The murmurs among the seasoned disciples spread swiftly, having witnessed many scenes. They collectively concluded that Fang Che had indeed given up. Such occurrences were not uncommon, yet the blatant nature of this one was rare. Lin Wan, overhearing the vague discussions around her, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and anger, longing to rush over and rouse Fang Che. The gaze of Master Jing had already passed over Fang Che several times. She had initially felt a flicker of doubt, which gradually transformed into a scrutinizing observation, ultimately tinged with an almost imperceptible sense of anticipation. She refrained from interrupting, merely watching in silence. What none of them realized was that within Fang Che's consciousness, a serene tempest was brewing. The earlier words of Master Ling Jing, "The human thoughts startled the fish," suggested that since one could not force it, why not transform it? Over the past 6 months of cultivating the sword nurturing technique, Fang Che had daily merged with the essence of the Xian Yuan sword, experiencing the gradual awakening of subtle spiritual qualities through nurturing. Was this not another form of transformation? Not through force, but through perception and intention. A thought flared like a spark across his mind. The vague descriptions of unity among body, mind, sword, and spirit within the sword nurturing technique crystallized into clarity at this moment. An ancient and profound text quietly emerged within his heart. Once, Zhuang Zhou dreamt of being a butterfly, vividly embodying the essence of that butterfly, lost in blissful self-awareness, unaware of his identity as Zhuang Zhou. Suddenly awakening, he found himself once again as Zhuang Zhou, left pondering whether Zhuang Zhou's dream was of the butterfly or the butterfly's dream was of Zhuang Zhou. In this realm where Zhuang Zhou and the butterfly transcended their identities, their boundaries dissolved. Thus, in this moment, Fang Che, seated serenely by the lakeside, and the graceful, silver-lined spirit fish within the water, why could they not be one? At the moment of enlightenment, a profound stillness enveloped him. Fang Che wholly relinquished his mental defenses, ceasing to distinguish between himself and the spirit fish. As his thoughts gently rippled, he felt no longer as a solitary fisherman on the shore, but transformed into a pure stream within the lake, a water plant, ultimately becoming a silver-lined spirit fish that glided through the ages. Was it unclear whether Che's dream was of the spirit fish or whether the spirit fish dreamed of him? In this seamless and transcendent state of unity, his consciousness softly caressed the lake's surface, no longer seeking but merely calling, merely resonating. The onlookers beheld Fang Che, still with closed eyes, yet the tranquil lake before him, once reflecting the stars and moon, inexplicably rippled with gentle waves. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before the astonished witnesses. A silver-lined spirit fish, adorned with a faint golden stripe and imbued with ethereal light, stealthily emerged from the depths of the dark water plants. It swam directly towards the water beneath Fang Che, its delicate scales shimmering in the moonlight, its head slightly turning as if listening, as if confirming. Under the gaze of hundreds, the spirit fish elegantly flicked its tail fin, gracefully leaping from the water. The moonlight cast a soft glow upon its silvery body, and with a splash, it perfectly landed in the previously empty fish basket. The crowd was left in disbelief. This leap seemed to press an unspoken switch. The second, third, and increasingly more silver-lined spirit fish gathered from all directions, varying in size, some gleaming brightly while others dimmed. Each fish that arrived at the waters before Fang Che paused momentarily. Then, in an orderly manner, leapt from the water one after another, tracing similar arcs as they dove into the basket. Splash, splash, splash. The sound was soft yet resonated deeply in the hearts of all. There was no fierce struggle, no radiant luminescence, not even forced communication. Only the fish, spontaneously and unhurriedly, returned to the basket. This surreal scene flowed with an ineffable harmony. The entire lakeside fell into a profound silence, and all disciples, whether seasoned or new, stared in awe, as if caught in a spell. Some failed to notice their fishing rods slipping into the water, while others unconsciously leaned forward, attempting to discern whether this was an illusion. Lin Wan's eyes widened in astonishment, her small hands covering her mouth, her gaze darting between Fang Che's serene profile and the continuously filling fish basket, her mind a blank slate. Amidst this extraordinary phenomenon of the fish's arrival, Yun Yao, comfortably seated at his fishing platform and enjoying the astonished gazes of the crowd, sensed the peculiar shift in atmosphere. He had just executed another exquisite hook, a prime silver-lined spirit fish responding as expected and waiting for the usual wonderment. However, the anticipated ambience did not materialize. This slightly displeased him, yet he maintained a perfect rhythm in his control. With a subtle flick of his wrist, another silver carp landed precisely in the basket. Yun Yao considered this merely a momentary distraction. However, the unusual silence and the increasing sounds of inhalation became impossible to ignore. Following the gaze of the majority, he cast a glance towards the long-forgotten corner by the lake, tinged with a hint of disturbance and condescension. There, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The silver carp, like pilgrims, leapt gracefully and purposefully from the water, one after another, landing accurately beside Fang Che's basket. The fishing rod in Yun Yao's hand trembled ever so slightly, as if in disbelief. How could this be? He watched, astounded, as the number of carp in Fang Che's bucket swiftly surpassed the fruits of his own labor over the past half-day, and it continued to grow. The tranquil demeanor of the carp as they entered the wooden bucket seemed to mock every meticulously calculated and perfectly executed motion he had made before. The name Fang Che, which Yun Yao had occasionally heard but dismissed with a smile, now lingered in his thoughts. He averted his gaze, returning to the lake before him. Yet his mind could no longer immerse itself as it had before. Intriguing, he coldly muttered under his breath. Fang Che, you have indeed captured my attention. Chapter 25. True Intention. The assessment concluded amidst an eerie atmosphere. The spectacle of the fish gathering spontaneously overturned the understanding of all disciples. Master Ling Jing did not evaluate each participant individually. Her gaze swept over the baskets of fish before the disciples, pausing momentarily on Fang Che's nearly overflowing basket. She gently spoke. That is enough for today. Fang Che, stay behind. The rest may disperse. There are no rankings announced, no comments on gains or losses. Not even a mention of the astonishing phenomenon of the fish swarm. She simply ended the assessment and retained Fang Che for further discussion. The disciples exchanged perplexed glances, filled with curiosity, yet none dared to speak, silently gathering their belongings and departing one by one. Many could not help but cast complicated glances towards Fang Che. Yun Yao's gaze lingered on the bountiful catch. His lips tightened ever so slightly before he turned away, his figure appearing even more solitary than before. Lin Wan was the last to leave, casting a wink at Fang Che, her lips curling into a radiant smile as she joined the departing crowd. In an instant, the once bustling lakeside was left with only Fang Che and Master Ling Jing, who stood a short distance away, seemingly merging with the twilight. The lake mirrored the stars and moon, enveloped in serene silence. The moonlight draped over Master Ling Jing's elegant robe, enhancing her gentle and tranquil presence as she regarded Fang Che. Her gaze filled with a teacher's concern for a younger disciple. Fang Che, she began slowly, her voice soothing. What you accomplished today was not merely a display of skill, but rather a harmony with nature, invoking the resonance of the silver carp's essence. This method aligns with the heavenly principles, far surpassing ordinary techniques of control, reflecting your clear heart and exceptional comprehension. She shifted her tone slightly, yet remained gentle. Before entering the sect, You were assessed with top-tier, 5-element spiritual roots. Your innate talent is indeed remarkable. However, possessing all 5 elements means your path to cultivation may be somewhat slower than others. The gaze of the esteemed Ling Jing turned towards the basket of silver-scaled spirit fish, and she spoke gently. This silver-threaded spirit fish, born from the waters of the spirit pivot, absorbs the essence of water spirits and a thread of innate vitality. Its flesh and blood are exceptional for practitioners in the chi refinement stage, nurturing meridians and refining spiritual power. She paused, her tone growing ever softer. Today, by a stroke of fortune, you have drawn these fish to you, and the bounty is considerable. If utilized wisely, it will greatly benefit your current cultivation level. This is your opportunity, a form of destiny. Ling Jing elaborated eloquently on the advantages of the spirit fish. Fang Che stood quietly, attentive. He was acutely aware of the stagnation in his cultivation due to his elemental roots, and he recognized the immense value represented by the basket of spirit fish. Should he successfully refine them, he might swiftly solidify his footing at the 2nd level of chi refinement, or even take a significant leap toward the 3rd level, alleviating the pressure of his slow progress. However, when his gaze fell upon the tranquil beings gliding within the basket, his mind conjured the wondrous state of unity he felt in resonance with their spirit. The spirit fish had come to him, imbued with a natural trust and affinity. To refine them for the sake of augmenting his spiritual power felt akin to feasting upon a friend who had come to visit. As this thought arose, he sensed a blockage in his intentions, and his heart felt clouded. Disciple, thanks the esteemed one for your enlightening guidance. Fang Che's voice was steady. What you have said is understood. Indeed, this creature would greatly aid my cultivation. He paused, his gaze clear and sincere. Yet, I believe that the path of cultivation is rooted in the purity of one's heart. These fish came to me in a moment of clarity and resonance. This is both an opportunity and a gift. If I were to refine them out of a desire for progress, though I might gain in spiritual power, I fear my heart would become clouded, betraying the trust of these spirit fish. Should my spiritual power be insufficient, diligent practice could remedy that, but a clouded heart may prove much harder to cleanse. Having spoken, Fang Che ceased further discourse and lifted the heavy basket, turning towards the lake's edge. The moonlight elongated his silhouette, casting it upon the shimmering surface of the water. He crouched down, slowly immersing the basket's opening into the icy lake. His movements were unhurried, his expression focused. As silvery light surged within the basket, the spirit fish seemed to sense something, gracefully slipping out along the current. They did not rush to flee. Instead, upon entering the water, they circled leisurely around Fang Che for a moment. Their bright scales shimmered under the moonlight, while delicate tendrils brushed against his fingertips, offering a cool and gentle touch, as if conveying a sense of farewell. Subsequently, they elegantly flicked their tails and turned, bearing tiny glimmers of starlight, silently merging into the depths, vanishing into the darkness that had nurtured them. Ling Jing observed quietly, and when she noticed Fang Che, after listening to her explanation of the benefits of the spirit fish, calmly choosing to release them, a flicker of surprise crossed her usually gentle eyes. She could discern the slow progress of his cultivation, which was precisely why she had emphasized the benefits of the spirit fish to him. Yet, she had not anticipated that this young man, fully aware of the immense advantages and his need for such resources, would so decisively let them go. Such a choice was rare in her long years of cultivation and teaching. She began to understand why Yunlan regarded this child with such special consideration. The seemingly carefree and unconventional Yunlan possesses an unwaveringly unique perspective. As Fang Che completed the release of the fish and turned back, the gentle demeanor of the serene Master Ling Jing had returned. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, 2 points of ethereal light emerged from her sleeve, gently landing before Fang Che. One was a small azure vial entwined with natural leaf vein patterns, while the other was a translucent and warm white jade bottle, subtly exuding a flow of spiritual energy. This azure vial, known as the Qinglin bottle, can condense a drop of ethereal would do each day. offering a slight nurturing effect for the soul, which may prove beneficial in your daily cultivation. Master Ling Jing's gaze shifted to the white jade vial, and she spoke softly. This is the pure spirit pill, awarded to the one who catches the most spiritual fish. Although you did not keep count, your bounty far exceeds that of your fellow disciples. Thus, it rightfully belongs to you. The pure spirit pill purifies spiritual energy and solidifies one's foundation, making it particularly suitable for your elemental roots. Looking at Fang Che, Master Lingjing's eyes brimmed with encouragement. Your actions today reflect your true heart. The path of cultivation is long and varies for each individual. I gift you this item, hoping you will remain steadfast and advance steadily. Grateful for the Master's generous endowment and teachings, Fang Che vowed earnestly to remember them, diligently practicing to live up to expectations. Bowing deeply, he expressed his heartfelt sincerity. Master Lingjing nodded with a smile, her figure gradually fading into the moonlight and mist, as if merging with the gentle night, leaving only a trace of the fragrant essence of nature that lingered momentarily before dispersing with the wind. Standing alone by the lakeside, Fang Che held the azure jade vial, feeling the tranquility and vitality emanating from within. He cast a final glance at the now serene and deep calm heart lake, and then at the empty fish basket at his feet. Having relinquished a basket of precious resources that could hasten his cultivation, he harbored no regrets, only a profound peace of mind and a clearer perception of the path ahead. As the night breeze caressed him, creating subtle ripples on the lake's surface, he was about to turn away when a deliberate rustling sound emerged from behind a flourishing ancient pine by the lakeside. Suddenly, Lin Wan's head popped out, wearing a mischievous grin. Finally, she had arrived. She brushed off the grass clippings from her clothes and bounced in front of Fang Che, asking, "Junior brother, what did Master Lingjing tell you? Now that you have these spiritual fish, your cultivation can improve." Lin Wan's eyes then fell upon the empty fish basket at Fang Che's feet, and her smile abruptly froze. She blinked in disbelief, bending down to peer into the basket. "Where are the fish?" she exclaimed, suddenly raising her head to stare at Fang Che, her eyes wide with shock. Did Master Lingjing take back all those silver-lined spiritual fish? She's not the type to do that. "I set them free," Fang Che replied calmly. "Set them free?" Lin Wan's voice pitched dramatically, her almond-shaped eyes bulging in astonishment, her finger trembling as she pointed towards Calm Heart Lake. "You mean you returned all those spiritual fish to the lake?" Upon receiving Fang Che's affirmative gaze, Lin Wan appeared as if struck by a bolt of lightning, standing frozen in place. After a long moment, she finally gasped, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Fang Che's nose, her face etched with anguish over such wasteful actions. "Fang Che, have you damaged your brain through your cultivation?" She stomped her foot in frustration, speaking rapidly as if pouring out beans, exclaiming, "That is the silverline spirit fish. The silverline spirit fish from Tranquil Heart Lake. Do you have any idea how rare it is? For us practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, it is akin to a walking elixir. Just one fish can equate to months of arduous training." The more she spoke, the more animated she became, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. "I'm already at the 6th level of Qi refinement. If I had even a basketful, or even just 3 or 5, I would see significant progress. You have only just entered the 2nd level. You desperately need these rare resources to lay a solid foundation and compensate for the slow cultivation of your elemental roots, and yet you let them all go." Lin Wan circled around Fang Che, as if trying to ascertain if something was amiss behind his head. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "I understand now. It must be that Master Lingjing did not inform you of the wonders of the spirit fish." Fang Che allowed her to vent her dissatisfaction and astonishment. Once Lin Wan had finished her lengthy tirade, her chest heaving as she glared at him, he finally responded with a slow, pained smile. "Senior sister, the benefits of the spirit fish have been thoroughly conveyed by the master. Knowing this, you still let them go?" Lin Wan shot him a glare. Fang Che's gaze drifted toward the deep waters of the lake, his voice low yet clear and resolute. "They came to me not through force of will, but by call. To refine them merely to enhance my spiritual power would be contrary to my true intentions. On the path of cultivation, while spiritual power can accumulate. Losing sight of one's true self is a perilous endeavor. Lin Wan opened her mouth, seemingly ready to retort, but upon gazing into Fang Che's calm eyes and unwavering expression, the words suddenly lodged in her throat. Growing up in the sect, endowed with remarkable talent and favored by her master, her cultivation had been smooth sailing. She had witnessed many of her peers grappling for resources and others who feigned nobility while harboring deeper schemes, yet she had never encountered anyone quite like Fang Che. Fully aware of the immense benefits and in urgent need of them, he chose to relinquish them without hesitation for the sake of an ethereal principle. To her, this was utterly inconceivable, bordering on foolishness, yet within this folly was a stubbornness that left her both bewildered and somewhat awestruck. She glared at Fang Che for a long while before finally slumping her shoulders in resignation, murmuring, "Fine, fine, I can't argue with you. After all, the fish are yours. You can do as you please." Yet, the pained expression on her face clearly indicated she had not fully reconciled with the situation. Chapter 26. Perilous Moments. Lin Wan shook her head, casting one last glance at the unfathomable depths of Tranquil Heart Lake, as if she could still see the glimmers of silver swimming within. Her face once again contorted in a pained expression before she tugged at Fang Che's sleeve, insisting, let's go back. If I keep looking, I fear I might leap in to catch them." Fang Che allowed her to pull him along while Lin Wan continued to lament the fate of the fish. For the most part, he simply listened, offering an occasional acknowledgement. The following morning, the listening bamboo pavilion remained shrouded in a gossamer mist, accompanied by the crisp melodies of birdsong. Fang Che had just concluded his morning sword nurturing exercises when a light-hearted cough echoed from outside the courtyard. "Little 13, you're up quite early." Fang Che looked up to find Master Yunlan casually leaning against the bamboo near the courtyard entrance, adorned in his customary elegant Taoist robe, chin propped thoughtfully, his eyes curving into a gentle smile as he observed him. However, beneath the usual glint of mischief in his eyes, there seemed to lie something more intriguing. Disciple pays respects to master. Fang Che promptly bowed in greeting. No need for such formalities. With a graceful wave of her hand, Master Yunlan stepped lightly into the courtyard and naturally settled onto the stone bench, casually patting the space beside her. "Come sit. I have heard that our Xianshui peak has produced an extraordinary individual, one who is indifferent to fame and fortune, even dismissing the silver-threaded spirit fish of Jingxin Lake without a second thought. How generous indeed." Her tone was laced with teasing. Fang Che felt a slight flush of embarrassment and lowered his gaze. Disciple does not dare to claim the title of indifference. "Is merely what?" Master Yunlan interjected, her voice rising slightly. "My foolish disciple, the path of cultivation is a contest against heaven, earth, and humanity, but most importantly, it is a struggle against one's self. What is at stake is that fleeting opportunity. When fortune presents itself to you, you choose to return it, claiming it weighs on your conscience." She sighed, her expression shifting from irritation to profound resignation and regret as she regarded Fang Che, earnestly advising, "Little 13, I know you possess a good heart. Not greedy or impetuous, these are commendable traits. Yet, cultivation cannot rely solely on an admirable disposition. Resources, the tangible assets that truly advance one's cultivation, can sometimes be more effective than a century of solitary practice. Your 5-element spiritual roots are already arduous. You start slower than others, and thus require such heavenly materials to compensate for your shortcomings." She shook her head, her gaze reminiscent of the expression Lin Wan had when observing an empty fish basket the day prior. Fang Che remained silent for a moment, waiting for Master Yunlan's emotions to settle before he spoke softly. "Master's teachings, I shall remember well. The importance of resources is not lost on me. However, yesterday, those spirit fish indeed came to me due to my calm and clear state of mind, resonating subtly with my heart. If I were to refine them solely for the sake of enhancing my spiritual power, I fear I would lose that very disposition. In my humble opinion, cultivation is a long journey, and one should not measure gains and losses based solely on the transient fluctuations of spiritual energy." Listening intently, Master Yunlan's expression remained clouded, though her gaze grew more serious. She scrutinized Fang Che for a considerable time before exhaling heavily and leaning back against the stone bench. Enough, enough, she waved her hand. Her eyes now filled with curiosity. Do elaborate. What truly transpired with that fish? After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Che recounted the changes in his state of mind from the previous day, the subtle connection with the spirit fish, the insights provided by Master Ling Jing, his inner deliberation, and the eventual act of releasing them, articulating it all clearly and succinctly, without embellishment or concealment. Master Yunlan listened in silence, and for a long while, the only sound in the courtyard was the gentle trickle of the spiritual spring. Little 13, do you realize that your actions yesterday, while seemingly advantageous, have placed you perilously close to the edge of a cliff? After a long pause, she finally spoke, her tone unusually grave. Fang Che felt a chill run through him. Please enlighten me, Master. To completely relinquish one's mind, dispersing all thoughts, and merging with the essence of existence. Ancient practitioners refer to this as sitting forgetfulness, a state of profound elevation. It also harbors great peril. Master Yunlan's eyes sparkled with clarity, as if she could penetrate the depths of one's heart. External evils, inner demons, and the fragmented malevolence that wanders through the cosmos can all take advantage of such vulnerability. The consequences may range from mere damage to one's consciousness and the severance of one's path, to the more severe fate of the soul being scattered, leaving one a hollow shell, overtaken by another entity. At Ta Ching Peak, a formidable sect formation provides protection, and with the inherently pure nature of the spirit fish, you have fortuitously reaped benefits and emerged unscathed. In the future, you must not recklessly venture into the outside world. The disciple solemnly acknowledged the sage's admonition. Fang Ge, reflecting on the previous day's experience, had felt an enigmatic and natural state of being, a sense of ease and tranquility, unaware of the profound depths behind it. Are you frightened? Asked Master Yunlan, observing his expression. She suddenly smiled, her tone softening. It is good to be afraid. However, this stroke of luck is also a facet of strength, particularly your inexplicable ability to resonate with the spirit fish. Sitting upright, she spoke earnestly. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Through this experience, you have inadvertently glimpsed a path that may better suit you, seeking resonance rather than striving for control. This differs from the ordinary path, being more perilous yet closer to certain fundamental truths. Continue your practice of the sword nurturing technique as usual. Though it may seem clumsy, it greatly aids in stabilizing the mind and sharpening subtle perception, laying a solid foundation to prevent you from being easily overwhelmed by that state in the future. At this juncture, Master Yunlan suddenly extended her hand, playfully tousling Fang Che's neatly arranged hair, rendering his hairstyle somewhat disheveled, and resumed her whimsical demeanor. Enough of the serious face. This is a splendid occurrence, a remarkable blessing, proving my discerning eye. I've found a treasure. However, this path is fraught with danger. Her voice took on a more somber tone. Ordinary disciples cultivate spiritual power and practice techniques in a gradual manner. Even when faced with bottlenecks, there are usually discernible patterns. Yet you have plunged headfirst into the murky waters of oblivion. Pausing, she noted Fang Che's clear gaze, devoid of fear, his focus entirely on her words. After a moment of silence, she reached into her robe and retrieved a token, approximately the size of half a palm, its surface warm and smooth as white jade. The token bore an ancient and simple design, with an elegant character for cloud inscribed in archaic script on one side, and swirling cloud patterns on the reverse, faintly shimmering with spiritual light. This is one of my identity tokens, a jade emblem of sorts, which is of little use in daily life, save for one purpose. She gently placed the jade token on the stone table, pushing it towards Fang Che. With this token, you may freely enter the hall of profound scriptures to select a suitable technique for nurturing your spirit and stabilizing your spiritual awareness. With this foundational practice, your path of oblivion will be slightly more secure, preventing a mere breeze from scattering your soul. Master, this token is far too precious, Fang Che replied. momentarily at a loss for words. Precious? Master Yunlan raised an eyebrow, returning to her half-smiling countenance. What could be more precious than the life and path of my disciple? Take it. Remember, this is your life-saving talisman, not a means to seek out earth-shattering secrets. You must carefully discern and choose a technique that resonates most harmoniously with your current cultivation and temperament. If you find it difficult to comprehend or decide, sit in quiet reflection. Often, the path of spiritual practice is about fate. Taking a deep breath, Fang Che ceased his reluctance and respectfully accepted the jade token with both hands. I shall exercise utmost caution and live up to Master's high expectations. Indeed, a hint of a smile appeared on Master Yunlan's face as she rose. Now that's more like it. Go, do not delay. As her words faded, her figure dissipated like light smoke, leaving the white jade token in Fang Che's palm, radiating warmth and tranquility. Chapter 27. The Order of Xian Shui at a quarter past the hour of Chun. The stone square before the Xianjing Hall began to hum with a modest gathering of people. The lingering mist enveloped the ancient and towering nine-tiered edifice, lending it an ethereal quality. The Xianjing Hall is the very heart of the Taoist teachings of Xian Shui Peak, and although Fang Che had only recently entered its gates, he had long been acquainted with its esteemed reputation. The hall is meticulously divided into 9 levels, a deliberate organization that resonates with the significance of the 9 realms of cultivation, corresponding to the gradation and profundity of the texts it houses. The higher the tier, the more precious and esoteric the teachings, demanding not only a considerable amount of sect contribution points, but also imposing stringent requirements on the reader's cultivation level and comprehension of the Tao. As Fang Che ambled along the mountain path, the moon-white robes of a direct disciple radiated a faint glow amidst the morning fog, the cloud patterns on his sleeves subtly shifting with his movements. He possessed a slender and upright figure, with the dawn light accentuating the youthful clarity of his features. Most striking were his eyes, clear and tranquil like a pristine spring, reflecting the hall shrouded in mist and the distant verdant mountains, exuding a calmness that belied his youth. As Fang Che stepped onto the stone square, the previously scattered conversations fell momentarily silent, with curious gazes directed toward him. Who is that? A newly arrived senior disciple? A female cultivator clad in intersect robes widened her eyes slightly, whispering to her companion. It must be. He has a strikingly fresh visage. Her companion scrutinized him closely, astonished, noting his handsome features, but also his youthful appearance. His cultivation level seems modest, perhaps only at the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Another female cultivator chimed in, her gaze lingering on Fang Che's chiseled profile for a moment longer before she hurriedly averted her eyes, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. A group of younger female disciples clustered together, exchanging furtive glances and stifled giggles imbued with the unique shyness and curiosity of youth. Some stole additional glances, while others pretended to adjust their garments, yet their peripheral vision remained fixed on the moon-white figure. The reactions of the male disciples from the intersect were far more intricate, a blend of envy, curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of resentment. Only at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, it was heard that Elder Yunlan had accepted a direct disciple with a 5-element spiritual root not long ago. Could this be him? The whispered doubts were hushed, but laden with incredulity. Most of these intersect disciples had dedicated years to rigorous training and accumulation of contributions, hoping one day to earn the favor of an elder, even if it were merely as a named disciple. Yet here stood this youth, barely having embarked on the 2nd layer of qi refinement, already donned in the attire emblematic of a direct disciple, a perplexing sight indeed. Amidst the crowd, several figures also clad in moon-white robes, but exuding a far more profound aura cast scrutinizing glances at him. A young man, bearing a long sword and possessing a stern visage, glanced at Fang Che, sensing the shallow fluctuations of his spiritual energy, a cold smirk flickering across his lips before he diverted his gaze. Nearby, a gentle-looking female cultivator in similar robes exhibited a moment of surprise, only to quickly regain her composure. Meanwhile, a burly man nearby huffed audibly. Though he said nothing, his disdainful demeanor was unmistakable. The second layer Qi refinement of the Yunlan sect elder this time was indeed becoming increasingly inscrutable. The young man, wielding a sword, whispered with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of mirth. I have heard that yesterday at the Tranquil Lake assessment, this junior brother Fang exhibited rather peculiar performances. The direct disciple, a female cultivator, interjected softly, her gaze still fixed upon Fang Che. Peculiar? It is merely a display of clever tricks, remarked a robust disciple with a hint of coldness in his tone. As cultivators, we must ultimately rely on our cultivation and strength. How far can one go relying on superficialities? These words reached Fang Che's ears with clarity. Yet he did not pause in his stride and continued directly into the Xianjing Hall. He felt no urge to dispute. Solidifying his foundation and comprehending the path ahead was infinitely more important than concerning himself with the opinions of others or the debates of merit. At that moment, Fang Che's sole intention was to head towards the A section of the Xianjing Hall, seeking what he currently required. Inside the hall, an elder steward sat behind an ebony table, flanked by several steward disciples. At that moment, 3 or 4 disciples were already seated, their attire indicating they were inner disciples. Fang Che's entrance immediately captured the attention of everyone present. The waiting inner disciples instinctively looked up, and upon recognizing the moon-white robe adorned with unique cloud and water patterns, they were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, their faces displayed astonishment as they hurriedly stood, awkwardly cupping their hands in salute, their eyes brimming with reverence and uncontainable curiosity. Fang Che nodded slightly in return and walked directly to the table. The elder steward did not lift his gaze, remaining focused on the jade slip in his hand, and casually inquired, "Identity token, which section do you wish to access?" "I seek to enter the A section to find a method to stabilize my spirit," Fang Che replied. "The A section?" The elder's finger paused, and he raised his eyes to regard Fang Che, his gaze lingering momentarily on the youth's face and the attire of a direct disciple. "Do you possess a master's order or a directive from the peak master?" The methods in the A section are not freely accessible to those without direct disciple status. Even within the same level of the Xianjing Hall, the texts were meticulously categorized into 5 sections based on their rarity and the realms they pertain to. The treasures contained in the A section were not for ordinary disciples to peruse without contribution points or special permission from the peak. Prepared in advance, Fang Che retrieved the white jade token bestowed by Master Yunlan from his sleeve and gently placed it beside his identity token. The 2 steward disciples standing beside the table visibly contracted their pupils, their faces instantly filled with astonishment, their gazes fixated on the seemingly unremarkable white jade token. The inner disciples waiting nearby, though unfamiliar with the specifics of the token, could surmise its significance from the reaction of the steward disciples. Even the elder steward, who had maintained a calm demeanor, subtly tightened his grip on the jade slip. He set the slip down and reached for the Xianshui cloud token, examining it closely and even channeling a faint trace of spiritual energy to sense its essence. After a moment, he slowly lowered the token and regarded Fang Che with an entirely different expression, one imbued with a sense of scrutiny. This token, the elder's voice remained steady, though his pace of speech slowed, is not easily granted unless one has rendered great service to the peak or is held in high esteem by the peak master and core elders. The bearer of this token possesses privileges akin to that of the elders in many key areas of Xianshui Peak. It is remarkable that Sister Yunlan has bestowed this token upon you. He did not continue, but the weight of his unfinished words was clear to all present. This is no mere admiration. It is an unfathomable trust and a generous endowment. What merit does a nascent disciple at the second level of Qi refinement possess? Fang Che could sense the incredulous and emotionally charged gazes directed at him from behind. In truth, even he was taken aback. He had initially believed that the token was merely a convenience granted by his master, perhaps offering some reduction in contributions or access to certain areas. However, he never anticipated that this white jade token would wield such immense authority, nearly equal to that of an elder. Quickly, Fang Che steadied his mind. Maintaining a calm facade, while feeling a deeper sense of gratitude for the trust and generosity bestowed upon him by the esteemed Yunlan Junren. After a brief silence, the elder ultimately returned the token along with the identity jade plate, stating, "The inheritance of techniques is destined for the worthy. Coercion is futile, and greed leads to peril. I hope you will utilize this token wisely and live up to the expectations of your senior sister Yunlan." The disciple solemnly acknowledged the elder's counsel, vowing to handle it with utmost care. Fang Che received the token and jade plate with both hands, securing them respectfully. The elder nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. A servant disciple promptly approached, respectfully opening a green-tongued door leading deeper inside. The Xian Shui Yunling, a token granting access to the vast majority of the legacies in the B section, was said to be a privilege that even many seasoned inner disciples might not possess. It was known that he had only recently broken through to the second level of Qi refinement. Elder Yunlan valued him so highly. The several inner disciples exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting not only shock but also an unspeakable complexity, with a hint of concealed jealousy. As inner disciples, they occasionally received similar privileges from their master. Yet such a high-ranking token would never be bestowed lightly, let alone to a mere novice. Chapter 28. Choice in the Depths of the Xianjing Hall. The air was suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood. Fang Che traversed through the B section, where commonplace texts such as basic Qi refinement techniques and initial understanding of the 5 elements were displayed, before passing through a formations barrier that required identity verification. The scene before him transformed dramatically. Unlike the somewhat crowded arrangement of bookshelves in the B section, this area was open and tranquil. 7 tall Zeton wood racks were arranged in a fan shape, each divided into dozens of uniformly sized jade compartments, within which lay various colored jade slips. Beneath each slip, a small tag of the same material hung, clearly inscribed in cloud script with the name of the technique, cultivation taboos, and the required contribution points. Though there were only about 1,000, each represented a precious inheritance during the Qi refinement period. At this moment, 7 or 8 disciples were present in the A section, scattered across the wooden racks, some intently reading labels, others holding a jade slip with closed eyes in contemplation, or quietly discussing with companions, the atmosphere serious and focused. Most of these disciples were clad in intersect blue robes, yet their auras were notably substantial, with the weakest exhibiting fluctuations of spiritual power at least at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and many at the 7th or 8th level. The techniques in the A section encompass the refinement of spiritual power, nurturing of the soul, secret arts for overcoming obstacles, and even some formidable unique spells, all requiring a high level of cultivation, with a minimum requirement of at least the 6th level of Qi refinement. Thus, when Fang Che, with his mere 2nd level of Qi refinement, stepped into the A section, he instantly drew numerous gazes. A newly recognized inner disciple? At the 2nd level of Qi refinement? How'd he gain entry? Hush, perhaps it is one of the elders making an exception. The voice was subdued, yet the astonishment, skepticism, and a hint of barely perceptible bitterness lingered in the air. Fang Che appeared oblivious to it all. His gaze calmly swept across the hall, swiftly alighting on the 2 rows of sandalwood shelves on the left, marked with the titles of Foundation of the Soul and Initial Exploration of Spiritual Awareness. This was precisely the area he sought. He approached with steady strides, unaffected by the scrutiny around him. Before those 2 rows of shelves stood 3 fellow disciples, all donned in moon-white robes. One was a tall, gaunt man with a pallid complexion and furrowed brows, hesitating with a deep blue jade slip labeled Ice Heart Soul Suppression Technique in his hand. Another was a strikingly beautiful female cultivator, who was cautiously sensing a verdant jade slip named Clear Radiance Nourishing Mind, her expression revealing satisfaction, clearly pleased with her choice. The third was a short, stout disciple, scratching his head as he vacillated between 2 jade slips, unable to make a decision. Fang Che's arrival momentarily stilled the small corner. The tall man and the stout disciple instinctively glanced at him, their expressions shifting to something peculiar upon sensing his cultivation level. The female cultivator also paused her sensing, her gaze falling on Fang Che, a flicker of surprise crossing her beautiful eyes before she subtly nodded in acknowledgement and returned to her task. Fang Che reciprocated the gesture and then turned his full attention to the shelves before him. His eyes quickly skimmed the labels beneath the jade slips. Soul Ignition Secret Art, which activates the latent potential of the soul through special methods, temporarily doubling spiritual awareness, but subsequently weakening the soul, with long-term practice detrimental to one's foundation, requiring the payment of 30,000 contribution points. 7 Emotions Refinement Method, which harnesses the power of the 7 emotions to temper the soul, allowing one to comprehend the essence of emotions, providing some resistance against inner demons. However, this method is susceptible to emotional backlash, and those with weak will should exercise caution. Also requiring 30,000 contribution points. Stellar Visualization Diagram, imprint version, which involves visualizing the celestial bodies to bolster the soul and expand one's sea of consciousness. Practicing this method necessitates a certain affinity for the stars or a strong imagination, demanding 50,000 contribution points. Each of these techniques sounded remarkably potent, yet the phrases concerning potential harm to one's foundation and emotional backlash caused a slight shiver in Fang Che's heart. He was acutely aware of his own limited cultivation, with meridians just beginning to form, and he was most wary of perilous methods that promised immediate results. Fang Che scrutinized the options carefully. He sought not these seemingly effective techniques laden with risks or exorbitant costs. What he needed was a method that would genuinely solidify the foundation of his soul, gentle and harmless, well-suited for long-term cultivation. According to the common understanding within the cultivation community, a practitioner must reach the foundation establishment stage, where the dantian transforms into a sea, and the purple palace opens, before they can condense their ethereal spiritual energy into a tangible consciousness capable of exploring and influencing reality. However, the Qingchang sect, with its profound and ancient heritage, indeed housed some special techniques that could allow practitioners in the Qi refinement stage to touch upon this path in advance. These did not directly condense consciousness, but instead employed various subtle means, be it nurturing, visualization, or stimulation, to enable Qi refinement disciples to gain preliminary introspection and faintly perceive the external world, thus laying a solid foundation for the future condensation of consciousness. These techniques represent one of the most treasured legacies within the 8-character district. Consequently, they either come at a tremendous cost or impose stringent requirements. Fang Che's gaze swept across the astonishing descriptions inscribed on the jade slips, eventually pausing at a rather inconspicuous spot on the lowest shelf of the wooden rack. There lay a jade slip, aged and grayish white, with the inscription on its label somewhat faded, yet the content remained clear. The Spirit Cultivation Manual gently nourishes the soul with one's own spiritual energy, bearing no side effects, albeit with no apparent results, and progress is slow. To practice this method, one must pay a staggering 100,000 contribution points. No side effects. Fang Che's eyes brightened slightly. This was it. Without hesitation, he reached for the gray-white jade slip. Wait a moment, junior brother. The short, stout disciple beside him, who had been scratching his head in indecision, could not help but speak up. He pointed at the gray-white jade slip in front of Fang Che and lowered his voice earnestly. I advise you not to touch this item. Fang Che paused, turning his head to look at him, a look of confusion crossing his face. The stout disciple, perceiving Fang Che's youth and limited cultivation, seemed concerned he might stray down the wrong path, and thus elaborated. This technique is somewhat notorious in our 8-character district. Almost no one would choose it. The reasons are quite simple. Firstly, the cost is exorbitant. He extended his plump finger, 100,000 contribution points. Do you realize what a staggering sum that is? Even for us, the direct disciples, it would take years to accumulate such points. Choosing this means sacrificing access to other resources. Secondly, the training period is excessively lengthy. He raised a second finger. The phrase progress is slow as no exaggeration. I heard that in the past, a senior brother, disbelieving of the warnings, exchanged for it and toiled for 30 years, yet his soul barely grew. The stout disciple's tone grew serious as he added, for us, Such a span of time would likely have seen us break through to the foundation establishment stage, perhaps even advancing towards the golden core. At that point, spiritual consciousness would arise naturally, rendering the need for this technique obsolete. Lastly, the results are negligible. The stout disciple shook his head with a hint of helpless laughter. This technique is as sluggish as water. Practicing it neither aids in breaking through barriers nor protects your spirit. The immense cost yields only the faintest rewards. Fang Che listened quietly, his doubts dissipating. It became clear why the spirit cultivation manual lay neglected in such an inconspicuous corner, overlooked by all. The exorbitant price of 100,000 contribution points would deter most disciples, while the prolonged training period would dissuade those eager for rapid success. Lastly, the nearly non-existent results extinguished any lingering thoughts of a gamble. Indeed, this was a technique that no one would willingly choose. Seeing him in silence, the stout disciple assumed he had taken the advice to heart and enthusiastically pointed to another jade slip emanating a gentle green glow nearby, saying, "Junior brother, why not consider the spirit tortoise heart guarding technique? While it may not possess the miraculous effects of those secret arts, its practicality is undeniable." Fang Che's gaze followed the disciple's gesture, and indeed, the spirit tortoise heart guarding technique appeared to be a more reliable and prudent choice. However, his attention ultimately returned to the gray-white jade slip. The stout disciple's reasoning was sound, and the rationale behind the neglect of this technique was starkly realistic. Yet it aligned perfectly with Fang Che's needs. His cultivation was rudimentary, and he was particularly averse to the perilous and domineering methods that promised quick success yet concealed hidden dangers. He required absolute safety, devoid of any side effects. These 7 words were of paramount importance to him. Was the efficacy truly so meager? The sages of Xianshui Peak had valued this method at a staggering 100,000 points. Was it merely for show? Various thoughts surged through Fang Che's mind. Risks loomed large, and the future was shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, a faint allure, stemming from his intuition, lingered persistently. "Thank you, senior brother, for your thorough guidance." Fang Che lifted his head, his gaze now resolute and clear. The shortcomings of this technique were already evident to him. The plump disciple exhaled in relief, smiling. "As long as you understand, choosing a technique is a significant matter, and one must not." His words trailed off abruptly as he beheld Fang Che turning around without hesitation, extending his hand to retrieve the grayish-white jade slip of the spirit nourishing record. Chapter 29. Becoming notorious, the plump disciple's words ceased, his eyes widening in astonishment as he watched Fang Che decisively take the jade slip. His face was etched with disbelief. He murmured a few syllables, then sighed, shaking his head as he turned back to ponder over the 2 jade slips that troubled him. Fang Che held the gray-white jade slip tightly and strode directly towards the verification station at the entrance of the A section, where an elder was stationed to pass on teachings. Noticing someone approaching, the elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the jade slip in Fang Che's hand before settling on his youthful visage. "The spirit nourishing record," the elder intoned flatly, devoid of emotion. "Exchanging it requires 100,000 contributions or special authorization." Fang Che remained silent, merely placing the Xianshui cloud token on the table. At the moment the token appeared, a fleeting glimmer crossed the elder's calm eyes. He picked up the cloud token and examined it closely. The Xianshui cloud token from Yunlan. The elder began slowly, his tone still flat. "Are you certain you wish to exchange for the spirit nourishing record?" "Yes, I wish to cultivate this technique," Fang Che replied, his voice steady and clear. The elder nodded, no further questions asked, and then retrieved a blank jade slip, flicking his finger to infuse a trace of spiritual light. Almost imperceptibly, to be read and then destroyed, and must not be transmitted privately, the elder stated, pushing the copied jade slip and Xianshui cloud token back to Fang Che with a calm demeanor. "Thank you, elder." Fang Che accepted the jade slip and the cloud token, offering a slight bow before turning to leave. Outside the hall, the morning mist had dissipated, and sunlight bathed the bluestone plaza. He did not linger, making his way back along the mountain path to the listening bamboo pavilion. Within the quiet chamber, Fang Che sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, pressing the newly acquired jade slip against his forehead. A torrent of information flowed into his mind, gentle and continuous. The spirit-nourishing record was indeed unremarkable. Its principles were so simple, they bordered on rudimentary. It advocated for nurturing the spirit using one's own spiritual energy, eschewing all external stimuli and shortcuts. The intricate and meticulous route of operation lacked profound mystery. After perusing the entire text, Fang Che felt that the spirit-nourishing record resembled a treatise on health preservation, albeit aimed at the ethereal soul. It demanded an astonishing degree of control over one's own spiritual energy, neither pursuing an increase in overall spiritual perception nor explosive power, but focusing solely on gentle nurturing. Fang Che read each word carefully, letting out a gentle sigh of relief. Indeed, for someone like me, a perennial outsider, the notion of seizing opportunities is merely a fanciful dream. However, he does not feel disheartened, for this particular martial art seems as though it has been meticulously tailored for him. The principle of nurturing one's spirit through self-sustenance, without seeking external aid, resonates with the tranquil state he experienced by the lakeside, where he connected with nature rather than sought to dominate it. Without further hesitation, Fang Che adjusted his breathing according to the text instructions, cautiously drawing a wisp of spiritual energy from his dantian. He endeavored to follow the intricate and elaborate path described in the Spirit Nurturing Manual, initiating the first cycle of operation. He attempted to isolate a faint flicker of consciousness, gently cradling the spiritual force, guiding it away from the tumultuous main current of spiritual energy and directing it toward the ethereal void where the spirit resides. The cultivation process proved more arduous than Fang Che had anticipated. Even the slightest fluctuation in his mind caused that delicate spiritual force to dissipate into nothingness. If he exerted too much force, a sharp pain pierced his brow, making it difficult to sustain his focus. He faced failure time and again, and the once smooth operation of his spiritual energy became slightly sluggish due to these clumsy attempts. Occasionally, he sensed a fleeting brush against an ineffable boundary. But rather than the comfort of nourishment, it brought a profound sense of futility, as if casting a stone into a deep pool without causing a ripple. Fang Che remained unhurried and composed, his mind as tranquil as still water. This very process was a form of cultivation, an ultimate test of patience, temperament, and the delicate manipulation of spiritual energy. He cast aside all distractions, immersing himself entirely in the fine control of his own spiritual force, attempting again and again. In the quiet chamber, only the soft, elongated sound of his breathing could be heard, as beads of sweat gradually appeared on the young man's forehead, not from the depletion of spiritual energy, but from the mental fatigue brought about by sustained concentration and meticulous control. At long last, after an indeterminate number of failures, that slender thread of spiritual energy wobbled along the predetermined path, completing the cycle of the smallest unit. At the moment the cycle concluded, Fang Che felt a subtle tremor within his consciousness. A faint but remarkably clear sensation surfaced, as if a long dusty corner of his innermost being had been gently illuminated by a ray of sunlight. This feeling was so ephemeral that, had Fang Che not been entirely immersed in the experience, he might have mistaken it for an illusion. It is unclear how long it had been, but Fang Che soon felt a wave of fatigue rising from the depths of his consciousness, signaling that he had reached his limit for the day. Slowly, he withdrew from the exercise and opened his eyes. Outside the window, the sun's rays slanted and the sky darkened. The hours of arduous cultivation had not yielded a significant transformation. The growth of his spiritual energy was negligible, and his spirit did not feel any more robust. Only a lingering sense of fatigue remained in the depths of his mind. The Spirit Nurturing Manual was unremarkable. It was neither powerful, swift, nor mysterious. It required immense sacrifice and prolonged effort to achieve even the slightest nurturing effect, akin to water carving through stone. The sensation of mental fatigue surged within him, a natural response to heightened concentration. Fang Che did not force himself to persist. He gradually rose, stretching his limbs that had grown somewhat stiff from prolonged sitting. As he pushed open the door to the quiet chamber, a cool breeze accompanied by the rustling of bamboo leaves greeted him, clearing his drowsy mind. Fang Che exhaled softly, gathering a wisp of ethereal energy at his fingertips and giving it a gentle flick. Moments later, a melodious crane call resonated from the clouds above. A resplendent white crane, with immaculate wings and an elegantly elongated neck, gracefully pierced the twilight and descended, stirring a gentle breeze. Fang Che caressed the soft neck feathers of Mingwei before mounting. The crane flapped its wings, soaring lightly into the sky, carrying him towards Taiching Peak. The evening breeze caressed his face, revealing the lush mountains, cascading waterfalls, and scattered disciples' dwellings and meditation chambers below. Along the way, Fang Che could distinctly feel the gazes directed towards him from all angles. Whether they were traveling in the same direction or gracefully approaching from the opposite side, the disciples riding cranes would invariably pause their attention on him as they passed. Whispers floated through the air. "Look, is that Fang Che? Did the extraordinary event at the Tranquil Heart Lake yesterday truly originate from him?" It was said that even several foundation-building seniors had heard of the miraculous occurrence of fish flocking to the lakeside, a tale that had swiftly spread throughout the Qingzhou, even reaching the ears of some foundation-building brothers. The name Fang Che, along with the image of the fish diving in unison, had clearly become a hot topic among the lower-tier disciples. Fang Che maintained a serene expression, gazing straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to the intertwined glances and murmurs. He gently patted Mingyue's neck, prompting the crane to call out and flap its wings, merging into the deepening dusk. Chapter 30. The Arts of Cultivation Inside the Lingling Hall. The atmosphere felt distinctly unusual. On the podium sat not the usual gentle and composed Master Ling Jing, but rather a stranger, a young man, clad in an old, dark green Taoist robe. His sleeves bore indistinguishable dark stains, and his hair was carelessly tied with a dry vine, a few unruly strands hanging beside his pallid cheeks. The young man furrowed his brow, one hand propping his forehead while the other unconsciously tapped rapidly on the jade slip before him, producing a faint, hurried tapping sound. A considerable number of disciples had already taken their seats below, the buzz of conversation louder than usual. "Where is Master Ling Jing? Who is this person? His aura is rather obscure. He seems unapproachable." Fang Che settled onto a corner mat, casting his gaze towards the young man on the podium. The air around him emanated a palpable low pressure. His furrowed brow and the rhythmic tapping on the jade slip conveyed a sense of annoyance, as if he had been forcibly pulled away from pressing matters. As time approached, the heavy sound of the closing hall doors momentarily silenced the room. The young man at the podium finally ceased tapping the jade slip, yet he did not fully raise his head, merely lifting his eyelids to scan the room with bloodshot eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, the murmurs were instantly stilled. "Today, we will discuss the arts of cultivation." His voice was dry and hoarse, spoken rapidly, laced with palpable impatience. The mention of the arts of cultivation initially brought silence to the hall, followed by a barely contained stir of discontent, as many disciples displayed unabashed disappointment, even disdain, upon hearing the topic. The myriad arts of cultivation encompass alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, array formation, and the cultivation of spiritual flora, among others, exhibiting a vast array of techniques. To those nascent disciples who have just entered the realm of immortality, ardently pursuing longevity and power, it seems that only those whose cultivation is stagnant or who are aware of the futility of their aspirations would delve into these esoteric paths. Instead of engaging in such pursuits, they believe it far more prudent to discuss how to transcend the third layer of qi cultivation or impart practical offensive spells. It is evident that the youth has perceived these sentiments. A near sardonic smirk graces his lips, and his impatience intensifies. Think it futile? A waste of time? He speaks even faster now, as if launching shards of ice, declaring that those who believe they can achieve immortality merely by refining their breath should step outside immediately. lest they hinder his view and delay his return to earnest endeavors. No one stirs, yet the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. He expresses his disdain for discussing the intricacies of skills, opting instead to proclaim the most pragmatic truth. What does cultivation rely upon? He answers his own query with unwavering conviction. It is resources, it is spirit stones, it is elixirs, it is magical artifacts, it is paradisiacal realms. With sufficient resources, even a stray dog could attain immortality. His words cut sharply, ruthlessly stripping away the veil of naive fantasies held by many lower-tier disciples. Without spirit stones, how will you procure gathering pills? Without contribution points, what gives you the right to enter a more concentrated aura cave? Lacking materials, what use is your knowledge of artifact crafting? Do you await a pie to fall from the heavens, or expect the sect to sustain you for a lifetime? Or the myriad arts of cultivation? They are skills. They represent the most stable and continuous means to earn spirit stones and resources, apart from laboriously undertaking sect tasks or adventuring through perilous realms. He emphasizes the significance of his words by striking the jade slip with authority. An alchemist can double the value of a single batch of pills. An artifact crafter can create sought-after treasures. A talisman master can circulate charms that translate to spirit stones. Even mastering the cultivation of spiritual herbs to yield superior elixirs can procure ample resources for one's practice. Do you believe that sheer talent alone, coupled with relentless training, can surpass those aided by elixirs and artifacts? Dream on. He scoffs, asserting that the higher one's cultivation, the more resources are required. Lacking the ability to acquire resources, one risks stagnating indefinitely, watching others effortlessly break through with pills or challenge higher realms with artifacts, ultimately perishing in a decrepit hut at the foot of the mountain. His words are stark, even jarring, leaving many disciples flushed with indignation, yet unable to refute him. Mastering alchemy, controlling fire, and recognizing herbs are foundational. But more crucial is understanding which elixirs are rarest and yield the highest profits. In artifact forging, being well-versed in material market trends can outweigh mere proficiency in crafting techniques. In talisman crafting, knowing which symbols are in vogue and which paper offers the best value is an art unto itself. The youth speaks with remarkable rapidity, his discourse devoid of romanticism, directly addressing the necessity of leveraging skills for survival, profit, and the accumulation of cultivation capital. In a corner, Fang listens to this refreshingly pragmatic, albeit somewhat crass, discourse, finding himself contemplative rather than resistant. At that moment, a clear voice, tinged with unmistakable defiance, arises from the front. Esteemed Master Uncle, I believe your words may be somewhat biased. As the crowd turned towards the source of the voice, they beheld a strikingly beautiful young maiden, her posture proud and upright, exuding an air of unyielding confidence, untainted by adversity. This maiden, known as Ning Qing, was well recognized by Fang, possessing an extraordinary golden spiritual root. On the day of the disciple recruitment ceremony, she had been accepted as a protege by the esteemed master of the Ruijin Peak. Meeting the gaze of the assembled crowd, Ning Qing lifted her chin slightly and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "As cultivators, we must prioritize innate talent and character above all, seeking opportunity and the Tao is secondary. While resources are undeniably important, to obsess over material gains, fixating on the ebb and flow of spirit stones, is to diminish one's self and obscure the heart of the Tao. As my esteemed Uncle Shijing once said, a pure Tao heart, combined with courage and diligence, is the true path to transcendence. I believe that rather than exhausting our minds in the pursuit of profit-driven schemes, we should devote our energies to refining ourselves and elevating our cultivation levels. Those endowed with exceptional talent will naturally attract the essence of heaven and earth, and serendipity will follow. Why then should we be troubled by such mundane affairs?" Ning Qing's words resonated deeply, prompting many disciples to nod in agreement, as she articulated sentiments they had harbored but dared not voice. Indeed, should not the pursuit of immortality be an endeavor of greater transcendence and purity? At the podium, Qing gradually lifted his head. The impatience and mockery that had previously adorned his expression faded, replaced by an almost playful scrutiny. He appraised Ning Qing from head to toe, pausing momentarily when he discerned her remarkable spiritual root. "Oh, exceptional talent?" the young man drawled, his voice still raspy, yet imbued with a peculiar cadence. "Is indeed rare. So, it seems you possess unwavering confidence in your abilities, believing that by honing yourself, resources and opportunities will come to you unbidden?" Ning Qing felt a twinge of discomfort under his gaze but maintained her poise. "I do not presume arrogance. Merely hold firm in my belief that diligent practice paves the way to the Tao." "Firm belief?" The youth chuckled lightly, though there was a distinct lack of warmth in his laughter. "Then let me ask you this. If your talent is indeed so formidable, and you hold resources in such disdain, convinced that you can summon the essence of heaven and earth and attract opportunities through your own merit," he leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp and piercing, directly challenging Ning Qing's resolve. "Why then, do you choose to join the Shanqing sect?" "What?" Ning Qing was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the relevance of his inquiry to her previous statements. "What benefits does the Shanqing sect offer?" The young man continued without allowing her time to ponder, his words cascading like a rapid-fire barrage. "Is it that the Lingling Hall is more spacious than elsewhere? Is it that the cushions here are softer? Or perhaps the air is more fragrant? You join the Shanqing sect for its profound teachings, for the guidance of elder mentors, for the vast repository of texts in the scripture pavilion, and for the rich spiritual energy of the sect as grounds. What are these, if not the very resources you claim to disregard?" With a sudden force, he slammed his hand upon the table, producing a loud thud that startled all present. "These are the resources you so casually dismiss. It is the vast system of the Shanqing sect that provides you with cultivation capital far exceeding that of a lone practitioner. I ask you, if the Shanqing sect did not possess these attributes, merely existing as a minor sect, would you still choose to join?" Ning Qing's complexion blanched. Her lips moved as if to retort, yet no words emerged. "Do you consider alchemy and talisman crafting to be mundane affairs?" The youth pressed relentlessly, asserting that without the diligent research of the predecessors into these mundane affairs and the accumulation of alchemical formulas and techniques, where would one find the elixirs to save oneself from injury or poison? In times of conflict, how would one possess the talismans and treasures for protection? Would one solely rely on the purity of their golden spiritual root to withstand it all? Do you truly believe that understanding the market value of materials and discerning the cost-effectiveness of talisman paper is insignificant? The youth scoffed, warning that when you venture out to hone your skills and are deceived by inferior materials masquerading as ancient spiritual herbs, or when you purchase shoddily made talismans that fail at a critical moment, resulting in your demise, you shall understand that this seemingly trivial knowledge may, at times, prove more vital than 3 years of arduous cultivation. Ning Qing trembled violently, her eyes instantly reddening. Having been exceptionally gifted since childhood, she had always been the focus of attention and care. Never before had she been so brutally dissected and unrelentingly criticized. Each of the youth's questions struck her like a cold blade, shattering her romantic notions of the path of cultivation, which had been built upon her superior talents. She suddenly realized that her once prized gifts appeared far less omnipotent in the face of the stark reality portrayed by her senior uncle. A tangle of indignation, embarrassment, and confusion ensnared her, leading her tears to cascade uncontrollably. The hall fell into a profound silence, where even the faint sound of a pin dropping could be heard, with only Ning Qing's stifled yet audible sobs resonating clearly in the vast chamber. All the disciples, including Fang Che, felt a chilling sensation rise from the depths of their hearts. The tongue of this senior uncle was indeed poisonous. The youth regarded the weeping Ning Qing with indifference, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, before turning away with growing impatience. Having spoken his piece, he vanished like a wisp of blue smoke. Even as the remnants of that smoke lingered, the oppressive weight of confronting harsh realities filled the Lingling Hall. Ning Qing's sobs echoed softly, and many disciples appeared pale and bewildered, clearly still reeling from the impact of those harsh words. Amidst this heavy atmosphere, a gentle ripple of air stirred. As a woman clad in pale moon-white robes, her hair elegantly pinned, stepped forth from the ripples with a serene and composed demeanor. It was the revered Ling Jingjinren, who was to teach that day. Her entrance was silent yet refreshing, akin to a gentle breeze entering a stuffy room, instantly captivating the attention of all disciples and slightly dispelling the suffocating gloom. Ling Jingjinren's gaze swept across the assembly with warmth, briefly lingering on the tear-streaked face of Ning Qing, where a flicker of compassion shone before she regained her tranquility. The anxious disciple, Qingya, spoke bluntly. Ling Jingjinren's voice rang clear and melodious, like a babbling brook, soothing the heaviness in everyone's hearts. She did not ascend the podium, but stood casually to the side, exuding an ease that starkly contrasted with Qingya's earlier confrontational demeanor. Ning Qing, Ling Jingjinren called softly. Ning Qing's body quivered as she raised her tear-filled eyes, her face etched with confusion. Ling Jingjinren offered no words of comfort, but regarded her with calmness. Do you feel wronged? Believing that Uncle Qingya's words have invalidated your talent and efforts? Ning Qing bit his lip and nodded, tears cascading down his cheeks once more. He did not voice any denial. Master Ling Jing gently shook her head. Quite the opposite, she expressed her fervent sentiments precisely because she recognized his innate talent. Within the sect, disciples of such exceptional caliber have always been the subject of great expectations. Yet, throughout history, there have been numerous prodigies whose brilliance faltered along the way. The words of junior brother Qingya, though perhaps unpalatable, were nonetheless truthful. She paused, casting her gaze over all the disciples, and continued slowly. Junior brother Qingya specializes in alchemy and has long been engaged in transactions involving various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as spirit stones. He has ventured into perilous territories in search of spiritual herbs, witnessing firsthand the struggles of scattered cultivators and low-ranking practitioners fighting for scarce resources, even to the point of risking their lives. What he has seen and felt is the most stark and frigid reality of the cultivation world. His intention in unveiling this truth to you is not to diminish your aspirations, but to encourage you to comprehend early on that the path of cultivation requires more than mere talent and fervor. It is a long and arduous journey. Master Ling Jing smiled gently, her expression reminiscent of the moon's first bloom. Talent is akin to a seed, resources are the rain, dew, sunlight, and soil, while the heart of the path is what determines whether this young seedling can take root deeply, weather storms, and ultimately reach the heavens. Today's lesson may differ from your expectations, yet I hope each of you can reflect on it. Ning Qing listened intently, the traces of tears on his face still fresh. But the confusion and grievance in his eyes gradually transformed into contemplation. The other disciples also exhibited varied expressions, deep in thought. In a corner, Fang Che quietly absorbed the words, his experiences from 2 lifetimes granting him a far deeper understanding than his younger peers, who still carried a hint of innocence. Whether from his past life spent bedridden or his current existence as a beggar, he had long grasped a fundamental truth. Ideals require the soil of reality. Idle talk cannot fill one's belly, and sentiments cannot serve as sustenance. Qingya's frank assertions, which directly linked cultivation to resources, might have struck those youthful dreamers of romantic heroism like a bolt from the blue. Yet for Fang Che, it merely reaffirmed the conviction that had long been rooted in his heart. Regardless of the world one inhabits, to ascend, one must possess the ability to secure one's existence and acquire capital for growth. He even felt that Qingya's insights were not sufficiently profound. The contest for resources is often far more insidious and brutal than articulated. However, for these novices entering the sect, even a mere hint of this harsh reality was likely sufficient. Seeing the emotions of the crowd stabilize, Master Ling Jing nodded gently, saying, "Let us conclude for today. Upon your return, take the time to ponder junior brother Qingya's words alongside my teachings. It is not a bad thing to gain clarity about the path ahead early in your practice." With that, her figure gradually faded, leaving no trace behind. Within the Lingyun Hall, only the disciples remained, their breaths slowly returning to calm. Chapter 31. Immersion. The disciples exited the grand hall in succession, and Fang Che flowed with the crowd. Outside, the stars and moonlight intertwined, the night breeze carrying the unique crispness of the mountains. Just as he sought a quiet spot to summon the spirit crane, a familiar voice filled with excitement rang out. "Junior brother." Turning towards the sound, he saw Lin Wan standing beneath a lush wisteria tree at the edge of the square, waving vigorously at him. A small bird, adorned with feathers as resplendent as the evening glow, perched affectionately on her outstretched fingertip, gracefully preening its plumage. The creature radiated an ethereal brilliance, clearly not of ordinary lineage. Fang Che approached, his gaze lingering momentarily on the remarkable spirit bird. Lin Wan took note, playfully wiggling her finger, prompting the spirit bird to dance lightly in response. "Isn't it beautiful? This is a rainbow sparrow, not only exquisite, but also remarkably intelligent. Quite a treasure indeed." Her tone was casual, as if she were merely discussing a newly acquired hairpin. "Indeed, it possesses an extraordinary charm." Fang Che nodded, then, recalling his future plans, inquired, "Sister Lin, I wish to explore a few aspects of cultivation and various arts. Do you have any practices or recommendations?" After today's lesson, Fang Che suddenly realized that among everyone, he was undoubtedly the most resource-deprived, being a wielder of the 5 elements spiritual root. Mastering a couple of practical skills would significantly benefit him, whether in earning contribution points to exchange for essential resources or in aiding his own cultivation. Cultivation arts? Lin Wan blinked, casually feeding the rainbow sparrow a fragrant spirit grain, clearly of considerable value. "Well, I suppose I've dabbled a bit." Noticing Fang Che's inquiring gaze, Lin Wan began counting on her fingers. "Alchemy, for instance. My family provided a fine alchemical furnace and several recipes along with materials for foundational elixirs. I attempted to refine a couple of batches, but eventually found the smoke and fire bothersome, preferring to buy instead. As for artifact forging, that's even more exhausting, clanging and banging until my hands felt numb, and I couldn't produce anything resembling a proper shape. So never mind that. Rune crafting, on the other hand, is quieter. I've purchased a set of exquisite snow wolf brush pens and cloud sand ink, along with a stack of gold-patterned rune paper. After wasting a dozen or so clear wind runes, my eyes ached, and I set it aside. As for formations, those diagrams make my head spin." With each word she spoke, Fang Che's brow imperceptibly furrowed. The materials and tools Lin Wan mentioned were all exquisite items that would be beyond the reach of an ordinary novice, even after years of practice. Her approach bore little resemblance to that of a typical disciple, who would painstakingly begin with the most inexpensive materials. Rather, she seemed to indulge in the highest quality equipment and resources, sampling the content of the game, only to discard it as unsuitable or troublesome. "And what are spirit plants?" Fang Che asked. "Ah, spirit plants." Lin Wan's eyes brightened. "I have indeed made some progress there. I cultivated a small spirit garden in my courtyard, specially acquiring high-grade spirit soil from the Universal Garden, and I even buried a simplified gathering formation disc underground, regularly watering it with spirit liquid. I planted some moonlight grass and night fragrance orchids, which thrived beautifully. However, once during a retreat, I neglected them, and when I emerged, they had wilted somewhat." As she spoke, she patted a storage pouch at her waist, intricately embroidered with delicate patterns. "So, I realized whatever I need, I can simply purchase with spirit stones. After all, everything is available for acquisition." Fang Che fell silent for a moment, clearly recognizing he had inquired of the wrong person. In terms of his past life, Lin Wan could be described as a quintessential spending player. "Thus, sister, you have not specialized in any particular skill," Fang Che concluded. "Specializing is far too exhausting," she replied. Lin Wan casually remarked that the radiant little bird perched on her fingertip had satisfied its hunger, nuzzling her fingers before gracefully alighting on her shoulder. "I believe that in cultivation, the most essential aspect is to find joy and ease. These skills are merely pastimes. One may engage with them if interested or set them aside if not. After all, They do not determine our livelihood, and as one's cultivation deepens, resources such as spirit stones and contribution points will naturally become available. If her words were to reach the ears of ordinary disciples who toil for a mere bottle of elixir or a talisman, they might feel a mixture of emotions. Yet Lin Wan spoke with an unpretentious ease, devoid of any boastfulness, as though this were simply her everyday understanding. Fang Che felt neither disdain nor envy. He was acutely aware of the disparities in starting points and paths among individuals. Indeed, the senior sister spoke wisely. Cultivation should be based on one's own contentment. Fang Che nodded thoughtfully. What does the junior brother wish to learn? Alchemy? Artifact crafting? Or perhaps talisman creation, formations, or spiritual botany? Our Xian Shui peak possesses unique insights in the realms of spiritual cultivation and alchemical refinement. Uncertain of his choice, he planned to visit the library to peruse texts and gather knowledge before making a decision. The library? That sounds splendid. It houses a wealth of foundational texts and insights from our predecessors, Lin Wan agreed. Would you like me to guide you? Or perhaps recommend a few excellent introductory books? Thank you, senior sister. I would greatly appreciate any recommendations, Fang Che replied, gratefully accepting her kindness. As they walked and conversed, Lin Wan enthusiastically outlined the strengths and weaknesses of various skills emphasized at Xianshui Peak, while Fang Che listened intently, silently taking notes. The following day, after completing his morning sword nurturing technique and patiently attempting the spirit nurturing cycle of the nurturing spirit and cultivating mind method, Fang Che set off toward the library located in the inner gate area of Xianshui Peak. The library was a spacious three-story pavilion, exuding a welcoming and open atmosphere that contrasted with the solemnity of the Sutra Hall. Disciples flowed in and out, predominantly from the inner sect. Fang Che's arrival drew some curious glances, but compared to the attention he received at the Spirit Nurturing Hall yesterday, the disciples here seemed more engrossed in their own pursuits, offering only a fleeting glance before returning to their tasks. He welcomed the tranquility and, following the directional signs within the library, made his way directly to the section housing introductory texts on various skills and cultivation knowledge. Towering bookshelves displayed neatly arranged paper volumes and lower-tier jade slips, categorized and clearly labeled. Fang Che first selected a substantial tome titled Overview of Cultivation Skills, finding a quiet spot by the window to sit down and begin his reading. The book systematically introduced dozens of common cultivation techniques, including alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman creation, formations, and spiritual botany. It covered their origins, fundamental principles, entry requirements, prospects for development, and a rough assessment of difficulty. The prose was straightforward, accompanied by simple illustrations, making it exceedingly accessible for beginners. Alchemy, for instance, demands that practitioners possess an exceptionally keen perception of heat and medicinal properties, with initial investments being substantial. It is particularly advantageous for those with fire affinity or a fire spiritual root. Though Fang Che possesses a complete array of 5 elemental spiritual roots, none exhibit remarkable attributes, and the initial scarcity of resources appears rather unsuitable. The art of weapon forging similarly demands mastery over spiritual fire and materials, necessitating immense strength and endurance for the forging process, making it particularly advantageous for those with metal or fire spiritual roots, while also consuming considerable resources. The crafting of talismans involves the use of special inks and talisman paper to channel spiritual energy and the laws of nature, requiring practitioners to maintain stable and precise output of spiritual power, alongside an exceptional memory and comprehension of runic structures. Comparatively, the requirements for spiritual root attributes are more lenient, and the initial material expenditure is slightly lower than the previous 2 methods. Fang Che recalled the slight, yet increasingly refined control of spiritual power he had cultivated through practicing the sword nurturing technique, which stirred a flicker of inspiration within him. The arrangement of formations entails a profound understanding and calculation of the flow of natural spiritual energy and geographical features, making the entry into this field exceedingly challenging. It demands exceptional spatial imagination and patience, but once mastered, The applications are boundless, with a relatively flexible requirement for the materials used in formations. Fang Che considered himself to possess a calm disposition, yet he felt uncertain about his aptitude for this knowledge, which required extensive calculations and deductions. The study of spiritual plants necessitates familiarity with various characteristics of these flora, understanding of earthly energies, and the gathering of spiritual opportunities, with a longer but steadier growth cycle, particularly beneficial for those with wood, water, or earth spiritual roots. The abundant spiritual energy of Xian Shui Peak provides a certain environmental advantage for such pursuits. As for other disciplines like beast taming, treasure appraisal, and astrology, they either demand unique talents or legacies or are rather distant from Fang Che's current level and needs. Having closed the overview, Fang Che gained a preliminary sense of direction. He then sought out several texts based on Lin Wan's recommendations and the labels on the shelves, including a detailed introduction to basic talismans, common first-level talisman illustrations, beginner's guide to spiritual plant cultivation, and a brief overview of spiritual plant characteristics of Yinshui Peak, along with the corresponding introductory jade slips. In the following days, Fang Che's life became structured and fulfilling. He practiced the sword nurturing technique in the mornings, engaged in the spirit nurturing and mind cultivation manual in the afternoons, and immersed himself in the library or the listening bamboo pavilion, diligently studying those foundational texts across various arts. He focused initially on the study of talisman crafting, beginning with the most fundamental talismans, such as the cleansing talisman, fire summoning talisman, and weightless talisman, repeatedly simulating and sketching the runic structures in his mind. Fang Che discovered that this process, which required extreme stability and meticulous control of spiritual power, resonated harmoniously with his practice of the spirit nurturing and mind cultivation manual, even facilitating his control over his own spiritual energy. Given the considerable expense of talisman paper and spiritual ink, Fang Che resolved to fully grasp the theoretical aspects before attempting practical application. However, his progress in understanding the theory was remarkably smooth, bolstering his confidence in this craft. Simultaneously, he perused literature concerning spiritual plants. The moist climate of Xian Shui Peak, rich in water-based spiritual energy, is conducive to cultivating many shade-loving and moisture-preferring spiritual herbs and medicines. The text described first-level spiritual plants such as dew grass, water pattern flower, and cold smoke grass, which have relatively simple cultivation requirements and a manageable growth cycle. If successfully cultivated, they would serve as excellent options for personal use or trade. Moreover, nurturing these spiritual plants only necessitated patient observation and meticulous care, aligning well with his temperament. Chapter 32. Experimentation. On this day, Fang Che was situated in a corner of the library, comparing a recording jade slip while his fingers unconsciously traced patterns in the air, attuning himself to the rhythms within. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice echoed beside him. "Are you interested in talisman crafting, junior brother Fang?" Fang Che looked up to see his senior sister, whom he had encountered a few times at Xian Shui Peak, standing beside him with a warm smile. She was clad in a flowing azure gown, exuding a gentle aura, holding two jade slips pertaining to water-based formations. Fang Che rose to pay his respects, recalling that this senior sister seemed to be named Mu Qing, who had entered the sect earlier and had reached the foundation establishment stage, often maintaining a low profile. "No need for such formalities," Mu Qing said with a soft smile. Noticing Fang Che's deep focus on the talismanic texts he had been studying for several days, she inquired, "Are you genuinely interested in this path?" "I am just beginning to explore it. I find this discipline quite beneficial for refining spiritual energy control, and its consumption is relatively manageable," Fang Che replied candidly. Mu Qing nodded thoughtfully. Crafting talismans indeed requires patience and meticulousness. It greatly aids us cultivators in honing our control over spiritual energy and deepening our understanding of the subtle laws of nature. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, she retrieved several stacks of talisman paper from her sleeve and handed them to Fang Che. "These are some basic talisman papers I had left over from my earlier practice. Their quality is ordinary, and they are of no use to me now. It would be a shame to discard them. If you do not mind, you may take them for your initial practice. Fang Che was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this relatively unfamiliar senior sister to generously offer him materials. After a slight hesitation, seeing the sincerity in her eyes, he accepted them with both hands and earnestly expressed, "Thank you very much for your kindness, senior sister." "There is no need for such formality among fellow disciples," Mu Qing replied with a smile. Having said that, she inclined her head slightly and turned to continue her search for the text she needed, holding the fragrant talisman paper in his hands. Fang Che felt a warmth in his heart. Leaving the library, he did not immediately return to Tingzhu Pavilion, but instead made his way to the market at the foot of Xianshui Peak, where he purchased a simple green stone talisman brush, along with several sheets of the most basic blank talisman paper and spiritual ink. Upon returning to Tingzhu Pavilion, Fang Che calmed his mind and laid out a sheet of talisman paper, preparing his brush and dipping it in ink. For his first actual drawing, he chose the simplest structure, the dust cleansing talisman, which is a zero-level talisman practiced only by new apprentices. As the brush tip touched the paper, spiritual energy flowed steadily. Tracing the runic pattern Fang Che had rehearsed countless times in his mind, he concentrated intently, ensuring that his focus and the output of spiritual energy from the brush tip were perfectly synchronized, with no tremors or hesitations. However, a slight instability in his spiritual energy caused the freshly formed runic lines to distort, leading to a sudden collapse of the spiritual light, and the entire sheet of talisman paper turned to ash. Failure. Fang Che's expression remained unchanged as he cleared the ashes and laid out a second sheet. Once again, he failed. On the third attempt, the runes barely took shape, yet the spiritual light was dim, indicating it was a defective talisman. After 7 consecutive failures, exhausting 7 sheets of talisman paper, a light sheen of sweat appeared on Fang Che's forehead, and he felt a slight fatigue. Nonetheless, his gaze remained focused, showing no signs of discouragement. The countless experiences of energy collapse during his training with the spirit-nourishing record had long since forged his patience. He meticulously reflected on the subtle differences in energy fluctuations and the changes in the brush's tactile feedback during each failure. On the 8th attempt, Fang Che's brush danced with fluid elegance, its energy flowing as steadily as a gentle stream. As the final stroke was completed, the moment the brush tip was lifted, the dim vermilion lines on the talisman paper suddenly shimmered with a soft, even glow. This brilliance swiftly receded, and the runes were securely imprinted upon the paper, subtly exuding a spiritual resonance. A low-grade cleansing talisman achieved. Although it was merely a rudimentary talisman with minimal efficacy, its market value scarcely equated to the cost of the paper itself. For Fang Che, it signified a tangible step forward on his path of talisman crafting. Without pausing, inspired by this sense of accomplishment and tactile feedback, he endeavored to draw several more cleansing talismans. His success rate began to gradually increase, from initially dismal results to a meager 2 to 3 out of 10. For a novice, such progress was a commendable start. By the time he finished, the moon hung high in the sky. Fang Che gazed at the scant 3 or 4 successful cleansing talismans on the table, surrounded by numerous failed attempts and ashes. A faint smile gracing his lips, he carefully stored the successful talismans, clearing away the ashes and discarded papers, restoring order to his workspace. His initial attempt consumed nearly half a day, with the mental fatigue far exceeding the expenditure of spiritual energy, yet a peculiar sense of satisfaction surged within him. Calming his thoughts, Fang Che formed a hand seal, closed his eyes, and gradually activated the upper clarity chi cultivation technique. Perhaps due to the delicate control of spiritual energy he had just exercised, as he now engaged this relatively grand and methodical cultivation practice, he found the sensation of spiritual energy circulating within him to be clearer than before. Fang Che focused his mind, breathing slowly and steadily. The rich spiritual energy around the bamboo, listening pavilion was drawn to him, seeping through his body's acupoints, merging with his innate spiritual energy, and repeatedly circulating along the path of the upper clarity chi cultivation technique, refining and honing his essence. Though the process remained slow, He had long accustomed himself to this painstaking pace, his heart tranquil and undisturbed. The discomfort in his brow gradually dissipated amidst the gentle flow of energy, replaced by a sense of clarity and emptiness. Uncertain of how many cycles he completed, he finally ceased his practice as the faint sound of birdsong reached his ears, the dawn light creeping over the horizon. Exhaling a long breath of stale air, he felt refreshed. After a night of cultivation, the increase in his spiritual energy was almost negligible, and he remained distant from the third level of qi cultivation. Rising to stretch his limbs, he approached the window, where the morning light was softening. The dewdrops hung on the vibrant dew grass and water-patterned flowers in the spiritual garden, teeming with life. In the days that followed, Fang Che's routine became more compact, yet increasingly rhythmic. Each morning, he would first practice the sword-nourishing technique in the courtyard, awakening the day's sharpness. He would then engage in the nurturing exercises of the spirit-nourishing and mind-cultivation record, refining the foundation of his soul in profound stillness and slowness. If time permitted in the morning, he would visit the Museum of Curiosities to continue his research or attend to various tasks. In the afternoons, he dedicated himself primarily to tending to spiritual plants and practicing talisman crafting. By night, he steadfastly practiced the upper clarity qi cultivation technique, accumulating spiritual energy and enhancing his fundamental cultivation. The practice of talisman crafting progresses steadily. In addition to the cleansing talisman, Fang Che has begun to experiment with the slightly more intricate clear breeze and insect repelling talismans. The structures of these two types of talismans are more complex, requiring greater fluctuations of spiritual energy and a higher demand for sustained and stable output. The failures are often more disastrous, with dozens of sheets of talisman paper sometimes yielding nothing. However, Fang Che remains unhurried, methodically treating each attempt as a form of refinement. The talisman paper gifted by senior sister Mu Qing is quickly depleted, and nearly half of what he purchased from the market has been consumed. One day, after successfully drawing a reasonably good clear breeze talisman, he does not immediately continue. Instead, he sets down his brush and picks up the jade slip containing the detailed explanation of Introduction to Basic Talismans, immersing himself once more. This rereading brings a distinctly different sensation. Many points that were once merely described in words now come alive and become tangible due to his numerous personal experiences. He realizes that the smoothness of the brush and the unbroken flow of spiritual energy refer to this very feeling. The emphasis on the need for the mind to closely follow the brush tip is not mere rhetoric. Any disconnection causes the spiritual energy to dissipate. In the tranquility of the room, the young man's figure bends over the desk, immersed in concentration, with the occasional flicker of light from the brush tip. Chapter 33. The third layer of qi cultivation time, like a fleeting horse, swiftly passes, and half a year has gone by in the blink of an eye. Fang Che's days remain simple, yet fulfilling. The spiritual garden he cultivated in the backyard of Tingzhu Pavilion, under his diligent care day after day, is now lush and verdant. The dew grass has been harvested, worth only a few low-grade spirit stones, yet it is the fruit of his own labor. The water-patterned flower quietly blooms, its blue veins shimmering gently under the moonlight, adding a touch of tranquility to the small courtyard. The practice of crafting talismans also progresses steadily. While failures still dominate, the successful talismans can now be exchanged for more practice paper. Through this tireless endeavor, Fang Che's control over spiritual energy becomes increasingly refined, and the alignment of his mind with the brush tip grows ever more adept. Occasionally, in a state of intense focus, he can even vaguely sense a delicate resonance between the runes under his brush and the surrounding world. That night was no different from the others. The moonlight flowed like water, spilling into the quiet room through the window. Fang Che sat cross-legged on the mat, a high-quality spirit stone in his palm, his mind sinking into his body as he slowly practiced the Shangqing Qi induction technique. Within his dantian, the swirling cloud of spiritual energy, having accumulated to a critical point, began to surge violently after countless cycles of circulation. Suddenly, a sound, perceptible only to Fang Che, echoed within him. Following this, an unprecedented feeling of fullness spread from his dantian to his limbs. The flow of spiritual energy accelerated by more than 10%, smoothly coursing through the now significantly widened meridians. After circulating the spiritual energy for several cycles and achieving complete stability, Fang Che slowly opened his eyes. They remained clear, yet there seemed to be a radiance flowing within, brighter than before. Having reached the third layer of qi cultivation, Fang Che gazes inward at the noticeably strengthened spiritual light in his dantian, a slight smile gracing his lips. Moments later, this smile fades, replaced by a soft sigh as he recalls the words spoken by Master Chinya months ago. At that time, many disciples were skeptical, believing that cultivators should prioritize comprehending the heavenly principles and diligently honing their skills, considering external resources merely as aids. However, through personal experience, Fang Che has come to truly grasp the significance of the words spoken by the esteemed Chinya Jinren. Over the past few months, had it not been for the continuous assistance from spirit stones and medicinal pills, he would likely still be struggling painfully at the second level of qi refinement. The notion of wealth, for those with ordinary talents and scarce resources, nearly determines the lower limit of their cultivation progress. This is especially true for Fang Che, who possesses the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Without such external assistance, relying solely on his own perseverance would result in an efficiency disparity of several times. Fang Che let out a gentle sigh and glanced at his palm, where the once radiant high-grade spirit stone now appeared dull, its spiritual energy nearly depleted. Yet, he felt no trace of anxiety, for as a direct disciple of the Qingjing sect, he was never short of cultivation resources. The resources allocated by the sect each month far exceeded external expectations, with the most fundamental being spirit stones, over 100 high-grade ones, to be precise. Additionally, he received a vial of the specially formulated Huangji Dan from the 100 Forging Peak, known for its mild properties and minimal impurities, making it ideal for disciples laying their foundations. As for the commonly used pills, such as gathering Qi Dan and cultivating Essence Dan, there were standard provisions. This exemplifies the foundation and grandeur of a top-tier sect, providing core disciples with the finest foundational resources, ensuring that their path is not hindered by a lack of external materials. With such generous support, Fang Che often found himself with more than half of the resources he received each month remaining after cultivation. This was not due to his reluctance to use them. In fact, since stabilizing his cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, he had begun to employ spirit stones and medicinal pills to aid his practice. However, the amount of spiritual energy a cultivator can effectively refine each day is limited. If one forcibly absorbs more, not only would the efficiency plummet, but the flow of spiritual energy within the body could become erratic, potentially even damaging the meridians. Fang Che's cultivation was still nascent, and his efficiency in refining spiritual energy was not high. A single high-grade spirit stone often required him several weeks to fully absorb and transform its energy. The same applied to medicinal pills. While gathering Qi Dan was manageable, the Huangji Dan's potency was rich, necessitating several days for his body to fully digest and absorb it before he could take another. To be greedy would only lead to a buildup of medicinal potency in the body, becoming a burden instead. Fang Che reviewed his expenditures over the past 6 months, totaling 20 high-grade spirit stones and 60 Huangji Dan, along with a few cultivating essence and gathering Qi Dan. He then extended his consciousness into his storage bag, where nearly 1,000 shimmering high-grade spirit stones were meticulously stacked, alongside hundreds of unopened vials of medicinal pills, their fragrant aromas wafting through the bottles. This was merely the result of a year since joining the sect, passively accumulated due to his limited refining speed. Furthermore, each month, an equally abundant supply, possibly increasing with his cultivation level, would continuously flow into Fang Che's hands. Fang Che remained silent for a long while, murmuring to himself, "It is no wonder that cultivators across the world yearn for prestigious sects, striving fervently to become direct disciples. This desire arises not solely from the profound teachings and guidance of esteemed masters within the sect. While these matters are undoubtedly significant for the vast majority of disciples, the most immediate and enticing aspect lies in the stable and abundant supply of resources. In the realm of cultivation, a single medium Great Spirit stone is sufficient to incite numerous wandering practitioners and small sect disciples to take risks and engage in relentless competition. A single Huangji Dan could be a precious gem that some might take years to accumulate enough contributions to obtain. For someone like him, a direct disciple, these items are merely allocated monthly in fixed quantities, often in excess. What does this signify? It signifies that Fang Che can evade the peril of incessant disputes over a spirit stone. It implies that he can devote all his time to comprehending the techniques, honing his spiritual power, and refining his character. It suggests he enjoys an exceedingly stable and resource-rich period as a novice, allowing him to lay a solid foundation without distraction. There is no need to worry about overextending his potential due to a scarcity of resources, damaging his foundation, or even straying from the righteous path. Inquiring se mind. Another image materializes. A similarly gifted youth endowed with the 5 elemental spiritual roots, perhaps possessing equal tenacity and resolve, yet constrained by humble origins. Struggling in an area where spiritual energy is scarce. In pursuit of minimal cultivation resources, the youth must engage in various time-consuming and laborious crafts with meager returns, frequently confronting conflicts and dangers. In the same time frame, his cultivation progress may not even reach 1% of Fang Che's current achievements, and the road ahead appears ever more arduous and unclear. Fang Che gazes out the window at the gradually clarifying outline of Xian Shui Peak in the morning light, feeling a profound sense of responsibility welling within him. He understands that this bounty of resources is not a mere coincidence, but rather an investment and expectation from the sect. There is hope that the recipient will mature into a pillar for the sect's future, safeguarding and perpetuating its brilliance and heritage. While enjoying these resources, he also bears a corresponding responsibility. Fang Che will never allow the ease of access to breed complacency or arrogance, nor will he hesitate to utilize them due to their rarity. Just as he once chose to release those spirit fish by the tranquil lake and decided to practice the spirit-nourishing technique without hesitation, he will persist when it is fitting and take what is necessary. As he pushed open the door to the tranquil chamber, the morning light thoroughly dispelled the remnants of night. The water-patterned flowers in the spirit garden unfurled their petals, and the dew clinging to the tips of the grass sparkled with brilliance. The spirit spring continued to flow gently, seemingly unchanged since time immemorial. Fang Che closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again, his gaze clear and resolute. He approached the familiar open space in the courtyard, facing the swaying xiangfei bamboo, and slowly assumed the starting posture of the sword-nourishing technique, embarking on a new day of cultivation. Chapter 34. Trials as the sun set. The Yuling Hall was brightly lit, and most disciples had already taken their seats. Fang Che instinctively moved toward the back area, finding an inconspicuous corner to settle in. Fang Che glanced toward the voice, finding Sun Huan looking at him with a face full of surprise and suspicion. Ever since the assessment at the tranquil lake, Sun Huan's attitude toward him had grown subtle, leading to an intentional distancing that persisted for several months until a shift occurred half a month ago. After much effort, Sun Huan finally made a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of qi refinement half a month ago. Although this progress does not stand out among his contemporaries, and might even be considered somewhat lacking, he has undeniably crossed that threshold. At that time, Fang Che remained at the 2nd layer of qi refinement. Since then, Sun Huan resumed his conversations with Fang Che. When they encountered each other on the road, he would greet him with a smile, and occasionally, when they met in the library, he would approach to chat, as if the previous intentional estrangement had never existed. At this moment, sensing the fluctuations of energy emanating from Fang Che, Sun Huan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Junior brother Fang, have you made a breakthrough?" Instantly, several gazes turned toward them, filled with curiosity, investigation, and, most notably, astonishment similar to Sun Huan's. It was indeed the third layer of qi refinement. Was the cultivation of the 5 elements spiritual root progressing so swiftly? The last time they met, it seemed he had just barely reached the pinnacle of the second layer. Could it be that Elder Yunlon had bestowed upon him some miraculous elixir? No, his energy felt stable, not like someone who had forcibly broken through. Whispers of speculation spread quietly. Fang Che's breakthrough had stirred a small ripple among the talented direct disciples gathered. To achieve the third layer of qi refinement within a year of entering, his cultivation was not significantly behind those with superior spiritual roots, which was truly unexpected. It is well known that the 5 elements spiritual roots typically progress slowly. Even if Fang Che's spiritual root quality was of high grade, he was still bound by the limitations of the 5 elements, yet he managed to keep pace with their cultivation speed. Fang Che nodded and calmly replied, "I was fortunate to break through recently." Sun Huan felt extremely frustrated. He possessed a high-grade spiritual root. So how could this fellow's cultivation progress only lag behind him by half a month? Was his spiritual root somehow false? Senior brother Sun, isn't it a good thing that junior brother Fang has made a breakthrough? Why do you appear so despondent? Zhu Zhu, standing nearby, asked, noticing Sun Huan's troubled expression. Sun Huan was at a loss for words. Should he admit that he felt overshadowed by Fang Che? He hesitated for a moment and finally replied, "It's certainly a good thing, just a bit sudden." Sun Huan straightened his posture, striving to regain his usual composure. Yet his gaze could not help but glance toward Fang Che. Just then, the bell rang, and Master Ling Jing entered the hall, prompting everyone to gather their thoughts. Sun Huan forced himself to concentrate on the lecture, but his mind continually drifted to Fang Che. Throughout the hour-long class, he found it difficult to remain fully engaged. Once the evening session concluded, Master Ling Jing did not depart, but rather began to speak slowly. "You have nearly completed a year since your entry. Initially grasping spiritual power and learning techniques, all under the protection of the sect, allowing for steady cultivation and commendable progress." At this point, her tone shifted slightly, maintaining the same cadence. Yet the content caused many disciples to feel a shiver of apprehension. However, the path of cultivation is not a tranquil one. Sitting in a quiet room to cultivate does not lead directly to the great Tao. My Qing sect provides disciples with resources and heritage, hoping that you will grow into the pillars of our humanity, rather than mere sheltered flowers. Master Ling Jing paused briefly, her gaze sweeping over the youthful faces before her, and solemnly declared, "The world of true cultivation is vast and boundless, filled with opportunities, yet fraught with peril, where the weak are devoured by the strong. In the realm of conflict with others, the heavens, and oneself, within the sanctum of the sect, there exist regulations that govern conduct and mentors who offer protection, while fellow disciples engage in sparring that is both respectful and restrained. However, beyond the confines of the sect lies a world fraught with treachery and peril, where demonic beasts roam freely and hidden dangers lurk within treacherous terrains. The pursuit of a single spiritual herb or a fragment of spiritual stone, even a mere exchange of words, may provoke deadly enmity. In such moments, one's magical prowess, cunning, courage, and even fortune can determine life and death. The sect will not perpetually shield you beneath its wings. After 10 days, at the sword-sharpening cliff, the initial trial of the hunt shall commence." The voice of the esteemed Master Ling Jing resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Every disciple of this cohort must participate, with no excuses permitted. A subtle stir arose in the hall, and many eyes sparkled with excitement. The trial locations include 3 introductory testing realms under the sect's jurisdiction: the Shadowy Woods, the Misty Marsh, and the Crimson Flame Valley. Master Ling Jing continued, his tone growing more solemn. Within these realms, collaboration is not mandated, yet solitary ventures are permitted. This is not a mere demonstration of the sect's teachings, but a genuine contest of survival. The beasts are fierce, the environment unpredictable, and competition exists even among comrades. Your safety rests in your own hands. The sect provides only the barest minimum of protection. Beginning tomorrow, Evening classes at the Spirit Nurturing Hall will be suspended. Prepare yourselves diligently. Once Master Ling Jing departed, the usual clamor of the Spirit Nurturing Hall did not erupt immediately. Instead, an unusual silence enveloped the space. Yet, this tranquility was soon shattered as a buzz of discussion filled the air once more. Finally, we shall have the chance to stretch our limbs. Sitting in meditation all day has left my bones feeling rusty. The shadowy woods, the misty marsh, and the crimson flame valley, their names alone suggest treacherous dangers. I wonder how the assignments will be made. Surely, there will be some assurance of safety. They won't abandon us to face utter desolation. Hard to say. Since it is a trial, bloodshed seems inevitable. I must prepare charms and elixirs with utmost care. A few individuals were also discreetly assessing their fellow disciples. In their view, since cooperation was not prohibited, selecting suitable allies was paramount, more so than any preparation. San Juan evidently shared this sentiment, his gaze sweeping across the hall before settling intently on Zhu. Zhu, possessing an exceptional earth spirit root, demonstrated extraordinary aptitude, securing a place among the top 3 disciples in terms of cultivation and combat prowess. Most importantly, his straightforward nature made him an ideal choice for a companion. San Juan adjusted his robe, a warm smile gracing his face as he approached swiftly, affectionately patting Zhu's broad shoulder. "Would you care to team up with me, junior brother Zhu?" Zhu's expression brimmed with excitement, and he nodded in agreement. Of course. He then turned to Fang Che, inquiring, "Junior brother Fang, would you like to join us?" San Juan's smile momentarily faltered, a sinking feeling stirring within him. His invitation to Zhu was predicated on the latter's formidable strength. He had not intended to include Fang Che. In San Juan's eyes, Fang Che had only recently achieved a breakthrough and would merely be a burden. One was already enough in a team. He hastily interjected before Fang Che could respond, maintaining an air of nonchalance. "Junior brother Zhu, given the uncertain nature of the trial, while having more individuals may bolster our strength, sometimes flexibility is essential. Perhaps it would be prudent for just the 2 of us to pair up, and should fate allow us to encounter junior brother Fang during the trial, we can assist him then." Zhu blinked, seemingly just realizing that San Juan had no intention of inviting Fang Che. Fang Che's expression remained composed, as if he had not discerned the underlying implications in San Juan's words. He smiled at Zhu and said, "Thank you for your kindness, brother Zhu. However, I am accustomed to solitude and will not accompany you too." Zhu glanced at San Juan, then at Fang Che, sensing an awkwardness in the air, yet unsure of how to respond. He merely nodded and said, "Then please be careful, brother Fang." "I will," Fang Che replied and turned to depart. Chapter 35. Preparation. Fang Che was keenly aware that San Juan was not welcoming him into their company, yet his rejection of Zhu was not solely predicated on that. His reasoning for declining to form a party was straightforward, bordering on indolence. He simply found it bothersome. The complications of collective decision-making, such as plotting routes, deciding whether to confront or avoid beasts, and how to distribute any spoils, were enough to give him a headache. Moreover, the constant need to accommodate others and engage in repeated compromises was a burden he wished to avoid. The mere thought of enduring such entanglements for the next 10 days filled him with dread. Being alone was far more appealing. Clarity of purpose allowed for immediate action, eliminating disputes and alleviating emotional fatigue. Resolute in his decision, Fang Che hesitated no longer. He had always been a man of action, and his refusal to team up was motivated by a desire for simplicity, yet this did not imply any disdain for the trials ahead. On the contrary, by choosing to venture alone, he recognized the necessity for heightened caution. Upon returning to the listening bamboo pavilion, Fang Che did not rush into cultivation, but instead took the time to meticulously plan the preparations for the ensuing 10 days. The most critical task was the gathering of intelligence. Fang Che understood that he was about to step into a realm entirely foreign and fraught with peril. Without sufficient information, all preparations would be in vain. Given the life and death stakes involved, this task was paramount, and he resolved to visit the repository of knowledge the following day to peruse its tomes. Only by knowing both oneself and one's adversary could one emerge unscathed from 100 battles. Next, he needed to solidify his cultivation. Having recently broken through, his spiritual energy remained somewhat tenuous and required diligent honing over the next 10 days. Among the techniques he had mastered, the lightness technique and fireball technique were the most familiar to him, the former being foundational for agility and the latter serving as an offensive means of defense, both essential for survival. As for the sword cultivation technique, he had achieved a significant level of proficiency, making it a reliable trump card. While these abilities might suffice for sparring with fellow disciples, they felt inadequate for the impending initial hunting trial. At that moment, Fang suddenly realized that his repertoire of skills was still too limited. After the trial, he would need to acquire additional techniques. However, with time slipping away, the immediate priority was to master a method of concealment and escape. After all, one only has one life to live, and, as the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Lastly, he needed to prepare a stock of medicinal pills and talismans, those for rejuvenation, healing, detoxification, and other necessities were imperative and should be adequately supplied for unforeseen circumstances. The more talismans, the better, although practitioners should not overly rely on external aids. Fang was not a pedant. He understood well that preserving one's life was of utmost importance. The following day, Fang arrived early at the repository of knowledge, where the vast collection of texts was as boundless as the sea, encompassing not only profound techniques, but also extensive geographical records, bestiaries, and travelogues. As he stepped into the library, his footsteps faltered noticeably. The once serene and spacious hall now appeared somewhat congested. The long table by the window was nearly filled, and shadows flitted between the bookshelves. This was the first time Fang had encountered such a crowd in the library. It seemed that he was not the only one who took the initial trial seriously. Following his plan from the previous day, Fang sought out public records regarding the 3 major trial realms. After much effort, he managed to procure several relevant tomes, including geographical notes of the Phantom Woods, markers of the Foggy Marsh, and illustrations of common beasts in the Crimson Flame Valley. Yet he found no available seat to settle down for a thorough read. After a brief contemplation, Fang decided to approach the desk of the steward, reasoning that if he could not read here, he would take the books back with him. He preferred to return to the tranquil environment of the bamboo listening pavilion rather than endure the crowded atmosphere here. 10 days for borrowing these. Fang placed the books on the counter. The steward glanced at the pile, then at the jade token at Fang waist. Noticing he was a direct disciple, the steward's expression faltered as he hesitantly stated, "Due to the imminent trials, many are seeking to borrow related texts. According to regulations, you may only borrow for a maximum of 1 day." 1 day. A slight heaviness settled in Fang heart. These tomes were quite substantial, and their complex content would be challenging to digest in such a brief period. Nevertheless, he did not display any concern on his face. He merely nodded and replied, "Understood." Fang recognized the steward's predicament and acknowledged that this was a measure to ensure fairness within the sect. However, it appeared he would need to expedite his efforts. Seeing his agreeable demeanor, the steward's expression softened as he swiftly processed the transaction. Upon returning to the bamboo listening pavilion, Fang immediately delved into the texts. The information contained within was somewhat general, yet adequate to outline the characteristics of the 3 major realms. The Phantom Woods, dense with poisonous miasma and poor visibility. The Foggy Marsh, a labyrinth of waterways rife with hidden venomous creatures. And the Crimson Flame Valley, characterized by extreme heat and volatile fire hazards, with certain areas prone to sudden eruptions. As he closed the final page, the sky outside began to brighten. Fang rubbed his throbbing temples and exhaled a long breath of stale air. After a day and night of intensive reading, although he could not grasp every detail, the most perilous dangers and the beasts he was likely to encounter were firmly etched in his mind. In the following days, Fang routine became remarkably structured. Each morning, he would return to the library to peruse texts, travelogues, and insights left by previous disciples regarding the trial realms. In the afternoons, he would practice his techniques in a secluded area of the back mountain, focusing primarily on the fire serpent technique and the breath concealment method. The fire serpent technique was a more potent offensive spell than the fireball technique, capable of forming a serpentine flame that would pursue and devour its foe. Posing a significant threat, Fang Che practiced tirelessly until his spiritual energy was depleted, managing to barely unleash a crooked fire serpent over several paces. Once his energy replenished, he would turn to the breath concealment method, a technique not of offense, but one that allowed for the suppression of one's presence. A vital skill in the perilous realms where concealment could prove more crucial than sheer power, as it is often easier to evade visible arrows than to guard against hidden threats. Fang Che focused his mind and repeatedly adjusted his breathing and the fluctuations of his spiritual energy. Perhaps it was due to his prior experience of touching the realm of oblivion, but within just one afternoon, he had mastered the technique of energy concealment. Fang Che's presence was fully contained. Even his senior brother, Shun Qingyan, who had come to visit, could not discern the depths of his cultivation. Junior brother? Shun Qingyan called out softly. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, clarity shining within them. He dispersed the energy concealment technique, allowing the aura of his third-layer cultivation to naturally emanate from him. He rose and bowed. Senior brother. Shun Qingyan stepped closer, surveying Fang Che with a hint of astonishment in his gaze. Junior brother, you have remarkably refined the energy concealment technique to such an extent that even I cannot see through it. When did you achieve this breakthrough? Your aura is quite stable. Just a fortunate breakthrough a few days ago. I have merely just begun to grasp the energy concealment technique. I hope I do not cause you to laugh. Fang Che replied modestly. Just begun? Shun Qingyan chuckled and shook his head. Your standard for just begun is rather high. Many foundation-building disciples may not possess such proficiency. You flatter me. Senior brother, Fang Che humbly responded. Shun Qingyan seated himself on a nearby bamboo chair and said, I heard that the initial hunting trial is about to commence. So I came to check on your preparations. Now that you have broken through and your aura is this stable, it seems I need not worry excessively. However, do not let your guard down. His expression shifted to seriousness as he continued. When I participated in the initial hunting trial, I was overly proud and relied on my decent strength and proficiency in wind manipulation, thinking I could maneuver freely. Yet, not long after entering, I carelessly became entangled with the bone-corroding flies. Fang Che was aware of the bone-corroding flies. They were weak individually, but swarmed in numbers, flying almost silently, with their mouthparts carrying paralyzing toxins. Once ensnared, it was exceedingly difficult to escape, and their corpses would attract more of their kind, making them particularly troublesome. Shun Qingyan reminisced, his tone flat, yet his gaze sharpened. Though their toxin is not lethal, it can severely impede the flow of spiritual energy, greatly diminishing one's strength. They are relentless, and in my panic, I inadvertently wandered into a fog-laden area, almost unable to find my way out. Fang Che listened silently, a chill creeping into his heart. He understood the trials were perilous, but he had not anticipated them to be so treacherous. The trial grounds were indeed fraught with danger, and one must remain vigilant. Chapter 36. The trial begins. Shun Qingyan looked at Fang Che and slowly remarked, in the secret realm, dangers often arise from the most unexpected sources. You may believe you are well prepared, yet a moment of negligence could lead you into a dire predicament. Thus, maintaining calm judgment is essential. At this point, Shun Qingyan smiled, his tone softening. Do not be overly anxious while the trial is a test. The sect has its considerations and will not truly place disciples in a situation where survival is impossible. If you find the situation untenable, do not hesitate. Decisively shatter your jade token and withdraw. The evaluation of the trial, while significant, pales in comparison to the value of your life. Thank you for your guidance. Senior brother, I will remember your words. Fang Che nodded in acknowledgement. Shun Qingyan's gaze fell upon Fang Che's serene profile. The young disciple possessed striking features, exuding an ethereal quality. Yet, beyond his appearance, what Shun Qingyan admired most was the uncharacteristic composure and tranquility that belied his years. Junior brother, Shun Qingyan's tone softened slightly as he inquired, Do you find it perplexing that our master has not bestowed upon you a protective talisman to aid you in your trials? Unlike your senior brothers and sisters? Fang Che, taken aback for a moment, soon nodded with sincerity. To be honest, senior brother, I have indeed harbored such doubts. It is not out of greed, but rather because in the narratives of my past life, it is almost a standard procedure for mentors to grant their disciples treasures when they venture out for training. Given the profound heritage of the Qingyun sect, which far surpasses those depicted in tales, it stands to reason that Master Yunlan should not remain entirely indifferent. Shen Qingyan smiled and replied, "It is not surprising that you feel this way. Within the sect, the transmission of teachings and the sparring among peers adhere to certain regulations. However, the path of cultivation is long and fraught with true dangers that often lie beyond these rules. This trial is designed to place you in such circumstances for the first time. The purpose of the sect's initiation trial is to temper the character of the disciples and hone their practical skills. Should any mentor provide excessive assistance in private, it would contradict the very essence of the trial. The survival jade token distributed prior to the trial serves as the baseline. Beyond that, all challenges must be faced independently. Some paths and lessons must be traversed personally to attain true understanding. The wisdom in your words is evident, senior brother. External aid may offer temporary protection, but it cannot safeguard one's entire existence. This trial indeed necessitates personal experience. Fang Che comprehended the sect's intentions. Ultimately, cultivation is a solitary endeavor. Relying too heavily on others may diminish one's sense of reverence. The sect provides a platform and resources, yet will not serve the sustenance on a silver platter. Rising to his feet, Shen Qingyan patted Fang Che's shoulder and said, "Junior brother, prepare diligently for what lies ahead. In the trial, prioritize caution. Yet do not be overly timid. Sometimes, one must dare to seize the opportunities that arise." In the following days, Fang Che's routine became increasingly rigorous. He had perused the relevant texts in the library to a considerable extent, with the remaining materials being rather vague and thus lacking significant value. He chose to concentrate his efforts on two main pursuits. One was to repeatedly simulate various scenarios he might encounter in the secret realm, and the other was to further refine the fire serpent technique and the breath-concealing art. Currently, Fang Che had become quite proficient in the fire serpent technique. With a mere thought, a brilliant crimson flame would leap from his palm, manifesting a lively and serpentine form, its power vastly superior to that of the fireball technique. The breath-concealing art was equally fluid in its execution. Once employed, his aura became nearly imperceptible, making it exceedingly difficult for those with lesser cultivation to detect him. In terms of medicinal pills, he prepared 10 each of 3 types, those for replenishing energy, healing wounds, and detoxifying, ensuring he was well equipped for any unforeseen circumstances. He meticulously selected 2 of the most practical talismans, the Golden Light Talisman, which could conjure a protective barrier in times of peril, and the Swift Movement Talisman, which temporarily enhanced speed. Fang Che did not prepare offensive talismans to augment his methods. These life-preserving items were intended to secure a sliver of survival rather than replace his own magical techniques. Additionally, he prepared several cleansing talismans, as he had a penchant for cleanliness, and considering the possibility of lacking bathing opportunities within the secret realm, he decided to stockpile them. Just as Fang Che completed his preparations and settled down for meditation, a familiar and graceful figure appeared before him, his long-missed senior sister, Lin Wan. "Junior brother, are you departing tomorrow?" Lin Wan approached with a gentle smile, and before Fang Che could respond, she pressed a stack of azure talisman paper, shimmering with ethereal light, into his hands. "Take this," she said. Fang Che lowered his gaze and was immediately taken aback. Having studied talismans for half a year, his discerning eye had significantly improved. The talisman paper, as exquisite as jade, bore subtle thunder patterns that clearly indicated it was the illustrious Qin Gang Thunder Talisman, renowned among the third-tier talismans. Once activated, its might could rival the full-force strike of a foundational cultivator, making it exceedingly precious. "Senior sister, this item is too valuable. I cannot accept it, especially as it contradicts the original intent of the sect's trials." Fang Che promptly declined, asserting that he could not accept such a costly talisman. "This is merely a token of my goodwill. It has nothing to do with the sex trials," Lin Wan remarked, arching an eyebrow and feigning a serious demeanor. "Do you look down upon me as your senior sister?" Before Fang Che could reply, she huffed lightly. "If you truly do not wish to keep it, feel free to discard it. I never reclaim gifts once given." With that, Lin Wan gracefully leapt onto the back of a crane and vanished from sight. After a moment of silence, Fang Che sighed with resignation and accepted the Qinggang Thunder Talisman, a warm current rising within him. On the eve of the final trial, he chose not to continue his usual practice of the Shangqing Qi induction technique, but instead allowed himself to relax completely. He meticulously arranged the items within his storage bag, ensuring he could retrieve them with precision at any moment. Once satisfied, Fang Che sat in stillness, gradually calming his mind that had been taut for several consecutive days. The following day, before dawn, Fang Che was already attired in a pristine moon-white Dao robe, his long hair simply secured with a bamboo hairpin. He carried an ancient Xianyuan sword on his back, and apart from a storage bag and identity plate at his waist, he bore no other superfluous adornments. With a restrained aura and tranquil eyes, he resembled a still pond as he stepped into the courtyard and let out a soft whistle. Moments later, a snow-white crane descended gracefully from the clouds, and Mingyue affectionately nudged his arm before lowering itself. Fang Che mounted the crane and patted its neck. "Let us go to the sword-tempering cliff." With a clear call, Mingyue spread its wings and soared, piercing through the clouds and mist, heading directly towards the towering cliff that resembled a sword. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the sword-tempering cliff, where a throng of disciples had gathered. As the crane landed gracefully on the platform, a brief silence enveloped the previously bustling crowd, soon followed by hushed discussions from the inner disciple section. "Another direct disciple has arrived. Which peak does he belong to? I don't recall seeing him before. He is a disciple newly accepted by Elder Yunlan last year. I believe his name is Fang Che." A palpable envy shone in the eyes of many inner disciples who had to set out early, while direct disciples enjoyed the luxury of arriving with ease on cranes, an evident disparity. The glances of the female disciples were particularly drawn to the young man upon the crane. As he dismounted lightly, his figure stood tall like bamboo, the morning light illuminating his refined profile. His brows were gentle, his demeanor serene, and though his hair was simply tied back and devoid of embellishments, he radiated an air of extraordinary grace. Amidst a gathering of cherished disciples, a certain ethereal quality distinctly stood out. The senior brother was truly handsome. A younger female disciple with a round face could not help but whisper to her companion, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Not only is he handsome," remarked her slightly older sister disciple, gazing in admiration. "Look at the other senior brothers. Most exude an imposing presence. Some are haughty and proud. Yet this brother Fang is different. He resembles a clear spring in the mountains, instantly calming the heart. I heard someone mention that he is the most striking among this batch of disciples, rivaling even Brother Yunyao in appearance," another female disciple quietly added. Although practitioners do not place great importance on outward appearances, beauty invariably brings joy to the heart. At that moment, the elder female disciple suddenly cleared her throat, drawing their attention back, and whispered, "Hush, the elders have arrived." Indeed, above the sword-tempering cliff, several formidable figures quietly emerged, standing in the air, an invisible pressure rendering the surroundings silent. Among them was the esteemed Ling Jingzhenren. Presiding over the assembly was the venerable elder Lu Xianming, who, upon Fang Che's arrival at the Taiqing Palace, had been the first to greet him, his countenance both youthful and dignified. Elder Lu Xianming wasted no time and addressed them directly. "The rules for the initial hunting trial are as follows. You shall be randomly assigned to the 3 primary secret realms of the Shadowy Woods, the Misty Marsh, and the Crimson Flame Valley, for a duration of 1 month. During this time, you must hunt magical beasts and gather spiritual herbs and materials. Upon the trial's conclusion, points will be awarded based on the quality of the beasts hunted and the value of the spiritual items collected." However, the elder's tone suddenly turned stern. his presence imposing and palpable, quelling any restlessness among the crowd. You must remember, while competition is permitted, harming your fellow disciples is strictly forbidden. Violators will face severe punishment according to the sect's regulations. With a flick of his sleeve, thousands of beams of white light fell like shooting stars before them. Fang Che reached out to catch one, discovering a finely crafted jade token in his hand, intricately engraved with complex patterns on one side, and the words Shadowy Woods inscribed in ancient script on the other. It appeared he had been assigned to the Shadowy Woods. The jade token must be worn at all times. Should it be more than 10 paces away, it would become ineffective. Elder Lu's voice resonated once more, echoing across the cliff in the face of life-threatening danger. Infusing it with spiritual power will activate the token, and you will be transported out of the secret realm. However, such an act will be considered a failure in the trial, so use it with caution. As his words faded, 3 grand teleportation arrays illuminated before them, the space around them rippling violently with a deep rumble, colossal beams of light shooting skyward. The shadowy forest, misty marsh, and crimson valley flickered into view within the light, exuding a palpable, heart-stirring aura. The initial hunting trial was officially underway. Chapter 37. Mutual Destruction. The moment Fang Che stepped into the light beam, all external sounds abruptly vanished. He felt as though the world was spinning, his senses disoriented, as if he were lost. When he regained his clarity, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. A blend of decaying leaves, dampness, and rich vegetation filled his nostrils. Fang Che stood on the edge of a densely shadowed forest, ancient trees towering high, their canopies obscuring the sky. Although it was clearly daylight, the atmosphere felt as though night had fallen. Beneath my feet lies a layer of humus accumulated over countless years, soft and damp to the touch, whispering silently. The surroundings are enveloped in an eerie stillness, with only faint, indistinct rustlings from afar adding to the atmosphere of mystery. Is this the shadowy forest? Fang Che remained silent for a few moments, gradually exhaling, as recollections of this place raced through his mind. The shadowy forest is not an ordinary secluded realm, but rather an extraordinary spatial node established by the formidable powers of the Upper Clear sect through enigmatic means. Beasts, spiritual plants, and even certain rare treasures of heaven and earth may inadvertently fall into this eternal, shadowy domain due to ripples in space and fortuitous circumstances. The resources within the shadowy forest, in theory, are inexhaustible. The accumulation over countless years, coupled with continuous replenishment, has rendered it a bizarre repository where danger and opportunity coexist. Due to the unique restrictions of the shadowy forest, only Qi refining practitioners may enter, making it an ideal training ground for lower-level cultivators to hone their skills. Fang Che activated his breath-concealing technique, merging his aura with the gloomy environment around him. Simultaneously, he cautiously released his spiritual consciousness, meticulously probing the surroundings. After half a year of cultivating the spirit-nourishing record, its effects finally manifested at this moment. This technique, often deemed nearly useless by others, unexpectedly resonated with Fang Che. Thanks to his experiences across 2 lifetimes, his spiritual essence was already several times stronger than that of ordinary practitioners. Under the nurturing of this technique, his consciousness experienced significant growth, now able to extend 10 zhang in distance. It is worth noting that an ordinary person cultivating to the 3rd level of Qi refining would struggle to separate their consciousness from their body. Although consciousness is primarily used for perception and lacks the profundity of spiritual awareness, it serves as the foundation for a practitioner's future spiritual consciousness. The extent of Fang Che's spiritual awareness in the future can already be glimpsed. After confirming that there were no immediate dangers nearby, Fang Che did not hastily delve deeper. He first examined the survival jade tablet, which emitted a faint glow from the characters for shadowy that subtly resonated with the surrounding environment. He then checked his storage pouch to ensure the items were intact. The primary objective was to familiarize himself with the environment, ascertain his position, and seek a safe temporary refuge. Fang Che devised a preliminary plan. In an entirely unfamiliar perilous place, Reckless action would be tantamount to suicide. The ground of the shadowy forest is uneven, with interwoven roots and cascading vines, making it easy to trip if one is not careful. Fang Che moved with grace, placing each step deliberately to avoid stepping on decaying leaves and dry twigs. After advancing for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he encountered only a few low-level shadow mice, with no other living beings in sight. Yet, Fang Che remained vigilant. This seemingly silent forest often concealed far deadlier threats beneath its calm surface. Just as he circled around a half-decayed, massive hollow tree trunk, an unexpected event occurred. Whoosh! A slender black shadow shot silently from the descending vines above, moving with astonishing speed and exuding a foul odor. Although Fang Che did not see it, his spiritual consciousness enveloped the area. At the instant the shadow lunged, he remained calm, swiftly shifting his feet to sidestep half a step to the side and forward. Snap! A shadow shot through the air, landing upon the trunk ahead, revealing a serpent of considerable girth, adorned with dark green, ring-like patterns, the spectral vine serpent. At this moment, much of its form remained concealed within the vines, its triangular head raised, icy green vertical pupils fixated coldly upon Fang Che, while its slender tongue flicked in and out, issuing a menacing hiss. A first-tier demon beast, the spectral vine serpent was adept at mimicry and disguise. Its venom potent enough to incapacitate a mid-stage qi refining practitioner within mere moments. Should one fall victim to its bite, even with an antidote, the situation could prove dire. Having missed its strike, the serpent contracted its body, attempting to retreat into the thicket to conceal itself once more. Fang Che, however, would not grant it such an opportunity. With a slight weight on his left shoulder, the Xianyuan sword at his back barely unsheathed, it glided forth silently, revealing a glimmer of cold light. In an instant, the sword's brilliance flickered into obscurity, leaving behind only a blurred trajectory. While the serpent was still suspended in the air, a fine line of blood appeared at the junction of its fierce head and body. Fang Che did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he remained still for a moment longer, ensuring no other hidden dangers lurked nearby before cautiously approaching. With practiced precision, he dissected the serpent's abdomen, retrieving a serpent gall the size of a pigeon's egg, glimmering with a dark luster, along with 2 venomous fangs and a venom sac. These materials could be exchanged for contribution points, with the serpent gall serving as a primary ingredient for certain elixirs. After completing his task, he meticulously checked to ensure no scent or trace remained before departing. Following the encounter with the spectral vine serpent, Fang Che became increasingly vigilant. After approximately half an hour of travel, the terrain began to undulate gently. He arrived at a relatively open glade within the forest. Although the ancient trees were somewhat sparse, each stood robust and menacing, their bark as dark as iron, adorned with dark purple moss that emitted a faint, eerie glow. Upon stepping into the clearing, Fang Che's gaze was immediately drawn to several savage claw marks on the trunk of a tree. Crouching down, as his fingertips neared the edge of the marks, a scorching, violent aura surged forth, prompting the spiritual energy within him to instinctively circulate and form a protective barrier. One intense fire aura. His pupils constricted, swiftly discerning the intensity of this presence. Even the residual aura was formidable, indicating that the original entity possessed power at least at the mid-stage of qi refinement, possibly even reaching the 9th layer, far beyond his current capabilities. With a sense of trepidation, he held his breath and concentrated, executing the concealment technique to its utmost, stealthily blending into a cluster of dense foliage, keenly probing with his spiritual sense. The scene before him was shocking, enough to rattle even Fang Che's steadfast resolve. Before him lay a colossal tiger, sprawled in a pool of blood, its black and red fur charred in multiple places. Most alarming was the gaping wound in its midsection, roughly the size of a bowl, which had utterly extinguished its life force. Its eyes, wide in death, seemed to echo its final roar. Nearby, at the base of a tree that required several people to encircle, lay a large mass of dark purple flesh, its surface riddled with ruptured veins and scorched remnants. The gaping maw filled with sharp teeth resting half open, oozing a foul, viscous liquid. Its aura was faint, like a flickering candle in the wind, with only a few wilted tendrils languidly sprawled on the ground, devoid of vitality. The crimson flame tiger and the corrupted heart vine demon, Fang mind. The names of two formidable beasts flashed immediately. The crimson flame tiger, known for its ferocious temperament and claws that could unleash searing flames, was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the corrupt heart vine demon was cunning and treacherous, adept at ambushes, with tendrils infused with corrosive venom. These two creatures, one embodying the essence of Yang and the other of Yin, one fierce and the other sly, were undeniably troublesome adversaries. The scene before him, marked by devastation, clearly indicated a catastrophic clash between the two, culminating in their mutual destruction. Fang Che held his breath, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Either of these beasts would have easily claimed his life in their prime. It was imperative to distance himself from this perilous locale without delay, for lingering even a moment longer would only heighten the danger. Suppressing his curiosity about the remains of the beasts, he began to retreat slowly, intent on slipping away in the direction from which he came. Just as he had taken a few steps back, his gaze swept over the two corpses one final time, and he caught a glimpse of an indescribable, profound purple light, seemingly revealed by a slight change in angle. Fang Che's form abruptly froze, as if an invisible force had anchored him in place. He halted, focusing his breath to its utmost, his mind coalescing like a fine thread, cautiously probing towards the source of that radiant glow. There, nestled within the interwoven branches, was a peculiar plant, scarcely half a foot tall, appearing as if intricately sculpted from purple jade. At its pinnacle rested a purple fruit, roughly the size of a longan. Chapter 38. The purple extreme fruit. The surface of the purple fruit shimmered with a deep violet luminescence, inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth, exuding a pure spiritual resonance. The moment Fang Che's consciousness made contact, he felt a refreshing wave wash over his soul, as if his inner spiritual energy were rejoicing. The purple extreme fruit, a name bordering on legend, erupted in his mind. The purple extreme fruit, a fourth-tier spiritual herb, served as the primary ingredient for concocting the purple extreme pill, a top-tier elixir that even nascent soul cultivators prized like treasure. Its worth surpassing that of the Tai Ching pill he possessed. Even without refining it into a pill, consuming this fruit directly would present an extraordinary opportunity for any cultivator. The conditions for this fruit's growth were exceedingly stringent, and its presence was exceedingly rare. Each manifestation would incite fierce competition among high-tier cultivators. It was astonishing to discover one here in the shadowed woods. It was no wonder the crimson flame tiger and the corrupt heart vine demon had fought to their mutual demise. They may not have comprehended the true nature of the purple extreme fruit, yet the instinctual desire stemming from the essence of life would have driven them to madness. What fortuitous circumstances! This thought flitted through Fang Che's mind, quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of elation. Before him lay a fourth-tier spiritual fruit, and even with his typically unflappable demeanor, he found it challenging to maintain his composure. However, his cautious nature prevented him from succumbing entirely to euphoria. He restrained the impulse to rush forward, meticulously scanning the remains of the two corpses and every inch of the surrounding earth with his focused awareness. The crimson flame tiger was indeed lifeless, its vitality entirely extinguished, and its demonic energy rapidly dissipating. The corrupt heart vine demon also showed no signs of life. Its residual power was exceedingly faint, and the few limp tendrils exhibited no response. As time gradually passed, Fang Che patiently waited for approximately the duration of a stick of incense, confirming that no further changes occurred. An opportunity not to be missed. Fang Che's gaze sharpened as his left hand stealthily grasped a golden talisman and a movement talisman, his figure darting out like a specter. His movements were swift and graceful, landing silently, his keen eyes sweeping over the carcasses of the firestorm tiger and the corrupted heart vine demon. With unyielding determination, he advanced toward the purple extreme fruit. The closer he drew, the more the pure aura emanating from the fruit became tantalizing, as if it were silently beckoning him. Just as Fang Che's fingers were about to graze the exquisite purple plant, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A flicker of ghostly light suddenly ignited from the seemingly lifeless body of the corrupted heart vine demon, striking toward Fang Che's brow with an alarming speed. Despite his vigilance and the constant awareness of his surroundings, the attack was too concealed and abrupt, bearing an uncanny effect that disrupted his perception. It wasn't until the ghostly light encroached within 3 feet of him that he was jolted into realization. A chill of impending death enveloped him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. In that fleeting moment between life and death, the swordsmanship instinct honed through the cultivation of the sword nurturing technique saved his life. Before his mind could issue a command, his right hand trembled. With a clear and resonant sword cry, a beam of sword light, as radiant as autumn waters, sliced forth, carrying with it a fierce sword energy aimed directly at the ghostly light. Upon a clash of the sword edge with the ethereal glow, a wave of frigid power surged forth, shattering Fang Che's palm and staining the sword hilt with blood, causing the Xinyuan sword to slip from his grasp. More alarmingly, the ghostly light did not dissipate. The corrosive force within it seeped into his mind. At the critical moment, the jade pendant hanging at Fang Che's chest suddenly heated up, emitting a refreshing aura that circulated around him, dispelling the bone-chilling corrosive influence. It was indeed the gift from Shun Qingyan, unexpectedly saving his life in this dire situation. In that fleeting instant, Fang Che's left hand darted forth, firmly grasping the purple extreme fruit, a wave of pure energy flowing up his arm, instantly alleviating his discomfort. With the purple extreme fruit in hand, Fang Che felt a surge of vitality, yet the peril was far from over. With the purple extreme fruit seized, the corrupted heart vine demon was thoroughly enraged. Several previously limp and withered vines sprang back to life like venomous serpents, launching toward him as dark shadows from different angles with lethal intent. Fang Che gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his right arm and the dizzying turmoil in his mind, activating the 2 talismans that he had prepared. The golden talisman burst forth first, enveloping him in a solid layer of pale golden light. Almost simultaneously, the azure glow of the movement talisman coursed through his legs, and with a fierce push from his toes, he propelled himself backward. However, the speed of the vines was even greater, catching up to him in the blink of an eye. Fang Che's heart sank, yet he remained composed. The golden talisman was a high-grade talisman, theoretically sufficient to withstand an attack from a fully realized Qi cultivator, and this demon was merely at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. If he could withstand this strike, he could escape. However, in the next moment, Fang Che's pupils constricted, his energy almost freezing in place. The rapidly approaching vine tip pierced through the golden barrier without any hindrance, not even managing to hold for a breath's time. Fang Che had no time to think. He twisted his waist sharply, nearly folding his body in half to the right. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the 2 vine shadows grazed past his left shoulder and right rib. His robe was rent asunder, and Fang Che was sent flying several feet away, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a halt. He clenched his teeth, bracing himself against the ground, enduring the excruciating pain caused by the clash of the chilling poison and his spiritual energy struggling to rise. However, the corrupt heart vine demon did not pursue him. Several withered vines slowly coiled back around its main trunk, their bark pulsating with an eerie luminescence that flickered rhythmically, suggesting a process of restoration. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a heaviness settled in Fang Che's heart. Though the vine demon appeared weakened, its formidable presence remained terrifying. If it were to fully recover, it would be disastrous. He must escape immediately. Yet, just as he was about to move, his consciousness detected an unusual disturbance behind the entwined, withered vines, emanating subtle waves. Subsequently, the shriveled, tumor-like nodes on the demon's surface began to pulsate gently, akin to a heartbeat. With each throb, the surrounding spiritual energy thinned. Even the blood essence he emitted was being siphoned away. It was consuming the surrounding spiritual power, A chill crept down Fang Che's spine. If he did not intervene, he would have no chance of survival. As he prepared to form a hand seal with his right hand, three main vines suddenly shot forth, before their shadows could reach him. Three tangible waves of corrupt heart poison surged through the air, crackling ominously. There was no escape. Fire serpent technique. A fierce glint flashed in Fang Che's eyes as he activated a golden talisman with his left hand, simultaneously uttering a low shout. Spiritual energy surged forth, and a crimson fire serpent roared to life from his palm, charging towards the sinister poison. Boom! The clash of crimson and deep green erupted in the air, each eroding the other and releasing a cloud of murky toxic smoke. The protective barrier created by the golden talisman trembled violently, its surface quickly becoming speckled with gray, barely keeping the toxic smoke at bay. Fang Che tasted blood in his throat, his already tenuous breath becoming erratic. The potency of this corrupt heart poison far exceeded his expectations. Through the swirling toxic haze, he clearly saw that his full-strength fire serpent technique had only managed to dissipate about 30% of the poison. The remaining dark light crashed against the barrier. In that instant, Fang Che kicked off with his left leg, rolling sideways as the poison grazed past him. A massive, ancient tree behind him crashing down with a thunderous roar. He braced himself with one hand, struggling to rise, half of his body now nearly numb, relying solely on his left leg and hand for balance. When he looked up, he found himself staring directly at the central trunk of the vine demon, where a narrow fissure had mysteriously opened, revealing a swirling luminescence embedded with a cold, indifferent eye that was silently gazing at him. Fang Che's pupils constricted sharply. Within the rippling glow, he distinctly sensed a trace of foundational pressure belonging to the Qi refinement stage. Chapter 39. Crisis. That trace of foundational pressure descended like an invisible mountain, causing the surrounding flora to bow low, the air seemingly stagnating. There was no escape. Fang Che's nerves were taut to their limit. To turn his back to this creature, which wielded foundational powers, was tantamount to sealing his own fate. The earlier vines, which had easily pierced through the golden talisman, moved with a speed that he could not hope to evade in his injured state. Yet, this pressure felt somewhat amiss. At the brink of death, his consciousness was stretched to its utmost, and Fang Che keenly discerned that the suffocating foundational pressure did not emanate from the vine demon's desiccated body, but rather faintly from the cluster of withered vines behind it, which had previously emitted subtle waves. The corrupt heart vine demon, being a plant-based entity, thrived in stealth, consumption, and corrosion, rather than intimidation through sheer pressure. Moreover, given its severe injuries and the imminent depletion of its demonic power, how could it still emanate such a pure foundational aura? Unless this oppressive force did not entirely belong to it, something was concealed behind it. A jolt of realization struck Fang Che as he faintly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. At that moment, three main vines, tainted with the corrosive essence of the heart of decay, had already surged towards him, their ghostly glow sealing off all avenues of retreat. Fire serpent technique. A fierce light flickered in Fang Che's eyes. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward with a commanding shout. The crimson fire serpent howled forth from his palm, not aimed at the encroaching toxic vines, but rather tracing a cunning arc to strike at the withered vines lurking behind the heart of decay. The fire serpent's blazing light illuminated the shadows of the entangled dead vines, revealing a rough outline of a rock beneath. Screech! The heart of decay's vine demon emitted a piercing, discordant shriek as the three main vines abruptly twisted in midair, disregarding Fang Che and pursuing the fire serpent instead. Indeed, a spark of brilliance ignited in Fang Che's eyes. The entity hidden beneath the withered vines was of paramount importance to the vine demon, likely the very source of its explosive power. The fire serpent collided with the retreating vines, erupting in a thunderous explosion, momentarily halting the already weakened heart of decay's movements. Now was the moment. Gritting his teeth, Fang Che summoned the Xian Yuan sword from short distance away, channeling the last vestiges of his spiritual energy mixed with a mouthful of his vital blood, which he sprayed onto the sword's blade. The sword hummed, enveloped in a crimson halo, as he gripped the hilt tightly, pouring forth all his strength to strike down upon the protruding rock. Crack! Where the sword light landed, the rock shattered explosively, debris scattering in all directions, revealing a stone cavity measuring about a foot square, within which lay a pool of viscous, milky white liquid. Quietly resting at the bottom, the earth-veined spirit milk. Fang Che's pupils constricted sharply, suddenly enlightened. No wonder this place could nurture the purple extreme fruit. And no wonder the heart of decayed demon, despite its severe injuries, still retained some power. It was relying on this substance to forcibly sustain its strength. The pure spiritual energy surged forth instantaneously, sending Fang Che flying, crashing into the underbrush several yards away. His body ached intensely, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Darkness clouding his vision. He bit down on his tongue, using the pain to stay conscious. The heart of decay demon abruptly froze, then let out a wail tenfold more mournful than before. The purple extreme fruit had been seized, the spirit milk exposed. Its foundation, which it had protected for years, lay utterly destroyed. Its emaciated form trembled violently at that moment, all its vines and roots rapidly swelling, turning pitch black. The surface of the heart of decay, exuding a potent, toxic essence that morphed into a ghostly green mist, spreading outwards. The vine demon had completely lost its sanity, recklessly depleting its essence and igniting its demon core. A tempest of vines, imbued with the scent of death, surged forth towards Fang Che, its speed and strength exponentially magnified compared to before. With no retreat left and no means to evade, the noxious mist approached in an instant. In the fleeting moment between life and death, he hesitated no longer. He reached into his robe, and when he withdrew his hand, a talisman now rested between his fingers. The talisman was a dark azure hue, intricately adorned with complex and profound thunder patterns, faint sparks of electricity dancing within the lines. A third-tier talisman, the Azure Thunder Talisman. Boom! Fang Che infused the last shred of his meager spiritual energy into the talisman and hurled it towards the oncoming storm of vines. Time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. In the next moment, a cerulean lightning bolt erupted from the talisman, dazzling and magnificent, instantly consuming a creature ahead. Where the lightning struck, the vines melted away like snow in the sun, crumbling into oblivion, while the noxious green mist evaporated in an instant under the azure lightning's illumination. The ferocious power of the thunder coursed through the heart of the corrupted vine demon, melting it in an instant amidst its desperate shrieks. The residual shock wave swept across the ground, leaving behind a charred trench several yards long, with tiny electric snakes still crackling at the edges, and the air thick with a pungent, burnt odor. The full-force strike of a foundational practitioner was indeed terrifyingly potent. This was the might of a third-tier talisman, truly extraordinary. Fang Che was once again staggered back a few steps by the proximity of the shockwave, his chest heavy, yet he could not conceal his astonishment. If this talisman were to be employed in a duel among foundational practitioners, it would undoubtedly alter the tide of battle. Although it seemed regrettable to expend it on this severely injured vine demon, to save a life was still worth the sacrifice. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous energy within him, and was about to advance to collect the spirit milk when the ground suddenly trembled violently. Roars. Simultaneous. Savage beast roars erupted from various directions, trees splintered, and branches exploded, clearly indicating that the earlier commotion, along with the rich spiritual energy emanating from the exposed vein of spirit milk, had acted like a beacon in the darkness, attracting formidable beasts nearby. Fang Che's expression changed drastically. At this moment, not only was collecting the spoils out of the question, but even lingering for a few more breaths could lead to encirclement by the beasts, leaving him with no place to bury his remains. He had to leave immediately. As he prepared to depart, he cast one last glance at the spirit-rich stone pit, his heart aching. Damn it! A fierce glint flashed in Fang Che's eyes as he leaped to the edge of the pit, bending down to press his mouth to the rim. Inhaling with all his might, the earth-veined spirit milk, brimming with pure and potent spiritual energy, surged into his throat. instantly transforming into a torrential wave coursing through his limbs and body. However, he only managed to consume the majority of it when the thunderous crash of ancient trees collapsing echoed ominously behind him, the stench of blood wafting toward him. Fang Che pivoted swiftly, activating both the golden light talisman and the movement talisman simultaneously, propelling himself like an arrow shot from a bow towards the dense thicket. Opposite the source of the beastly roars, just as he was about to plunge into the thorns, a blood-red-eyed, iron-clawed wolf lunged at him from behind, its sharp claws tearing through the air. With a swift sound, his robe ripped apart, and a deep gash, visible to the bone, opened on his back, an agonizing pain sweeping through him in an instant. Fang Che stifled a grunt, gritting his teeth, seemingly oblivious to the injury, pushing his speed to the limit, using the momentum of his charge to completely vanish into the thicket. The wolf's claw missed its mark, landing on the ground, and it let out a furious howl, poised to pursue, when the remaining earth-veined spirit milk in the pit ensnared it like an invisible hook. In that instant, as it advanced, an ancient tree nearby exploded with a thunderous roar. A colossal bear, its body covered in rocky armor, swung its massive paw, carrying the stench of blood, straight at the wolf's head. Almost simultaneously, on the other side, the treetops rustled, and a vividly colored giant python slithered forth, its forked tongue flickering, cold, vertical pupils fixed firmly on the earth-veined spirit milk. The three powerful presences stood in confrontation, the atmosphere charged with tension. Chapter 40, Rebirth. Fang Che remained blissfully unaware of the situation behind him, too preoccupied to care. He gritted his teeth, urging the speed of the divine movement talisman to its utmost, as only the howling wind and the thunderous beating of his heart remained in his ears. The wound on his back bled profusely, the venom left by the corrupted heart vine demon gnawing at him like a malignant growth, swiftly eroding his insides and bringing waves of excruciating pain. More critically, the immense spiritual energy, originating from the earth's veins, surged through his meridians like a torrent breaching a dam. The earth-veined spirit milk was a fifth-tier spiritual substance, while Fang Che was merely at the third level of qi refinement, utterly incapable of withstanding such a colossal influx of spiritual power. The spiritual energy within him raged like a wild inferno, searing his limbs and bones, his dantian feeling as if it would burst at any moment. The rampaging energy intertwined with the spreading poison, causing his blood to surge chaotically, and the scenery before him began to blur and overlap. He could not fall here. Fang Che's eyes burned crimson, his consciousness teetering on the brink of dissolution under the intense pain and the violent spiritual energy. Driven by the instinct to survive, he desperately activated the supreme clarity qi guiding technique to channel the rampant energy within him while tremblingly reaching into his storage bag, haphazardly pulling out every vial and container he could grasp. Blood-stanching pills, detoxification pills, energy-replenishing pills, and even the 2 Tai Ching pills and Xian Shui, spiritual nourishing pills, he had hidden deep within were all hastily swallowed. As the pills entered his stomach, a slight coolness from the detoxification and blood-stanching pills initially washed over him. But in the next instant, boom, it was as if a slumbering dragon had suddenly awakened. The immense spiritual power of the Tai Ching and Xian Shui pills surged into Fang Che's near-collapsing dantian with a ferocity that was overwhelming. The Tai Ching and Xian Shui pills were not something a qi refinement practitioner could easily consume. For Fang Che, whose spiritual power was erupting, it was akin to a calamity. Fang Che let out a roar, his body radiating brilliant spiritual light, countless energies swirling beneath his skin, his meridians crying out under the unbearable strain, and his dantian quaking violently, on the verge of destruction. The turmoil of spiritual energy escalated, his consciousness gradually being consumed by darkness, sustained only by a flicker of will. Just as his vision was about to be completely engulfed, he caught a glimpse of a narrow crevice in the rock wall ahead. The will to survive propelled Fang Che forward as he stumbled into it, plunging into darkness and losing consciousness. Deep within the rock crevice, Fang Che lay unconscious, his breath flickering like a candle in the wind. Yet within him, a cataclysmic clash unfolded. The pure earth energy of the earth vein spirit milk, the vast medicinal power of the Tai Ching pill, and the profound water attribute spiritual energy of the Xian Shui pill. Each of these forces far exceeded his current cultivation level. Now unrestrained by consciousness, they rampaged through his shattered meridians and collapsing dantian. They collided and tore at each other, fine droplets of blood seeping from Fang Chei's skin, only to be instantaneously vaporized. At times, his body blazed with the intensity of a raging fire, and at others, it felt as cold as ice beneath the surface. The furious spiritual energy surged like a living entity. Fang Chei's body emitted faint sounds of unbearable strain, a cruel punishment and a prelude to obliteration. Just as the last flicker of his life force flickered and threatened to extinguish, his consciousness faded entirely. The jade pendant affixed to his heart suddenly quivered gently, as if the intricate patterns upon its surface had come to life, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. This luminescence tenderly enveloped Fang Chei's heart, gradually safeguarding his spirit, which was on the brink of complete dissolution. Under the protection of this serene light, his consciousness, which was about to vanish entirely, seemed to grasp a lifeline. Coughing violently, Fang Chei abruptly arched his body, expelling a torrent of congealed blood, only to collapse onto the ground, helplessly resting against the cold rock wall as he continued to cough violently. As his vision slowly cleared, he beheld a moss-covered rock face. Realizing he lay deep within a narrow crevice, beneath him were coarse stones and pools of half-coagulated blood. Astonishingly, he was still alive. Yet this existence felt akin to being nailed to a precipice, enduring unspeakable torment. Within him, three destructive forces continued to clash violently, akin to countless steel needles repeatedly piercing his marrow. His body was already in tatters. With each breath came excruciating pain, threatening to shatter him entirely. Fang Chei dared not employ the supreme clarity chi induction technique, for an instinctive feeling warned him that attempting to channel spiritual energy now would only provoke an even more ferocious reaction from the three torrents within him. It was over. Fang Chei tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a bitter smile, cursing his own greed. Despair, like the darkness lurking within the crevice, engulfed his heart. Yet, just as he was preparing to surrender to despair, a nearly frenzied thought struck him like thunder. If he could once envision himself as a spirit fish, merging with nature at the tranquil lake of serenity, why could he not envision himself as spiritual energy? What fundamental difference existed between spiritual energy and the spirit fish? Were they not both integral parts of this vast universe? He and the cosmos coexisted. All things were one with him. These forces were currently surging within him, embodying his most authentic self. He resolved to relinquish resistance, abandon guidance, and even forsake consciousness. Imagining himself as a part of them, he sought to merge with them, becoming one with the tumultuous currents, experiencing the pure essence of spiritual energy in its most unadulterated form. This notion was nearly mad, appearing fantastical. Had other cultivators known of such an idea, they would have deemed him utterly insane. Yet at this moment, he found himself with no alternative. Fang Chei closed his eyes, wholly surrendering control over his body, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the boundless abyss. I am the heavens and the earth. I am all things. I am spiritual energy. Pain, weakness, and searing heat. He forcefully disregarded all sensations, no longer a subject enduring suffering, no longer attempting to control or dominate. His thoughts, like smoke, gently and unconsciously melded into the three raging forces. At the very instant his consciousness fully merged, the standoff of spiritual energy within Fang Chei's body began to shift subtly. His body transformed from a battlefield into a fragile crucible, with the earth's spiritual essence as a foundation, the profound water-imbued elixir as a medium, and the supreme clarity pill as a guide. It tenuously maintained a delicate equilibrium amidst the ruins of his shattered meridians and dantian. This balance was as fragile as a thread, Any hint of Fang Che's intent could shatter it. Thus, his consciousness remained in a state of oblivion, where self and other were forgotten, as if completely dissipating between heaven and earth, yet simultaneously acutely aware of the silent transformation occurring within him. Fang Che found himself in a state of uncertainty regarding the passage of time. The frightening spiritual brilliance enveloping his body gradually withdrew, while the chaotic spiritual energy beneath his skin began to calm. He remained unconscious, his breath barely perceptible. Yet the aura that had once been on the verge of collapse was now coalescing steadily. An unprecedented rebirth was quietly taking shape. Chapter 41. Completion of Qi cultivation. When Fang Che finally opened his eyes, the light filtering through the crevice had transformed into a deep, somber blue. He lay there, limbs sprawled languidly, his gaze vacantly fixed on a small patch of moss atop the rock wall, motionless for what felt like an eternity, resembling a puddle of mud. After a considerable time, he raised his hand to his face, observing the bloodstains still present, yet beneath them, his skin appeared warm and flawless, as luminous as jade, more delicate than that of most women. He truly felt as though he had snatched a life back from the clutches of death. With a sense of introspection, he slowly curled his fingers, sensing the burgeoning strength within them, and propped himself up on his arms to sit up. This time, he had indeed been excessively greedy. The spiritual milk of the earth vein, the pure Qi pill, and the profound water spirit pill. Any one of these contained spiritual energy far beyond what his current cultivation could withstand, and their combination was exceedingly perilous, verging on certain death. The heart corruption vine demon, guarding the earth vein's spiritual milk, refrained from directly absorbing it, not only to nurture the purple extreme fruit, but primarily because even with its cultivation, it struggled to bear the impact of that overwhelming energy. Who would have imagined that Fang Che, merely a cultivator at the third level of Qi cultivation, would audaciously swallow all three in one go? Had it not been for the jade pendant gifted by his third senior brother, which safeguarded a fragment of his soul in the face of death, and had he not inadvertently entered a state of transcendence, he might have perished in an explosive demise. Fang Che focused his mind, delving into his body with the intent to assess his injuries, but upon doing so, any remnants of lethargy vanished instantaneously. Completion of Qi cultivation? He blinked, momentarily bewildered, nearly convinced he was suffering from some after effect, his spirit in disarray. After a brief silence, he concentrated again, meticulously examining his body. He observed that the three turbulent flows of spiritual energy, which had previously threatened to burst him apart, were now tranquil as water, circulating within him in an unprecedented manner. Cautiously, he directed his awareness into his dantian, and his entire being trembled slightly. The dantian, which had once contained only thin mist, had expanded exponentially, filled with spiritual liquid that surged like the tide. Truly, I have attained the completion of Qi cultivation, Fang Che murmured, his tone imbued with incredulity. The ninth level of Qi cultivation demanded years of arduous practice for each layer. Even the most gifted prodigies typically required around a decade to reach this pinnacle. Yet he had ascended in one swift leap to the realm of completion. More astonishingly, this breakthrough bore no signs of a shaky foundation. On the contrary, the meridians within him were robust and solidified, his dantian harmonious and flawless, brimming with thick, rich spiritual energy, truly a paragon of perfection. Fang Che could even distinctly perceive the invisible barrier separating Qi cultivation from foundation establishment, now as delicate as a cicada's wing. Were it not for the special restrictions present in the shadowy woods, he might have attempted to establish his foundation on the spot. Even ordinary monk, upon acquiring such extraordinary treasures of nature, would not dare to consume them as recklessly as I have. Fang Che pondered, whether it be the earth vein spirit milk, the Taiching pill, or the Xian water spirit nourishing pill. For practitioners of Qi cultivation, it is essential to supplement them with additional means, progressing gradually over an extended period to refine even a small portion. His survival is, in fact, a miracle born of multiple fortuitous coincidences nearly impossible to replicate. Firstly, having lived 2 lives, his soul is inherently more resilient than that of an average person, further enhanced by his cultivation of the spirit-nourishing and mind-cultivating record, which grants him an unparalleled strength of spirit among Qi practitioners. Secondly, the jade pendant gifted by his third senior brother safeguarded a fragment of his soul during a life-and-death crisis. Thirdly, he inadvertently entered a state of oblivion, merging with the principles of heaven and earth in the face of despair. Each of these factors is indispensable. Lacking any one of them would have left Fang Che with no chance of survival. Others, even those with higher cultivation levels than his, would meet their demise should they attempt to emulate his actions. The corrupted heart vine beast's hesitation to directly absorb the earth vein spirit milk serves as proof. Even with a physique far superior to that of humans, it refrained from doing so, let alone an ordinary person. Fortune often conceals peril. While misfortune may bear the seeds of fortune, though he narrowly escaped death this time, it could be viewed as a blessing in disguise. Fang Che exhaled a deep breath, stretching languidly. As for seeking more such opportunities, he remained non-committal. Such chances come but once in a lifetime, and he is no protagonist favored by fate. Rising to his feet, his bones emitted a series of gentle cracks akin to popping beans. After a slight movement of his limbs, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through his body. With a flicker of intent, he lightly tapped the ground as usual, yet this time he leaped out of the crevice, soaring several dozen feet high, almost colliding with the ancient tree opposite him. The gust of wind he created causing leaves to cascade down. The sudden increase in strength left his body unaccustomed, and his control over spiritual energy lagged momentarily. Fang Che steadied himself, brow slightly furrowed. At that moment, he resembled a child who had abruptly acquired the strength of a giant, his movements appearing somewhat clumsy, although his current cultivation level could easily dominate the shadowy forest. He dared not underestimate any creature within it, having learned from prior experiences that every being in the shadowy forest should be taken seriously. He must adapt swiftly, and the best way to do so is through combat. He suppressed his aura, and thanks to his surging cultivation, the effectiveness of his concealment technique exceeded previous levels, allowing him to blend into the shadows of the forest like a weightless specter. His consciousness spread out like mercury, expanding its coverage far beyond what it had in the past, and soon he identified his target. Approximately 100 feet away, 3 phosphorescent claw hyenas were hunched over, tearing at the remains of a fallen beast. Typically mid-stage, first-tier creatures akin to Qi practitioners of the 4th or 5th level. They're known for their pack behavior. Their claws laced with venom, and their coordinated attacks make them quite formidable. Just the right adversaries for me. Fang Che propelled himself forward, darting like an arrow released from a bow, faster than he had anticipated, and in an instant, he found himself before the pack of hyenas. The leading hyena, sensing his presence, lunged with a foul, rancid wind from its claws. Fang Che instinctively raised his arm to block. Thud! The robust, phosphorescent clawed hyena, resembling a small calf, was effortlessly sent flying several dozen feet away with a mere flick of his hand, crashing into a ghostly tree the size of a whale's mouth and emitting a piercing wail. The other 2 hyenas, startled, surged forward from either side, enveloped in a swirling dark green poison mist. Fang Che deftly evaded their approach, simultaneously striking out with both palms. With a resounding thud, akin to shattering overripe fruits, the heads of the hyenas burst open, splattering red and white matter, resulting in their immediate demise. The battle concluded in mere moments. Fang Che stood rooted in place, staring at the scattered remnants on the ground, lost in thought. Was this the pinnacle of Qi training? Had this been before, facing these 3 well-coordinated phosphorescent hyenas? Although he could have triumphed, it would have been far from effortless. He would have needed to exert considerable effort, skillfully maneuvering through the terrain, striking them down one by one, perhaps even sustaining minor injuries. How different was it now, where a casual slap could end the conflict? It was too swift. While his strength was adequate, his control remained crude. Fang Che furrowed his brow, that previous block and dual strikes were purely an overpowering blend of strength and speed, devoid of any finesse. While such overwhelming power was intoxicating, it offered him little assistance. He needed to harness his surging cultivation with precision. Relying solely on brute force to vanquish opponents was insufficient. Fang Che's gaze swept through the depths of the shadowy forest, his consciousness extending outward to meticulously sense the atmosphere within. Soon, he pinpointed another target, the shadow-striped leopard, a late-stage first-tier beast, renowned for its agility and lethal strikes. The information about this creature flashed through Fang Che's mind. It was precisely the sparring partner he required. He moved swiftly towards the source of that aura. A short distance ahead, beside a colossal ghostly tree, a shadow quivered slightly. Fang Che halted, standing upon a relatively open patch of decayed leaves, subtly revealing a trace of second-layer chi. Suddenly, as his aura betrayed his presence, a blurred black figure shot forth, its speed so remarkable that it left behind only an afterimage. Fang Che instinctively dodged, but his body lagged a fraction, although he narrowly avoided a fatal blow. His clothing was still torn by the lightning-fast claws, leaving a faint, itchy white mark upon his skin. The shadow-striped leopard, having missed its strike, landed gracefully. Its sleek, elongated figure bore a deep gray coat adorned with twisted black patterns, allowing it to meld seamlessly into the darkness. At this moment, it crouched low, its amber vertical pupils fixated on Fang Che, radiating the cold vigilance of a predator. Such astonishing speed and stealthy ambush. Fang Che's eyes lit up. This was precisely the sensation he sought. As the shadow-striped leopard transformed into a black streak once more, he tempered his overwhelming force, engaging it solely with his fifth-layer chi. Initially, Fang Che found himself in a precarious position. The leopard's speed and agility far surpassed his subdued reactions, launching attacks from clever and unpredictable angles. Often from his visual blind spots, Fang Che struggled to evade, his garments continually shredded by the claw winds. Though his formidable physique remained unscathed, the palpable danger felt all too real. One cannot merely rely on sight. One must also engage their consciousness to perceive the flow of air and anticipate the signs of an impending attack. The footfalls were too heavy. The infusion of spiritual energy needed to be balanced rather than relying solely on brute force. The body's rotation lacked fluidity, with a disconnect between the core strength of the abdomen and the power exerted through the legs. As Fang Che evaded, he rapidly summarized his movements in his mind, each dodge enhancing his mastery over his body and spiritual energy. Gradually, his movements began to evolve. What once appeared rigid and clumsy transformed into a semblance of grace. His figure no longer charged forward with reckless abandon, but moved with an added lightness. His application of consciousness became more refined, no longer a broad sweep, but focused on sensing the subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy and air currents surrounding the shadow-striped leopard. Initially, he could only awkwardly evade 3 or 4 of the leopard's 10 attacks, but he progressed to dodging 6 or 7, and eventually, he managed to narrowly avoid the majority of the leopard's ferocious assaults. He no longer passively matched the leopard's speed, but began to anticipate its attack patterns. In Chapter 42, Adaptation, a flicker of human-like embarrassment flashed in the amber eyes of the shadow-striped leopard. The bipedal creature that had once been so clumsy now moved with the fluidity of a shadowy serpent, unable to land a single strike despite its repeated ambushes. With a low growl, it lunged once more, but Fang Che merely sidestepped gracefully, letting the claws pass by him. The leopard landed and cast a lingering glance at him, its expression tinged with a hint of frustration, before it melded into the shadows, disappearing into the depths of the forest with a few agile leaps. Gone? Fang Che blinked in astonishment. He still had not practiced enough, yet his sparring partner had fled. A strong sense of incompleteness surged within him, and he instinctively took a step toward the direction where the leopard had vanished, as if to call it back. Realizing his absurdity, Fang Che retracted a step, scratching his head and chuckling to himself. He had indeed become somewhat obsessed with his training. It was the nature of beasts to avoid danger, and upon sensing a lack of opportunity, they would naturally retreat. Could he really expect the creature to remain as a sparring partner indefinitely? Nonetheless, the lessons learned from this encounter were substantial. Looking down, he noticed that amidst the tattered remnants of his clothing, his body gleamed like jade. The crimson marks left by the leopard's claws had completely faded, revealing a subtle sheen beneath the skin. His mastery over strength had restored significantly, his agility had improved greatly, and his use of consciousness became increasingly precise, yet it was still insufficient. Further adaptation was necessary. He tore off the ragged remnants of his attire and donned a clean Taoist robe. The following day, Fang Che chose a different area and intentionally provoked a night-blade cat demon, known for its stealthy assaults. On the third day, he drew the attention of a flock of flickering sparrows, honing his skills against their rapid and cunning attacks. Days passed, and in a clearing within the forest, over a dozen shadow-striped leopards wove a web of claw strikes, attacking in perfect synchrony. However, Fang Che moved like a wraith amidst their fierce onslaught, effortlessly gliding through their assaults, each dodge impeccably timed, often evading the most lethal strikes with minimal movement. Eventually, he even closed his eyes, relying solely on his consciousness and perception of the air currents to respond to the attacks, despite the coordinated assault of the dozen leopards. Not a single claw grazed his attire. The leopard pack, having failed to subdue him after a prolonged assault, suddenly found their quarry slipping away as he deftly altered his footwork, creating several ephemeral phantoms before effortlessly escaping their encirclement, landing upon a colossal stone 10 paces away. After days of evading their relentless pursuit, Fang Che appeared disheveled, his attire tattered and his face dust-laden, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity and brilliance. It was nearly time. Fang Che lowered his gaze to his pale knuckles, his fingers flexing gently as he sensed the smooth circulation of spiritual energy within him. Although his rapidly ascending cultivation had yet to reach complete cohesion, he had mastered over 90% of it. The moment to depart had arrived. Casting his eyes upon the prowling and growling leopard pack below, a gentle smile graced Fang Che's lips. "I appreciate your efforts," he murmured. From his storage bag, he retrieved an ancient jade vial, and the instant it appeared, every ear of the shadow-patterned leopards perked up, their amber eyes fixated upon him. He poured out a medicinal pill and flicked it with his fingers, sending the essence of a nourishing elixir precisely into the open maw of the leopard pack. The leopards squinted their eyes in satisfaction, emitting contented purrs from their throats. A sudden memory of a jest from his past life surfaced in Fang Che's mind. Prompting a smile, beasts will never be subservient unless their needs are met. He leaped down from the stone and approached the very first shadow-patterned leopard he had encountered, gently placing his hand atop its head. The leopard stiffened momentarily before relaxing, even nuzzling against his palm. "It is time for me to go," Fang Che spoke softly, producing 2 higher-quality medicinal pills and offering them to the creature's mouth. "Thank you for your companionship during this time." The other leopards gathered around, maintaining a respectful distance, yet all gazed at him intently. "Those who see share in the bounty," Fang Che chuckled, retrieving a few Huangji pills to feed them. Though the leopards were incapable of human speech, the days spent in each other's presence had fostered a subtle understanding between them. Nodding to the pack, he chose not to linger further and turned to swiftly navigate deeper into the shadowy forest. After traversing approximately 100 paces, Fang Che glanced back, finding the leopards still standing in place, quietly watching his retreating figure. A whoop! One leopard howled skyward upon noticing his glance, prompting the others to join in a chorus, seemingly bidding him farewell. Subsequently, the pack turned and melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Fang Che withdrew his gaze and let out a soft sigh, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. Yet his resolve remained steadfast, and the tumultuous feelings quickly subsided. He continued weaving through the woods, silently calculating the passage of time. Since entering the shadowy forest, he had first been unconscious for several days, and, upon awakening, he had spent another 7 days solidifying his realm and familiarizing himself with his cultivation. Upon reflection, he realized that less than 10 days remained until the month's end. Halting his steps, Fang Che gazed up at the intertwined canopies above. In truth, Aside from achieving the pinnacle of chi cultivation, this trial seemed to yield little else. A sweep of his consciousness over his storage bag revealed only the usual assortment of medicinal pills, talismans, garments, and spirit stones, alongside an unripe purple fruit. Attaining the pinnacle of chi cultivation was indeed a monumental fortune, not to mention possessing the purple fruit. He felt a twinge of greed for wanting more. Reflecting on this, Fang Che couldn't help but shake his head, a self-deprecating smile flitting across his lips. However, he paused momentarily, surveying the shadowy woods around him. To return empty-handed seemed somewhat unacceptable, especially while bearing the name of his esteemed master. Should she learn of his dismal ranking in this initial hunting trial, a chill would run down Fang Che's spine. Master Yunlan would certainly refrain from imposing severe penalties upon him, yet he would not easily let him off the hook. Merely contemplating her enigmatic smile and unhurried tone sent a shiver down his neck. It seemed he could not afford to return empty-handed. Speaking softly to himself, a sense of urgency flickered in his eyes as his figure hastened, vanishing into the shadowy depths of the forest. Having resolved to achieve something, Fang Che no longer lingered. His spiritual sense unfurled like an invisible net, meticulously probing every inch of the surrounding terrain and each blade of grass. His mental prowess was already more pronounced than that of ordinary practitioners, and now, unleashed to its fullest extent, he commanded everything within a radius of 300 feet. The first treasure he stumbled upon was a small cluster of shadow spirit mushrooms, a precious ingredient for concocting various elixirs. Guarding them was a group of decaying wood beetles, merely at the mid-stage of chi refinement. He opted not to engage them, deftly maneuvering around the swarm. In a swift motion, he unleashed a precise strand of sword energy, collecting over 10 high-quality shadow spirit mushrooms into his possession. Not long after, he encountered an ironback mountain boar, a beast with tough skin and immense strength, comparable to a 9th-layer chi refinement practitioner. Its gleaming tusks posed a formidable threat when it charged. Fang Che focused his fingers like a sword, concentrating his spiritual energy into a single point, piercing the boar's eye and killing it instantly. He then skillfully harvested its tusks and hide, both excellent materials for crafting. In the ensuing days, Fang Che operated like an efficient hunter. With his superior mental acuity and unparalleled cultivation, he missed no valuable spiritual materials or beasts in his path, akin to a bird plucking every blade of grass. Notably, he had yet to encounter any other disciples, leading him to ponder the vastness of the shadowy forest, which truly resembled the grand descriptions found in the texts. Time flew by, and soon it was the final day of the trial. Chapter 43, Ascension Conference. Fang Che was traversing the mist-laden shores of a lake, his mental net delicately scanning every inch of grass and wood, leaving no trace of hidden spiritual creatures unexamined. Suddenly, he felt a faint warmth emanating from his waist. His expression shifted as he retrieved the jade talisman issued before entering the shadowy forest. At that moment, the talisman radiated an increasingly bright and gentle glow, its surface patterns subtly shifting. It seemed the time had come. He murmured softly, realizing this was the signal for the secret realm's impending closure. The talisman would transport all its bearers out of the realm. Before he could react, a hum erupted. The talisman's white light surged dramatically, enveloping him entirely. He felt the space around him warp, and the dark woods before him rapidly faded into obscurity. In the next instant, a cacophony of voices surged around him like a tide, and the scene before him transformed dramatically. He stood upon a majestic square paved with blue stones, surrounded by towering jade pillars. Gradually, figures began to materialize beside him, evidently fellow disciples who had participated in this trial. Fang Che promptly reined in his spirit, suppressing his aura to a level akin to the 3rd layer of chi refinement, then raised his gaze, subtly observing his surroundings. The square was bustling with voices, in addition to the disciples returning from the current trial. Numerous alumni clad in garments of various hues lingered, engaging in conversation, their glances occasionally darting toward the newly emerged initiates. Look at that one, his clothes are practically rags. He must have encountered formidable challenges. To the left, A composed junior sister seemed to have fared well. The newly returned disciples exhibited a worrisome state. Some appeared disheveled. Others had tattered clothing, and a few were evidently still grappling with the aftermath of fierce battles. In contrast, Fang Che, though his robe bore a few traces of dew and grass, maintained a serene demeanor, his gaze bright and his aura calm and collected, standing out among the crowd with remarkable poise. Such a demeanor naturally attracted attention. "This junior is quite refreshing," chuckled a direct disciple with crossed arms, whispering to a companion. "Could he have been holed up in some cave for 30 days? Another chimed in, teasingly, "It's fortunate if the initial trial allows one to return unscathed." Fang Che furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion coursing through him. He was unfamiliar with these two, so what prompted this unwarranted scrutiny? Just then, a bright and cheerful voice rang out from behind. I wonder who was speculating here. It turns out to be the two esteemed disciples of Uncle Master Zalei. The crowd parted slightly to reveal the warm-faced elder brother, Shun Qingyan, with the lively junior sister, Lin Wan, following closely. If the two junior brothers have any constructive criticism regarding my junior brother's trial methods, feel free to voice them openly. Whispering behind backs seems rather petty, Shun Qingyan remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The tall disciple in purple robes stiffened momentarily before retorting with a cold snort. I merely commented on this junior brother's tidy appearance. There's no need for you to take it to heart, Brother Shun. Take it to heart? Shun Qingyan chuckled lightly, stepping forward. When have the disciples of Xian Shui Peak needed to justify themselves to others? However, as for you two, he paused, casting a fleeting glance at their faces. I heard that Uncle Master Zalei and our esteemed master once wagered a Ta-Ching pill on which lineage my junior brother would ultimately join. Could it be that your lineage lost the wager and, feeling disgruntled, seeks to find fault with the youth? Their expressions instantly soured. Although this matter was merely a jest among elders, it was not particularly honorable. Moreover, the two had only wished to discreetly vindicate their master and had not been given any formal directive. Being publicly exposed now felt quite unfortunate. The tall disciple in purple flushed, stiffening his neck as he retorted, Brother Shun, you misspeak. The wager was merely playful banter among elders. We would not take it seriously, but rather discuss matters as they are. Please observe. He gestured dismissively toward Fang Che, his tone dripping with disdain. This junior brother appears immaculate, his aura steady, and his attire pristine, as though he has never ventured into the secret realm. Pray tell, during the initial trial, has there ever been a time devoid of peril? Even with the best fortune, it is inevitable to encounter dangers. One cannot escape the disarray that ensues. His appearance hardly resembles that of a disciple who has faced trials and tribulations. He looks more like someone who has just enjoyed a leisurely outing. His slightly shorter companion immediately interjected, deliberately raising his voice to attract more attention from those around. Indeed, how perilous the initial hunting trial is, with ferocious beasts lurking and disciples clashing. For any earnest participant who would not be on high alert, battling for survival, this junior Brother Fang appears so composed. Could it be true, as Brother Chen suggested, that he found a secluded cave and sat in tranquility for 30 days? If that were the case, what significance would the initial hunting trial hold? The disciples nurtured by our Qingchuan sect are certainly not delicate flowers. Upon uttering these words, whispers began circulating among the onlookers, their gazes towards Fang Che now tinged with scrutiny and skepticism. After all, compared to the disheveled states of most other newcomers, Fang Che's demeanor was indeed strikingly out of place. How absurd! A crisp voice filled with indignation rang out. Junior Sister Lin Wan stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Fang Che, her charming visage brimming with righteous anger. My junior brother conducts himself with prudence and method. How can you presume to judge him so casually? His calm return is a testament to his capabilities. Must one be battered and bruised like some individuals to prove their worth in trials? Her clear voice and forthright words rendered many of the returning disciples, who had also faced arduous battles, momentarily embarrassed. Though they wished to retort, The fact that she was a direct disciple compelled them to suppress their frustration. Shen Qingyan gently patted Lin Wan's shoulder, signaling her to remain composed, then shifted his gaze back to the two purple-robed disciples. The warmth of his smile faded, replaced by a sharper intensity in his eyes, an aura of profound depth emanating from him that instinctively caused the two to take half a step back. Esteemed junior brothers. Shen Qingyan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Should you harbor doubts regarding my Xianshui peak or my master's discerning eye for disciples, feel free to express them. I, Shen Qingyan, am always ready for a discussion. He paused, surveying the gathering crowd, his voice resonating clearly. If you believe that targeting a newly initiated disciple does not showcase your capabilities, then how about we engage in a proper exchange during the upcoming Ascension Conference? The mention of the Ascension Conference stirred a low murmur among the crowd, young disciples' eyes reflecting both yearning and awe. This grand event, occurring once every decade at the Qingchuan sect, is exclusively for Foundation Establishment disciples and stands as one of the highest platforms to evaluate a disciple's potential and strength. Those who shine at the Ascension Conference are invariably the creme de la creme of the younger generation, earning generous rewards and focused cultivation from the sect. The expressions of the two purple-robed disciples darkened considerably, shifting between shades of green and white. Although they too were at Foundation Establishment, one was at the mid-stage while the other had just entered the late stage. In contrast, Shen Qingyan was already at the late stage and was rumored to have approached perfection, widely recognized as the standout of this generation at Xianshui Peak. He was also a strong contender for a top 10 finish at the Ascension Conference. To compete with him would be akin to inviting humiliation. The tall disciple's lips moved slightly, attempting to maintain composure. Yet under the calm, yet imposing gaze of Shen Qingyan, he ultimately refrained from making any further threats. The shorter disciple averted his eyes, lowering his head in submission. Senior brother Shen is jesting. We were merely engaging in idle chatter with no ill intent. Since junior brother Fang has returned safely, is certainly a good thing. Farewell. With that, they dared not linger, hastily pulling their companion away and weaving into the crowd, leaving in a state of embarrassment. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Shen Qingyan retracted his imposing aura, reverting to his gentle demeanor. He turned to Fang Che, his gaze softening. Junior brother, do not pay heed to such trivial gossip. Your safe return is what truly matters. Lin Wan also approached, beaming with enthusiasm. Exactly. Little junior brother, fear not, for with third senior brother and myself here, who would dare to bully you? However, she blinked her large eyes, lowering her voice with curiosity. You didn't really hide in the cave for 30 days, did you? How come you look so clean? Fang Che felt a warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to offer a brief explanation, a sound like something tearing through the air echoed from the horizon. Chapter 44. The finale. Several streaks of light swiftly descended from the sky, and as the brilliance faded, a few figures emerged, standing gracefully aloft. The foremost figure donned a deep purple robe, his visage gaunt. He was Elder Lu Xianming, the presiding host of this trial. On his left stood the gentle and composed Ling Jingjinren, while on his right was the solemn Elder Zhao Su, who was responsible for overseeing the daily studies of the inner disciples. We pay our respects to the elders. The three exuded an aura as profound as the ocean, and upon their arrival, the previously raucous crowd fell silent. All disciples, both new and seasoned, bowed respectfully. Elder Lu Xianming surveyed the somewhat disheveled assembly below, nodding slightly. The 30-day initial hunting trial concludes today. Your safe return is already a significant experience. After a brief pause, he continued, as per tradition, upon returning from the trial, you must present your gains for inspection. This serves both to record your contributions to the sect and to assess your fortitude through this endeavor. At this juncture, Zhao Su stepped forward, his voice grave. All participating disciples, step forward in order and present your acquired items at the spirit verification platform. The platform will discern the quality and record your contribution points. Do not entertain any thoughts of deceit. The platform is highly sensitive, and we are present to ensure that ordinary tricks cannot escape detection. Of course, if someone's harvest is indeed meager, there is no need for shame, as the essence of the trial lies in the experience, with gains being secondary. Ling Jing Jinren added, her gaze gentle, which provided some reassurance to the anxious disciples. The verification began with the inner disciples, most of whom produce common spiritual herbs or materials from low-tier beasts. Occasionally, a fortunate individual would present a few rare first-tier spiritual herbs or remnants of mid-stage qi-refining beasts, inciting murmurs of envy among the onlookers. When it came time for the directly taught disciples, the atmosphere shifted markedly as the crowd held their breath in anticipation. Lu Qing stepped forward with grace, and as he waved, the spirit verification platform shimmered with light, revealing 3 frosted blue orchids and a complete silver-maned lion demon core, eliciting a chorus of astonished gasps from the surrounding crowd. Following closely was Su Ling, who, with a flourish of her sleeve, presented several purple thunderstones imbued with lightning patterns and a pelt of an illusory spirit fox, quietly laying them upon the platform. After Lu Qing and Su Ling, the attention of everyone present converged on a figure at the back, the widely acknowledged prodigy, Yun Yao. He advanced with composure and with a mere wave of his hand. 3 remarkable items emerged successively upon the spirit testing platform. The first was a blazing red spiritual herb, its leaves seemingly flickering with flames. Crimson flame grass. A disciple exclaimed in hushed awe. This was a first-grade premium spiritual herb, found solely in magma caverns, often guarded by venomous fire lizards, making it exceedingly difficult to harvest. Following this was a pair of flawless, enormous pincers, their joints glimmering with a dark golden hue, evidently belonging to a creature with an exceptionally tough exoskeleton. They were the main pincers of the golden-backed iron arm crab, whose shell was as resilient as low-tier magical artifacts, challenging even mid-stage qi practitioners to breach its defenses, let alone extract such a valuable pair intact. Finally, there appeared a peculiar insect encased within an iced jade box, resembling a cicada, its entire body a striking azure, emanating a faint chill even while sealed. This was the blue ice, a variant among first-grade spiritual insects, known for its swift flight and acute perception, making it a daunting task to capture. A collective gasp and murmurs of admiration filled the square. Truly, as expected of the Qilin son of the Yun family, such extraordinary items were far beyond the reach of ordinary third-layer qi practitioners. Yin Yao stood with hands clasped behind his back, subtly raising his chin, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction passing through his eyes, yet maintaining an air of tranquility. Upon the high platform, the 3 elders exchanged glances filled with subtle appreciation. Their expressions varied, yet all reflecting acknowledgement. As the subsequent disciples presented their findings, while none could rival Yun Yao's brilliance, each bore their own merits. Some displayed the gentle luminescence of moonlight stones, while others showcased well-preserved heart-eating mushrooms, the spirit testing platform shimmering with light as soft murmurs of admiration erupted from the crowd. When it was Sun Huan's turn, however, a palpable hush fell over the atmosphere. His garments were tattered, his hair slightly disheveled, and after a moment of hesitation, he retrieved from his storage bag a few unremarkable glimmering grasses and 2 rough iron barrel stones. His haul was even less impressive than that of some well-prepared inner disciples. And with his head bowed, he quickly retreated, faint whispers of criticism reaching his ears. He had intended to collaborate with Zhu Zhu, but unexpectedly, they had not entered the same secret realm, leaving him to struggle alone in a harsh environment for survival. Soon, it was Fang Che's turn. Little junior brother, it's your time. Don't be nervous. Just bring forth whatever you have. Even if it's not much, it's all right, Lin Wan said, sticking out her tongue and lowering her voice. Shun Qingyin added gently, go ahead. Fang Che stood before the spirit testing platform, surrounded by scrutinizing gazes, many of whom had overheard the earlier comments from the 2 purple-robed disciples. At this moment, they were eager to discern whether this seemingly unique disciple possessed genuine talent or was merely an empty facade. With a calm expression, Fang Che raised his hand to brush over his storage bag. The first item to appear was a small pile of shadow spirit mushrooms, each plump and radiant. glowing with vitality, evidently of exceptional quality and perfectly preserved. Subsequently, he began to meticulously extract the carefully prepared treasures of heaven and earth. The pristine ginseng with its complete roots, the vividly colored tranquil flower, and even a few finely preserved low-tier beast fangs along with several resilient demon vines. Though varied in type, each item was undoubtedly of superior quality, and the quantity was abundant. The spirit testing platform shimmered with a steady brilliance as it systematically identified and recorded each item, leading to a gradual increase in contribution points. At first, the crowd's reaction was subdued, as these were, after all, commonly found materials. However, as Fang Che leisurely presented one exquisite spirit material after another, murmurs of astonishment began to ripple through the assembly. Could there truly be this many? They pondered. Though these are basic materials, their quality is astonishing. My tranquil flower pales in comparison to these, resembling mere wild grass by the roadside. Upon a high platform, Elder Lu Xianming maintained an impassive demeanor, his gaze calm and unwavering. Real Master Ling Jing nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes, acknowledging that for low-tier disciples, such meticulous acquisitions reflected not only their character, but also their abilities. Elder Zhao Su remained solemn, yet he cast a few more glances at Fang Che. Finally, Fang Che ceased his actions, and the light of the spirit testing platform stabilized, revealing a clear figure. Contribution points, 1,228. This number placed him firmly within the top 10 among the verified direct disciples, even surpassing several peers who had presented rare items. Lin Wan could not help but emit a soft exclamation, her lovely face brightening with a joyful smile. Junior brother, you are impressive. I always knew you were extraordinary. Shen Qingyan also smiled slightly, nodding in acknowledgement towards Fang Che. As the last disciple completed their verification, Lu Mingxian announced the formal conclusion of the initial hunting trial, stating that the contribution points had been duly recorded and that rewards would soon be allocated by the administration hall. He offered a few words of encouragement to the disciples before departing with the other two elders in a flash of light. Once the elders had left, the atmosphere in the square relaxed considerably, and the volume of discussions increased as groups formed to converse about the outcomes and rankings of the trial. On the side of the spirit testing platform, the rankings had solidified, with Yun Yao's name prominently displayed at the top, followed by a series of enviable figures. Fang Che's name, however, quietly occupied the 21st position. His score was unremarkable among the direct disciples. Not outstanding, yet certainly not the lowest, perfectly calculated to blend into the mid to upper tier of the rankings, precisely as he intended. At that moment, several familiar senior brothers surrounded Yun Yao, showering him with congratulations. With a humble demeanor, he responded graciously, yet his gaze casually swept through the crowd, landing on Fang Che not far away. In his eyes resided a hint of the subtle pride characteristic of a victor. Fang Che, with his keen perception, immediately sensed this gaze. He paused in surprise, then shook his head, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. "What are you smiling about, junior brother?" Lin Wan asked. Having noticed the fleeting smile on his face, her curiosity piqued. "Nothing," Fang Che replied, raising his eyes to restore his usual calm expression, his gaze clear. He simply felt that the breeze blowing was quite pleasant. Shen Qingyan, contemplative, glanced at Yun Yao before gently suggesting, "Let us return now, junior brother, and take some time to rest." Chapter 45. The first class as the voices in the square gradually faded and the brilliance dissipated. The disciples either conversed in pairs or departed alone, their expressions predominantly weary. Shen Qingyan and Lin Wan flanked Fang Che, strolling leisurely towards Xian Shui Peak amidst the dispersing crowd. Lin Wan seemed to recall the two individuals from earlier, wrinkling her delicate nose as she huffed. Those two disciples of the Purple Thundermaster, relying on their few extra years in the sect, act as though they are above everyone else. She turned her gaze towards Fang Che, her tone earnest. "Junior brother, do not take it to heart. When the next Ascension Conference arrives, I shall undoubtedly teach them a lesson on your behalf. For now, let our third senior brother handle them." The Ascension Conference? Fang Che momentarily halted his steps. He had heard the term a few times, yet only knew its name, not its details. Beside him, Shun Xingyan took over the conversation, gently elucidating. The Ascension Conference is a grand competition established by our sect for young disciples, held once every decade. There are no restrictions based on bone age, only on cultivation level, allowing all Foundation Establishment stage disciples to participate. He paused briefly before continuing. Those who excel at the conference not only receive generous rewards, but also have the opportunity to be prioritized for cultivation by the sect, making it a significant chance for disciples to ascend. He calculated, this edition will be held in half a year. Half a year? A ripple of excitement stirred within Fang Che, though his expression remained impassive, merely revealing a hint of astonishment. Nonetheless, deep down, a wave of emotion surged. Foundation Establishment? Based on this standard, it seemed he could indeed keep pace. After all, he could break into Foundation Establishment at any moment. However, he had only been in the sect for a year, which felt rather extraordinary. He vaguely recalled reading in the sect's annals that the youngest Foundation Establishment practitioner in the history of Qing sect was merely 15 years old. Yet he was only 10 this year. A 10-year-old Foundation Establishment practitioner. Should this news spread, the consequences could be unpredictable. Junior brother? What are you daydreaming about? Linwan noticed his silence and waved her hand before his eyes. Fang Che suddenly snapped back to reality, the tumult in his gaze now completely subdued. With a faint smile, he replied, I was merely contemplating the fact that the Ascension Conference sounds truly extraordinary. If I diligently cultivate, perhaps I could witness it firsthand. Even if I do not participate, it would be enlightening to observe those prodigies duel. Lin Wan patted his shoulder, embodying the role of an elder sister. Do not focus solely on calling him junior brother, Shun Xingyan remarked, turning his attention to Lin Wan. Although a gentle smile graced his lips, his tone grew more serious. If you do not temper your playful nature, it remains uncertain whether you will even qualify for the next conference. Lin Wan immediately retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. I have been working diligently all along. Have you? Shun Xingyan replied calmly, his tone still gentle. Who was it last month that dragged White Feathermaster to the back mountain to catch spirit fish, thus delaying evening lessons? And who was it the month prior that was merely a balance of work and rest? Lin Wan defended herself passionately. As the trio conversed, they arrived at Xianshui Peak and bid farewell to one another. Upon returning to a secluded courtyard and shutting the door, a contemplative expression crossed Fang Che's face. He approached the spiritual spring in the courtyard, the crystal-clear water reflecting his youthful visage. It was a face still bearing childlike innocence, with brows resembling distant mountains and eyes akin to stars and the moon, appearing even more ethereal in the shimmering water. Fang Che's fingertips unconsciously glided over the cool spring water, sending ripples that blurred the reflection within, shattering it into flickering shadows. During the Foundation Establishment Ascension Conference, he slowly retracted his fingers, his gaze wavering uncertainly. When did he become so indecisive? Ultimately, Fang Che gently shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. If he were a disciple of an ordinary small sect, such hesitance might be understandable, for indeed, a tall tree attracts the wind. Yet this was a Shangqing sect, a venerable institution with a legacy spanning millennia, a titan of the immortal sects dominating the eastern continent. The sect's spirit was grand and resplendent, never fearing the brilliance of its disciples, but rather the absence of successors. Historically, those prodigies who gained fame in their youth within the sect were all nurtured by its unwavering support, ascending step by step towards greatness. Concealing one's talents might be a prudent choice, yet it could also lead to the loss of the opportunity to soar to great heights. The youth reflected in the water bore a tranquil expression, yet deep within, it seemed as if flickers of starlight were igniting. Having entered this sect, one must adhere to their true self and pursue the path of greatness. Why hide one's own brilliance? Establishing a foundation at the age of 10 might stir ripples, but above those ripples often lies a vast expanse of sky. The youth in the water silently met Fang Che's gaze, and Fang Che suddenly chuckled softly, whispering like the wind. One must remember The aspirations of youth soared to the heavens. They once pledged to be the finest in the realm. The room was tranquil, suffused with spiritual energy. Fang Che sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and regulated his breath. As he circulated his energy, the spiritual essence from all directions converged into his meridians, akin to streams flowing into the sea. An hour later, he opened his eyes. With a mere thought, several items, previously concealed from view, materialized before him. Among them were 3 second-tier spiritual herbs, golden essence orchids, 5 pieces of refining material, golden essence stones, as well as the hide and hair of ironback mountain boars, and an assortment of monstrous beast remains, including the formidable horn of a giant rhinoceros. Most precious of all was a purple extreme fruit, still unripe, yet containing essence that would greatly benefit an ordinary golden elixir cultivator. He could attempt to refine and absorb it once he established his foundation. The well-preserved spirit mushrooms and earth ginseng, aside from being offered to the sect for contribution points or spirit stones, could also be partially retained for personal use. Spirit mushrooms nourish the soul, while tranquil flowers assist in meditation. Both are invaluable resources for low-tier cultivators in their daily practice. After assessing his haul, Fang Che stored away the treasures acquired from the shadowy woods. These were the true rewards of his trial. Although the sect provided ample resources, the path of cultivation is long and arduous, and one can never have too much. Moreover, one must not rely entirely on the sect. Personal accumulation is equally essential. Lost in thought, a faint sound of air breaking outside the courtyard drew his attention. A communication talisman pierced through the protective array and hovered before him. It was a notification from the Deacon Hall, stating that in 3 days he could use his identity jade token to collect the contribution rewards from his trial, accompanied by a simple list of rewards. A brief glance revealed mostly spirit stones, elixirs, and one-time use talismans or artifact exchange permissions. Nothing particularly extraordinary, yet still sufficiently generous. He tucked the communication talisman away and approached the window. Outside, dusk was settling in, and Xianshui Peak was bathed in a vast purple glow, with distant mountains layered in silent shadows. Fang Che stood quietly for a long time, the 2 words foundation establishment echoing repeatedly in his heart. Since he embarked on the path of immortality, this state had become a guiding light, deeply etched in his soul. Although the Qi refinement stage allows one to absorb spiritual energy into the body, distinguishing them from mere mortals, it still remains tethered to the mundane realm. In contrast, the foundation establishment stage lays the groundwork for the great Tao. Upon entering this realm, one can truly be considered extraordinary, gaining insight into the mysteries of heaven and earth. Yet, the path of foundation establishment is fraught with peril, serving as the first formidable hurdle on the journey to immortality. Insufficient spiritual power may lead to the collapse of one's energy reservoir. A wavering heart may invite demonic disturbances, and a desire for quick success can undermine one's foundation, rendering prior efforts futile with a single misstep. Tomorrow, I shall visit my master, Fang Che murmured softly. As a grandmaster of the nascent soul realm, Yinlongenren's guidance would not only significantly enhance the likelihood of success, but also prevent one from straying off the path and damaging their foundation. Chapter 46. The Monster at Dawn. As the mountain mist lingered, Fang Che stood in the courtyard and emitted a clear, melodious whistle that pierced the fog, resonating through the valley. Soon, the clouds stirred, and a celestial crane descended from the sky, its wings folding gracefully as it brought forth a gentle morning breeze. It was the long-missed Mingyue. Mingyue affectionately nudged Fang Che's shoulder, its dark plumage shimmering in the morning light. Today, I shall visit Xianyun residence to pay my respects to my master. Fang Che smiled as he caressed the smooth feathers on its neck, then lightly leapt onto the crane's back. Mingyue unfurled its wings and with a delicate flap, soared into the heavens. In just a few minutes, Mingyue began to slow its descent, passing through a veil of spiritual mist imbued with prohibitive fluctuations, revealing the outline of Xianyun residence. Fang Che gracefully leapt down, offering Mingyue a yellow extreme elixir. then adjusted his robes as he walked along the meticulously paved pebble path toward the bamboo grove deep within the residence. Disciple Fang Che seeks an audience with the master. Please enter. A languid yet slightly cool female voice echoed from within the courtyard. Fang Che pushed open the door and beheld Yunlan Jinren reclining in a rocking chair, a simple yet elegant green porcelain tea set placed on the table before her. The fragrance of tea wafting through the air. At that moment, she held a jade slip, seemingly engrossed in some leisurely travelogue, her demeanor relaxed. Upon hearing the noise, she set the slip down, a hint of amusement playing on her lips as she feigned reproach. Little 13 has finally deigned a visit? After 6 months of absence. I thought you had forgotten your master. Fang Che remained composed, respectfully bowing and stating, Master jested, during these past 6 months, the disciple has diligently cultivated day and night. Fearing my shallow skills might disappoint the sect, Yunlan Jinren let out a soft hum, sitting up straighter in her rocking chair, her azure sleeves brushing over the table as she poured a cup of tea. You do possess a modicum of conscience. She pushed the teacup toward Fang Che, inquiring, Speak. What brings you to seek your master today? Fang Che approached and sat cross-legged on the cushion before the table, meeting her smiling gaze with steady composure. He replied, Reporting to my master, I have recently attained the consummation of qi refinement and have come to inquire about the intricacies of foundation establishment. Just as Yunlan Jinren lifted the teacup to her lips, she let out a laugh, saying, Little 13, after merely half a year apart, you've learned to utter nonsense. This is not before she could finish. Fang Che withdrew his breath-concealing technique, allowing his spiritual power to gradually radiate outward. Her smile faltered, and her bright eyes widened in disbelief. A mouthful of tea splashed on Fang Che's face. You are truly at consummation. The fragrant aroma enveloped him, and before he could react, Yunlan Jinren's exquisite visage was nearly pressed against his own. Fang Che silently stepped back, wiping the tea from his face. The courtyard fell into a moment of silence. The revered master Yunlan murmured in disbelief, You have only been practicing for a year. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, scanning Fang Che as if attempting to see through him entirely. How old are you? 10 years old. 10 years old. Yunlan fell silent for a moment. As a Yuan Ing practitioner and a member of the Qingcheng sect, she was accustomed to the extraordinary. Yet, the notion of a 10-year-old achieving foundational mastery was unheard of, even within the vast realm of cultivation. She herself, possessing a top-tier water elemental spiritual root, had established her foundation at 19, standing among the elite on Xianshui Peak. Even her elder sister, who had achieved the transformation stage, had entered this realm at the age of 17. Was this young disciple destined to defy the heavens? Extend your hand. Fang Che complied, presenting his right wrist. Yunlan lightly placed her fingers upon his meridians, allowing a strand of her consciousness to delve into his energy sea for a thorough examination. After a long moment, she withdrew her hand, a complex expression on her face. The energy sea resembles a lake. The spiritual power is substantial, the meridians are resilient, and there's a hint of jade-like essence. This signifies a superior foundation. Upon finishing her assessment, Yunlan's bright eyes sparkled with increasing fervor as she scrutinized Fang Che from head to toe, akin to admiring a rare treasure. The more she observed, the more satisfied she became. Before her stood a youth whose features were exquisitely painted, with an ethereal grace that transcended the mundane. Not only was his talent extraordinary, but his appearance was also strikingly exceptional. Suddenly, she pinched Fang Che's cheeks, tugging at them playfully. Let me see if you have been possessed by some ancient specter. Master. It hurts, Fang Che mumbled. Only then did she release him, deliberately tousling his long hair, and crouched down to meet his gaze, saying with a smile, A 10-year-old achieving foundational mastery. If this were to spread, it would likely send those old fogies at the main peak jumping out of their coffins. Her laughter rang clear, and in her eyes, a brilliance danced, rendering the world around them momentarily dim. After a brief pause, she composed herself, leaning back into her rocking chair and taking a sip of the slightly cool tea. Now that you have attained perfection, it is indeed an opportune moment to inquire about the foundational realms. Looking at Fang Che, she spoke gently, little 13. Do you know how many types of foundational paths exist in the world? Sitting upright, Fang Che replied earnestly. Disciple has read in initial understanding of the foundations and knows there are 4 types: the ordinary path, the human path, the earth path, and the heavenly path. Correct. Yunlan nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting approval. The ordinary path relies on foundation-building elixirs, making it the most common, yet its foundation is flawed and the journey arduous. The human path does not depend on external substances, but is forged solely by one's own efforts, representing the true path to the golden core. The earth path requires one to find earthly spiritual materials that resonate with oneself and refine them into the foundation. This path has a robust foundation, capable of yielding superior golden cores and supporting the Yuaning stage, but such materials are rare and their refinement perilous. As for the heavenly path, her voice paused, her gaze profound. This cannot be forced by human will. It necessitates the convergence of celestial phenomena, drawing upon innate Tao rhythms to infuse the body, inscribing one's insights and the laws of heaven and earth upon the foundation. If successful, one establishes an impeccable foundation, should one not suffer premature demise. They will surely become a formidable figure. In our Qingchang sect's millennia of history, there have been scarcely a handful who have achieved such a foundation. With a gentle sigh, a rare trace of concern flitted across her brow. With your profound talent, to merely lay a foundation seems a wasteful endeavor. However, at present, I lack suitable materials for your cultivation. Please return and await my summons for a few days. Fang Che felt a flicker of emotion within. Rising to respectfully bow, disciple understands. I apologize for troubling master. Yunlan Jiren waved her hand dismissively, resuming her leisurely posture as she reclined in her rocking chair, saying, in the coming days, do not force your practice. Instead, immerse yourself in the jade slips within the sect's library regarding foundational insights. They may provide you with inspiration. Understood, Fang Che replied, bowing once more before quietly exiting the courtyard. As he departed, the faint sound of his footsteps faded, accompanied by the distant murmurs of the bright moon and the rustling wings of departing winds. Only then did Yunlan Jinren release a slow breath. She stepped into the courtyard, gazing at the celestial crane that had carried her young disciple, now a mere white, that disappearing into the expanse of clouds, standing in silence for a considerable time. Suddenly, her shoulders trembled, and she could no longer restrain herself, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha! At the tender age of 10, what manner of prodigy have I taken under my wing? After a considerable while, she composed herself, turning her gaze toward the main peak, her eyes shining with remarkable brilliance, as if ablaze with fervent flames. Such momentous news must be reported to the sect's Grandmaster at once. The 9 heavens pure water he possesses, along with the true fire of the sun from Master Tianyin, and the Earth Master's resources, all for the sake of the sect's future and the cultivation of extraordinary talents. Surely, the masters will recognize the greater good and generously offer their support. No sooner had she spoken than her form shimmered, transforming into a wisp of ethereal cloud, swiftly merging into the vast sea of clouds, racing toward the touching main peak. Chapter 47. Deliberation. The wisp of cloud that was Yunlan Jinren moved with the speed of light, silently penetrating the layers of restrictions surrounding the touching main peak, landing directly upon the expansive white jade plaza before the Qingwei Hall. As the cloud dissipated, she adjusted her azure robe, her steps light and graceful, her previously carefree smile now replaced with a semblance of gravity as she strode toward the hall. The 2 golden core disciples stationed at the door, upon seeing her, promptly bowed in greetings, Master Yunlan. Yunlan Jinren nodded slightly, her pace unwavering as she inquired, is the sect leader within? Yes, Master. The sect leader is in the rear hall. Before the reply could conclude, Yunlan Jinren had already glided inside, familiar with the path as she traversed the solemn and spacious front hall, arriving at the rear hall. The rear hall was elegantly simple, with a low couch by the window where Dao Hung Jinren, the current sect leader, sat cross-legged, holding an ancient jade slip. a low table before him with fragrant tea wafting through the air. Dao Hong appeared to be in his 40s, with snow-white hair and a gaunt face, currently engrossed in contemplating the jade slip. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Yunlan, a gentle smile crossed his features. "Ah, it's Yunlan. What brings you to the main peak today? Have you run out of your cloud mist tea and come to seek a favor from your uncle?" He was well aware of his spirited niece's nature, knowing she seldom graced the main peak without cause. Yunlan Jinren seated herself across from him without preamble, pouring herself a cup of tea, which she drank in one swift gulp, smacking her lips. "Master, this jade rinse spirit bud is still as insipid as ever. It pales in comparison to my cloud mist tea." Dao Hong Jinren shook his head with a chuckle. "Speak plainly. What is it you seek from me?" Yunlan Jinren set down his teacup, his expression turning serious as his bright gaze bore into him. "Shu, my young disciple has recently achieved the consummation of qi training and seeks to establish a foundation in the Tao." Upon hearing this, Dao Hong Jinren raised his eyebrows slightly, a bemused smile crossing his face as he shook his head. "Your little disciple? If I recall correctly, he has only been initiated for a year and possesses 5 elemental roots. How could he possibly have reached such a level? Let us speak of serious matters." Yunlan Jinren's demeanor was earnest, his words imbued with an undeniable conviction. He had indeed reached the consummation of qi training. With a soft crack, the jade teacup, carved from millennium-old warm jade, suddenly developed a fine fissure. The hall fell into a profound silence, as if the sounds of the wind outside and the distant calls of cranes had been frozen by an invisible force. "Yunlan, this jest is no laughing matter." Dao Hong Jinren's gaze was deep and penetrating, his voice low. "I have personally investigated, and there is not a trace of falsehood in this claim." Dao Hong Jinren fell silent. 10 years old, and at the consummation of qi training. For the past millennia, the Qingyun sect has witnessed countless prodigies, with foundation establishment prior to the age of 20 being common, and records of unparalleled talents establishing their foundations at 15 or 16 exist. Yet, 10 years old is far beyond the realm of reason. He set down the cracked teacup, his fingertips brushing over it, and the minute cracks instantly healed, as though they had never existed. "Who else is aware of this matter?" Dao Hong Jinren's voice returned to its usual calm. "Apart from myself, there is no one else." Yunlan Jinren leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, filled with fervor. "Shu, a 10-year-old foundation establishment is unprecedented. This child as future is boundless, and he must not be treated with ordinary spiritual materials. The 9 heavens true water of our Qingyun sect is an unparalleled treasure of the water attribute, and should be bestowed upon such a disciple to forge an exceptional foundation, lest we tarnish his innate gifts." "The 9 heavens true water," Dao Hong Jinren repeated softly, his eyes shimmering with varying lights. "This substance ranks within the top 10 of the 3,000 water types, born from the confluence of the pure qi of the 9 heavens and the myriad sources of water. It is a congenital treasure of the water attribute, historically passed only to core disciples deemed worthy of inheriting the Tao lineage. Each drop is irreplaceably precious. Yunlan, you should understand the significance of this matter." Dao Hong Jinren spoke slowly. "While the age of 10 is indeed astonishing, the path of the Tao is long. Temperament, comprehension, and opportunity are all indispensable. Merely relying on his cultivation progress is insufficient to justify the use of the true water. I fully comprehend this. Yet such extraordinary resources are rare and hard to come by. Should we adhere to the old customs and watch him establish his foundation with inferior spiritual materials, thus squandering his potential?" Yunlan Jinren's gaze was fervent as he declared, "I am aware of the strict rules and the scarcity of resources, but I, Yunlan, am willing to swear by my Tao heart that if this child receives the sect's full support, he will not disappoint the Qingyun. Should there be any misstep, I am prepared to accept any punishment, even to be cast into the abyss of demon suppression." At the mention of the abyss of demon suppression, Dao Hong Jinren's gaze sharpened, observing Yunlan for a moment before letting out a gentle sigh. "Your words carry weight, Yunlan. Since you are so resolute, very well." He rose, moving to the window to gaze at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "This child possesses 5 elemental roots. The true water alone is insufficient. Establishing a foundation in the Tao requires a harmonious balance between spiritual materials and one's own essence, aligning the yin and yang of the 5 elements." Having spoken, Dao Hongzhenren's fingertips glimmered with a point of ethereal light. With a flick of his finger, several strands of spiritual light transformed into delicate talismans, vanishing into the void. Shortly thereafter, the sound of something piercing the air echoed from outside the hall. The first to arrive was a blazing red light, which descended to reveal a burly elder with fiery red hair and a thick beard, exuding a faint aura of heat. This was the master of the Burning Silence Peak. His voice resonated like a great bell. "The sect leader has summoned us urgently. What is the matter?" "Ah, and is that you, Yamon?" Following him was a heavy and earthy yellow light that materialized into a slightly plump figure, the master of the Solid Earth Peak. Lastly, a wisp of ethereal breeze dispersed to unveil a refined middle-aged scholar clad in a green robe, holding a scroll. He was the master of the Greenwood Peak. "The sect leader, everyone is gathered. What urgent matter brings us here?" The master of Burning Silence Peak inquired first, his impatience evident. "Yamon, please recount the matter of Fang Che in detail to your fellow brothers," he urged. Realizing her cue, Yamon articulated clearly that Fang Che had completed his Qi training at the tender age of 10 and aspired to undertake the foundation laying of the Earth Path. As her words echoed through the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space once more. The master of Burning Silence Peak gaped, his red hair seeming to bristle with disbelief, before finally exclaiming, "10 years old? Little Yamon, are you not succumbing to delusions?" The master of Solid Earth Peak gazed at her in astonishment. The master of Greenwood Peak gently closed the scroll in his hand and pondered aloud. According to the chronicles of the 9 provinces, 74,000 years ago, there was a predecessor who possessed a Tao body and laid his foundation at 13 years and 3 months, acclaimed as the foremost in ancient and modern times. A 10-year-old has indeed no precedent. Junior Sister Yunlon, might you provide the detailed records of the child's journey since his initiation, as well as the spiritual impressions you gathered during your investigations? Yunlon Jinren, having prepared for this, produced a jade slip and handed it over. The master of Greenwood Peak accepted it, immersing his consciousness within to scrutinize its contents, while the masters of Burning Silence and Solid Earth leaned closer, each extending a thread of their consciousness to delve into the slip. Within the jade slip were not only the comprehensive assessment data from Fang Che's initiation, but also an account of his actions over the past year, along with Yunlon Jinren's observations of the true state of his Qi Si, meridians, and spiritual energy. The more they examined, the more their expressions transformed with astonishment. The purity of his spiritual light is immaculate, his foundation as solid as one who has toiled for centuries, murmured the master of Greenwood Peak. He only broke through to the 3rd level of Qi training before the initial trials, yet achieved full mastery thereafter. There may be anomalies at play. The master of Solid Earth Peak mused. At his words, the gazes of the other masters flickered slightly. Fang Che's astounding progress indeed constituted a perplexing element within this situation, especially considering his 5-element spiritual roots. The master of Greenwood Peak nodded slowly, turning to Yunlon Jinren. This matter is indeed somewhat enigmatic. There may be nuances we have yet to comprehend. Yunlon Jinren raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when Dao Hongzhenren, who had remained quietly by the window, gently waved his hand. He turned, his expression calm and profound, sweeping his gaze over the assembled individuals. The wonders of heaven and earth are boundless, and the path of cultivation varies for each individual. As for the specific reasons, he paused, his tone remaining steady. If there are no signs of demonic deviation and no harm to one's foundational path, then there is no need for further discourse. Cultivators each possess their own affinity with the Tao. As long as their hearts are inclined towards the righteous path, they need not be overly critical by conventional standards, nor must they pursue the matter to its roots. Yunlon Jinren promptly seized the opportunity, his gaze intensely fixed upon the 3 peak masters. "Master, Your insights are profound. Now, regarding the foundational spiritual materials, Chapter 48. Spiritual materials upon returning from the serene abode, Fang directly journeyed under the luminous moon to the pavilion of treasures. As a venerable sect with a long-standing heritage in the art of cultivation, the Upper Clear sect's research on foundational cultivation is remarkably profound. The collected texts not only meticulously document the characteristics and refining methods of various spiritual materials, but also encompass myriad insights and reflections from predecessors who have undergone foundational cultivation. Raising his hand, he retrieved several jade slips and settled onto a mat by the window, immersing himself in contemplation. The information contained within the jade slips surged into his mind like a tidal wave. In the realm of foundational cultivation, there exist 4 categories: mortal, human, earth, and heaven. Due to the disparities in the tier of foundational spiritual materials, there are further classifications into 9 ranks, with the 9th rank being the highest and the 1st rank the lowest. Fang felt a stir within. He had previously only known of the 4 categories of foundational cultivation, unaware of the existence of these 9 ranks. Earthly foundational cultivation relies on the spiritual materials of heaven and earth, each of which possesses its own tier. Common spiritual materials yield only 1st to 3rd rank foundations, which, while superior to human foundations, possess limited potential. Only innate spiritual materials, those of primordial origin, can forge foundations of 6th rank or higher. The jade slips meticulously enumerated the corresponding ranks of various spiritual materials. Taking water as an example, the 300-year-old cold pool water essence can establish a 1st rank water foundation, while the 1,000-year-old profound ice essence can establish a 5th rank. Should one acquire the true waters from the 4 seas, a 7th rank foundation could be achieved. And if the primordial true water source were to be discovered, it might even challenge the 8th or 9th rank foundations. Fang was absorbed in his reading, realizing the intricate distinctions present within earthly foundational cultivation. He continued to peruse other jade slips, encountering the foundational records of the sect's direct disciples throughout the generations. The 7th generation direct disciple, Lin Fengyang, possessed an upper-grade gold spiritual root and established a 6th rank foundation with the essence of Tai Bai gold, achieving a unity after 400 years, earning the title of True Monarch of Gold Edge. The 12th generation direct disciple, Shui Yusin, with a supreme grade water spiritual root, refined the true water of Xianming to form a 7th rank foundation, achieving unity after 300 years, once single-handedly sealing a vast expanse of 3,000 miles of ocean. The 18th generation direct disciple, Zhao Qingmu, with an exceptional wood spiritual root, discovered the essence of Imu Qingling to forge a 7th rank foundation, achieving unity at 60 years of age, causing flora to flourish in abundance upon the formation of his elixir. As he observed these records, clarity began to dawn upon Fang. The direct disciples of the Upper Clear sect, provided their aptitude was sufficient, invariably achieved earthly foundational cultivation. This not only reflects individual talent, but also showcases the formidable heritage of the sect. Yet, even among those who attain earthly foundations, the rank of their foundational tier varies significantly due to the differing qualities of the spiritual materials obtained. Among these, a 5th rank is already rare, a 6th rank is deemed extraordinary, and a 7th rank is truly exceptional. As for those above the 7th rank, the jade slips contained but sparse records. Fang comprehended why earthly foundational cultivation was so elusive. Firstly, suitable spiritual materials of heaven and earth are exceedingly difficult to find, often necessitating serendipitous encounters or robust support from the sect. Secondly, the process of refining spiritual materials into foundational cultivation is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness may result in a backlash from the spiritual materials. Lastly, even upon success, the form and characteristics of each individual's foundation will vastly differ based on the spiritual materials employed, leaving the path forward to be navigated through personal exploration. Fang then picked up a jade slip titled Record of 5 Elements Foundation and gradually delved into its depths. The Jade Tablet chronicles the foundational experiences of 17 cultivators with 5 elemental spiritual roots, of which only 9 succeeded, achieving a maximum of a 6th grade Tao foundation. The 5 elements nurture one another in an eternal cycle. Thus, during the foundational stage, one must refine spiritual materials in accordance with their generative sequence. Wood nourishes fire. Fire produces earth. Earth begets metal. Metal generates water, and water fosters wood. This perpetual cycle establishes the foundation for the 5 elements rotation within the Qi Si. It is imperative to remember the significance of balance. The grades of the 5 elemental spiritual materials must be commensurate. Any slight deviation during refinement could lead to an imbalance, resulting in flaws in the Tao foundation or, in severe cases, a backlash of spiritual energy that could devastate one's meridians. Fang Che, immersed in his studies, lost track of time until the sun dipped below the horizon. The museum illuminated with a gentle glow of night pearls. Rubbing his brow, he returned the jade tablet to its rightful place, his understanding of the foundational process markedly clearer. Upon returning to the listening bamboo pavilion, Fang Che fed Mingwei a few medicinal pills before settling cross-legged on the cool stone in the courtyard, closing his eyes to adjust his breath. Now at the peak of Qi refinement, further accumulation of spiritual energy held little purpose. Instead, he needed to cultivate his mindset, making the final preparations for foundation establishment. As for the foundational spiritual materials, Fang Che was untroubled. The resources of the Qingqing sect would easily provide what he needed. What truly occupied his thoughts was how to flawlessly refine these materials and forge an unparalleled Tao foundation. In the following days, Fang Che traversed between the museum and the listening bamboo pavilion, poring over a wealth of insights on foundation establishment. Simultaneously, he began to fine-tune his state, repeatedly condensing the spiritual energy in his Qi Si to render it more pure. On the 3rd morning, while practicing a basic sword technique in the courtyard, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. A wisp of cloud was rapidly approaching from the horizon and soon arrived at the courtyard. As the cloud dissipated, the figure of the esteemed Yunlan Jinren appeared, donned in a moon-white Tao robe, her azure hair loosely tied with a jade hairpin, adding to her ethereal presence. Little 13, Yunlan Jinren descended and walked directly toward Fang Che, appraising him from head to toe. "How has your preparation been these past few days?" Returning to Master, the disciple has thoroughly studied the insights on foundation establishment and has adjusted his state to the optimal level, Fang Che replied respectfully. "Excellent." Yunlan Jinren nodded in satisfaction, then lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously, "Guess what I have brought you." With that, she waved her sleeve, and 5 luminous orbs emerged from the void, quietly suspended in midair, their energies intertwining in an ineffable manner. Yunlan Jinren lightly pointed, first directing her finger toward the orb brimming with sharp radiance. This is a strand of innate gung metal essence, pure and sharp, beneficial in all endeavors. The orb was flawlessly white, yet it radiated an aura of countless sharp glimmers, causing Fang Che to feel a piercing sensation in his soul upon gazing at it for too long. She then shifted her finger to the orb pulsating with vitality, a leaf from the Taitsong divine tree, nourishing all things, governing decay and flourishing. Within the azure light, a small tree sapling's phantom gently swayed, its aura spilling forth, causing the weeds in the courtyard corners to quietly sprout. The 3rd orb shimmered like water, reflecting the cycles of life and death, as she gently spoke. "The 9 heavens' true water, formless and shapeless, nurtures the cosmos." The water's glow seemed to mirror the sun, moon, and stars, as well as rivers, lakes, and seas. Next was the strand of outer flame, glistening gold and pulsing with purple brilliance, a strand of true sun fire, incinerating all, purging all evil. Though merely a flicker, the flame caused the temperature in the courtyard to surge dramatically, distorting the very air around it. At last, she gestured towards the dark yellow soil that emanated the essence of the earth. "This is the essence of the soil, a mere grain, yet capable of nurturing all things. Timeless and unchanging, the 5 primordial elements converge here." As Yunlan Jinren observed Fang Che's astonished expression, A deeper smile emerged in her eyes. She gently inquired, "What do you think? Is this foundational offering to your liking?" Fang Che stood transfixed, gazing at the 5 spheres of radiance floating before him. Despite his prior preparations, he was still overwhelmed, nearly unable to maintain his composure. The quintessence of primordial metal, the divine leaves of the Tai Song, the true waters of the 9 heavens, the genuine fire of the sun, and the essence of soil. Each of these was a legendary source of existence. For an ordinary cultivator, encountering even one of these in a lifetime would be a fortuitous occurrence. Yet at this moment, the 5 elements gathered solely to establish his path. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the surging emotions within, and bowed deeply. "Master, this is far too precious." These spiritual materials were not easily obtained. Even someone of Yunlan Jinren's stature and position would have expended considerable effort and perhaps paid a hefty price for them. Precious? Not all. Yunlan Jinren remarked casually as she draped her arm over his shoulder. If left in the treasury, they would merely gather dust. Wouldn't it be a waste? She leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Are you perhaps worried that you cannot refine them?" "I merely feel undeserving," Fang Che replied softly. "Do not overthink it," Yunlan Jinren said, patting his shoulder nonchalantly. "These treasures are not mine. Use them as you wish. Even if wasted, it matters not." With that, she winked at Fang Che, her smile playful. Fang Che was momentarily taken aback by her demeanor. The soft touch and faint fragrance on his shoulder left him momentarily at a loss for words. "Are you dazed?" Yunlan Jinren waved her hand in front of his eyes, clarifying, "These are bestowed upon you by the sect. They are not from my personal collection. I could not possibly provide such treasures." "The sect?" Fang Che was slightly taken aback. "Indeed," she affirmed. "The sect is willing to present these hidden treasures because they believe you are worthy. Your diligent cultivation in the future will be the best form of gratitude." Fang Che's throat tightened, momentarily uncertain how to respond. Observing his demeanor, Yunlan Jinren spoke gently. "There is no need for anxiety, nor to feel excessive pressure." Fang Che's chest rose and fell. Suddenly, he took a step back, straightened his attire, and faced the main peak, bowing deeply. "I, Fang Che, am deeply grateful for the sect's generous endowment. I shall do my utmost to cultivate diligently, and if I achieve success in the future, I will not disappoint the sect's nurturing nor the expectations of my master." Each word was clear and resonated with sincerity. Yunlan Jinren watched him solemnly pledge. Her eyes filled with growing satisfaction. Once he finished, she gently ruffled his hair and said softly, "As long as you have this heart, that is enough." Unbeknownst to Fang Che, at that moment atop the main peak of the Qingchang sect, several figures stood side by side, gazing through the mist toward the listening bamboo pavilion. Dao Hung Jinren nodded slightly, murmuring, "A heart of innocence, quite admirable." Beside him, the master of Qingmu Peak added warmly, "Unpretentious and steady, possessing an excellent temperament. He is a promising individual who knows gratitude and cherishes relationships," laughed the master of Fenji Peak. "It was worth my effort to pull out the hidden fire of the sun." After respectfully bowing, Fang Che rose and again turned his gaze towards Master Yunlan, earnestly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly, living up to your high expectations." He understood well that even if the sect held great hopes for him, they would never casually bestow such a precious treasure. Undoubtedly, Master Yunlan had exerted considerable effort behind the scenes. This was only fitting. Master Yunlan nodded in satisfaction, her expression becoming more solemn. As the 5 elements' innate spiritual objects were extraordinary, common methods of refinement would be ineffective against them and could even provoke a backlash. She pointed her finger like a sword, and a beam of clear light entered Fang Che's brow. This was the 5 elements refining true method, a secret tradition of the sect, specifically designed for refining the 5 elements' spiritual objects. You must comprehend it thoroughly. A torrent of information surged within Fang Che's sea of consciousness, revealing profound incantations, intricate pathways of spiritual power circulation, various perilous challenges, and corresponding countermeasures. The depth of this method far exceeded anything he had previously encountered in the Pavilion of Knowledge. Its esoteric nature required calm contemplation, and one must avoid haste. "I shall faithfully adhere to your teachings, Master," Fang Che responded solemnly. Master Yunlan's gaze fell upon his youthful face, observing his serious demeanor. Yet his eyes remained clear and pure, exuding a charming innocence. A warmth filled her heart, and she could not help but gently ruffle his hair. "Devote yourself to your cultivation," she said softly. "If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me at any time." As her words faded, her figure dissipated like mist, leaving behind a faint trace of fragrance. Chapter 49. Foundation Establishment. After Master Yunlan departed, tranquility returned to the listening bamboo pavilion. The 5 innate spiritual objects hung in midair, their radiance intertwining and illuminating the courtyard in a splendid display. In the following days, Fang Che remained secluded, wholly engrossed in comprehending the 5 elements, refining true method imparted by Master Yunlan. This technique was indeed profound and intricate, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary refining methods, emphasizing the construction of an internal foundation for the 5 elements rotation, resonating with the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. He immersed himself in this knowledge, meticulously re-evaluating every detail. He understood that establishing a foundation with such extraordinary spiritual objects presented unprecedented opportunities, yet the dangers were far beyond imagination. Only with complete preparation could he hope for a slender chance of success. He integrated insights gleaned from his earlier readings in the Pavilion of Knowledge, particularly the successes and failures of predecessors with 5 elements spiritual roots, gradually uncovering the path. Thus, he sat in silence for 7 days, without sleep or rest, entirely absorbed in the contemplation of the incantation, conducting countless simulations within his consciousness. Only when he felt thoroughly acquainted with every step, every potential variation, and had devised multiple strategies for possible contingencies, did he slowly open his eyes. Moonlight poured into the quiet chamber like water, bringing a sense of serene coolness. The shadows of the bamboo danced gently, rustling softly, a testament to nature's most harmonious rhythm. Fang Che stretched his stiff limbs, and, at that moment, his body and mind unexpectedly relaxed. His thoughts drifted far away, reminiscing about the peaceful nights before entering the Immortal sect, recalling the tranquility of soaring over mountains and rivers with Master Yunlan, and reflecting on the myriad moments of daily cultivation in the listening bamboo pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, his breathing became long and even, the tension in his brow unfurling, and his consciousness descended into a realm of blissful oblivion. In this slumber, he experienced an unparalleled sweetness, devoid of dreams or worries. When Fang Che awakened, the sky outside was already dimly lit, with the morning light gently illuminating the world, and the air was imbued with the refreshing scent of dew. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and pure, akin to a sky washed clean by rain. The fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days dissipated entirely. Fang Che felt invigorated, his entire being at peace and tranquility, filled with a sense of strength. It was a state difficult to describe, as though both body and spirit had undergone a thorough cleansing, reaching a pinnacle of harmony. Since embarking on the path of immortality, especially during the mid-stage of qi cultivation, meditation had gradually supplanted sleep as a means to restore energy. For Fang Che, to sleep so completely relaxed as a mundane person was now a distant and unfamiliar experience. He rose, pushed open the door, and stepped into the courtyard, where warm sunlight poured down, enveloping him entirely. A gentle breeze caressed his face, carrying the refreshing fragrance of bamboo leaves. Fang Che stretched lazily, his bones emitting faint cracking sounds, as if shedding some invisible shackles. It was time. A flicker of realization passed through Fang Che's mind. His spiritual power, mental clarity, and understanding of the 5 elements refining true sutra had all reached an unprecedented state of perfection. If not now, for foundation building, then when? After a brief grooming, Fang Che seated himself in the quiet room, raising his hands before his chest, his fingers blossoming like lotus petals as he formed an ancient and profound hand seal. Silence enveloped the room, save for the 5 groups of innate spiritual essence, which floated and gently undulated with Fang Che's steady breathing. His mind was serene, having entered a state of profound tranquility where self and surroundings were forgotten. As the hand seal took shape, Fang Che's aura experienced a sudden transformation. The once tranquil sea of qi began to stir, like a colossal beast awakening from slumber, slowly boiling with energy. Pure spiritual power surged along specific pathways, constructing an invisible framework within the sea of qi. This was the first step of the 5 elements refining true sutra, where one's own spiritual power serves as a guide to establish a foundation within the sea of qi that aligns with the principles of the 5 elements, designed to receive incoming innate spiritual essence. Without this internal foundation, drawing in the ferocious innate essence would be akin to inviting flames to consume oneself. 3 full hours passed, and the sun had risen to its zenith. As the final hand seal was completed, Fang Che's body trembled slightly, deep within the sea of qi. A stable foundation imbued with the power of the 5 elements was finally established. He took a moment to regulate his breathing, allowing his spiritual power to stabilize before gradually opening his eyes. What lay ahead was the true challenge. In an instant, the area around Tingzhu Pavilion fell silent. The wind ceased, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth like a tempestuous tide from all directions. Above the Tingzhu Pavilion, thick and substantial spiritual energy wildly converged, forming a colossal and terrifying storm of spiritual essence. This violent and astonishing phenomenon suddenly manifested atop the serene Xianshui Peak, akin to a brilliant heavenly fire igniting in the night, shattering the tranquility of the entire mountain range. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of this anomaly, at the peak of Xianshui, the esteemed Master Yunlan, who had been leisurely leaning against the edge of the cloud platform, gazing at the drifting clouds in the sky while toying with a smooth jade slip in his hand, took notice. Her expression suddenly shifted, her gaze turning towards the direction of the listening bamboo pavilion. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly transforming into a sense of reassurance mingled with a hint of anxiety. Has it begun so soon? This little one is indeed decisive, she murmured softly to herself, a smile gracing her lips, though her eyes took on a serious demeanor. Without the slightest hesitation, the esteemed Yunlan raised her delicate wrist, her jade-like hand gesturing gracefully towards the listening bamboo pavilion. In the air above the pavilion, an imperceptible mist began to spread, quietly shrouding the once mighty vortex of spiritual energy, isolating it from all external scrutiny and interference. From various vantage points on Xianshui Peak, the area above the listening bamboo pavilion appeared only slightly more animated in its flow of spiritual energy, devoid of the previously overwhelming spectacle. "Hold on, little 13, she whispered to herself, her eyes reflecting the distant shimmering waters, all traces of her usual languor vanishing. She understood that the most critical moment was approaching, and all she could do was ensure he remained undisturbed. However, the initial signs of the phenomenon, along with the resonating tides of spiritual energy echoing with the heavens and earth, were not so easily concealed. Almost simultaneously with Yunlan's attempt to obscure the event, several powerful spiritual senses swept across the area of the listening bamboo pavilion, filled with varying degrees of astonishment and suspicion. In a fragrant courtyard at the waist of the peak, an elderly woman with a gentle visage was pruning spiritual branches, suddenly pausing with her jade scissors. She lifted her gaze towards the listening bamboo pavilion, her eyes glimmering with insight. Such a vigorous gathering of spiritual energy. Someone seeks to undertake a high-level foundation establishment. In another tranquil courtyard near a waterfall, a lean middle-aged Taoist sat alone at a stone table, engaged in a solitary game of chess. His hand holding a piece froze mid-air as he inclined his ear, as if he could hear the tumultuous surge of spiritual energy. I wonder which sect's disciple this is. Their foundation is remarkably solid. Inside the listening bamboo pavilion, Fang Che remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside, his entire focus submerged in the sea of qi. following the guidance of his techniques, wielding the tumultuous and roaring five-element spiritual power with astonishing will. Chapter 50. Shock Fangche. Engrossed in his endeavor to establish his foundation within the listening bamboo pavilion, had completely forgotten the disturbances of the outside world. At the hour for evening lectures, disciples of the Lingjing Hall arrived one after another, settling onto their meditation cushions, awaiting the teachings of the esteemed Lingjing. The bell tolled softly, signaling the impending start of the lecture. Yet, the figure that usually occupied the corner remained absent. Su Ling glanced around, his brow knitting in concern. In his memory, Fangche had never missed an evening lecture since joining, yet he had not been seen for several days. Though their connection was not deep, they were ultimately peers selected for the same celestial destiny, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. After a moment of hesitation, he rose respectfully and bowed toward the platform. Disciple Su Ling has a matter to report. Ling Jing lifted her gaze, her expression calm as she regarded him. Su Ling quickly continued. Esteemed master, disciple Fangche from Xianshui Peak has not yet arrived, and I am concerned he may have encountered some misfortune, as he has never missed an evening lecture before. Many disciples within the hall turned their attention to the empty seat, whispers of concern beginning to circulate. Indeed, how could Fangche be absent? It seemed as though he hadn't been seen for several days. Could it be that there has been a deviation in his cultivation? Listening to the discussions below, Master Ling Jing displayed no surprise on her countenance. She merely spoke softly. Fangche is currently preparing for foundation establishment, and he shall no longer be attending evening classes. What? As her words fell, the entire Yunling Hall was suddenly enveloped in a profound silence, so still that one could hear a pin drop. All the disciples were momentarily frozen in place, their faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. Preparing for foundation establishment? These four words echoed in each person's ears like a thunderclap. Fang Ge, the very same who entered the sect alongside them and had practiced for less than a year? The one with the five-element spirit root, widely recognized as having the most arduous path and the slowest progress in their cohort? He is actually going to establish his foundation. How could this be possible? Absurd, utterly absurd. Master Uncle Sun Huan's voice trembled. Are you saying that junior brother Fangche is to establish his foundation? Indeed. The disciples exchanged glances, many instinctively raising their hands to rub their ears, questioning whether they had overexerted themselves in their cultivation, conjuring up delusions. Among them, the most talented had merely grazed the fourth level of qi refinement, with foundation establishment still a distant dream. In this day's silence, a sudden soft sound broke through. Yun Yao's jade slip fell to the ground. He remained oblivious, staring blankly ahead, his mind a void. On the high platform, Master Lingjing regarded the stunned faces of her disciples and couldn't help but recall her own feelings upon first hearing this news. She had always held high hopes for Fangche, admiring his calm demeanor and steadfast determination. Yet at that moment, she realized she had underestimated this young man. No, it was not that she had underestimated him. Rather, he had surpassed the limits of what was conceivable, though she was unaware of how he achieved it. The news of a 10-year-old establishing his foundation would soon engulf the entirety of the Shangqing sect like a tempest. Have you heard? That Fangche, with the five-element spirit root, is going to establish his foundation. Which Fangche? The one taken in by Master Yunlan last year? Who else could it be? I heard he just completed his first year in the sect, and he is only 10 years old. Have you lost your mind? How could such nonsense be spoken? Initially, no one believed it, and many scoffed at the notion. Yet, as time passed, increasingly more signs and corroborated accounts emerged from Xianshui Peak, striking everyone like heavy blows, leaving them dizzy. Fangche is truly going to establish his foundation. In the dining hall, on the martial arts grounds, outside the alchemy chamber, and even along the mountain paths of various peaks, wherever 2 or 3 disciples gathered, they were engaged in discourse about this remarkable event. The news reached the outer sect disciples area, setting off an explosion of excitement. Many among them had struggled for years in the early stages of qi refinement. Establishing a foundation at 10, a weathered outer sect disciple clutched a half-cold steamed bun, murmuring repeatedly, his eyes filled with confusion. Could it be that he had encountered some extraordinary fortuitous opportunity? Or perhaps Master Yunlan had secretly bestowed upon him some miraculous elixir? Rumors and speculations proliferated like wild grass. Some claimed Fang Che had stumbled into an ancient cave and received a legacy. Others suggested that Master Ling Jing had spared no effort to wash his marrow and enlighten him. Still, others asserted he was the reincarnation of some ancient ancestor of the Shanqing sect. The news naturally reached the ears of the peak masters and elder disciples. Upon hearing the news, Zilei Zhenren of the Thick Earth Peak and Xianming Zhenren of the Heavenly Transformation Peak were filled with regret. Had they known that Fang Che was so extraordinary, they would have done everything in their power to take him under their wing. At the back mountain of the Xian Shui Peak, where the lake shimmered under the moonlight, Lin Wan and her close friend Zhao Qing were perched on a large stone by the stream, their sleeves rolled up, eyes fixated on the fish swimming in the water. Over here, Lin Wan whispered, her eyes sparkling. Channeling her spiritual energy, she formed a gentle vortex that slowly guided a plump silver-scaled fish towards the net they had prepared on the shore. This fish, the fattest of them all, will be perfect for making soup for her junior brother tomorrow. Zhao Qing, assisting in the endeavor, teased with a smile, "You care for him so much. One would think he was your own brother." "Of course," Lin Wan replied proudly, lifting her chin. "He is my only junior brother. If I don't care for him, who will?" The two hurriedly placed the flopping silver-scaled fish into their basket. They decided to light a fire and roast the slightly smaller fish, enjoying it with the mountain breeze. Lin Wan savored the meal, her mouth greasy, mumbling, "This one is for roasting, and the fat one will be sent to my junior brother tomorrow, providing him with some cultivation resources." Zhao Qing chuckled and shook her head, casually pulling out her jade slip to check if there were any new happenings within their sect. As her gaze scanned through the rapidly updating messages, her smile suddenly froze, and her eyes widened in disbelief. "It seems your junior brother no longer needs this fish." Zhao Qing's voice trailed off, glancing at Lin Wan, whose mouth was smeared with oil. "Huh?" Lin Wan, still chewing on a tender piece of fish, turned in confusion. Zhao Qing raised the jade slip, her tone laced with incredulity as she murmured, "Your junior brother seems to be on the verge of foundation establishment." Cough, cough. Lin Wan was suddenly choked by the fish, erupting into a fit of coughs. She snatched the jade slip from Zhao Qing's hands, her eyes hurriedly scanning the words. "The direct disciple of Xian Shui Peak, Fang Che, is about to establish his foundation." Lin Wan opened her mouth, intending to respond, but no sound emerged. The half-eaten fish that had once tantalized her senses now seemed to lose all flavor. The fish no longer seemed appetizing. At Xian Shui Peak, in the secluded abode, Shen Qingyan gazed at the message within the jade slip, and even his typically gentle and composed demeanor was momentarily overtaken by astonishment. He carefully placed the slip on his desk, producing a faint sound. Rising, he walked slowly to the window, where the moonlight streamed in, casting mottled shadows across the courtyard. In his mind, the image of first encountering Fang Che resurfaced, a slender child clad in a moon-white Taoist robe, exuding an extraordinary grace and ethereal charm. His gaze was calm, tinged with a hint of shyness, yet devoid of any excessive fear. Even then, Shen Qingyan felt that this child possessed a rare temperament. In terms of cultivation, Fang Che's journey had been arduous. His 5 elements spiritual root absorbed spiritual energy far less efficiently than his peers, a well-known fact. Shen Qingyan had privately shown concern, sharing his own cultivation insights in detail and even assisting him in refining his meridians on several occasions. Fang Che always listened attentively, his dark eyes clear and focused. He would express his gratitude respectfully and, upon returning, diligently apply himself, never complaining or becoming disheartened. Shen Qingyan believed that this junior disciple was steadfast and industrious. With a resolute heart for the Tao, given time, he was bound to achieve something significant. However, he had anticipated this would take 5 years, 10 years, or even longer. Who would have thought that at the tender age of 10, after merely a year of study, he would establish his foundation, even with Shen Qingyan's typically calm demeanor? He was taken aback at this moment. Yet, after the shock, a sense of deep satisfaction arose within him. He could almost envision the child within the listening bamboo pavilion, casting aside all distractions, single-mindedly striving towards the lofty threshold that countless others gazed upon with admiration. That figure might appear solitary, but it was undoubtedly as straight as a sword and as steadfast as a mountain. Unbeknownst to him, a warm smile crept onto Shun Qingyan's lips. He turned back to his desk, picked up a jade tablet, and with a flicker of inspiration at his fingertips, inscribed a message to send to a specific contact. The junior disciple was on the verge of a breakthrough. Should any idle individuals attempt to spy on the listening bamboo pavilion, they were to inform him. After sending the message, he pondered for a moment before retrieving a small jade vial, no larger than the palm of his hand. Inside were 3 clear heart-guarding yuan pills, which he had recently acquired for his own meditative practices, beneficial for stabilizing the mind, resisting inner demons, and calming turbulent blood flow. He summoned his attendant and handed over the vial, instructing gently, "Take this pill to the entrance of the listening bamboo pavilion and place it by the array gate. There is no need to knock. Do not disturb." The attendant accepted it respectfully and quickly departed. While the act of establishing a foundation was not extraordinary, given the depth and status of the Qing dynasty sect, it was a common occurrence among its disciples. However, Fang Che's achievement at such a young age, coupled with his 5 elements spiritual root, made this instance the most talked about topic within the sect in nearly a century. From the outer disciples to the true heirs of various peaks, from the deacons to the elder heads, no one ceased to discuss this matter. During tea breaks, amidst training pauses, and even during task handovers, fervent conversations ensued. Most discussions revolved around the grade he would attain upon establishing his foundation, while no one questioned the fact that he would succeed in doing so. After all, given the Qing dynasty sect's heritage and Fang Che's status as a personally instructed disciple, achieving a solid foundation was almost a foregone conclusion. Thus, all curiosity and speculation centered on the suspense of his grade. In tea houses and taverns throughout the sect, betting on this matter had commenced, with no fewer than dozens of wagers being placed. In my opinion, although junior brother Fang possesses a 5 elements spiritual root, his ability to establish a foundation at such a young age must indicate remarkable talent. I would wager at least he will achieve a 6th grade foundation. However, considering his insufficient background and young age, his foundation may be unstable. Perhaps a 4th or 5th grade would be more prudent. I heard that Elder Zalei from the thick earth peak almost claimed him at one point, and now he regrets it deeply, which signifies that Fang Che's potential may far exceed what we can perceive. I would bet on 7th grade. In an instant, countless gazes from within the Qing dynasty sect turned towards the quiet corner of Xianshui Peak, silently awaiting the revelation of the final outcome. Chapter 51. The Cycle of Seasons according to the order of the 5 elements. What is of utmost importance? It signifies growth and is the origin of beginnings. Fang Che first directed his gaze toward the Taitsong divine leaf suspended before him, a verdant entity brimming with vitality, the essence of what emerged, marking the genesis of the cycle. He concentrated his thoughts, forming intricate hand seals, as a pure stream of azure energy flowed from his fingertips, gently enveloping the divine leaf. The leaf quivered slightly before transforming into a cascade of azure light, which swiftly vanished into the center of Fang Che's brow. A resonant hum echoed as Fang Che's body trembled lightly, a surging wave of ancient vitality crashing into his limbs and bones. It was as though a slumbering primordial forest had abruptly awakened, a raw and untainted life force coursing through his meridians, accompanied by a searing agony. Fang Che let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling instantly. Even a mere manifestation of the innate spiritual object, such as a leaf, was far from gentle. He remained steadfast in his mind, adhering to the principles laid out in the 5 elements refining true method, choosing not to confront this torrent of life force head-on, but rather to permeate it gradually, akin to spring rain nourishing the earth. Time became an indistinct concept as the violent surge of vitality gradually tempered, transforming into a resilient stream of azure light that gently settled into his energy sea. Within the void, a point of azure brilliance flickered, revealing the faint silhouette of a small tree swaying gracefully. The wood foundation began to take shape, though it had returned to its rightful place. A trace of the divine leaf's rebellious essence lingered, prompting Fang Che to remain vigilant. His attention then turned to the next radiant orb, the essence of solar true fire. Wood gives rise to fire. The nascent azure wood foundation quivered slightly, sending forth a pure stream of wood spirit energy that eagerly approached the dancing golden-purple flame. With a hissing sound, the searing, tyrannical heat enveloped him entirely. As the solar true fire entered his body, Fang Che felt as if his blood were on the verge of boiling, his bones threatening to melt, and every cell emitting a cry of anguish. This was not merely extreme heat. It was imbued with a domineering will to incinerate all, far more ferocious than the vitality of the Taitsong divine leaf. Fang Che let out a low roar as blood seeped from his skin, instantly evaporated by the intense heat. He clenched his jaw tightly, nearly biting through his lip, as the fire section of the 5 elements refining true method illuminated within his consciousness. Within the energy sea, the azure wood foundation radiated with brilliance, an endless stream of vitality surging forth to confront the ferocious solar true fire. This process was fraught with peril, teetering on the brink of chaos multiple times. As the flames rebounded, threatening to tear his meridians apart, blood trickled from the corner of Fang Che's mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. He meticulously adjusted the output of his spiritual power and the frequency of his mind, as if walking a tightrope over an abyss. At long last, under the continuous nourishment of the wood spirit energy and the guidance of Fang Che's steadfast resolve, the ferocity of the solar true fire began to subside, morphing into a searing yet refined stream of golden red light that sank into the energy sea. The fire foundation was established. Next came the transformation of fire into earth. Without hesitation, he summoned a particle of Earth's essence, the life-giving soil. Upon entering his body, the interaction was devoid of the violent clashes experienced previously. Instead, it brought an overwhelming sense of weight, as if colossal mountains bore down upon his spirit and meridians, embodying the ancient will of the earth to sustain all things. Fang Che found his breathing extraordinarily labored, his body weighed down to the point of struggling to maintain his seated posture. Yet, with unwavering determination, he endeavored to activate the newly formed fire foundation, using the blazing solar flames to refine the dense essence of the earth. The power of the earth, under the intense heat of flames, gradually transforms into the pure essence of the earth element, sinking into the sea of energy and constructing a dark yellow platform that seems capable of bearing all. The foundation of earth is established. The essence of metal, born of the earth, is of the utmost purity and sharpness, capable of shattering all that it encounters. When that thread of pure white brilliance entered his body, Fang Che felt as if countless tiny blades were relentlessly slicing through his meridians, bones, and even his very soul. It was an unparalleled sharpness and penetration, far more direct and painful than the scorching of the sun's true fire or the weight of the earth, piercing straight to the essence. Fang Che's body trembled violently, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet he held firm, mobilizing the heavy, supportive power of the earth foundation to nurture the utmost sharpness with the earth's profound weight. The process was slow and torturous. Each struggle of the essence of metal made Fang Che feel as though his soul would shatter. However, with the solid support of the earth foundation and his indomitable will, he managed to grind away the malevolence of that innate sharpness and draw it into the sea of energy. With a clear, melodious ringing, the metallic platform quietly took shape, harboring the brilliance within, pure and immaculate. The foundation of metal is established. Finally, there's the formless, shapeless, and reflective essence of the 9 heavens' true water. As the true water entered his body, a refreshing and soothing sensation spread instantly, alleviating the numerous pains and heat brought on by the previous refinement of the 4 spiritual materials. Yet, Fang Che dared not to relax even slightly. The water element, though seemingly gentle, is the most unpredictable of all. The nine heavens' true water possesses the unique ability to nurture the cosmos and reflect myriad phenomena. A moment's carelessness could lead one to become lost in the illusions of waterlight. He diligently adhered to the methods, using the sharp and lethal energy of the metal foundation as a guide, allowing the metal essence to give rise to water, directing the vast, pure source of the water element. The true water flowed obediently, nourishing the somewhat fragile meridians that had been impacted by the previous spiritual materials, ultimately converging in the sea of energy. At the center of the sea of energy, a clear and transparent platform, seemingly capable of reflecting the sun, moon, and stars, slowly began to coalesce. At this moment, the foundations of the five elements were all in place, each residing in its rightful position. Just as Fang Che was about to complete the foundation, he felt a sense of unease. Though these five elemental foundations were in the sea of energy, they seemed to operate independently. Can this truly be considered the establishment of a foundation? With all five elements present, generating and overcoming each other in an endless cycle. This represents the pinnacle of foundational establishment in the realm of the earth. However, the essence of the five elements lies in transformation and circulation, birth, aging, illness, and death, withering and flourishing, the changing of the seasons, all encapsulated within. Fang Che's mind gradually immersed itself in an indescribable rhythm, losing track of time. The vitality of wood, the fervor of fire, the support of earth, the sharpness of metal, and the nourishment of water. The cyclical interplay of the five elemental foundations propelled each other, forming a perfect, seamless, and ever-renewing circle. Within Fang Che's sea of energy, the five-colored radiance rotated and surged, and amidst the ebb and flow of life and death, an unprecedented platform of the Tao was slowly nurturing into form. Above the listening bamboo pavilion, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly manifested. The clouds within 1,000 miles swirled and dispersed, revealing the vast expanse of the heavens. The myriad stars seemed to awaken from an ancient slumber, their brilliance flowing and cascading down, casting a cold yet majestic light. The boundless rhythm of the cosmos poured forth like the Milky Way, leaving traces in the void, hinting at profound trajectories. This phenomenon far surpassed the ordinary energy whirlpools of foundational establishment in the realm of Earth. It was the manifestation of the laws, the favor of the great Tao. Within the esteemed sect of upper clarity, ancient divine thoughts stirred awake, gazing in awe towards the celestial expanse. The heavenly Tao bestows its favor, manifesting its principles. This is the foundation of the heavenly Tao. An elder with a beard as white as snow, whose age is beyond reckoning, stumbled from his cave dwelling, tilting his head skyward. His murky old eyes brimmed with disbelief. After countless eons, the 11th disciple of upper clarity to establish a foundation in the heavenly Tao has emerged today. Dao Hung, the revered sage, stood outside the hall, his robes billowing, looking up at the extraordinary phenomena in the starry sky, murmuring, "To establish a foundation in the heavenly Tao, this young one dares to defy the heavens." The master of burning silence Peak stood agape, oblivious as the wine cup slipped from his grasp. The master of Greenwood Peak stroked his beard with a long sigh, his eyes filled with shock and satisfaction. To reverse the cycles of reincarnation through the five elements, such a resolute heart has never been seen in millennia. The disciples from each peak and hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Good heavens, what is that? The bottleneck within me has loosened. From the direction of listening bamboo pavilion, Fang Che must be doing something extraordinary. The commotion is tremendous. Can a foundation establishment create such a stir? I didn't experience anything so grand during my breakthrough to the golden core. A young disciple wandered in confusion, asking, "Senior brother, what is the foundation establishment in the heavenly Tao? Is it impressive?" A more senior disciple inhaled deeply, responding in a tone reminiscent of reverence. "Impressive?" According to the sect's historical records, in nearly 70 million years since our sect's founding, only 10 have established a foundation in the heavenly Tao. The young disciple's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. Yunlan, the sage, had arrived outside, listening bamboo pavilion, her form enveloped in a gentle mist, resisting the invisible pressure emanating from the overwhelming Tao resonance. She gazed towards the quiet room, her beautiful eyes flickering with pride, astonishment, and profound worry. Inside, listening bamboo pavilion. The courtyard initially appeared unchanged, bathed in moonlight, with bamboo shadows dancing. Yet gradually, the bamboo leaves seemed to darken, while the wildflowers in the corner unfurled their petals silently, blooming to their fullest, as if summer had abruptly arrived. Soon after, the edges of the lush bamboo leaves subtly revealed a hint of withering yellow. The wildflowers wilted. Grass tips curled, and a desolate wind swept through, stirring a few fallen leaves. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant green bamboo was cloaked in golden hues, and a soft carpet of bamboo leaves blanketed the ground. The withering did not linger. The bamboo branches became bare. The stones appeared stark and cold, leaving only the deep brown earth and scattered remnants. The desolation of winter enveloped the small courtyard, and a glimmer of white, without warning, drifted down from the void. Then came the second and third flakes, as silent white snow blanketed the withered branches, stone steps, and ground. The small courtyard of listening bamboo pavilion transformed into a world of silver, utterly silent, with only the snowflakes falling gently, burying the previous greenery, flourishing, withering, and desolation, returning everything to a final tranquility. The seasons turned, and the flora flourished and faded, quietly evolving within this courtyard. Inside the quiet room, Fang Che exhaled a long breath. The air crisp and cool like the first snow. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, fleeting yet returning to calmness, though deep within his gaze. It seemed to reflect the passage of time. The wooden door creaked open. A rush of pure, invigorating cold air mingled with the fresh scent unique to the first snow greeted him. Fang Che paused at the threshold, staring in astonishment at the completely unfamiliar courtyard before him. As far as the eye can see, the landscape is cloaked in a pristine blanket of snow. The bamboo branches, burdened by the weight of the thick snowflakes, bend gracefully. Stone tables and stools have transformed into charming snow mounds, while the ground is level and soft, resembling a delicate white velvet carpet, devoid of any withered leaves or dust. Only the snowflakes continue to fall silently, landing gently on his shoulders and dusting his long hair with white. How long has it been since he transcended? Just yesterday, during his meditation, the scene was distinctly that of an ordinary spring night. Yet now, upon breaking through the foundational stage, he finds himself confronted with the chill of winter. Fang Che instinctively gazes upward, where the gray sky is adorned with swirling snow, rendering the passage of time indiscernible. In that moment of reverie, a snowflake gracefully descends into his palm, its icy touch fleeting, leaving behind a trace of moisture. In a quiet corner beneath the eaves, a paper umbrella with a bamboo frame rests silently. A delicate layer of fresh snow rests upon its surface. With a gentle pop, the umbrella unfurls, its pure white canopy carving out a tranquil space amid the snowfall. Fang Che holds the umbrella aloft, descending the stone steps into the courtyard. Where the snow crunches softly beneath his feet, its sound particularly clear in the enveloping silence. He walks slowly, his gaze sweeping over every corner reshaped by the snow, savoring the subtle resonance of cyclical existence that lingers in the frigid air. Upon reaching the largest snow-covered bamboo in the courtyard, he halts, reaching out to gently brush away a soft clump of snow from the branch. The bamboo springs back, shedding even more snowflakes, revealing the verdant joints beneath. Beneath the winter snow, vitality lies hidden. Standing under the umbrella, Fang Che gazes at the serene, snow-laden courtyard. In a moment of reverie, he envisions lush greenery and vibrant blossoms, only to be met by the image of yellowing leaves and the desolation of winter. Ultimately, all things return to the pure whiteness and silence that lies before him. The seasons turn, and time flows silently. The foundational stage has been achieved, exceeding expectations. Fang Che retracts the bamboo umbrella, allowing the snowflakes to once more settle upon his shoulders and hair tips. He inhales deeply the crisp, cold air, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 52. Midway of Foundation establishment in the shadows not far away, the figure of the esteemed Yunlon master appears quietly. She has been safeguarding this place, witnessing the extraordinary seasonal transformations within the courtyard. The essence of reincarnation whispers within Yunlon Master's enchanting eyes as she muses softly. The 5 elements are complete, and the sequence arises naturally. This establishment of foundations transcends earthly boundaries, embodying the heavenly principles, truly deserving of its name. She observes Fang Che standing still in the courtyard, seemingly still comprehending his own transformation. The young man stands tall, his presence harmoniously intertwined with the surrounding environment, as if he were an intrinsic part of this cyclical dance of seasons. A proud smile graces Yunlon Master's lips. She refrains from revealing herself, her figure fading seamlessly into the shadows. Fang Che, sensing something, glances towards the spot where Yunlon Master had just been, only to withdraw his gaze. His heart warms at the realization that his mentor has always been there, watching over him. He bows deeply in the direction she departed. Having established his foundation, it is customary to formally report to his master, select a cultivation method, and embark on the true path of practice. Yet, Fang Che does not rush to Yunlon Master's abode. Instead, he stands still in the snow, closing his eyes in deep concentration, attentively experiencing the myriad subtle transformations following his breakthrough. Within his chi sea, a realm has formed, with a sun, born from the essence of true fire, suspended at its center, radiating pure light and warmth. Beneath lay a serene and crystalline lake, its gentle waves shimmering under the radiant sun, an embodiment of the primordial waters of the 9 heavens. At the lake's edge, a robust expanse of earth silently bore the weight of existence, its profound energy deeply embedded within. In the heart of this land, a vigorous young seedling took root and thrived, its leaves flowing with the verdant essence of the divine, inhaling and exhaling the ethereal spirits of heaven and earth. Within this realm, the essence of metal, akin to lightning, occasionally traversed the air. This was the foundation of Tao that Fang Che had constructed after engaging in the reverse cycle of the 5 elements, touching upon the principles of the celestial path. It was a form of Tao foundation not recorded in any texts, but rather the nascent shape of a new world. The essence of reincarnation was not merely encapsulated in the cyclical changes of the seasons, but was also deeply rooted in the perpetual cycles of the 5 elements that govern life and death. His spiritual energy flowed endlessly within this realm. To his astonishment, this breakthrough was not merely the initial stages of foundation establishment, but a significant leap into the mid-stage of foundation building. This was attributed to the residual spiritual energies of the Earth's essence and the elixirs of Tai Ching and Xian Shui. In an instant, Fang Che comprehended. He had previously hastily consumed these heavenly treasures, absorbing only a fraction, which had propelled him to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. Yet a vast reservoir of energy remained dormant within him, like a dragon lying in wait. Following the successful establishment of his foundation, Fang Che's sea of qi expanded exponentially, far surpassing tenfold compared to his qi cultivation, imbued with the supreme essence of reincarnation, akin to a magnet, naturally awakening the slumbering energies within his limbs and bones. Thus, his advancement to the mid-stage of foundation establishment was hardly surprising. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, a wisp of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, no longer manifesting in a singular hue, but rather swirling with a faint radiance of 5 colors. Reincarnation Tao Foundation, he murmured, a look of understanding flashing across his eyes. This foundation not only encompassed the profound truths of the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements, but also inscribed a nascent comprehension of the passage of time and the cycle of existence. It was far from an ordinary Tao foundation, and might even be akin to the legendary celestial Tao foundation. At that moment, a light and graceful footfall accompanied by a familiar, delicate fragrance approached. and the figure of the esteemed Yunlan appeared at the doorway. Dressed in a simple sky-blue robe, her long hair casually gathered, she radiated an aura of elegance. With skin as flawless as jade and bright, clear eyes. In her right hand, she held a food container, while her left grasped a small jar sealed with clay containing wine. Little 13, she greeted with a gentle smile as she entered, her gaze sweeping over Fang Che, her expression warming further. Congratulations on completing your celestial Tao foundation. You surpass your master in your early years. Fang Che quickly bowed in respect. Disciple pays homage to master. I am grateful for your concern. Enough with the formalities, Yunlan replied, placing the food container on the stone table and shaking the jar of wine in her hand. The successful establishment of your foundation is a joyous occasion. I have taken a moment to prepare some delightful treats for us to celebrate together. Fang Che was momentarily taken aback, then felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He had anticipated that his master would challenge him regarding his cultivation or instruct him in techniques, yet he did not expect such a homely and heartfelt gesture of congratulations. He hurried forward to assist, brushing away the thin frost from the stone bench. Upon opening the food container, he discovered several exquisite spiritual dishes, brimming with vitality, clearly crafted with care. As the esteemed Yunlan Jinren removed the clay seal from the wine jar, an exquisite and rich fragrance of wine immediately permeated the air, stirring the true essence within Fang Che ever so slightly. This was Qingzhou wine, brewed from the spirit spring of the back mountain in the heart of a century-old jade bamboo shoot, known for its gentle and nourishing properties, ideal for fortifying one's foundation. While speaking, Yunlan Jinren poured a small cup for Fang Che and filled one for herself as well. The master and disciple sat across from each other, savoring the wine in the crisp morning after the snowfall. Sunlight filtered through the snow-laden bamboo treetops, casting dappled shadows, while the air was invigorating and the aroma of the wine gently intoxicated. As they enjoyed a few cups, the atmosphere grew increasingly relaxed. Yunlan Jinren refrained from delving into the intricacies of foundation building, instead recounting some trivial anecdotes from the sect or her travels. Fang Che listened quietly, occasionally responding, experiencing a rare sense of relaxation and tranquility. After several rounds of wine, and with the food box nearly empty, Yunlan Jinren finally set down her cup, her gaze softening as she looked at Fang Che. Well, we have chatted enough for now, she said, lightly waving her sleeve, causing the cups and food box on the stone table to vanish without a trace. Foundation building is truly the beginning of the path. Since you have established an extraordinary foundation, I shall bestow upon you 3 gifts as a token for your foundation building. She extended her hand, pale and delicate as jade, palm facing upwards, and with a flicker of spiritual light, 3 items materialized, hovering in the air before them. The first was a long sword of deep black, its blade tranquil like an abyss, its brilliance subdued, with only the hilt adorned with dark golden patterns resembling the scales of a dragon, exuding a restrained yet sharp splendor. This sword, named Mian, was forged from binding abyss iron and the blood of a black dragon, classified as a 4th-tier spiritual weapon. Not only was it unmatched in sharpness, but it also possessed the rare ability to grow alongside its wielder as cultivation. Having refined the innate metal essence, ordinary spiritual weapons would struggle to bear its might. This sword was perfectly suited for you. The second item was an ink-black Tao robe, its color deep as an abyss, reminiscent of ancient jade glimmering softly. The fabric flowed like water and clouds, with the edges of the sleeves and hem adorned with dark golden flowing patterns, exuding an air of elegance and tranquility. This was the Xian Yuan Dao robe, also a 4th-tier spiritual weapon. The robe repelled dust and dirt, self-regulating temperature, capable of withstanding the might of nascent soul cultivators. However, she paused slightly, her eyes sparkling with mirth, adding, my little Shur-san would look exceptionally splendid in it. The third item was a ring, neither gold nor jade, bearing a simple design. This spatial ring contained an internal space of approximately 100 acres, activated by spiritual thought. While not exceedingly rare, it was an essential item for traveling. The material incorporated a touch of void stone, making it more durable than ordinary storage bags, less susceptible to external forces or prying eyes. In the cultivation world, spiritual weapons are divided into 9 tiers, and 4th-tier treasures are typically only wielded by nascent soul cultivators. Many loose cultivators might spend their entire lives without owning a single 4th-tier spiritual weapon. Yet before Fang Che lay 2 4th-tier spiritual weapons, alongside the invaluable spatial ring, equally impressive in worth. As he gazed at the hovering spiritual light, warmth surged within his heart. He understood that what his master bestowed upon him was not merely treasures, but also expectations and protection. He did not feign humility, but instead etched this profound grace into his heart, silently vowing to repay it manifold in the future. Disciple sincerely thanks Master for your generous gifts. I shall diligently cultivate without pause, living up to your expectations. Fang Che bowed deeply in gratitude. Enough of such formality with me, Yunlan Jinren replied warmly. With a gentle laugh, Master Yunlan waved her hand, and with a graceful sweep of her sleeve, 3 spiritual artifacts transformed into a glimmering light and vanished into the storage pouch at her waist. Subsequently, she eloquently shared the insights and considerations pertinent to the foundational level of cultivation. Fang Che listened attentively, for these were invaluable experiences from a nascent soul cultivator. Once all matters were addressed, just as she was about to turn and depart, she suddenly recalled something, pausing to look back. From her sleeve, she retrieved a small jade vial, delicately lifting it with her graceful hand, allowing it to float steadily before Fang Che. I almost forgot this, she said with a charming smile, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. This is the Clear Heart Guardian pill that your 3rd senior brother had secretly placed at the door through the disciple. It will greatly assist you in solidifying your realm. He indeed has confidence in you. Fang Che reached out to catch the cool jade vial, feeling its smooth warmth, and sensed a lingering, pure essence reminiscent of Xianshui Peak. His heart warmed. During the most arduous phase of his cultivation journey, it was this senior brother who patiently elucidated his insights, guiding him through the intricacies of his meridians. Never once regarding him with disdain, only encouragement and care. 3rd senior brother Fang Che murmured, overwhelmed with gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. Master Yunlan observed this with a deeper smile. Among fellow disciples, mutual support is essential. Her tone was gentle, imbued with the generosity of an elder, and she felt a sense of comfort witnessing such harmony among her students. Now, focus on solidifying your realm and familiarizing yourself with the power shifts of the foundational stage. As for the techniques, we shall discuss them in detail once your foundation is thoroughly stabilized. With no further words, Master Yunlan's form shimmered and, like a wisp of light blue smoke, she seamlessly blended into the lingering morning mist of the courtyard, leaving no trace behind. Standing alone in the courtyard, Fang Che solemnly bowed once more in the direction of his master's departure. Chapter 53. Refinement. After bidding farewell to Master Yunlan, Fang Che returned to his quiet chamber, retrieving the several spiritual artifacts she had bestowed upon him. He needed to solidify his realm, fully grasp the mid-foundational level of cultivation, and refine each of the spiritual artifacts given by his master. His gaze first fell upon the ancient ring, and as he immersed his consciousness within it, he effortlessly imprinted his unique mark at its core. A faint hum reverberated in his mind's sea, and immediately, a vast expanse unfolded within his consciousness. Measuring approximately 100 feet in length and width, and several dozen feet in height, it indeed spanned nearly 100 acres. With this item, future excursions for training would be immensely more convenient. Fang Che felt a surge of joy. Typical storage pouches offered limited space, and this ring was undoubtedly the most suitable treasure for storage at this stage. With a mere thought, the storage pouch at his waist automatically flew up, and he transferred all its contents into the ring, ultimately absorbing the pouch itself. He adorned the ring on the index finger of his left hand. Its cool touch and perfect size felt as if it had been custom-made for him. Next, he took out the Xinyuan robe, its dark fabric unfurling like flowing water in his hands, with subtle golden patterns glimmering with an understated brilliance. The fabric felt delicate and cool to the touch. Yet it also exuded warmth, as if it possessed a spirit of its own. To refine the spiritual artifact, one must draw upon their own essence blood to communicate with the spirit of the object and leave an imprint. Fang Che extracted a drop of his essence blood and gently dripped it onto the dark patterns. In a moment, the essence of blood infused. The Taoist robe stirred without wind, its inky brilliance surging forth, and the dark golden flowing patterns seemed to come alive. Swirling across the surface of the garment like a playful dragon, an indistinct spiritual resonance emanated, indicating that this Xianyuan Taoist robe had evidently nurtured a nascent spirit of its own. Fang Che's consciousness gently probed to establish a connection, and the newly born spirit responded like a child, feeling a sense of closeness and attachment to his aura. Within the span of a single incense stick, the Xianyuan Taoist robe was thoroughly refined. A subtle thought flickered in his mind, causing his disciple's attire to automatically shed and vanish into his ring. The Xianyuan Taoist robe transformed into a stream of inky light that enveloped his entire being, seamlessly conforming to his shape. Instantly, a warm and tranquil power enveloped him, isolating him from the chill of the outside world. The robe felt weightless, yet exuded an indomitable strength. The dark golden patterns danced at the cuffs and hem, adding an air of grandeur and solemnity. Indeed, it was a remarkable treasure. Fang Che could sense that the robe's defensive power lay dormant, ready to activate automatically upon encountering an attack, providing immense peace of mind. Finally, his gaze fell upon the Muyuan sword, suspended before him. Yet to be drawn from its sheath, it radiated a sharpness as profound as an abyss, causing cracks to appear upon the surrounding walls. Fang Che's expression grew serious. Swords are instruments of slaughter, and this Muyuan sword, forged from the blood of a black dragon, would likely prove especially difficult to tame. He once more drew forth a drop of essence, delicately touching it to the hilt. With a resonant clang, the moment his fingertip met the hilt, a clear and ethereal sword cry pierced the air, resonating deeply within his soul. The Muyuan sword trembled slightly, dark, watery ripples manifesting upon the sheath. A chilling, rebellious aura, imbued with an undercurrent of sorrow and majesty, surged forth alongside the soaring sword intent. Fang Che felt his body tremble, as if he beheld an endless black dragon roaring in his consciousness, its golden slitted eyes coldly gazing down upon him. His mind, under the impact of the dragon's fierce majesty, felt like a solitary boat being violently tossed about. Yet, Fang Che did not flinch. Instead, he immersed his entire being into the depths of his consciousness. Having practiced the sword cultivation technique for some time, he had long understood that the sword is not merely an external object, but truly a reflection of one's heart. A swordsman embodies sharpness. Fang Che whispered within, calmly facing that dragon's gaze. Two streams of sword intent soared into the heavens, their essence intertwining through the cosmos. Within the quiet chamber, the air around Fang Che sharpened drastically. The table, walls, and floor silently manifested deep, cutting marks as though myriad invisible blades danced through the space. The dark golden patterns on the Xianyuan Taoist robe illuminated spontaneously, casting a gentle halo around him and restraining the majority of the unleashed sword energy, preventing the chamber from collapsing. Within the depths of his consciousness, the clash of thoughts persisted unceasingly, the shadow of the black dragon still coiled. Yet a flicker of unusual color finally crossed its cold, slitted gaze. Fang Che raised his hand, gripping the sword hilt. With a resounding clash, the sword echoed like a dragon's roar, a sound that seemed to pierce through the protective array, faintly reaching the ears outside the listening bamboo pavilion. The Muyuan sword emerged from its sheath by 3 inches, revealing its dark, abyss-like blade, upon which dark golden dragon patterns gradually danced, exuding a heart-stirring sharpness. The sword intent within the chamber surged exponentially in an instant, causing the protective array to flicker wildly, emitting a hum of overwhelming strain. Fang Che slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing, his fingers curled tightly, firmly grasping the hilt of the sword. In that instant, the tranquil chamber trembled violently as the dark, Night-like sword intent erupted with a chilling dragon's might, seeming to tear apart the very fabric of space. The walls and floor were instantaneously marred with deep scars, while the air was cut through, producing a shrill, anguished wail. Fang Che emitted a low groan, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his lips. Yet his grip on the sword remained unwavering, even tightening further. The sword was both a beacon of brilliance and a mirror to the heart. It was not I who tamed you, but rather we who bear witness to this path together. A pure and profound sword intent surged forth from within him, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, soaring into the sky with vigor. This was the culmination of a year of arduous training, now unleashed without reservation, brimming with an overwhelming force that could pierce the heavens. The body of the Moya sword quaked violently, its ethereal glow radiating as it instinctively resisted this external brilliance. Fang Che's gaze was as sharp as the sword itself, drawing forth the innate metal energy that had been refined within him, merging it entirely with the sword intent, rendering it even sharper and more unadulterated. The two powerful sword intents clashed in midair, as if countless invisible blades were intertwining and tearing at each other within the chamber. The stalemate lasted but a fleeting moment. The innate metal energy, born of an inherent aura of slaughter, was a primordial treasure of the metal element, possessing unmatched sharpness and unparalleled might. With a long, clear resonance, the Moya sword emitted a sound, its ethereal glow retracting as the tempestuous aura receded like a tide, returning entirely to the sword. Fang Che felt the weight in his hand shift, as he had completely secured his hold on the sword. The rampant sword energy that had ravaged the chamber dissipated, leaving behind a scene of devastation. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, the sharp gleam in his eyes flickering and vanishing. With a soft clink, the Moya sword was gently drawn from its sheath. Fang Che turned his wrist lightly and waved it casually, not employing any spiritual power, merely allowing the natural airflow generated by the sword's body to guide his movement. With a swift sound, the wall several feet ahead was sliced open, as if it were mere tofu, creating an impeccably smooth fissure, its edges polished to a mirror-like sheen, devoid of any debris. It is noteworthy that this wall was fortified by an array. Even a full-force strike from a foundational cultivator would struggle to leave a trace. Yet, before the Moya sword, the array crumbled like thin paper, offering no resistance whatsoever, a testament to the sword's formidable might. Such power, one might surmise, belongs to the pinnacle of fourth-tier spiritual artifacts. Fang Che delicately brushed his fingertip along the spine of the sword. A chill sword intent that seemed capable of cleaving through the soul pierced through to his very essence. Even before his fingers touched the blade, he could already feel its sting. However, this sword, unlike the Xianyuan robe, would require him to reach the nascent soul stage to fully unleash its prowess. Having returned the Moya sword to its resting place, Fang Che finally took the time to survey his surroundings. The commotion seemed to have been rather significant. Observing the chaotic scene before him, he could only shake his head in resignation. The walls were marked with intersecting sword scars, the stone floor shattered in numerous places, and even the protective array emitted a dim glow, clearly showing signs of damage. Had it not been for the Xianyuan robe's innate ability to restrain much of the sword energy, this chamber would likely have been reduced to ruins. However, the listening bamboo pavilion, as the residence of a direct disciple, was intrinsically constructed upon a continuously nourishing spirit array. As long as the core of the array remained intact, it could automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the infusion of spiritual power, gradually repairing itself. Although the recent disturbance was considerable, it had not harmed the core of the array, thus there was no need for excessive concern. Fang Che extended his fingers like a sword, a glimmer of ethereal light shimmering at his fingertips as he pointed into the void, marking a series of arcane symbols in the air. The dimly lit array of patterns began to glow anew. Though the cracks had not yet fully mended, the spiritual light was once again flowing, autonomously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to slowly restore itself. Chapter 54. Selection of techniques. As dawn broke, the eastern sky brightened with the first light of day. When the initial rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell upon Fang Che's shoulders, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and clear. His realm had begun to stabilize, the flow of spiritual energy unobstructed, and his consciousness had also reached a state of tranquility. Fang Che silently assessed his condition, knowing that the next step was to refine it gradually. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, and a soft crackle echoed from his body. Pushing open the door, he beheld the fresh snow glistening in the morning light, bamboo groves swaying gently, and the refreshing spiritual essence permeating the air with the morning breeze, invigorating to the soul. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, his consciousness expanded outward like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire Tingzhu pavilion. Every blade of grass, every flower petal, and even the faint vibrations of life hidden beneath the soil were vividly reflected in his awareness. This level of insight and control was far beyond what he had experienced during his qi cultivation phase. Fang Che extended his consciousness further, eager to discern the limits of his current perception. In his earlier days, when he had achieved completion in the Yuying forest, his spiritual awareness could cover 100 feet. Now, having broken through to foundation establishment, his consciousness encompassed a radius of 100 miles. In but a breath, he detected the silhouette of Mingyue by the lakeside, approximately 50 miles away. At that moment, Mingyue stood gracefully in the shallow waters, her wings as white as snow, with her long neck lowered, seemingly poised to catch a spirit fish swimming beneath the surface. Sensing the familiar aura, Mingyue suddenly lifted her head, releasing a melodic call, before spreading her wings and transforming into a radiant streak of light, soaring through the mist toward the Tingzhu pavilion. A gentle smile graced Fang Che's lips as he stood at the steps, awaiting her arrival. In a brief moment, a refreshing breeze swept away the remnants of snow from the bamboo treetops, and Mingyue gracefully descended into the courtyard, affectionately nudging his robe with her beak. "Let's go to the Xianjing Hall," Fang Che said softly, giving her neck a gentle pat before mounting her back. The white crane unfurled her wings, currents of air swirling as she lifted him effortlessly into the sky, gliding over the verdant mountain ranges toward the Xianjing Hall. The Xianjing Hall, a sacred site of the Xianshui Peak, housed countless volumes of martial art scriptures, frequented by disciples on a daily basis, with a constant flow of people. Today was no exception. The broad plaza paved with Han white jade was already bustling with numerous disciples. Suddenly, a clear cry of a crane echoed from the clouds above. A majestic white crane descended gracefully, landing in front of the hall. Upon its back sat a youth of striking elegance, his features like a painting, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Soon, an observant disciple recognized him, and whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Is that Fang Che, the one who established his foundation at the age of 10? It truly seems to be him. He is indeed as young as the rumor suggested." Both inner-sect disciples and direct disciples found themselves instinctively halting in their tracks, their gazes fixated upon the composed youth who elegantly leapt down from the crane. At merely 10 years old, having entered the foundation establishment phase, and being rumored to possess the heavenly path of foundation. Such innate talent was truly unparalleled not only in the present day, but also throughout the long and illustrious history of the Shangqing sect. The portrait of Fang Che has long since circulated among the various peaks. In the present day, within the Shangqing sect, there may be a few who have yet to lay eyes upon him, yet his name is known to all, particularly at the Xian Shui Peak. As a young prodigy of remarkable potential, many disciples feel a sense of pride in association with him and harbor a quiet admiration. Fang Che remains seemingly unaffected by the gazes and whispers that surround him, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. He gently caresses the feathers of Mingyue, signaling it to wait by the square, while he strides purposefully towards the towering Xianjing Hall. As he passes, the disciples ahead instinctively part to create a path. Bowing in unison, "Greetings, Senior Brother Fang. Congratulations on your successful foundation establishment." Fang Che, observing the excited crowd, offers a slight nod, his voice warm yet unembellished. There is no need for such formalities, my fellow brothers. Nevertheless, he does not linger, continuing directly into the hall. The respectful greetings echo in his ears, and though he maintains an outward calm, an inner discomfort stirs within him. Being surrounded by a throng of admirers is rather unfamiliar for him. He has always preferred solitude, accustomed to wandering alone. Now, every move he makes is scrutinized by many, causing a slight unease. As his thoughts wander, Fang Che instinctively quickens his pace, his robes billowing, soon arriving at the grand threshold of the Xianjing Hall. After verifying his identity, he prepares to ascend to the second floor, but senses several gazes quietly following him. Turning his head, he notices a few young female disciples gathered not far off, their eyes often drifting in his direction. One girl, dressed in a soft yellow gown, seems to muster her courage and steps forward slightly, her voice delicate. "Senior Brother Fang, congratulations on your foundation establishment." Beside her, a companion clad in a water-green garment gently tugs at her sleeve, her own cheeks flushed, softly adding, "Are you here to select a technique? We often come to this level. Should you need assistance." Fang Che is momentarily taken aback. He is always engaged in solitary cultivation, usually accompanied only by Mingyue or discussing doctrines with his seniors and peers, never having faced such a scenario. He maintains his composure, nodding slightly in their direction, his tone gentle yet reserved. "Thank you, sisters, but I shall find my way." With that, he turns and ascends to the second floor. The young disciples remain rooted in place, the girl in the yellow gown blinking as she watches him disappear, her face now flushed deeper, uncertain whether from shyness or embarrassment. Another companion tugs at her hand, giggling softly. "I've heard that Senior Brother Fang is quite reserved. It seems his heart is solely devoted to cultivation." As he ascends the steps, the soft murmur of voices fades into the distance. At the entrance to the second floor, an elderly man in a gray robe sits quietly on a mat, his breath deep and serene. As Fang Che passes, he cannot help but focus his mind. Though he cannot discern the elder's specific realm, he recognizes him as a venerable guardian of the sect. He slows his pace, bowing silently, and the old man does not open his eyes, but offers a barely perceptible nod in acknowledgement. The disciples on the second floor were notably fewer in number, and most exuded a refined aura, their cultivation levels at least at the foundation establishment stage. Each individual was absorbed in their own selection or contemplation, with only the occasional low murmur before silence swiftly returned, devoid of any clamor. Fang Che's arrival did not incite the same commotion as below. A few nearby sensed the disturbance, glanced up to see him, and a flicker of surprise crossed their eyes, but they merely nodded in acknowledgement before resuming their focus. This serene and concentrated atmosphere allowed Fang Che's initial discomfort to dissipate quietly. He slowed his pace, his gaze sweeping over the categorized wooden plaques hanging at the edge of the bookshelf. Secrets of escape techniques, protective divine powers, methods of cultivation, and miscellaneous alchemical records, all organized with meticulous order. Fang Che's objective was clear as he made his way directly to the section designated for offensive techniques. His experiences in the shadowy forest had made him acutely aware of the limitations of his current abilities. Should he encounter danger again, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Standing before the shelf, he extended his consciousness subtly, carefully sensing the jade slips displayed. Names of various techniques, such as the Flame Dragon spell, Ice Spike, Decapitation Sword Technique, Earth Binding spell, and Palm Thunder flickered into his awareness. The foundation establishment stage differed significantly from the Qi refining stage. Qi refiners drew energy into their bodies, their stored spiritual power being thin and dispersed. The techniques they employed, such as the Fireball technique, merely utilized their meager spiritual energy to conjure a ball of ordinary fire, ultimately limited in power and still within the realm of human capability. Upon reaching foundation establishment, spiritual energy transformed into liquid, the Dantian becoming a lake, consciousness expanding dramatically, and the level of life having already transcended. The most significant difference lay in the mastery of the forces of heaven and earth. For instance, with the Fireball technique, a foundation establishment cultivator could, with a mere thought, link their consciousness to the ceaseless flow of intense spiritual energy in the world, using their pure liquid spiritual power as a pivot, transforming a spark into a sweeping inferno in an instant. The truly formidable offensive secret arts were all founded upon this principle, granting them the ability to move mountains and fill seas, to chase stars and moons with overwhelming power. Fang Che stood quietly before the shelf, his gaze methodically traversing the various techniques belonging to the five elements. Having comprehended the true essence of reincarnation through his understanding of the five elements, he recognized the importance of mastering all five for his future cultivation. He resolved to select one representative technique from each of the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As a sword cultivator, offensive sword techniques were indispensable. He had completely grasped the sword nurturing technique, which emphasized the cultivation of sword intent rather than mere slaughter. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the scroll of the sword control technique, which allowed for a 1,000-mile flight of the sword, with the blade moving in accordance with the heart. This was the true technique of a sword cultivator in his mind. The sword control technique was perfectly suited for him. Fang Che selected several jade slips he deemed appropriate and glanced at the prices displayed below. Even though he had anticipated the cost, he couldn't help but inwardly exclaim at the exorbitance. It was indeed excessively priced, particularly the sword control technique, which bore the highest price tag in the second floor collection. However, he could understand. The path of a sword cultivator was renowned for its lethal prowess, often ranking supreme among peers, yet the journey of cultivation was fraught with difficulties, attainable only by those of great willpower and fortune. As one of the core inheritances for sword cultivators, the sword control technique was no ordinary method of sword manipulation. Mastering it could lead to a transformative leap in a cultivator's combat capability. Thus, even though its price is astonishing, it is not difficult to comprehend. However, were it not for his status as a direct disciple, the years of toil required to accumulate the resources to exchange for these techniques would be unfathomable. Fang Che could not help but sigh, realizing that the saying "it is good to lean against a large tree for shade" holds true. The path of cultivation indeed emphasizes innate talent and disposition, yet resources and opportunities are also indispensable cornerstones along the journey. After completing the registration, Fang Che, under the luminous moonlight, leisurely returned to the bamboo listening pavilion. Chapter 55. The origin. Upon arriving at the bamboo listening pavilion, Fang Che first arranged the 5 jade slips containing the 5 elements techniques neatly on the desk in the quiet room. His current realm had significantly transformed, and with the possession of the 5 elements' spiritual roots, he possessed a natural advantage in perceiving and harnessing the elemental energies of the world. In less than half an hour, the operational pathways and techniques of the 5 methods became clear to him. Subsequently, he rose and made his way to the open space on the back mountain, beginning to practice each technique in turn. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, his consciousness connected, and the surrounding fire element energy surged to life. Fang Che formed a hand seal, sketching in the air as crimson patterns whirled at his fingertips, causing the air around him to subtly distort. A wave of scorching heat surged from his energy sea, racing along his meridians, ultimately converging between his finger seals. The flame dragon technique. As his gaze reflected the flames, he uttered a low command, and a burst of red light erupted before him. With a resounding roar, a fierce dragon-shaped flame emerged, its head held high, claws extended, each scale forged from pure fire element energy, casting a crimson glow against the heavens. As the flame dragon surged forth, a scorching wave swept through the air, causing the bamboo leaves to curl and wither before even being touched. The dragon then spun rapidly, crashing into a massive rock ahead. In that instant, flames erupted like a tornado, fierce winds howled, causing his robes to flutter wildly. Immediately, Fang Che altered his hand gesture, and vapor in the air began to condense, giving rise to countless ice shards, their chilling essence piercing the air like a volley of arrows. Before the ice shards arrived, the frigid air had already enveloped the surroundings, turning moisture into frost, causing the grass and trees to stiffen with a pale hue. In the next moment, the ice shards embedded deeply into the rock, exploding into a web-like pattern of frost. The cold air spread wildly, swiftly encasing the entire rocky face in a deep blue glacier, causing frost to surge for miles, solidifying all in its path. Fang Che gazed upon the scene of the ice-encased rock, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He vividly recalled that 2 months prior, the utmost effort he could muster in executing the fire serpent technique had only left a few charred marks on the blue stone. Yet now, with a mere flick of his hand, he could invoke the might of heaven and earth. In just 2 months, his strength had transformed to this extent, leaving him in a state of disbelief as he reflected upon it. Next, Fang Che practiced the remaining 3 techniques, and within half a day's time, he had fully mastered them. After a brief period of rest, his expression grew solemn. He retrieved the jade slip inscribed with the sword control technique. The essence of swordsmanship lies in its lethal precision, and the art of sword control is its most profound manifestation. With flying swords traversing the skies, one will can traverse mountains and rivers, claiming the lives of foes in the blink of an eye. The sword control technique encompasses a vast array of elements. It is not merely a singular method, but a complete system. The text not only encompasses the fundamental techniques of wielding a sword through the manipulation of qi and the mastery of spiritual essence, but also includes sophisticated practices such as the differentiation of sword light, the thunderous resonance of sword energy, and the initial unraveling of sword formations. It is no wonder that this technique is regarded as the most esteemed in the second level of the mysterious scripture hall, living up to its illustrious reputation. Fang Che closed his eyes in tranquil meditation, meticulously contemplating the contents of the jade slip, particularly the intricate balance achieved between spiritual energy and consciousness during the interplay of the flying sword. He pondered how to utilize the sword as a conduit to more fiercely harness the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, manifesting an indomitable sword light and energy. The subtle nuances and delicate equilibrium of these processes were repeatedly simulated within his mind. As he opened his eyes, a glint of determination flickered within them. With a mere thought, the sword Mo Yuan emitted a clear, resonant sound as it unsheathed, its obsidian blade shimmering with a ghostly glow, silently hovering about a foot before him, its tip quivering as if in response. With his fingers poised like a sword, he gently gestured forward, allowing his pure spiritual energy to extend from his fingertip, weaving into intangible threads that softly coiled around the hilt of the sword. The blade quivered slightly, and as Fang Che traced an imaginary path in the air with his fingertip, it began to move slowly. Initially, Mo Yuan's flight was somewhat sluggish, but within the span of merely half a tea's brewing time, the sword's movements became fluid, circling around him and carving out arcs of pristine light. Go! With a single thought, Fang Che commanded, and Mo Yuan transformed into a streak of light almost imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly darting over a patch of bamboo leaves 3 miles away, which were gently drifting downwards. In a flash, the sword light vanished, silently slicing the leaves apart. In the next moment, Mo Yuan hovered quietly before him, as Fang Che regarded the dark blade contemplatively. The art of sword mastery seeks to condense the utmost sharpness and velocity into a singular point, pursuing an unparalleled lethality that breaks through all barriers. With a serious expression, he directed his consciousness entirely towards the sword. The obsidian glow of Mo Yuan suddenly receded, the blade slightly sinking before stabilizing, hovering just inches from his feet. Fang Che took a deep breath and stepped forward, firmly positioning himself atop the blade, which was barely 3 fingers wide. With a thought, Mo Yuan emitted a prolonged, resounding note, gently lifting him skyward. Initially unsteady, it required his full concentration to maintain balance and a steady output of spiritual energy. Yet after only a few breaths, he was able to stand firmly on the sword. Rise, he commanded in a low voice, and Mo Yuan transformed into a dark arc, propelling Fang Che through the layers of bamboo treetops and into the azure skies. In an instant, the fierce winds rushed against him, clouds billowed, and his garments danced wildly. Looking down, the mountains shrank beneath him, and the world expanded, filling him with an unprecedented exhilaration. Though his speed could not yet rival the soaring flight of the bright moon, and his altitude was limited by his cultivation, the sensation of standing upon the sword and soaring into the heavens stirred his spirit profoundly. The bright moon, too, was stirred, letting out a clarion call as it took to the air alongside him. After spiraling through the skies several times and familiarizing himself with the basic controls of sword flight, Fang Che gradually descended back to the bamboo listening pavilion. Henceforth, with the unpredictable transformations of the 5 elemental arts in his arsenal, and the mastery of the Mo-Yuan flying sword at his command, complemented by the profound essence of the reincarnation path, Fang Che finally filled the gaps in his techniques. Fang Che sheathed his sword, and the turbulence within his heart gradually subsided. While the exhilaration of flying with a sword was intoxicating, he understood more profoundly that all leisure ultimately stemmed from one's cultivation. Upon returning to the quiet chamber, he settled cross-legged upon the mat, breath held and mind focused, preparing for his first formal training after establishing his foundation. As he entered a meditative state, he immediately perceived a realm starkly different from that of the Qi refinement stage. During the Qi refinement phase, he sensed the spiritual energy as if gazing through a veil, indistinct and requiring mental guidance to slowly draw it into his meridians for refinement and personal utilization. At this moment, however, his consciousness plunged within, and upon introspection, he found that the small world formed within his Qi sea, shaped by the foundation of reincarnation, emanated a gentle yet irresistible gravitational pull, without any deliberate guidance from him. The 5 elemental spiritual energies within the quiet chamber and the surrounding environment eagerly converged towards him as if summoned by a sovereign. Fang Che understood in his heart that this was one of the fundamental distinctions between establishing a foundation and refining Qi. Refining Qi was an act of seeking, a demand placed upon the heavens and earth, whereas establishing a foundation was a response, a sign of having achieved a modest degree of personal grounding, beginning to receive recognition and resonance from the spiritual energies of the cosmos. The self-generating attraction of the Dantian Foundation transformed the practice from an active pursuit into a semi-passive absorption, yielding a vastly improved efficiency. What astonished him even more was that when he operated the Shangqing Qi induction technique, a method he had long since mastered, it flowed seamlessly, devoid of any obstruction. This was indeed contrary to reason. The Shangqing Qi induction technique was evidently a foundational technique of the Qi refinement stage, and logically, once a cultivator established their foundation, the previous methods of Qi refinement would be ill-suited to their new realm of cultivation, often necessitating a transition to higher-tier foundational techniques to continue progressing. Yet at this moment, the familiar path of operation traversed effortlessly through the spiritual meridians after foundation establishment, even exhibiting greater efficiency due to the self-sustaining cycle of the foundation. It was as if this technique was not solely intended for Qi refinement, but rather subtly harmonized with the post-foundation cultivation form. Fang Che gradually withdrew from his practice, a contemplative glimmer flickering in his eyes. Although the training proceeded smoothly, the anomaly of the Shangqing Qi induction technique was far from trivial. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and any flaw in the foundation is most to be feared. Such contradictory matters are difficult to ascertain as either fortune or misfortune. He was acutely aware of his own limited understanding and dared not hastily draw conclusions based solely on his perceptions. Clearly, he would need to consult his master on this matter. The following day, Fang Che donned the dark robe of Xian Yuan, its deep hue tranquil as an abyss, accentuating his fair complexion. The subtle golden patterns along the edges shimmered with each movement. Summoning the Mo-Yuan sword, he leapt upon it, transforming into a streak of dark rainbow as he soared towards the residence of Master Yinlan. As the sword light settled, Fang Che had scarcely stood at the entrance of the courtyard when the tightly shut gate swung open. Stepping into the courtyard, he beheld Master Yinlan, reclining casually against a stone table beneath the gnarled ancient pine, leisurely savoring a spiritual fruit. Just as he was about to pay his respects, Master Yinlan had already risen, her bright eyes sparkling as she circled around him, exclaiming in delight, "Indeed, quite remarkable." Her face beamed with joy as she approached, her gaze filled with admiration. "My little 13 is simply stunning, no matter what he wears." With a playful air, she remarked on his cool demeanor and playfully pinched his cheek. "Master," Fang Che said with a hint of helplessness, infused with the clarity typical of youth. All right. I shall not jest with you any longer." Master Yunlan retracted her hand and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Did you encounter difficulties in your cultivation upon your early arrival?" Fang Che nodded solemnly and replied, "Disciple discovered yesterday, while practicing the Shangqing Qi induction technique, that my progress remains smooth even after establishing my foundation. And the efficiency appears to be heightened, which seems contrary to common reasoning. Hence I seek your guidance, revered master." Instead of providing a direct answer, Master Yunlan returned to her stone table and gestured for Fang Che to sit. She lifted a cup of clear tea and, unhurriedly, posed a question. "Little 13, what do you perceive to be the essence of cultivation?" Fang Che paused, contemplating for a moment, and cautiously responded, "Disciple believes that the essence of cultivation lies in the assimilation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." "Indeed," Master Yunlan affirmed, taking a delicate sip from her teacup. "The essence of cultivation is how to safely draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into oneself." Little 13, from where do you think the myriad techniques and scriptures of this world originate? After a brief reflection, Fang Che answered, "They are undoubtedly created by the predecessors and sages, passed down through generations." "Correct," Master Yunlan nodded. "Whether they are the founders of sects or solitary practitioners who stumbled upon opportunities, those who can leave behind a legacy of techniques are invariably prodigies of exceptional talent. They observe the workings of the universe, discern their own uniqueness, and undergo countless trials to transmute their insights into concrete pathways of energy manipulation and methods of practice. However, each individual possesses their own distinctiveness. One has spiritual roots, constitution, temperament, and opportunities are all different. The methods of others ultimately stem from their own understanding of the Tao and align with their own being. In the beginning, practicing their techniques may yield impressive results and rapid progress. But as your cultivation deepens and your bond with that technique intensifies, the subtle discomforts will gradually magnify, becoming obstacles to your advancement, and may even lead you astray." She gazed at Fang Che, her eyes imbued with expectation. To reach the pinnacle of cultivation is, in essence, a solitary dialogue with heaven and earth. After achieving the golden core and nascent soul stages, though the paths laid by predecessors may seem like a smooth road, they can also become shackles that limit your vision of a broader universe. At that juncture, one must either remain trapped in place or break free from constraints and forge one's own path. Does Master imply that all cultivators must ultimately create their own techniques? Fang Che queried. "Not merely ultimately," Master Yunlan corrected, "but the sooner one comprehends this principle and begins preparation, the further one can journey along the path. In the early stages of cultivation, techniques serve as an indispensable vessel for crossing rivers. After establishing a foundation, it resembles disembarking onto solid ground, at which point one must ponder whether to continue down the well-trodden paths of predecessors or to explore a path unique to oneself." With a slight smile, she continued, "The myriad methods of energy cultivation, even the most fundamental techniques, can lead to profound realms. The rarity of success is primarily due to the inability to discern the obstacles along the way and how to navigate them. It is akin to walking blindfolded through a long night, making each step arduous. The Shangqing Qi induction technique is the purest method of refining spiritual energy. Your task is to build upon this foundation, referencing the paths of others, meticulously observing the principles of nature's operations, and comprehending the nuances of spiritual power transformation. In doing so, you will naturally discover the cultivation path that resonates most harmoniously with your own Tao. This is also the reason why I did not impart the foundational techniques of cultivation to you." Upon hearing these words, Fang Che felt a profound clarity blossom within his heart. Chapter 56. Teasing Fang Che soared through the clouds on his sword. The words of the esteemed Yunlan Junren still echoing in his mind. With his swordsmanship recently mastered, he glided through the air, the world unfolding beneath him. And the exuberance of youth inevitably stirred within him, causing his earlier concerns to gradually dissipate like the wind. The dark blade of the Mayuan sword shimmered with an ethereal light as it carried him over the towering emerald peaks. And the secluded valley that housed the Tingzhu pavilion lay ahead. At that moment, a sudden waft of enchanting fragrance brushed against his face, laced with an alluring sweetness that penetrated the very soul. This scent was not of natural blooms. Upon inhaling it, Fang Che felt a subtle ripple within his spiritual energy. Suddenly, amidst the mist ahead, 3 radiant figures emerged. These 3 ethereal, cloud-like artifacts, tinged with a soft hue of dawn, revealed themselves, each adorned with a maiden. The foremost figure wore a cherry-red flowing gown, its hem fluttering gracefully in the clouds, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Her hair was elegantly styled, her beauty striking and alluring, particularly her enchanting peach blossom eyes, which seemed to hold the essence of spring, shimmering with irresistible charm. The 2 women behind her were equally captivating, one clad in pale yellow and the other in water green, both smiling warmly as they gazed upon Fang Che. "Oh, I thought a little celestial being had arrived on a sword, but it turns out to be a distinguished disciple of the Shangqing sect." The woman in the red dress spoke, her lips parting gently, her voice sweet and melodious, akin to honey. As she spoke, the peculiar fragrance intensified. Fang Che furrowed his brow slightly. The Mayan sword beneath him let out a soft hum and hovered in midair. Having practiced at the Shangqing sect for a year, he could discern that these 3 were not disciples of his sect. Their aura was distinct, imbued with a natural allure. "May I inquire which sect you esteemed friends belong to, and what brings you here?" he inquired, bowing respectfully, his tone cool and composed. "Esteemed friends?" The woman in red chuckled lightly, covering her lips with her sleeve, her laughter like the chime of silver bells. "Such wisdom from one so young. We hail from the Yin Yang sacred sect. Hear the invitation to witness your sect's ascension ceremony. I am Su Ying, and these are my junior sisters." At her words, Fang Che's heart stirred slightly. The Yin Yang sacred sect was renowned as the foremost sanctuary for cultivation in Yinzhou, with a lineage as ancient as that of the Shangqing sect. Predominantly comprised of female cultivators, they were known for their dual cultivation methods of allure, and their manner of conduct was famously unconventional, standing apart in the realm of cultivation. Lifting his gaze, he found Su Ying smiling radiantly. A realization dawned upon him. With the ascension ceremony imminent, it was hardly surprising that the Yin Yang sacred sect would come to pay their respects to the Shangqing sect's esteemed status. "Ah, esteemed friends of the Yin Yang sacred sect, I beg your pardon." His expression remained unchanged as he continued. "I still have cultivation matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, Fang Che focused his thoughts, and the Mayuan sword began to pivot, preparing to bypass them. "Ah, little friend, why the haste to depart?" Su Ying's cloud-like fabric seemed to sense her intent, gently swaying to block his path once more. Her gaze roamed over Fang Che, lingering on his ethereal features and upright stature, the smile in her eyes deepening. "I have heard tales of the Shangqing sect's exceptional sword cultivators, and seeing you today, it does not disappoint. To wield a sword in flight at such a young age is indeed remarkable." Her words brimmed with unreserved admiration, laced with a hint of playful provocation. The woman in the yellow robe behind her smiled demurely and remarked, "Sister is quite right. This young friend possesses an exceptional aura and remarkable poise, truly a rarity." The woman in green, her eyes sparkling, spoke with a soft tone. "It seems your swordsmanship is still burgeoning, dear friend. Do exercise caution. The winds above are rather fierce, and you wouldn't want to be harmed. Perhaps we could escort you for a while." As she spoke, there was an unmistakable inclination to reach out toward Fang Che. "Thank you for your kindness, Taoist Su and esteemed sisters," he replied, his tone calm yet tinged with a subtly perceptible sharpness of sword intent. Fang Che was already well aware of the yin-yang sacred sect's unique techniques. What appeared to be jesting behavior from them was, in truth, a veiled allure. Were it not for his recent substantial advancement in cultivation and his superior spiritual awareness, he might have revealed his discomfort. My cultivation is still shallow. I cannot trouble esteemed guests. Our sect has rules. Guests should be received and guided by the service hall. Should you wish to explore the scenic mountains, I suggest you proceed to the guest house on the front mountain, where senior brothers and sisters will attend to you. Upon hearing this, Su Ying's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, swiftly transforming into a deeper interest. Typically, even those of slightly higher cultivation would exhibit some discomposure under her deliberate charm. Yet this young man maintained a clear and tranquil gaze, seemingly untouched by her allure. Such remarkable composure you possess, young friend, Su Ying remarked, her smile unwavering as she spoke softly. The Qingchang sect truly deserves its reputation as the pinnacle of righteousness in the world, nurturing such a pure heart from the very beginning of foundation establishment. However, her voice paused slightly, her gaze flowing like water, as if attempting to draw Fang Che into her depths. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Would it not be a loss to sit idly in austere meditation? My 100 Charms sect possesses myriad exquisite methods and truly understands the appreciation of all beautiful things in this world. If you remain excessively aloof, you might miss out on many joys. Why not allow us sisters to introduce you to some delightful pastimes? Her words grew increasingly blatant, bordering on overt seduction. If you wish for us to join you, that would not be a problem. The two women beside her giggled in agreement, their gazes fixed upon him with intensity. A sense of impatience stirred within Fang Che, coupled with a subtle wariness. He chose to remain silent, allowing his spiritual energy to flow gently, isolating the pervasive fragrance that enveloped him. The dark light of his Muyuan sword surged magnificently beneath his feet, emitting a clear, resonant sword cry, its piercing intent radiating outward. Esteemed friends, please conduct yourselves with decorum, he stated, his voice not loud, yet distinctly cutting through the cloying sweetness of the air. I must take my leave. Before his words had fully settled, the Muyuan sword accelerated suddenly, transforming into a streak of dark rainbow that surged forth. As it passed, the lingering fragrance and intangible allure were swept away by the fierce sword energy, creating a clear path through which he could escape. Su Ying and her companions were evidently unprepared for his abrupt departure, and the overwhelming sword intent caused their cloud silk artifacts to tremble beneath them. By the time they regained their balance, the dark rainbow had already vanished into the higher clouds, leaving only a trace of pure sword energy that swiftly dissipated in the wind. What a pure sword intent! The woman in green reigned in her teasing demeanor, her expression now tinged with seriousness. Su Ying stood atop the gossamer clouds, gazing in the direction where Fang Che had vanished. A flicker of intrigue danced in her enchanting eyes, and her crimson lips curled into a meaningful arc. In this generation of the Shanqing sect, such an interesting little fellow has emerged. It seems this Ascension Conference will not be dull after all. Turning gracefully, her sleeves swept lightly as she beckoned. Let us first pay our respects to the elders. There will be ample time ahead. 3 trails of cloud drifted, carrying the lingering fragrance, as they gracefully made their way toward the welcoming peaks of the Shanqing sect. Outside the Tingzhu Pavilion, Fang Che suppressed the sword light, landing softly in the courtyard. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, cleansing the air of the lingering sweet scent that had clung to him moments before. Reminiscing about the recent events, Fang Che shook his head and turned toward the quiet chamber. With the Ascension Conference approaching, tranquility would soon be a rare commodity within the Shanqing sect. Chapter 57. The conference begins. A month had passed since his serendipitous encounter with a disciple of the Yin-Yang Holy Sect, and the atmosphere within the Shanqing sect had become palpably vibrant. The decennial Ascension Conference was not merely a grand event within the sect, but a spectacle that captivated the entire realm of cultivation. As an ancient sect that held the reins of orthodox practice, the caliber of the younger disciples of the Shanqing sect foreshadowed the future trajectory of the cultivation world. Preparations were already in full swing throughout the sect. In the skies above, the frequency of flying lights had multiplied several times over. Disciples from the Stewart Hall were bustling about, traversing between peaks and halls, arranging venues, managing resources, and coordinating reception details. The foundational disciples from various peaks had become the center of attention. Whether they were renowned, true disciples, or those who had quietly honed their skills in anticipation of a breakthrough, all were making their final preparations. And the air was thick with a burgeoning fervor. Inside the Tingzhu Pavilion, however, a serene tranquility persisted. The whisper of the wind through the bamboo treetops carried faint echoes of the distant commotion, reminding Fang Che of the excitement beyond. He sat cross-legged on the meditation mat, the moya sword resting across his knees. The Shangqing Qi drawing technique flowed effortlessly as the surrounding spiritual energy continuously entered his body, refined through the cycle of his foundation. Part of it sank into his dantian, nurturing the nascent form of his internal world, while another portion nourished his meridians and physical body, solidifying his cultivation. His understanding of sword control technique deepened with each passing day, and a subtle yet potent sword intent circulated around him. Fang Che opened his eyes and gently brushed his hand over the sword's blade, which reflected his handsome visage. The sword's edge gleamed with a chilling brilliance, as if poised to unleash its latent light. The Ascension Conference was a momentous occasion held once every decade by the Shangqing sect, where disciples would compete against one another. And esteemed sects from across the 9 provinces would be invited to witness the event. At that time, the young prodigies of the 9 provinces would converge, promising a fierce contest. Though Fang Che possessed a tranquil demeanor, he could not help but feel a swell of youthful enthusiasm at this moment. The moya sword seemed to sense its master's emotions, trembling slightly, emitting a soft hum. Just then, a familiar presence approached from outside the courtyard. "Junior brother," Fang Che called as he opened the door, revealing his senior brother standing at the entrance, clad in a simple azure robe that accentuated his warm demeanor. Unlike in the past, Fang Che has now successfully established his foundation, faintly sensing the harmonious aura emanating from his third senior brother. This was undeniably a sign of achieving a perfect foundation, with spiritual energy refined to its utmost, and he was but a step away from forming the golden elixir. "Third senior brother," Fang Che said, bowing respectfully. Shen Qing entered the courtyard with measured steps, his gaze lingering on Fang Che, and he praised, "Junior brother, I knew you would succeed in establishing your foundation." Pausing for a moment, his tone expressed unreserved admiration. "Moreover, it is said to be the heavenly Tao foundation you have achieved. Your talent is truly remarkable." "You flatter me, brother. It was merely a stroke of luck," Fang Che replied with a gentle smile. "The day of forming the elixir must not be far off, I presume?" Shen Qingyan shook his head and laughed. "The realm of the golden elixir appears but a step away, yet it is fraught with obstacles. Without the right opportunities, one cannot force it." He shifted his tone, concern evident in his eyes. "Junior brother, how do you feel about entering the foundation establishment amidst such a grand gathering?" "I shall do my utmost," Fang Che stated honestly. Though he had forged a heavenly Tao foundation, all the disciples participating in the Immortal Ascension Conference were exceptionally gifted individuals. Fang Che was acutely aware of his standing. He neither belittled himself nor regarded others with disdain. He understood that his cultivation period was still brief, and, compared to those seasoned foundation disciples, his depth was inevitably lacking. This Immortal Ascension Conference was unlike any prior events, with not only the major sects from the 9 provinces in attendance, but also representatives from some reclusive ancient clans coming to observe. He looked at Fang Che with concern. "Junior brother, your burgeoning talent in the Heavenly Tao Foundation will surely attract attention from all sides. In the competition, if you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not be disheartened. After all, you are just beginning your journey in foundation establishment. There is ample time ahead, and this gathering is primarily about experience, not victory or defeat." "Thank you for your reminder, brother," Fang Che smiled. He understood well that the path of cultivation is not merely about momentary victories or losses. Such fluctuations are commonplace. This Immortal Ascension Conference, with its assembly of heroes, served as a mirror for him, reflecting his shortcomings and validating his learning. What he gained from it far surpassed the measure of victory or defeat. Your mindset is commendable, Shun Qingyan said, rising and gently patting Fang Che's shoulder. Prepare well, but do not be overly tense. The path of cultivation requires a balance of relaxation and focus. By the way, I haven't seen your sister Lin recently, Fang Che suddenly recalled. Lin Wan had often visited the bamboo pavilion to seek him out, but since he established his foundation, her presence had been absent. Junior sister has experienced some distress, Shun Qingyan replied with a hint of amusement, shaking his head. Ever since she learned of your intention to establish your foundation, she seems to have transformed. While she was diligent in her studies, she also had a playful side. Now, she has locked herself away in her quiet chamber, declaring she will not emerge until she breaks through to foundation establishment. Upon hearing this, Fang Che couldn't help but smile, envisioning her pouting visage akin to that of a pufferfish. The two continued to discuss their experiences regarding foundation establishment, with Shun Qingyan sharing his insights while Fang Che listened intently. After bidding farewell to Shun Qingyan, Fang Che stood alone beneath the shadows of the bamboo, lost in thought for a long while. The Mo Yuan sword emitted a soft, melodious hum from behind him. Fang Che gently caressed the hilt of his sword, feeling the eager sword intent pulsating within, a flicker of amusement passing through his eyes. Let this Ascension Conference serve as the inaugural testing stone for honing his blade. On this day, as was customary, Fang Che sat quietly upon the meditation cushion, gradually absorbing the vital energies of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a resonant and profound sound echoed, as if a bell tolling from the distant reaches of antiquity, reverberating through the cosmos. Fang Che opened his eyes, their depths clear and tranquil, a fleeting glimmer of spiritual light illuminating them. The Ascension Conference had commenced. Pushing open the door, Fang Che beheld a world transformed far beyond the ordinary. Countless brilliant rays of light ascended from all directions, slicing through the sky, coalescing into a resplendent torrent that surged toward the Tao inquiry platform. With a light step, Fang Che transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, swiftly merging into the grand river of illumination. The Tao inquiry platform, situated atop Taiching Peak, was an expansive floating square, built upon a foundation of white jade and surrounded by billowing clouds. Tier upon tier of observation platforms encircled it, now filled to capacity with cultivators for various sects, their murmurs rising like the tide. In the lofty heights where clouds swirled, several figures could be discerned seated regally, their auras as deep and vast as the ocean. At the center sat Dao Heng, the contemporary headmaster of the Shanqing sect, clad in an ancient robe, his visage lean and serene. Flanking him were the masters of each peak and elders, with esteemed guests from other sects seated further away. Suddenly, Fang Che felt an intuitive stir, his gaze shifting slightly. On a nearby observation platform to the east, he caught sight of several familiar figures, the disciples of the Yin-Yang sacred sect, with whom he had crossed paths a month prior. Suing seemed to sense it too, her eyes shimmering as they met his distant gaze. Fang Che calmly averted his eyes. At that moment, the Tao inquiry platform was a flurry of figures, disciples from various peaks, standing in orderly rows. A profound silence enveloped the assembly. A voice imbued with unparalleled authority resonated, cutting through the clamor and penetrating the hearts of all present. Instantly, silence felt like a blanket. Rising from the cloud seat above, Dao Heng slowly stood, his robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. His gaze swept over the throngs below, both disciples of his sect and visiting guests alike feeling the weight of a vast and commanding will wash over them. The Tao is boundless, and the quest for understanding is ceaseless, Dao Heng proclaimed, his voice echoing through the heavens and earth. For 5,700,000 years, the Shanqing sect has upheld the Tao to benefit the world and the law to protect life. Today's Ascension Conference is not a mere contest of skill or a measure of height, but an opportunity to temper our resolve, validate our learnings, observe the vastness of the universe, and recognize our own shortcomings. I implore you all to remain true to your hearts, to be humble in victory and resilient in defeat, thereby embodying the illustrious principles of our Shanqing sect. Thus, the Ascension Conference commenced. A fervent and intense battle spirit erupted among the tens of thousands of foundation-building disciples below. Soaring into the sky, Fang Che inhaled slowly, his fingertips brushing against the icy blade of Mo Yuan. Within the calmness of his gaze, a flicker of flame ignited, barely perceptible yet unmistakably fierce. As Dao Heng's words reverberated, a colossal golden formation emerged from the white jade surface at the center of the Dao inquiry platform, slowly rotating and radiating dazzling brilliance. Along the edges of the formation, 108 ancient runes illuminated, corresponding to the 108 martial stages situated within the platform center. Meanwhile, as the gathering commenced, the disciples of the foundational stage each bore a jade token that began to emanate a soft glow. Fang Che lowered his gaze, observing the number 555 materializing upon his token. The Ascension Conference relied on these jade tokens for identification. A senior elder's voice resonated powerfully, commanding attention above the subtle stirrings of the crowd. Contestants 1 through 2, 3 through 4, and so forth shall face off, with victors advancing and vanquished eliminated. Now, those holding the corresponding tokens, please take the stage. In an instant, over 200 figures surged upward from the throng, transforming into streaks of light as they descended upon their designated platforms. Fortunately for Fang Che, he was scheduled to compete in the third round. He scanned the sea of faces, discerning his bearings before making his way towards the area where the disciples of Xianshui Peak congregated. Senior Brother Fang is here. Upon his approach, an excited murmur spread through the Xianshui Peak contingent, and soon, fervent gazes were fixated upon him. Within the present ranks of Xianshui Peak, Fang Che's reputation had undeniably eclipsed that of many seasoned disciples following his remarkable foundational achievement at such a young age. In contrast, those surpassed by him exhibited a commendable demeanor devoid of envy. Their admiration for his exceptional talent, having attained foundational mastery at the tender age of 10, was palpable. "What number did you draw, junior brother?" inquired Shun Qingyan, clad in a flowing azure robe, his face adorned with his customary warm smile. 555. Set to appear in the third round, responded Fang Che. Observing the earlier matches will be beneficial, Shun Qingyan remarked as he stood beside him, his gaze fixed upon the dueling platforms. The first 2 rounds were a mix of talent, yet they reveal much. Observing and reflecting will serve you well. Indeed, senior brother. Fang Che nodded. Although he had faced life-and-death trials during the initial hunting tests, those encounters had been with beasts rather than fellow practitioners. This would be his first true contest against human opponents, providing an excellent opportunity for observation and learning. At that moment, several powerful presences approached swiftly, prompting Fang Che to turn. He beheld his 4th senior brother, Zhao Gang, striding towards him with the confidence of a lion, his physique more robust than a year prior, his skin glistening with a bronze sheen, indicative of his advancements in physical cultivation. "Junior brother, you have truly astonished us all with your foundational achievement at the age of 10, Zhao Gang declared, clapping a hand on Fang Che's shoulder, his face beaming with genuine delight. "It was merely a stroke of luck, nothing significant," Fang Che replied with a smile. 5th senior sister Su Qingru, adorned in an elegant long dress, radiated a gentle demeanor akin to orchids. Yet, the astonishment in her beautiful eyes was unmistakable as she remarked, "Luck? If this is merely luck, what does that make of our years of diligent cultivation?" With a smile, Shun Qingyan interjected, "Our junior brother possesses exceptional talent, with both character and insight of the highest caliber. Though impressive, his accomplishments are not without foundation." Indeed, 3rd senior brother speaks wisely. Su Qingru regained her composure, her gaze towards Fang Che filled with encouragement as she gently advised, "Junior brother, your training has been brief. This conference is primarily for experience. Do not bear excessive pressure." Zhou Mo then produced 2 small jade vials from his robe and handed them to Fang Che, stating, These are spirit recovery pills I concocted myself. Their quality is decent. Take them just in case. Remember, do not overexert yourself during the matches. Safety comes first. Feeling the heartfelt concern from her senior brothers and sisters, Fang Che felt a warmth in his heart as he solemnly accepted the elixir. Thank you, senior brother. Fang Che, you actually managed to establish your foundation in secret. Just wait. I will soon establish mine as well. And then I shall teach you a lesson, Lin Wan said, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Fang Che in a huff. The sight of Lin Wan in such a state elicited laughter from the crowd, even causing the usually stern expression of Lung Qianfeng to soften slightly. Fang Che smiled gently and replied, I shall await your instruction, senior sister. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the attention of the group swiftly shifted to the intense competition unfolding on the stage. Shen Qingyan quietly explained to Fang Che, look over there. Lu Suifeng from Ruijin Peak has already mastered his swordsmanship. His speed is unparalleled among the younger generation. However, his pursuit of extreme speed in his techniques makes them somewhat predictable. He may encounter difficulties against opponents skilled in defense or with unpredictable movements. Following Shen Qingyan's gaze, Fang Che observed a young man with a long sword on his back, exuding an air of aloofness, standing on the platform. His opponent was a female cultivator from Fenji Peak wielding a fiery long whip, her whip dancing like a dragon, flames blazing, enveloping half the arena. Lu Suifeng's expression remained stern until the myriad whip shadows approached him, at which point he drew his long sword with a resounding clang. In an instant, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted, a simple yet astonishingly swift thrust that precisely targeted the weakest point of the long whip. As the sword light passed, spiritual energy dissipated, causing the female cultivator from Fenji Peak to stifle a groan and stagger back several steps, nearly losing her grip on the whip. Such speed, whispered the disciples around in awe. Fang Che was captivated. Although Lu Suifeng's strike appeared basic, it demanded exceptional timing, keen eyesight, lightning speed, and concentrated spiritual power. This was precisely what Fang Che lacked in practical combat experience. Though his sword control technique had reached a significant level of proficiency, he still had a distance to cover in terms of adaptability compared to these disciples who had immersed themselves in the way of the sword for many years. The first round of the competition continued for nearly an hour before finally concluding. 108 victors were determined, with only a few, including Lu Suifeng, winning with ease and showcasing abilities far beyond others, drawing considerable attention. The second round commenced shortly thereafter. Fang Che noticed that the jade token at Su Qingrou's waist emitted a faint glow, revealing the number 343. Fifth senior sister, it's your turn. Fang Che said softly. Su Qingrou nodded slightly, her expression still gentle and serene. She offered the crowd a soft smile before turning to walk toward her assigned platform. Gulme, let us cheer for junior sister Su. Zhao Gang laughed heartily, his robust figure leading the way. The platform where Su Qingrou stood was located on the western side of the arena, and her opponent was a sturdy male disciple from Huda Peak. This disciple was robust, with dark skin, wielding a heavy black broadsword, exuding a weighty and steady aura, clearly not to be underestimated. Huda Peak, Shirley, please guide me, senior sister, the sturdy disciple said, cupping his fists in greeting with a deep voice. Xianshui Peak, Su Qingrou, I look forward to your guidance, junior brother, Su Qingrou replied, returning the gesture with elegant composure. Shirley made the first move. He let out a low shout, and the yellow earth spiritual light around him surged dramatically. With a single step, the ground of the stage seemed to tremble slightly. He was not in a hurry to launch an assault. Instead, he held the broad blade before him, adopting a defensive stance, his gaze firmly fixed upon Su Qingrou. The disciples of Thick Earth Peak were renowned for their formidable defense and enduring spiritual energy. Evidently, he intended to use stillness to provoke movement, testing Su Qingrou's strengths and weaknesses. Su Qingrou remained unperturbed, raising her delicate hand with grace, her slender fingers forming intricate gestures. In an instant, a soft blue, lustrous sheen enveloped her, while moisture in the air coalesced into a crystalline water curtain, surrounding her like an ethereal veil. It was the water curtain heavenly splendor, Sister Su had cultivated this protective technique to such an exquisite degree. A disciple from Mystical Water Peak whispered in admiration. Observing this, Shirley furrowed his brow. Realizing his strategy had faltered, he suddenly stepped forward, wielding the broad blade with the force of a mountain-splitting stone, sweeping it forward. The earthy yellow spiritual energy surged forth like tumultuous waves, rushing towards Su Qingru with astonishing momentum. Boom! The blade struck the water curtain, producing a deafening explosion, as ripples surged across the surface, successfully thwarting the fierce assault. Noting that his first strike had failed, Shirley's expression darkened. He transitioned from a chop to a sweeping motion, unleashing a massive wave of solidified earthy energy, akin to a tempest crashing upon the shore, covering a vast area. Su Qingru neither flinched nor evaded, allowing Shirley's attacks to collide with the water curtain. With a light flick of her sleeve, she subtly infused a few almost imperceptible glimmers into the designated positions of the combat stage. She was setting up a formation. A chill ran through Shirley's heart. Though he was not well-versed in formations, he understood that he must not allow the formation master to complete her array. He stomped his foot vigorously, channeling his robust, earth-based spiritual energy into the ground. The earth trembled. The white jade surface of the combat stage shook violently, distorted ripples spreading outwards, attempting to disrupt the hidden foundation of the formation beneath the surface. Su Qingru seemed to have anticipated this. Her right hand danced gracefully, akin to plucking the strings of a zither, as strands of spiritual energy extended from her fingertips, connecting with the glimmers she had previously cast. Her movements were fluid and elegant, imbued with a unique beauty even amidst the distractions and scrutiny of her opponent. Sister Su's mastery of the binding spirit formation was indeed remarkable. Shen Xinyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, quietly explaining to Fang Che that this formation was based on water, supplemented by the flags of metal, wood, earth, and fire, requiring exceptional skill to establish. Fang Che felt a surge of inspiration, having mostly encountered direct spells before. Witnessing Fifth Sister's adept use of formation intricacies seemed to unveil a new realm of understanding. Shirley sensed the flow of spiritual energy around him beginning to stagnate, an invisible binding force coalescing, causing his heart to race with anxiety. Mountain-shattering strike, he roared, channeling all his spiritual energy into the broad blade, which suddenly radiated a brilliant yellow light, faintly forming the illusion of a small mountain, descending upon Su Qingru with the intent to suppress all. This strike represented Shirley's utmost strength, aiming to shatter the impasse with a single blow. Su Qingru maintained her serene demeanor, her hands forming a complex seal before her chest. The binding spirit locking formation, Buzz, centered around her. All previously established formation flags illuminated simultaneously, intertwining blue, gold, green, yellow, and red spiritual lights, instantly creating a complex array of light that enveloped the entire combat stage. The luminous formation surged, generating an overwhelming force of dissolution that instantaneously dismantled the formidable onslaught of Shirley, causing the ethereal mountains depicted on the broad blade to dissipate in an instant. Water chains ensnared him. The spiritual radiance of the formation surged fiercely, and several blue chains, composed of pure water spirit energy, erupted from the light array, coiling around Shirley like ethereal serpents, binding him and the broad blade securely. Shirley struggled with all his might, unleashing earthy yellow spirit energy that shattered several water chains, yet countless more emerged from the formation, re-ensnaring him. It was as if he were trapped in a quagmire. The more he fought, the tighter the bindings became, and the spiritual energy within him was hindered from flowing smoothly by the formation's interference. Moments later, he found himself utterly immobilized, the broad blade clattering to the ground. With a pallid countenance, Shirley despondently remarked, "Senior sister, your formation is truly exceptional. I, your junior disciple, humbly concede defeat." With a graceful wave of her hand, Su Qingru caused the myriad water chains and the light array beneath to vanish simultaneously. while the small flags that served as the foundation of the formation transformed into streams of light, returning to her sleeve. Junior Brother Shi's cultivation is profound. I am honored, she replied softly. The elder in charge cast a deep glance at Su Qingru before announcing in a booming voice, Su Qingru of Xianshui Peak, victorious. A momentary silence enveloped the crowd, only to be followed by an even more fervent eruption of awe and discussion. The disciples of Xianshui Peak rejoiced, celebrating their honor. The first 2 rounds of the contest were marked by distinctive characteristics and captivating moments, featuring fierce battles of equal strength, underdog victories, and displays of absolute prowess. On the high dais, the esteemed figures engaged in their evaluations. On the Eastern Observation Platform, Su Ying of the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect occasionally cast her gaze over the crowd watching the contest, noticing Fang Che immersed in the atmosphere, exchanging words with his fellow disciples. His interest palpable. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of intense combat, the first 2 rounds concluded. The elder's voice resonated once more. The first 2 rounds have concluded. The 3rd round shall commence now. Fang Che lowered his head, the jade token at his waist flickering with a faint light, indicating that it was his turn to take the stage. He took a deep breath, his eyes calm, save for a subtle flicker of sword intent. Nodding slightly to his fellow disciples, he lightly stepped forward, transforming into a streak of light as he soared toward the martial platform designated for him. As Fang Che approached the martial platform, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd, countless gazes converging upon him in an instant. Although he had only been a disciple for a year, his remarkable exploits during this time had already made him a figure of great interest. Now, as he made his entrance, anticipation filled the air as everyone yearned to witness the true capabilities of this reputed prodigy. The moment Fang Che landed on the martial platform, a figure clad in a crimson outfit almost simultaneously touched down opposite him. This was a lean young man, his brow raised, with unrestrained fervor dancing in his eyes. Clearly, he was a disciple of the Burning Silence Peak. Brother Chun, let him witness the true fire of our Burning Silence Peak. Let us temper this genius's sharpness. The area occupied by the disciples of Burning Silence Peak erupted with fervent cheers. The conflict between Xianshui Peak and Wanjie Peak has long been marked by both overt and covert rivalries, stemming from the opposing attributes of their respective martial arts. Although Fang Che's name has recently echoed through the realms, Chun Feng, a seasoned disciple with his cultivation having reached the late foundation establishment stage, evidently commands considerable confidence from his peers. Defeating this rising prodigy would undoubtedly serve as a significant blow to Xianshui Peak's pride. On Wanjie Peak, Chun Feng clasped his fists in greeting, his gaze swiftly scanning Fang Che, revealing a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Junior brother, you must be Fang. I have heard much about you. Achieving foundation establishment at the tender age of 10 is remarkable. Do be gentle with me in our bout. Though his words were courteous, his demeanor was relaxed, clearly indicating that he did not regard Fang Che as a serious threat. Xianshui Peak, Fang Che, I humbly request your guidance, Senior Brother Chun. Fang Che replied calmly, adhering to the customary etiquette. Go for it, Brother Fang. The disciples of Xianshui Peak shouted, determined not to be outdone. Shun Qingyan, Zhao Gang, and others focused intently on the scene, while Lin Wan clenched her small fists, her gaze fixed on the stage. On the martial arts platform, 2 figures stood opposed, their gazes intermingling with an unmistakable spark of tension. In the eastern spectator area, where the Yin-Yang Sacred Sect resided, Su Ying's keen eyes fell upon Fang Che's retreating figure, a playful smile gracing her lips as she whispered to the middle-aged woman beside her, whose aura was profound. Master Mo. This is the disciple of the Shangqing sect I mentioned to you a month ago. I have heard he recently succeeded in foundation establishment, and it is rumored to be the heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The woman, referred to as Master Mo, regarded him with penetrating eyes and nodded slowly. Indeed, this young man is exceptional. However, there is one point you have misrepresented. Inger, he is not merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, but has already entered the mid-stage. At the age of 10, a mid-stage foundation establishment, and a heavenly Tao Foundation establishment at that. Shanqing sect has truly produced a remarkable talent this time. While Fang Che's cultivation might have eluded the notice of others, it did not escape the discerning eyes of this divine transformation practitioner of the Yin-Yang sacred sect. She cast a knowing glance towards Daoheng, who sat composed upon the cloud platform, her expression inscrutable. Su Ying, taken aback by the revelation, felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. On the elevated platform where the higher-ups of the Shanqing sect gathered, Daoheng and the Nine Peak Masters had also turned their attention to Fang Che, their awareness of his prowess unmistakable. By the heavens, this boy must have begun his cultivation in the womb, exclaimed the master of Wanjia Peak, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to suppress an expletive. Beside him, the master of Qingmu Peak chuckled softly, stroking his beard, and remarked, "This child possesses a profound foundation and a vibrant vitality. It truly evokes the essence of our Qingmu lineage's springtime flourishing." A ripple of intrigue flickered in the cool, moon-like eyes of the Xianshui Peak Master. Though the other Peak Masters did not voice their thoughts, their expressions betrayed a shared astonishment. On the martial arts platform, an invisible barrier shielded them from the external clamor. Chun Feng's relaxed smile had yet to fade when he surged towards Fang Che with startling speed. "Junior brother Fang, be careful." Flames ignited upon his fists, warping the air with their intensity. The scorching waves surged forth. Even before the punch arrived, the concentrated fiery energy snaked through the air like a venomous serpent, effectively sealing off Fang Che's space. Chun Feng's initial strike showcased remarkable strength, far surpassing the attacks of most previous disciples. Fang Che did not flinch. A resplendent golden light surged from within him, coalescing into a vivid illusion of towering mountains before him. In the next moment, Chun Feng's fist, imbued with explosive fiery energy, struck fiercely against this layer of golden light. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Chen Feng felt as though he were not striking a person, but rather a great mountain. The violent recoil surged through his fist, causing a tingling sensation, and the crimson flames dancing at his fingertips dimmed abruptly. Earth-based protective techniques? A flash of astonishment flickered in Chun Feng's eyes. Renowned for its water techniques, Xianshui Peak's Fang Che unexpectedly summoned such a pure and robust earth-based defensive spell. Nevertheless, with his vast combat experience, his surprise was but a fleeting thought. Since one punch yielded no result, he would unleash 10, 100, 1,000. "Break for me!" Chun Feng roared, his form spinning like a whirlwind of fire, his fists transforming into crimson phantoms, radiating intense heat as they rained down upon Fang Che from all directions. Bang, 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 bang. The barrage of fists fell like a torrential downpour, waves of heat enveloping the entire arena, transforming it into a veritable furnace, distorting the very air itself due to the overwhelming temperature. The series of muffled sounds erupted, and that seemingly thin mountain illusion rippled violently, yet remained steadfast and unyielding, absorbing all the force of the onslaught. The onlooking disciples were left agape. Chun Feng's storm-like assault would have left most practitioners of equal rank in disarray. Yet it proved utterly ineffective against Fang Che. This protective spell of Fang Che's is astonishingly formidable. The reputation of the great immovable mountain seal is indeed well-deserved, as Fang Che had cultivated it to such an extraordinary level. Look at Chun Feng's expression. The intensity of Chun Feng's surprise escalated with each futile strike. He felt as though he were swinging his fists against an endless expanse of earth, and no matter how fierce the flames, they could not truly shake it. Even more terrifying was the realization that a minuscule portion of his fire spirit energy was being absorbed by that golden light, further solidifying the mountain illusion. In mere moments, Chun Feng had pushed his technique, the burning sky dance, to its utmost limits. His spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his breaths growing labored. Yet the opponent had not even ruffled the hem of his garment. This feeling of exerting himself to the fullest, only to strike at nothingness, ignited a tempest of fury and horror within him, nearly overwhelming him. How could it be? Chun Feng's eyes blazed crimson, unable to contain himself any longer. He roared and brought his fists crashing together before his chest. With a deep, resonant growl, the flames surrounding him surged violently, coalescing behind him into a towering crimson flame tiger. The beast reared back and roared angrily, waves of scorching air rolling forth, causing the distant array barrier to resonate with a thunderous roar. The crimson flame tiger, Chun Feng, has even resorted to this technique. A disciple from the Burning Solitude Peak exclaimed in shock. This was Chun Feng's ultimate move, channeling all his fire-based spiritual energy to condense a trace of tiger's ferocity. Yielding immense power at a heavy toll on his own body, rarely employed lightly. Even before the tiger made its strike, the searing heat radiated outward, causing the very air to boil as if on the verge of combustion. The onlookers surrounding the platform hastily retreated a few steps, their expressions grave as they beheld the unfolding scene. Such imposing power was indeed awe-inspiring. Zhao Gang scoffed, while Shun Qingyan shook his head and remarked, "After all, Chun Feng is an established direct disciple, possessing considerable depth." He paused, turning his gaze to the young figure on the stage, and murmured, "Yet, the strength exhibited by our junior brother today is truly unexpected. Is the Tao of Foundation building truly this fearsome?" Su Qingrou's beautiful eyes, fixed upon Fang Che, betrayed her astonishment. Her slightly parted lips revealed her shock. Ling Qinfeng, with a sword slung across his back, fixed his electrifying gaze upon Fang Che, a flicker of eager battle intent flashing in his eyes. Only Lin Wan gritted her teeth, her small face etched with tension. Fang Che's eyes mirrored the flames, his garments billowing in the heat wave, his expression impassive as he formed a hand seal. In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness spread without warning. From beneath his feet, a layer of crystalline frost rapidly extended, colliding violently with the searing heat emanating from the crimson flame tiger, creating a cacophony of sizzling sounds as billowing steam rose. On the martial stage, one half was engulfed in the fiery inferno of the crimson flame tiger, while the other seemed to plunge into an icebound world, the contrasting temperatures clashing intensely. "Congeal." Fang Che uttered a single word, his hand gestures shifting. The encroaching cold mist and frost appeared to heed his call, converging wildly before him. The air resonated with the crisp sound of ice crystals forming, akin to the first cry of a phoenix. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent ice phoenix, entirely composed of translucent black ice, took shape. Its wingspan was modest, dwarfed by the crimson flame tiger's imposing size, yet it radiated a deep, azure cold light, each feather strikingly defined, exuding an overwhelming chill and an indescribable nobility. The ice phoenix hovered before Fang Che, flapping its wings gently, causing the swirling steam around it to freeze into tiny ice particles that cascaded down like snow. Ice transformation technique. Chun Feng's pupils constricted, a storm of astonishment surging within him. The purity and mastery of the ice technique displayed by his opponent exceeded his expectations of a foundation-building novice. In the moment the chilling aura enveloped him, he felt a fleeting illusion of facing the oppressive might of the Golden Core. Was this person truly merely at the initial stage of foundation building? Crimson Flame, Tiger's Fury. Chun Feng bellowed, suppressing his trepidation as he channeled all his spiritual energy into the spectral tiger behind him. The crimson flame tiger erupted with radiant brilliance, roaring skyward, its foreclaws igniting with flames, embodying a ferocious might as it lunged towards Fang Che. The platform scorched beneath its path, the air distorting and exploding with sound. In the face of this furious assault, Fang Che merely pointed forward, his fingers resembling a sword. The ice phoenix emitted a clear, melodious cry, its wings fluttering as it transformed into a streak of azure light, surging to meet the crimson flame tiger head-on. Ice and fire, elegance and ferocity, collided spectacularly at the center of the martial stage, captivating countless astonished gazes. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, intertwining red and blue light, engulfing all in a magnificent display. The collision of extreme heat and frigid cold generated a terrifying maelstrom of energy. with violent shockwaves crashing against the protective barrier of the arena, sending ripples cascading across its surface. The disciples in close proximity were awestruck by this overwhelming force, their faces paling as they instinctively retreated. The clash between ice and fire did not endure for long. The fierce crimson flame tiger, though seemingly ferocious, had already expended considerable strength during its prior assault on the immovable Yu'in, further hindered by its elemental vulnerability to the Ice Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix's sharp beak and chilling wings, akin to the most exquisite divine weapon, pierced through layers of scorching flames. Suddenly, the crimson flame tiger emitted a series of agonizing creaks, vast fissures rapidly spreading across its body. In the next moment, amidst countless astonished gazes, the imposing illusion of the crimson flame tiger shattered with a resounding crash, transforming into a torrent of flames, which was subsequently extinguished by the surging cold. Chun Feng's face turned as pale as paper, his body convulsing violently as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning abruptly. As he shared a mental connection with the tiger, its injury reverberated back to him. Although the Ice Phoenix appeared considerably diminished, its imposing aura remained intact, accompanied by a piercing cold wind as it swiftly approached Chun Feng. The frigid air threatened to freeze his very blood, a looming presence of death enveloping him. Just as the Ice Phoenix was about to make contact with Chun Feng's chest, it suddenly dispersed into a flurry of snowflakes. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The transition from Chun Feng unleashing his ultimate Crimson Flame Tiger to Fang Che's Ice Phoenix, shattering it, occurred in mere seconds. A seasoned disciple at the late Foundation establishment stage had met with utter defeat, and it was a collapse so complete that it seemed he had no means of countering the onslaught. After a brief moment of silence, a thunderous uproar erupted like a tsunami. The disciples from Xianshui Peak, having momentarily been taken aback, erupted into jubilant cheers that reverberated throughout the square. Chapter 60. Stealthily entering dreams, the resounding cheers rolled endlessly across the plaza, countless gazes now burning with fervor upon the figure, standing quietly at the center of the arena. Fang Che stood still, the residual chill around him dissipating swiftly. He appeared exceedingly youthful, resembling a mere 10-year-old child, with skin as pale as jade, a stature as upright as a freshly sprouted bamboo, and eyes like ink paintings, clear and serene. His cherubic face, still bearing the innocence of youth, created a striking contrast with the formidable presence he had just exhibited in battle, leaving everyone momentarily entranced. Could he truly be only 10 years old? One disciple murmured, almost forgetting to cheer, lost in the mesmerizing visage of that impossibly youthful and beautiful countenance. They began to realize that this rumored prodigy, beneath his brilliant talent and formidable strength, was still a boy whose features had yet to fully mature. Fang Che cast a glance at the somewhat disheveled Chun Feng across from him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Brother Chun, I concede." Chun Feng met those clear, luminous eyes, which shone with such brilliance in the arena's light that he found himself unable to look away, feeling a disconcerting flutter in his heart at Fang Che's enchanting smile. He opened his mouth, only to find his tongue tied, and his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. "Fang, junior brother Fang, you are being too polite." At this moment, Chun Feng's voice was somewhat strained, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Fang Che's eyes. He hurriedly turned away from the stage, awkwardly stumbling, the flush on his ears lingering for quite some time. A soft chuckle erupted from the audience. The first to succumb to amusement quickly stifled thereafter. Within the disciples' area of the burning silence peak, a profound silence enveloped the crowd as they beheld their senior brother's blood-red ears and his clumsy retreat, their expressions tinged with peculiarity. On the side of Xianshui Peak, the crowd initially stared in astonishment before bursting forth with even more fervent cheers, intermingled with good-natured laughter. "Chun Feng's face is so red," Lin Wan remarked quietly to Shun Qingyan beside her. Shun Qingyan, eyes twinkling with mirth, shook his head, saying, "The junior brother is indeed quite handsome." Su Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Zhao Gang laughed unabashedly. Fang Che observed their reactions with some surprise, thinking, "Why are you blushing?" The faint smile that adorned his face had entirely vanished, replaced by his usual calm demeanor as he quietly adjusted his cuffs. The wind stirred a few strands of hair across Fang Che's forehead, revealing a youthful yet ethereal profile that appeared particularly pristine in the sunlight. On the eastern cloud platform, Su Ying had long concealed her playful smile, her gaze fixated on the figure below with a complex expression. Her lips parted slightly, yet words eluded her. Beside her, Master Mo's eyes flickered with astonishment, which ultimately transformed into a barely audible sigh. Such talent, such temperament, coupled with such beauty and grace, surely favored by the heavens. Among the upper echelons of the Qingchang sect, the leaders cast appreciative glances. The master of burning silence clicked his tongue, pondering aloud. This lad's looks are not inferior to his abilities. The slightly portly master of earth chuckled heartily, nostalgia lacing his tone. This child possesses a level of skill reminiscent of my younger days. Surely, brother is not lost in his cultivation to begin speaking such nonsense. The master of Xianxin teased lightly. Sitting centrally, Dao Hongzhenren stroked his beard and smiled. Though he said nothing, satisfaction was evident in his eyes. In the gathering of elders at Qingchang sect, a subtle atmosphere prevailed. Real Master Yunlan's slender fingers rhythmically tapped the armrest of his chair, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. The corners of his mouth curving upward as though he might burst into song at any moment. Junior brother Qi Xiao, my disciple has just entered the foundation establishment stage. Still unfamiliar with his power, he struck without consideration. I shall have a word with him. Real Master Qi Xiao offered a wry smile, replying, Sister Yunlan, you jest. Qinfeng's lack of skill cannot be blamed on others. Positioned diagonally opposite her, Real Master Zilei wore a sullen expression, grunting heavily at the remark. A faint spark of electricity flickering in his nostrils. He had initially intended to take Fang Che as his disciple, only to discover that the cunning Yunlan had outmaneuvered him. The thought of it caused a heaviness in his chest. On the other side, Real Master Xianming, with a lean visage and refined demeanor, could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile, his eyes brimming with regret. The pearl is cast into darkness, and the precious gem is covered in dust. He sighed softly, his voice light, yet every individual present, skilled in their craft, heard him distinctly. Master Yunlan, rather than taking offense, shook his head with satisfaction and remarked, whether the gem is valuable or not, he is still my disciple, Yunlan. Perhaps my two elder brothers should pay more attention to their own disciples. Realizing the tension, Master Zilei's forehead twitched with visible veins, and a faint rumble of thunder echoed around him, while Master Xianming closed his eyes, silently reciting the heart-purifying incantation. As the elder referee announced the results, Fang Che moved swiftly, soaring back to this area under the fervent gaze of the disciples from Xianshui Peak. Upon landing, Shun Qingyan approached him with a smile, gently patting his shoulder, and said, Little junior brother, you performed splendidly. Fang Che replied, I am but a humble disciple, brother. Your praise is too generous. Maintaining a demeanor devoid of arrogance, his gaze as clear as ever. Zhao Gang grinned widely, his large hand almost slapping Fang Che into the ground. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. Su Qingru handed him a pristine silk handkerchief, softly suggesting, Little junior brother, wipe your sweat. Fang Che was momentarily taken aback. He had not perspired, yet, seeing the concern in his fifth sister's eyes, he accepted it with gratitude. Lin Wan squeezed beside him, her face uplifted and her eyes sparkling. Little junior brother, when did you master the Xianyuan ice condensation technique to such an extent? You must teach me once I establish my foundation. Of course, if my sister wishes to learn, I would be honored to teach, Fang Che replied with a smile. As their conversation flowed, the competitions on the other martial platforms began to reveal their outcomes. The foundation-building practitioners from the Qing dynasty sect were either incredibly powerful or possessed exceptional backgrounds, with very few unworthy participants among them. The subsequent rounds of combat intensified, showcasing an array of exquisite spells, magical tools, and talismans, eliciting continuous gasps and admiration from the audience. Fang Che's three elder brothers also took to the stage in turn. Shen Qingyan faced a sword practitioner from Sharp Gold Peak, whose sword light was sharp and swift, attacking like a tidal wave. Yet, Shen remained calm, lightly waving a folding fan as soft azure winds swirled around him, effortlessly dissipating the opponent's ferocious sword intent. Ultimately, the sword practitioner, unable to break through, exhausted his spiritual energy and was swept off the martial platform by a suddenly intensified whirlwind, conceding defeat with a sense of respect. Zhao Gang's bout was even more visually striking. His opponent, a disciple known for defense from thick earth peak, employed the immovable stance of rock, encased in heavy stone armor. Appearing nearly invulnerable, undeterred, Zhao Gang laughed maniacally, his body radiating a bronze glow, muscles bulging as he launched a direct assault with his bare fists. The seemingly indestructible stone armor crumbled beneath his sheer strength. The opponent, stunned and unable to rise, lay defeated, while Zhao Gang's fists were merely slightly reddened. His aura still robust. The contest involving Lung Qianfeng concluded the fastest. As soon as the battle commenced, spectators witnessed a flash of lightning, followed by a resonant sound of a sword, as his blade firmly positioned before his opponent's throat. As for the seventh brother, Zhou Mo, he remained entranced by the art of alchemy, causing his cultivation to stagnate, and thus was unable to participate in this Ascension Conference. As the last rays of the setting sun cast a warm golden hue upon the white jade table, the venerable voice of the chief judge resonated through the square, announcing the outcomes of the first day's assembly. The younger disciple departed, and Shen Qingyan smiled, inviting everyone to return to the peak for rest. As there would be no further contest today, Zhao Gang, feeling invigorated, stretched his neck with a satisfying crack and remarked, "That was exhilarating. I hope for a more formidable opponent tomorrow." Surrounded by his senior brothers and sisters, Fang Che was swept along with the crowd. Though his figure appeared somewhat slight among them, his ethereal demeanor instinctively prompted those nearby to create space for him. The group from Xianshui Peak returned amidst the twilight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, discussions about the daytime contests wafted through the various halls of the Qingzone, like the evening breeze. At the Burning Silence Peak, in the Redwater residence, several disciples familiar with Chun Feng sat together. "Chun, do not take it too much to heart. That Fang Che is truly a prodigy." A round-faced disciple attempted to console him, though awe seeped through his words. He established his foundation at the tender age of 10, and under the heavenly path no less. How can one compare? Another tall, slender disciple stroked his chin, his gaze drifting. That said, our junior brother Fang truly possesses a remarkable presence. When I was below the stage, the way he smiled at junior brother Chan, my goodness, several junior sisters nearly dropped their recording jade slips. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng's complexion grew even more uneasy, and he muttered, "There is no need to dwell on it. Defeat is defeat. My cultivation is lacking." Yet as he spoke, the image of those clear, bright eyes flashed through his mind once more, causing his heart to race, compelling him to hastily gulp down his drink to mask his embarrassment. The round-faced disciple stifled a laugh and exchanged a knowing glance with the tall disciple. At Xianling Peak, within the Qixia courtyard, the flickering candlelight illuminated the graceful figures of several young women in their delicate pavilions. "Did you see that junior brother Fang from Xianshui Peak?" A girl clad in a soft yellow dress rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling. "Oh my, how can someone be so stunning? His skin is even more translucent than my spirit jade bracelet." Not just stunning, another sister in blue, striving to maintain her composure, interjected with excitement. "His strength is formidable too. When that ice phoenix emerged, I was covered in goosebumps." "What a pity he is so young," came a voice tinged with regret. "Being so exceptional at just 10 years old. Imagine what he'll be like in a few years." The girl in yellow swiftly countered, then lowered her voice, chuckling. "Do you think he is already betrothed? Or perhaps particularly close to any senior sisters?" At the thick earth peak, in a corner of the dining hall, several robust disciples indulged heartily, their conversation inevitably drifting back to the day's contests. "That Zhao Gang is growing increasingly monstrous. He is like a humanoid beast." One disciple complained, rubbing his sore arms. "Zhao Gang is a powerhouse, That Fang Che, however, is an all-around prodigy, another disciple mumbled through a mouthful of spirit rice. He looks like a celestial being, yet his strength is astonishing. Indeed, that face is quite intimidating. A younger disciple chuckled. I have heard that many senior and junior sisters are inquiring about him. I believe that even if he lacks extraordinary prowess, his striking appearance alone could allow him to stride confidently within the sect. Fool, the elder brother admonished, delivering a light reprimand. Without strength, even the fairest visage can lead to misfortune. However, if one possesses both, it is as if the heavens themselves conspire to provide. Even among the outer sect and the more obscure quarters of the auxiliary disciples, rumors were circulating. Have you heard? A celestial-like young uncle has emerged from the main peak. Merely 10 years old, incredibly formidable, and strikingly handsome. Is that true? 10 years old? Absolutely. I have a brother stationed at Xianshui Peak who claims that when the young uncle steps onto the stage, he appears as if he has descended from a painting. And his skills are nothing short of extraordinary. News of him is spreading across the peaks. As the moonlight cascaded over the rugged mountains, that night, many young cultivators, perhaps during their meditative breaks or just before succumbing to slumber, found themselves involuntarily recalling the ethereal figure, encircled by frost on the martial stage of daylight. Chapter 61. A stunning display of talent the following day, as the morning mist had yet to be entirely dispelled by the nascent sun. The Wendatai was already bustling with voices, the atmosphere even more vibrant than the day before. An almost palpable heat permeated the air. Countless gazes converged upon the resplendent figure that had become the focal point of the gathering. Fang Che, clad in a moon-white robe, stood quietly amidst his seniors. He seemed unfazed by the fervent stares and the almost tangible waves of discussion surrounding him. With his eyelids gently lowered, his long lashes cast soft shadows upon his fair skin, his demeanor calm and composed, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding clamor. Senior sister, look. His eyelashes are so long, his nose is so straight, and his lips, why, they are exquisitely shaped. A young female cultivator tugged at the sleeve of her senior sister, her voice barely above a whisper. Do you not find his aura refined, possessing an untainted purity? Her gaze was fixed intently on Fang Che. I heard many senior sisters returned yesterday, leveraging connections to inquire about Brother Fang's preferences. Sure. Did you uncover anything? What does he often cultivate? What spirit fruits does he enjoy? The excited murmurs of the female disciples surged like a tide, all eyes fervently trained on one individual, as if his very presence emanated the sole source of illumination. Not far away, on a stone platform with an excellent view, several distinguished true disciples observed this spectacle. Boring, muttered Fu Lingyun, clad in a dark black outfit, his expression stern, his brow slightly furrowed. Beside him, a gentleman in a jade-green robe, exuding a gentle demeanor, smiled faintly and remarked, "It is only natural for the youth to admire beauty, especially when this Brother Fang indeed possesses an exceptional appearance. Beauty is fleeting, a century hence. It shall all be dust." The path of cultivation relies on strength, not on such ephemeral illusions. The black-clad youth, known as Brother Fu, retorted with disdain. Acknowledged as the foremost combatant among the foundational disciples of Ruijin Peak. Brother Fu, your words are perhaps a bit biased, a melodious voice interjected. The group turned to see an exquisitely beautiful woman approaching, her countenance radiant yet infused with an undeniable aura of valor. The capabilities of junior disciple Fang Che cannot merely be encapsulated in superficial terms. I urge you all to introspect. How many among us possessed even a fraction of Fang's abilities at the tender age of 10? A flicker of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the man in the azure robe, Qin Yu, who then remarked with a smile, "Sister Zhuang, your insight is profound. It appears that this junior disciple Fang is indeed a paragon of talent and virtue, esteemed even by our ice spirit fairy of Xianling Peak. It is not mere admiration. It is an objective assessment," Zhuang Qinghan replied with a calm demeanor. "The emergence of such a prodigy within our sect heralds a promising future. Our discussion here seems rather trivial in comparison. On the side of Xian Shui Peak, Zhao Gang surveyed the predatory gazes around him. Smirking as he lowered his voice to shun Qingyan, I must concede, this little disciple's composure is impressive. With a gentle smile, Shun Qingyan softly closed his folding fan and replied, a heart as clear as ice remains unperturbed by the weight of the heavens. The steadiness of our junior disciple's resolve is unparalleled. However, as his gaze fell upon several female disciples nearby who were surreptitiously recording the scene with jade slips, his smile deepened. After today, it is likely that even this composure will become a topic of fascination for others. Faced with the fervent gazes directed at him from all corners, Fang Che felt a sense of helplessness. Was it not said that practitioners of the immortal path are generally devoid of desires and possess a tranquil disposition? This scene seemed to starkly contrast with the descriptions found in books. Just as he pondered this, the jade token at his waist suddenly illuminated, revealing the number 26. His turn to take the stage had arrived. Fang Che lifted his gaze, preparing to step forward, when he heard Shun Qingyan whispering beside him, junior disciple, take it easy and look across. He followed Shun's gaze and beheld a tall female cultivator from Rue Jean Peak twisting the ear of a male disciple about to take the stage. Luo Hong, heed my words. When you ascend the platform, do not act carelessly. If you so much as harm a single hair on junior disciple Fang, you will face my wrath upon your return. Luo Hang's rugged countenance flushed crimson as he protested softly, Sister, this is the Ascension Conference. It cannot be treated lightly. And what of the Ascension Conference? Chimed in a kind-faced female cultivator, patting his shoulder with earnestness. How old is junior disciple Fang? And how old are you? Remember to show restraint. Many younger sisters are watching. Another youthful face peered in with a teasing smile. Brother Luo, about that Lu Jing stone you borrowed. Are you still holding on to it? I can still hold on to it, can't I? Luo Hung quickly sought mercy, his expression one of exasperated amusement. His strength was only on par with Chun Feng, who had been thoroughly bested by junior disciple Fang the previous day. His own abilities were insufficient to compete, and holding on to it seemed rather absurd. Fang Che remained silent, casting a glance at his seniors, only to find Shun Qingyan concealing his face with the fan, his shoulders quivering with suppressed laughter. Zhao Gang grinned broadly, waving a hand nonchalantly. Junior disciple, your charm is truly remarkable. Even Su Qingrou's lips curved into a gentle smile. Most exuberant of all was Lin Wan, who laughed with her eyes sparkling, surreptitiously gesturing encouragement to Fang Che, clearly reveling in the unfolding spectacle. With a heart full of resignation, he could only focus on his path, walking steadily towards the arena. Across from him, Luo Hung finally freed himself from his sister's admonitions and leaped onto the stage. His robust frame landed with a resounding thud, exuding an imposing presence, yet instinctively. He stole a glance at his sister before turning to clasp his fists, his voice booming yet tinged with complexity. Junior disciple Fang, I look forward to your guidance. Fang Che returned the courtesy with poise. Brother Luo, please. In the instant the formalities concluded, Luo Hung's gaze sharpened with sudden intensity. He was acutely aware that his cultivation was inferior to Chun Feng's, rendering him unworthy to be Fang Che's opponent. Thus, there was no room for leniency. With a subtle shift in stance, the floor beneath him trembled slightly, and he launched forward like an arrow released from its bow, enveloped by an aura of piercing energy that surged towards Fang Che. With a swift punch, a fierce golden spiritual force erupted, coalescing instantaneously into the visage of a menacing tiger's head, its roar reverberating through the air. Fang Che remained still, his moon-white robe billowing in the violent gust generated by the oncoming strike. Only when the formidable tiger's head approached within a mere yard did he raise his right hand, his fingertips not shimmering with azure water light, but instead igniting with a brilliant crimson glow. Flame dragon technique, Fang Che murmured, and the flickering red light burst forth in an explosion of blazing flames. In a heartbeat, a fire dragon, forged from red flames, roared into existence, exuding an overwhelming force that warped the air around it, sending forth waves of scorching heat. The intertwining red and gold spiritual light flashed, while the searing air and sharp golden brilliance erupted with a sizzling sound. Both the fire dragon and the tiger's head disintegrated amidst the cacophony, yet the dissipating flames, after consuming the remnants of the golden energy, reformed into a smaller fire dragon, darting like an arrow straight towards Luo Heng's face. Luo Heng's expression shifted slightly as he retreated sharply, simultaneously striking out with both palms, sending forth golden handprints that dispelled the encroaching flames. However, the corner of his sleeve was singed, the faint scent of charred fabric wafting through the air. Flame dragon technique. Wasn't he using the Xian Yuan ice condensation technique yesterday? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Before anyone could react, Luo Heng steadied himself, his hands forming seals with astonishing speed. Golden light surged around him, instantaneously transforming into dozens of thick golden chains, shrieking through the air with the force of a gale. Aim to ensnare Fang Che. Before the chains arrived, a palpable sense of confinement enveloped Fang Che's space. Unfazed, Fang Che extended his left hand, fingers poised like a blade, as icy tendrils flowed from his fingertips. Ice Phoenix. In an instant, the temperature around him plummeted. Water vapor in the air crystallized into countless dancing ice shards, and a melodious phoenix cry resonated as a resplendent ice phoenix materialized behind him. A chilling frost swept across the arena, rapidly coating the ground in white frost. The golden chains became encased in solid ice, shattering piece by piece under the frigid winds, scattering into golden sparks and icy fragments. Luo Heng's chest heaved violently, the frigid air stabbing at his lungs. Observing Fang Che, who remained composed, not even a hint of disarray in his breath, a sense of helplessness welled up within him. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared for one final struggle. However, Fang Che was a step ahead, his right hand deftly forming seals, as a green talisman materialized in an instant, which he lightly tapped, 8 directions binding wood. The ground around Luo Heng trembled violently, as an immense surge of vitality erupted, and countless resilient vines, shimmering with emerald light, burst forth from the earth. In the blink of an eye, a colossal cage of vines rose, ensnaring him completely. Luo Heng, taken aback, unleashed a flurry of strikes imbued with golden light, shattering several vines in an instant. However, at the point of rupture, vibrant green flashes erupted, as new vines surged forth with greater speed to fill the void, endlessly intertwining and tightening. In a moment of respite, the overwhelming vitality of the entwining vines enveloped him layer upon layer. At this juncture, Fang Che stepped forward slowly, and through the vine cage, he offered a respectful salute to the somewhat disheveled Luo Heng. "Brother Luo, I am in your debt." Luo Heng ceased his futile struggles, gazing at the lively prison and then at the tranquil youth outside, whose expression remained unperturbed. He sighed deeply, dispersing his spiritual energy, and clasped his fists, saying, "Brother Fang's magical prowess is profound. I, Luo, am truly convinced." The presiding elder inhaled deeply, suppressing the astonishment in his eyes, and announced with clarity, "Fang Che of Xian Shui Peak wins." This time, the audience did not erupt into immediate commotion, but instead fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed intently on the figure clad in moon white, watching as he casually waved his hand, causing the azure prison that ensnared Luo Heng to dissolve into countless specks of green light, as if the earlier display of tri-elemental spells was but a fleeting dream. Coupled with yesterday's grand immovable seal, he had showcased at least 4 elemental spells, each mastered to an exceptionally high degree. A disciple murmured, his voice dry. How did he cultivate to such a level? In the Xian Shui Peak area, Zhao Gang stood agape for a moment before abruptly gasping, gripping Shun Qingyan's arm tightly. "Old Shun, when did our junior brother attain such mastery over these profound spells?" Shun Qingyan allowed him to clutch his arm, his typically composed face now marked with shock. He exhaled slowly, offering a bitter smile. "It seems we have vastly underestimated our junior brother." Beside them, the usually vivacious Lin Wan was unexpectedly quiet, staring blankly at the moon-white figure on the stage, her fingertips unconsciously curling into her palm. The junior brother, who once required her care, had unknowingly surpassed her by a considerable margin. Upon returning to his seniors, Fang Che met their fervent gazes with a gentle smile, as if the breathtaking contest was merely a trifling affair. Yet, within the depths of his lowered gaze, a flicker of contemplation passed. The transition between the fire dragon and ice phoenix was still somewhat sluggish. The strength of the 8 directions binding wood was just adequate against opponents at the late foundation establishment stage. Were it perfected, it might not even restrain them for 3 breaths. In that battle, he had exerted approximately 50% of his strength. In this grand competition, he sought neither fame nor fortune. His true aim lay in honing his abilities and addressing his shortcomings. Since embarking on the path of immortality, Fang Che had always lacked experience in combat against others. Knowledge gained from books felt superficial. Only on the arena of true confrontation, facing diverse opponents and techniques, could he fully transform his abundant spiritual energy and myriad spells into his own. Chapter 62. Will he win? In the ensuing days, the battles of the Ascension Conference grew increasingly intense, and Fang Che's name repeatedly became the focal point of discussion among the masses. In these contests, each opponent he faced was stronger than the last, their magical prowess more refined, their tactics increasingly cunning, and their magical artifacts and talismans ever more varied. However, what left all spectators breathless was that, regardless of how formidable the opponent's onslaught was, Fang Che always managed to find a flaw in the critical moment, ultimately securing a narrow victory that kept everyone guessing about the extent of his limits. Only Fang Che himself was aware that these recent contests were less about winning or losing and more about a meticulously arranged training regimen. He intentionally tempered his brilliance, using the encounters to validate his learning and continually hone his skills. The journeys of the other contenders from Xian Shui Peak were equally captivating. Shen Xingyan maintained his graceful demeanor, wielding his folding fan with such finesse that the combination of wind techniques and sound attacks left his opponents utterly defenseless. They often succumbed before they could even discern his true intentions. His path to advancement appeared remarkably composed, as if he were strolling leisurely through a garden. Zhao Geng, on the other hand, adhered to his usual aggressive approach. When he unleashed his iron fists, the arena trembled, rendering any multitude of spells and transformations utterly futile against him. Though he encountered a few challenging adversaries and sustained minor injuries, his robust foundation and fierce spirit propelled him to successive victories, advancing through the subsequent rounds. Su Qingrou's contest showcased an entirely different style of absolute dominance. Her formations, though not particularly dazzling, were executed with pinpoint precision and calmness. Any flaw in her opponent's strategy was laid bare under her discerning gaze, often resulting in a decisive outcome within 100 moves. Only Lung Qianfeng faced misfortune, encountering a highly favored competitor early on, leading to his elimination. Nevertheless, Xian Shui Peak's Yunlan sect still had 4 representatives remaining in the competition, a rarity in the history of the Ascent to Immortality tournaments, making the Yunlan lineage the most prominent and talked-about presence in this year's event. On this day, Fang Che had just concluded a contest against a disciple from Balian Peak, employing an exquisite wooden prison technique in conjunction with an icy spike assault to narrowly dismantle his opponent's mechanized puppet formation. After the elder referee announced the results, he calmly descended the martial platform under the scrutiny of countless gazes. Junior brother Fang's 8 directions wooden prison technique is becoming increasingly adept, with his timing remarkably astute, remarked an observant disciple in admiration. Indeed, every time he seems on the verge of being pushed to his limits, he manages to conjure something new to turn the tide. Another echoed, laced with a hint of resignation. Upon the platform, a discerning elder commented, "Observe how this young man employs different techniques and manifests varying attributes of spiritual power with each encounter. Though it appears he is being led by his opponents, he is, in fact, actively refining himself." The corners of Yunlan's mouth, which had been slightly upturned, now blossomed into a full smile. "Ah, senior brother B. Eyes, your words are that of a child," He merely understands some rudimentary techniques and knows to seize opportunities for practice. Such praise is unwarranted, while her words seemed self-deprecating. The pride in her eyes was unmistakable. Soleil, already irked by previous events, could not contain his irritation upon witnessing Yunlan's demeanor and hearing her tone of feigned modesty. A vein twitched at his temple as he grumbled in a voice like distant thunder. "Eyes, just because you have a sharp tongue doesn't mean you have to speak. Do you think you alone possess talent? Cloudlawn, cease your ostentation. While the disciple is indeed commendable, having you as a master is quite the burden." Yet, the esteemed Cloudlawn remained unperturbed, her smile only blossoming more radiantly. Addressing Master Zile, she spoke with a tone laden with nostalgia. "I must express my gratitude to you, Master Zile, for your generous kindness in the past. It has always been etched in my heart." "You?" Master Zile was momentarily taken aback, his face flushed crimson. Enough, interjected Master Xianming, sensing the escalating tension. "Dear Cloudlawn, perhaps you might temper your words. Young Fang Che possesses remarkable talent, indeed a boon for our Qingzhong sect. However, not all gazes were fixated on Fang Che's enigmatic prowess." A group of young female cultivators gathered beneath the Yulan tree, their eyes frequently drifting toward the disciples of Xianshui Peak, specifically to the tranquil figure seated beside Shun Qingyan. When Brother Fang deftly evaded the sword light, his robes billowed beautifully. "Thankfully, I captured that moment," exclaimed a female cultivator from Taiqing Peak, tightly clutching a jade slip containing the recorded image, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush as she leaned towards her companions. His fingers, as he formed the seal, were so graceful, distinctly long and elegant like jade, remarked another from Xianling Peak, her tone wistful. "Have you not noticed?" Regardless of his opponent's strength, Brother Fang's demeanor remains perpetually calm and composed. "Such equanimity is truly rare," commented an elder sister, her gaze lingering. "Do cease your frivolities. He is merely 10 years old, likely preoccupied with his cultivation and indifferent to your charms." Someone attempted to bring them back to reality, though their eyes still wandered. "What of it? At 10, he can already establish his foundation," exchanged knowing glances among the female cultivators, followed by a chorus of meaningful laughter. Not far off, a group of male disciples sat in a somewhat delicate atmosphere, rife with admiration and astonishment, yet tinged with other sentiments as well. "He is merely more pleasing to the eye," remarked a disciple from Ruijin Peak, his gaze cold and tone tinged with envy. "He consistently finds a way to triumph in dire situations, yet his foundation remains tenuous. Victories like those are hardly commendable." "Mind your words," another cautioned, casting wary glances around. "Brother Fang's strength is evident to all." "Indeed, it is," murmured another from Taiqing Peak, his voice low. "He suffered defeat at Zhao Gang's hands the other day, and now even the sight of Xianshui Peak feels awkward. But do you not find it peculiar? Each time, it is a narrow victory. Such fortune seems contrived, almost as if he toys with his opponents." "I find him young yet shrewd," another added. "Your words ring true." The disciple from Ruijin Peak remarked with a colder demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at the female disciples cheering for Fang Che. A cultivator's heart should be as still as water, aspiring towards the lofty skies. To be so consumed by superficial fame, causing discord among peers, is to descend into mediocrity. The teachings of our ancestors remind us that the path of the great is rooted in simplicity, precision, and sincerity. Relying on such superficial distractions ultimately leads to ephemeral illusions, unsustainable in the long run. This discourse, laced with palpable jealousy, was deliberately muted but could not escape the keen ears of the cultivators. On the side of Xianshui Peak, Zhao Gang's expression darkened, his blood and energy subtly agitated. Shen Qingyan's gaze turned icy as well, with ethereal light flickering at his fingertips. Both men's auras shifted simultaneously, indicating an impending action. "Hold on, senior brother," came the voice of Fang Che, who had quietly opened his eyes without anyone noticing. His clear, tranquil gaze swept left and right before he gently shook his head. "Barking dogs are inconsequential. They are merely a few meaningless barks. Why disturb the tranquility?" On the opposite side, Su Qingrou's eyes turned frosty, like frost-laden snow, while Lin Wan could hardly contain herself. Her delicate cheeks flushed with indignation. Her almond-shaped eyes glared fiercely at the group from Rue Jean Peak, and had it not been for Fang Che's intervention, she might have already voiced her objections. However, someone could no longer remain silent. Enough! A sharp voice rang out, abruptly interrupting the murmurs. Chun Feng rose abruptly, striding confidently toward the group, his tall figure emanating an intimidating presence, his gaze cutting through them like a blade. Do you believe you're worthy to speculate on the strength of my junior brother Fang Che? In our encounter, even in a desperate struggle, I could not compel him to reveal even a fraction of his true power. At merely 10 years of age, he possesses such remarkable talent. It is a blessing for our Shanqing sect. As senior brothers, you lack both skill and breadth of mind, hiding in the shadows and gossiping. You are bringing shame upon our sect. The group of male disciples, chastised by Chun Feng's direct rebuke, flushed with embarrassment, particularly since Chun Feng himself was a formidable presence, well-respected among the foundation-building disciples. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. Some contemplated retorting, but under Chun Feng's piercing gaze and the undeniable truth of his words, they ultimately refrained from speaking out. The surrounding disciples cast glances at Chun Feng, their expressions tinged with newfound respect. They were astonished to discover this seemingly tempestuous senior from Fenji Peak possessed such an admirable integrity. Especially the disciples of Fenji Peak, who wore expressions of disbelief. They were all too familiar with Chun Feng, a typical cultivation fanatic, usually disinterested in trivial matters. Witnessing him defend Fang Che was as surprising as seeing the sun rise from the west. Among the crowd, Li Hao, one of Chun Feng's few friends on Fenji Peak, widened his eyes, staring at Chun Feng's upright figure, his heart in turmoil. When had this fellow changed so drastically? After speaking, Chun Feng did not glance back at the group, but turned to look toward Xianshui Peak, meeting Fang Che's gaze. Fang Ge, taken aback by Chun Feng's defense, inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, signaling his gratitude. Chun Feng's heart raced as the familiar, inexplicable sense of anxiety returned. He struggled to maintain a composed expression, nodding back at Fang Che before swiftly returning to his own area. Once seated, he realized his palms were slightly sweaty. Shen Qingyan smiled faintly and whispered to Lin Wan, "This Chin brother is quite a person of character." Lin Wan huffed in response, "At least he has some discernment." From a vantage point nearby, Fu Lingyun observed the unfolding conflict with keen interest. He stood there, clad in a dark black ensemble, arms crossed, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. As he listened to the hushed whispers surrounding him regarding Fang Che's appearance and demeanor, and observed the figure encircled by eager gazes, the impatience and disdain etched upon his sharp brow became increasingly evident. Such superficiality. He coldly articulated 4 words, his voice low yet clear enough for the nearby disciples to hear, deeming the Ascension Conference a mere spectacle for attention-seeking, utterly absurd. "Brother Fu speaks, truthfully," a disciple quickly echoed. "Those who cultivate should rely on their strength to substantiate their path, pursuing the might of a decisive strike. His cunning and intricate tactics, while momentarily victorious, are not the righteous way. Against a formidable opponent, these flashy tricks would crumble." The proceedings of the Ascension Conference progressed steadily under the scrutiny of countless eyes. The martial stage alive with flickering light and the thunderous sound of spells, eliciting gasps and sighs from the audience below. The atmosphere surrounding the Xianshui Peak disciples remained comparatively subdued. Fang Che sat cross-legged not far from Shen Qingyan, his eyes gently closed, reflecting on the gains and losses of the previous day's battle. Suddenly, the milky white jade token representing his identity as a participant at his waist vibrated unexpectedly, emitting a soft glow. "Junior brother, it's your turn," Shen Qingyan gently reminded, having noticed the jade token's unusual movement. Zhao Gang thumped his sturdy chest and grinned. "Junior brother, just go all out." Fang Che rose with composure, smoothing his unwrinkled robe, and nodded slightly to his senior brothers and sisters before turning to stride steadily towards the martial platform. His figure glided through the crowd, naturally drawing many gazes. It's junior brother Fang. His jade token is lit. He is about to take the stage. I wonder who his opponent will be. The remaining contestants are all quite formidable. Amidst the murmurs, Fang Che lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his form gracefully ascending to the martial platform. The flowing hem of his moon-white robe danced in the morning breeze, tracing an elegant arc, his demeanor poised and artistic, capturing the attention of many below. Almost simultaneously as he set foot on the martial platform, a figure clad in deep black descended with a sharp, slicing sound, landing sharply opposite him. The newcomer, dressed in dark robes, stood tall like a solitary pine, slowly raising his chin to reveal a sharply defined, austere visage. A sudden silence fell over the arena, swiftly followed by an uproar more intense than any prior. Fang Che was to face Fu Lingyun, the youngest in history to reach the foundation establishment stage, opposing the most powerful foundation establishment cultivator of the Rue Jean Peak in this era. This was undoubtedly one of the most captivating and suspenseful duels of the current Ascension Conference. Within the realm of foundation establishment at Rue Jean Peak, Fu Lingyun was undeniably the foremost figure, having achieved complete mastery of the foundation establishment stage. There were even rumors that had it not been for his participation in this conference, he would have already progressed into the Golden Core stage. Such a person was undoubtedly the hottest contender for victory in this conference. Similarly, while Fang Che's experience did not match Fu Lingyun's, his recent feats had sufficiently obscured his identity as a newcomer. Despite possessing only the early stage of foundation establishment, the actual strength he exhibited was enough to command the respect of all present. Fu Lingyun. My heavens, Fang Che against Fu Lingyun. A captivating spectacle awaits. As the question lingers, will Fang Che continue to weave miracles, or will Fu Lingyun prove superior? A melange of astonishment, excitement, anxiety, and anticipation courses through the crowd. Upon the cloud platform, the upper echelons of the Qingzong sect are equally captivated, with a smile on Master Yunlan's face dimming slightly, his gaze sharpening with focus. In the Xianshui Peak area, Zhao Gang gasps. How could it be him? Shun Qingyan furrows his brow, a rare gravity in his voice. It seems my junior brother has truly encountered trouble this time. Even I would not dare assert I could defeat Fu Lingyun. Within the observation area of Rue Jean Peak, several disciples watched the arena with bated breath. One could not contain his curiosity and quietly inquired, "Do you think Brother Fu can win?" After a brief silence, the response came as three resolute words: "He will win." Chapter 63. Sword Intent soars to the heavens on the highly anticipated martial arts stage. The two stand face to face. Fu Lingyun gazes calmly at Fang Che and speaks. "Fang Che, fortune has favored you. I initially believed you would not make it this far." The morning light cascades down, illuminating Fang Che's ethereal profile. Unfazed by the unmasked brilliance of this prodigy from Rue Jean Peak, he replies serenely, "I appreciate your concern, brother, but I intend to go beyond this point." "Ah, that is not for you to decide." Fu Lingyun chuckles softly, a fierce light igniting in his eyes as he steps forward. Boom! An aura, more potent than any Fang Che has faced before,